What is the true success of a man? Wealth, fame, and power. Li Qiaosu had them all. He was the Grand Chancellor, the closest man to the emperor, holding the power to move the entire court with a single word. But despite standing at the very peak, Qiaosu carried a secret no one could ever imagine. He was a eunuch. He longed for intimacy with women, yet fate had taken away that possibility. Desperate, he searched for a way to restore what he had lost, but every attempt ended in failure. At last, Qiaosu made a shocking decision: to be reborn, to live again not as a powerless eunuch, but as a man with the chance to embrace every woman in the world. And from this moment on, his story takes a turn that no one could have predicted. At the Forbidden City in Beijing, Li Qiaosu was performing a reincarnation ritual. The reason was because Li Qiaosu was originally a eunuch of the imperial court, someone who manipulated the Ming emperor like a puppet, monopolizing all the power, earning the title of the most treacherous minister in history, holding the empire in his grasp. However, he was a eunuch and couldn't exactly dual cultivate. Feeling that life had lost all meaning, he decided to carry out the reincarnation ritual. At this moment, the Ming Emperor Yuan Hua found out and rushed over, eyes brimming with tears, begging Li Qiaosu to stop this creepy ritual at once. The harmony of yin and yang is such a beautiful thing. Why would you sacrifice your life like this? Yuan Hua clutched Li Qiaosu's hand, sobbing, promising power, status, or any reward she could give, as long as he reconsidered. But Li Qiaosu had made up his mind. He regretted not being able to serve His Majesty until the very end. Only Hopping the Emperor could be merciful and forgive him. Li Qiaosu's obsession with pleasure was immense. Others might not get it, but to him, it was a serious matter. After all, in nearly 50 years across 2 lifetimes, he was still an unopened package. In his previous life, he was run over by a truck at the tender age of 28. In this life, not long after being reborn as a 12-year-old boy, he was kidnapped by slavers. And not just ordinary traffickers, but twisted, perverted weirdos. They didn't hesitate to snip away Li Qiaosu's crown jewels and sell him as a eunuch, dooming him to a lifetime without the refined pleasures of manhood. To salvage the situation, Li Qiaosu did everything he could to restore what was lost. He worked tirelessly to help the third princess ascend the throne, all in hopes of meeting a legendary doctor who could heal him. He trained in martial arts until he transformed his very bones, even becoming the #1 master in the palace. But in the end, it was all for nothing. Unless he was reborn, he could never get back what had been taken. By now, Li Qiaosu felt cold and lifeless inside, rich and powerful beyond imagination, yet unable to enjoy the most basic joy of being a man. Therefore, he resolved to perform the reincarnation ritual to obtain a new body. Once reborn, he would go wild, indulging in pleasures with 3 wives and 4 concubines, and not just ordinary women, but the most stunning beauties in the world. Otherwise, he couldn't accept living 2 lifetimes and still remaining pure as snow. Li Qiaosu waved his hand, signaling for them to take the emperor outside. Seeing Li Qiaosu so stubborn, Yuan Hua's heart ached as she wept uncontrollably. To her, Li Qiaosu was like both a father and a mother. Watching him leave in hopelessness was unbearable. Lying on the bed, Li Qiaosu frowned slightly, thinking, this girl's already an emperor, yet she still likes to act spoiled. Perhaps because they had grown up together since childhood, Li Qiaosu had long seen Yuan Hua as his own little sister. Earlier, when he saw Yuan Hua crying, Li Qiaosu was a bit shaken, but no meant no. The emperor was family to him, not some woman to fool around with. Before the ritual began, the sorcerer asked Li Qiaosu once more if he was truly sure he wanted to do this. Because the great reincarnation art was a heaven-defying, fate-altering act, out of 100 people who tried it, 99 would die, so he had to think very carefully. Li Qiaosu stayed silent for a moment, then glanced down at his lower half. Power he had enjoyed enough, wealth he had squandered plenty. But living without it was worse than dying, so better to just let go. He firmly ordered the sorcerer to begin the reincarnation ritual, declaring that as long as he could live another life, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Li Qiaosu then fell into unconsciousness, only to be awakened by the voice of a man calling him. That man was none other than Wang Sam, the one who had castrated him and sold him into the palace 50 years ago. After committing the crime, Wang Sam had been stabbed to death by bandits. Yet now he was standing here, alive and breathing. Li Qiaosu wondered if maybe he hadn't reincarnated, but had become a ghost instead. Thinking that, he panicked and quickly checked to see if his treasure was still there. Thankfully, since he hadn't been captured yet, it was still intact. Treasure still present, plus all his knowledge, skills, and experience, perfect combo. Li Qiaosu turned to look at Wang Sam and gave him a strange, meaningful smile. He pretended to thank him and said his hand had bumped into something earlier, then held out his wrist for Wang Sam to take a look. Wang Sam gently helped Li Qiaosu up and began his act, saying his home had plenty of rare herbs that could help, so he should come with him. Li Qiaosu smirked, deciding not to waste time acting along, and immediately exposed the truth. Wang Sam was so shocked that his mouth fell open in disbelief. Before he could regain his senses, Li Qiaosu had already rushed in, twisting his arm so he couldn't fight back. Though he had no inner power yet, thankfully all the martial arts techniques from his previous life were still in his head. After all, this was the footwork of the #1 palace master. Such skills don't just vanish. Thinking of his grudge from his past life, Li Qiaosu couldn't hold back and continued to vent his anger on the man just to feel better. In the palace, I ordered people to hunt you down. When I heard you'd been stabbed to death by bandits, I was overjoyed. You hear me? Now die, you damn slave-trafficking bastard. After taking a few hits from Li Qiaosu, Wang Sam immediately fainted and collapsed to the ground. Li Qiaosu even spat on him in contempt as a final insult. It had taken Li Qiaosu 50 long years to reach this day. Being a eunuch, a palace servant, an inner court official, all those years of power and wealth still couldn't bring him any enjoyment. But now he was living a brand new life, different from before. Whether it was reincarnation or regression didn't matter anymore. His own true life was only just beginning now. From this moment on, Li Qiaosu was determined to live happily for the sake of pleasure. After punishing the slave trafficker Wang Sam, a few months later, on a lonely rocky hill where heavy snow covered nearly everything, Li Qiaosu carried his luggage on his back, trudging across a wooden bridge now painted completely white, shivering as he shouted against the bone-chilling cold, his thoughts flashing. Right now, I'm climbing Joint Mountain in Gamsa. Cold sweat dotted his face, his breath came out in visible clouds. Though close to exhaustion compared to a lifetime's yearning for intimate pleasure, this bit of hardship was nothing. At the thought, his cheeks flushed red. Pleasure, what ideal could be more magical? He mused, if I only wanted cheap carnal fun, I would have thrown money at a brothel ages ago. A vision came to mind, Li Qiaosu holding a wine bottle in one hand, the waist of a beauty in the other, planting a kiss on her cheek as she playfully punched his chest in delight. He kept running forward, but such cheap amusements were beneath him. How could he waste his precious chastity on petty pleasures? He wanted to be with peerless beauties, to sink into true love, imagining himself in a deep kiss with a woman, their hearts connected, sharing joy in both body and soul. He would continue to satisfy her completely. That was true love. In his mind's eye, they embraced under the roof of a temple, surrounded by a romantic lotus pond. Thinking of it, he couldn't hide the hungry look on his face, his expression twisted in a comical way, cheeks burning. That is the pleasure I pursue, the supreme path of desire. He pictured himself standing atop a rocky peak, facing the blazing sun. Beneath him were countless alluring beauties, some playing music, others dancing or laughing. He quietly set a goal: to achieve this dream, I need fame and fortune, at least enough to be a hero unmatched in the world. Stroking his chin in thought, originally I had prepared countless spiritual medicines and martial arts manuals in my tomb for reincarnation, but because it turned into regression, all of that was wasted. Regrettable, but not the worst outcome. He recalled when he was a eunuch of the Eastern and Western depots. With his experience as head of the royal family's top intelligence agency, he knew every major event of the next 50 years like the back of his hand. Li Qiaosu stepped heavily up the stairs, brimming with joy, training in martial arts, and using future knowledge to stir chaos in the martial world. His laughter gradually turned cunning. Becoming a legendary hero was no distant dream. He suddenly jolted, reminding himself that his old eunuch habit of grinning had resurfaced. No, that had to go. But after saying that, he still couldn't help but awkwardly burst out laughing again. His steps suddenly came to a halt. The rear palace king, Li Qiaosu, stood frozen before the gate whose roof had been blown off. He thought to himself, my great cause will begin with the Gongdong sect. Li Qiaosu smiled, clasped his hands in a respectful salute, and called out loudly, is anyone there? Inside the room, a small teacup sat neatly on the table. Jian Yang, startled by the noise, quickly stood up, this childish voice so young. He hurriedly flung open the door. Surely no one could be climbing Joint Mountain in the middle of winter. Li Qiaosu took a deep breath, puffing out his cheeks to gather strength. He shouted even louder, I am Qiaosu. My parents were killed by mountain bandits, so I climbed Joint Mountain, hopping one day to become strong. Please take me as a disciple of the Gongdong sect. Amid the thick mist shrouding the mountain forest, a hand slowly appeared in the silence. In its palm, a small magic circle glowed faintly, engraved with the three symbols of the Gongdong sect's three great paths rooted in Taoism, combined with Confucian and Buddhist martial arts. The image of a monster appeared, its eyes flashing green, grinning to reveal razor-sharp teeth, with a large bead necklace around its neck. Strange symbols were carved into the beads. It had 4 arms, the upper pair wielding twin blades, the lower pair casting fire spells. Known for its practical combat martial arts, it feared no danger, specializing in battling evil cults and demonic sects. Outsiders often mistook them for a demonic faction, but in terms of toughness, none could match them. Returning to reality, a loud impact rang out. A person had just landed right in front of him, sending dust flying everywhere. He quickly raised his hand to shield himself. Jian Yang shouted sternly, "In the freezing winter, a child dares to climb Joint Mountain alone. Are you not afraid of death?" He eagerly responded, bowing once more. "As long as I can join the Gongdong sect, I fear nothing. Please take me in as a disciple." Jian Yang pondered for a moment, clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Give me your hand." He immediately extended his hand forward. "Yes." Jian Yang lightly touched 2 fingers to the pulse point on his wrist, a faint light emanating from the contact. He silently assessed, sensing that the boy's internal energy was pushing stale air out of his body. This kid was using the earth-breathing technique while climbing the mountain. He withdrew his hand. The earth-breathing technique was a core method to strengthen the foundation of inner energy and lay the groundwork for the Danshan. He wondered, using it while climbing the mountain, "Seems you have the talent to grasp martial arts fundamentals. Did your parents teach you?" Li Qiaosu hadn't completely pulled his hand back yet and cheerfully replied, "Yes, that's right." But inside, he smirked slyly. "In truth, I practiced it because I heard long-term training boosts kidney strength and manliness." Jian Yang nodded, face stern. "Good, I am Jian Yang, the sect master of Gongdong sect. Normally, entry requires many trials, but seeing your potential, I will make an exception." With that, he turned on his heel and signaled for him to follow. Li Qiaosu, walking behind, couldn't hold back his joy and clenched his fists in triumph. He smirked, excitement written all over his face like he'd just achieved a primary goal. As expected, with Gongdong sect's current state, they had no reason to refuse a new disciple. He stomped his feet repeatedly on the ground, but he couldn't get complacent. He had to keep doing Kegel exercises anytime, anywhere, to nourish his vital energy. Following him inside, he looked around at the desolate scene. The situation was worse than I imagined, not a single place intact. He froze, eyes locked on the ruins. "I know Gongdong sect, one of the 9 great sects, suffered heavy losses in the righteous demonic war 50 years ago, but seeing it firsthand shows the true extent of the devastation." Jian Yang suddenly spoke, "Before teaching you the sect rules, I want to introduce you to someone, your senior brother, the eldest disciple of our sect." Surprised, he hurried toward him. "Yes." His expression darkened into a crafty smile. "The more chaos, the better for me." That grin grew sharper. It would be easier to recruit the Sword Saint, Yu Jin Hwi, before his fame rose. Arriving at a grand hall, Jian Yang gestured casually toward Li Qiaosu. "Yu Jin Hwi, this is your new junior brother, Li Qiaosu." As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold wind swept in, carrying snowflakes that swirled into a circle around them in the empty courtyard. The wind growing stronger, stinging his face. He raised a hand to block, eyes shut tight for protection. A blizzard. Yu Jin Hwi landed lightly in front of both of them. He stared in shock at the newcomer, "This guy." She smiled, "Nice to meet you, junior brother. I'm Yu Jin Hwi. Li Qiaosu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn, that's one handsome face." His whole body froze, trembling slightly, mouth agape. In his past life, he'd only seen drawings, which looked average, and since Yu Jin Hwi always wore a conical hat, he thought the tales of women in the martial world fighting over him were just rumors. His brows furrowed, his mood collapsed completely. "If that's the case, then my future." Seeing no response, she raised an eyebrow in concern. "Junior brother, you don't look well. Are you sick?" He snapped out of it. "Ah, no." She lifted her hand. "Good, no need to be formal. Since we're brothers from now on, you can relax." Shivering, he slowly raised his hand to shake hers. "Damn it, no way, please heaven, let him be only 3 centimeters, please." She smiled warmly, quickly grabbing his wrist, cutting off his hesitation. "Then let's go," he asked. "Where to?" Her face lit up. Taking his hand, she said, "I want to take junior brother to visit a few places." Faced with that unexpectedly handsome and cheerful expression, he was confused. "Yes." Before he could recover, Yu Jin Hwi pulled him and dashed off. He barely had time to scream in fear. He gawked at the arm she was holding tightly. "Stop, I don't want physical contact with men." He suddenly yanked his hand away. "Let go of me, senior brother." She was momentarily startled, her deep blue eyes widening slightly. Li Qiaosu suddenly realized how rude his earlier action had been, his face paling. She scratched her head awkwardly. "Sorry, junior brother, I scared you. It's my first time having a junior brother, so I got a bit overexcited." He quickly bent forward. It's fine, senior brother, I overreacted. Please forgive me." He told himself to stay calm. He couldn't leave Gongdong sect now. Yujin Hwi waved her hand, looking puzzled. He thought to himself that for the sake of the future, he had to maintain a good relationship with Yujin Hwi. Then he clasped his hands and bowed again with sincere humility. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." She looked at him silently, a bit awkward. Outside, snow continued to fall thick and heavy. Jian Young stood quietly under the eaves, gazing into the distance. He murmured, "Though the cold wind lingers, winter on Joint Mountain will soon end. I hope Li Qiaosu and Yujin Hwi will grow close." He recalled, "Years ago when I found Yujin Hwi, she too was an orphan." Around that same time in his memory, Jian Young lightly touched the tip of the sword Yujin Hwi held pointed at him. After discovering her talent, he devoted himself to teaching her. He was convinced she was the only hope for reviving Gongdong sect. He thought of Yujin Hwi now binding a thin band tightly around her chest. In the future, she would enter the martial world and meet many men. That's why, through interacting with Li Qiaosu, a boy her own age, she needed to learn caution and never reveal her identity as a woman. Li Qiaosu, a skinny young man, lay with eyes closed on a thin light blue mat. The first day joining Gongdong sect should have been memorable. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. 2 hours had passed and he was still restless, unable to sleep. Li Qiaosu muttered to himself in boredom, angrily thinking, all because of Yujin Hwi, that damn brat. Back to half a day earlier, he bowed his head. "From now on, please take care of me, senior brother." Yujin Hwi also bowed her head. "Me too." "Sorry for frightening you," she said apologetically, her hands clasped tightly together. "Though this place is ruined and no longer as glorious as before, I still want to take you around for a tour." The scene appeared beautiful blue-tiled houses at the foot of the mountain, along with her voice. Even after the horrific massacre 50 years ago, the Xunyuan Palace where the sect master resides and the Azure Cloud Pavilion where the disciples live still stand tall. Yujin Hwi wore a small smile, as if forcing herself to smile at the ruins that remained. The Gongdong sect had not yet perished. She continued, "I want junior brother to understand that." After hearing this, Li Qiaosu stayed silent. After hearing it, Li Qiaosu remained silent. 50 years ago, the righteous demonic war began the downfall of Gongdong sect. A great house was engulfed in roaring flames, painting the sky red, corpses scattered everywhere. No one back then expected the demonic sect to bypass Mount Kunlun and attack the Gongdong sect, the mightiest of all sects. The intent of Yujin Hwi in telling me the history of this place. She stood before me, her hair blowing in the wind. I understood it. Li Qiaosu spoke in his heart. "I get it," he spoke aloud inside. "But don't suddenly get close to me like that again. I'm a bit jumpy." Right, Yujin Hwi spoke shyly, her head lowered slightly. He looked at her, her shy gaze avoiding his eyes. Is senior brother this embarrassed? I guess I shouldn't be too harsh." Seeing this, Li Qiaosu stepped closer to Yujin Hwi and said, "Everyone makes mistakes, don't feel bad." He comforted her. "If it's the history of Gongdong sect told by you, senior brother, I'd very much like to hear it." Standing before her, he made her glance up at him. Then Yujin Hwi beamed, and all in all, things seemed fine, Li Qiaosu thought to himself. Only when no one else could see did he smirk. Coaxing a peer his own age only took saying what they wanted to hear. "There was just one thing I overlooked." Suddenly, Yujin Hwi happily threw an arm over his shoulder. At that moment, Li Qiaosu was caught off guard, unable to react. "Let's go," she said excitedly. But Li Qiaosu's expression now was pure irritation, his face flushing red. "I didn't expect Yujin Hwi to suddenly put an arm around me." Unable to contain his anger, he muttered to himself. A shout ripped through the sky. My bad," Yujin Hwi exclaimed in a panic. "Sorry, junior brother." In a small room, a rectangular stone had been thrown against the wall, making a loud, heavy sound. "I only want to put my arm around or embrace peerless beauties," a voice rang out loudly. Li Qiaosu sat up, eyes full of fury. Nearly 50 years of guarding his chastity had almost gone to waste. Along with that, stories of the other person surged into his mind. Who was Yujin Hwi? A rare prodigy of Gongdong sect, a genius among geniuses, a man in a large hat hiding his face, sword in hand with flames blazing, standing before many people. Even when the women of the martial world fought over him in chaos, he stayed unfazed, focused on rebuilding Gongdong sect. Talented, virtuous, and handsome, Li Qiaosu collapsed to his knees in frustration, eyes narrowing. Yet he stayed away from women. How could this not be unbelievable? He muttered. He gripped his blanket tightly as if suppressing the anger within. The world claimed he valued martial arts over women, but after meeting him, I understood. Li Qiaosu lowered his head, eyes wide, teeth clenched. Yujin Hwi was definitely into men, he was sure of it. Thinking back to before, Li Qiaosu held his fan, hiding behind a large pillar, watching an affectionate scene unfold before him. Back in my eunuch days, I'd seen some who, though stripped of their manhood, still had the backdoor and found a new way to satisfy their desires. Veins bulged on his face now, eyes burning with irritation. Why do I have to witness this? He all but shouted in his mind, but I'm not into men. Li Qiaosu said this while pulling down his pants. I've worked so hard to keep this until now, and I want to use it badly, damn it. But when he saw what was inside, his face paled. Why is my little brother so lifeless today? Kegels aren't enough, maybe it's time to start jelking. Li Qiaosu made a certain hand gesture, thinking to himself, Yujin Hwi, sorry, but I'm going to become the #1 god of lust. I don't have a backdoor for you. With that thought, he slipped his hand into his pants. Suddenly, he let out a silent scream, under the vast night sky. The moon shining among drifting clouds. Someone sighed and spoke, it's so stuffy. Why am I like this? Yujin Hwi pondered before speaking. Then she blushed and said, on the very first day, I've already been discourteous to junior brother twice. Yujin Hwi hung her head, muttering to herself, I was just too excited to have more family, but I should have set a good example for my junior brother. The image of Li Qiaosu from the other day appeared. If it's the history of Gongdong sect told by senior brother, I'd love to hear it. She began putting on her robe. Even though she regretted what she'd done, thinking of him still made her a bit shy and flushed. Though startled and annoyed, junior brother still cared about my feelings and tried to say nice things. Yujin Hwi clenched her fists. I want to get closer to Li Qiaosu, so this is what having a brother feels like, she thought. She chuckled to herself, next time I want to be close enough to sling an arm around his shoulder. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Dawn gradually broke. Done, Li Qiaosu said, fumbling with a large pot. All right, cleaning finished. A few minutes later, he had put away the big black pot and stood with hands on hips, snorting coldly. Just as I thought, dirt poor, he sighed. This kitchen looks like it's about to collapse. He frowned, thinking for someone of my status, doing this is humiliating. But if I want to become a world-renowned hero with 3 wives and 4 concubines, I must win over the sect master and senior brother. In his hand, he held something small. In that case, Li Qiaosu's eyes lit up with determination. Every grain of rice, every leaf of vegetable, I'll wash them with all my heart, he declared. With that, he set to work. Today, greetings to the master of obstetrics, Professor Kegel. But then, unexpectedly, Yujin Hwi pushed the door open with force. Junior brother, what are you doing in the kitchen? She called out, startling Li Qiaosu into shouting. He turned around, asking, Senior brother, do you have a cough? His face was slightly red. She stepped closer, asking with concern, You're not making all of breakfast alone, are you? I was worried, so I came to check. He gave a sheepish smile, sweat beading on his face. Yes, this is a job for junior brother to do. Yujin Hwi cheerfully replied, arms crossed. I've never seen anyone as quick and capable as you. Such a good boy. Yes, he stammered, thoughts racing. Even at a time like this, he's still that handsome. Handsome enough to kill. If only I had half his looks, I wouldn't be suffering like this, he wished silently, then said, because I was orphaned at a young age and went through many hardships, I matured early. Sorry if I made senior brother uncomfortable by working without asking. Hearing that, she quickly explained, No, I didn't mean to criticize. I'm also an orphan like you, I just feel a sense of kinship. What I mean is, I like your maturity. Li Qiaosu's expression looked weary. Why has he been apologizing non-stop since yesterday? Does he want the whole world to think he's easy to bully? He thought, then replied to Yujin Hwi, yes. Next, let me help you. I'm also very good at picking vegetables, Yujin Hwi said as she stepped closer. Li Qiaosu was caught off guard and stepped back. I should be the one doing this, she insisted. As the senior brother, letting the junior do all the work is disgraceful, isn't it? His brown eyes filled with surprise. This guy really cares about his junior. He thought about how Sword Saint Eugen Hwi would eventually have a junior sister, not a junior brother. A beauty hailed as the #1 flower of the righteous path, a girl as lovely as a blossom, wearing a large hat shading her eyes with long white hair neatly braided. But that junior sister was from the future, so for now, Eugen Hwi only had him as a peer. Li Qiaosu figured if I imagine having fun with Eugen Hwi, then hanging out with him for a bit is fine. In the end, he accepted her help. If senior brother wants to help, please wait for me, I'll get some water to wash our hands. Li Qiaosu spoke while rolling up his sleeves. Eugen Hwi cheerfully replied, all right. Moments later, he used a small scoop to draw water, thinking, I have no interest in getting closer to Eugen Hwi. Struggling to carry a large wooden bucket, Li Qiaosu thought, I just want to borrow his reputation later. He continued thinking as he set the water bucket down on a stone table, using my status as his junior to enchant all the women in the world, making them drown in my pleasure. Suddenly, a small wooden beam snapped within seconds, causing the large pot to shake as if it were about to fall. At that moment, Eugen Hwi quickly noticed and turned to look. Then she shouted, Junior brother, danger! The wooden rack and the black pot fell toward Li Qiaosu at the same time. He raised his hands to shield his face, and someone grabbed him tightly. Are you all right? Eugen Hwi asked with concern, supporting him. Li Qiaosu froze slightly before replying yes. But in that position, their faces were directly facing each other. Eugen Hwi holding his hand with such a bright future. How did it come to this? He wondered. Li Qiaosu's face flushed red. You're lighter than I thought, Eugen Hwi said with warm eyes. But either way, I just need to protect my little junior, right? Li Qiaosu widened his eyes, still startled by what had just happened. Eugen Hwi was still holding his wrist. In an instant, he regained his composure, his black eyes glimmering slightly, one cheek tinged pink. And in his heart, he thought about that faint scent, wildflowers. But he quickly pushed the thought aside, screaming internally, no. His panicked gaze met Eugen Hwi's, one hand supporting his waist, the other still holding his hand. Li Qiaosu shouted, Senior brother, where exactly are you touching me? She, swept up in his emotions, also cried out in panic, sorry, junior brother. After that noisy outburst, they scrambled apart. She scratched her head, cheeks red, frantically explaining, I didn't mean it, don't misunderstand. He was even more rattled than she was, goosebumps rising, misunderstand what? Stop blushing, it just makes things weird. She flailed her arms and legs, sweat dripping down her face, quickly changing the subject. I'll prepare dinner, you go rest, you were scared too. Me, he blurted. Li Qiaosu clenched his fists, trembling, face twisted with veins showing, eyes burning with anger, thinking to himself, is he trying to harm me? How could senior brother behave like that? In a flash, he pictured Jian Young leaning back with eyes closed, hand behind his neck. He worried silently that if the sect master saw this scene, he'd be furious for breaking sect rules. Li Qiaosu still frowned, radiating wariness, looking at her still flushed and flustered, flailing her arms. He spoke first, bending to pick up the basket on the ground. Senior brother, from now on you don't need to do these small chores. Leave those to me, your junior. She stayed frozen in place, saying nothing. Eugen Hwi looked at him shyly, hand reaching behind her neck. I understand. Her pupils lowered slightly, cheeks still red. She reached for the bronze bowl on the ground, hesitating. But she knelt on one knee before him, holding up the glowing bowl, smiling as she asked, May I help you? The atmosphere shifted instantly, flower petals seemed to drift in the air. He, holding the basket, also knelt on one knee, staring at her in confusion. He pouted, eyes darting away, embarrassed to answer, then slowly replied, that's fine. 2 months later, at the grand training grounds of Gongdong sect, Jian Young, dressed simply, stood before a collapsed building, hands clasped behind his back, asking, what do you think is supreme martial skill? Without waiting for an answer, he began explaining, some believe internal strength is most important, so they seek every method to cultivate it with spiritual medicine. Others believe external strength is the true power, training tirelessly day and night in fists and kicks. Jian Young, expressionless, stood before him as he held a trembling horse stance, explaining that true strength lies in balancing internal and external skills. Only then can martial arts reach their peak. So never slacken training, understand? Hearing these words, Li Qiaosu stood in the sun, sweat pouring like rain, answering with vigor, yes, master. Seeing his spirited response, Jian Young turned to leave, adding encouragement. Good, I'll go check on your senior brother, keep training hard, he answered with a shaky yes. He grinned, sweat still dripping. Trembling, he thought, even if Master didn't say so, I had no intention of slacking off. His body remained in stance, but his mind drifted to the bedroom, imagining a curvaceous woman lying beneath him. Good stamina means abundant vitality. What's the point of being skinny as a stick if only that part is big? He grinned with excitement, ignoring the sweat pouring down. For the sake of pleasure, I willingly endure hardship. Standing under the blazing sun, his sweat splattered heavily onto the ground. Li Qiaosu's face grew serious, wondering why today the horse stance felt so comfortable. Had 2 months of training already paid off? Closing his eyes, he pictured a hulking, muscle-bound body with a massive beard. Is this the same satisfaction weightlifters get when they pump iron? Back when I was a eunuch, no matter how much I trained externally, I could never escape a feminine appearance. Li Qiaosu recalled his powerless training days, his muscles only forming 3 weak abs. And it was all thanks to that damned internal skill, the sunflower manual perfected, leaving him looking completely different now, with a strangely pleased expression as he stretched his hand to practice. He remembered the time he'd gone mad, if not for that quack doctor's rejuvenation elixir, which burned half of Central Plains in the process. He wouldn't have tormented his subordinates or ruined the environment while harvesting spiritual herbs all over Central Plains. As he remembered, he ground his teeth, closing his eyes in anger at how foolish he'd been in his past life. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Just wait, this life I'll live as a true man. While he was still fuming, a voice called out, "Ju, junior brother." Yujin Hwi appeared out of nowhere, landing beside Li Qiaosu. Seeing her, he asked in surprise, "Senior brother, why are you here?" She clasped her hands behind her back, smiling as she walked over. "Master told me to call you training over for today." Hearing that, he ended his horse stance, his sweat-soaked body letting out an unexpected grunt. Looking up at the sky turning to sunset, he was briefly dazed. Is it time already? But in an instant, he straightened with a serious face, thinking, not enough. I need to build a strong, muscular body as soon as possible. But time passes too quickly. She watched him pouting in thought, feeling a bit speechless, falling silent with nothing to say. Night fell on Joint Mountain, in a grove where a ruined house stood. A small figure landed heavily on the ground. That figure was Li Qiaosu. Hands on his hips, he thought confidently, if it's not enough, I'll just train secretly. He bent down, his foot digging into the ground. If I want endless stamina for the pleasures of flesh, I need to boost my physical strength. Before training, he did a light warm-up, mulling things over. The only thing I worry about is Master, afraid I'm still young. He arranged a very light training schedule. If he knew I was training more, he'd ban it immediately. Once warmed up, he began running, full of determination. But I can't neglect training in night movement footwork. Ordinary training alone won't make me the god of lust. Li Qiaosu was happily running at full energy, telling himself, then let's go all out today. But a figure lurked behind a tree, watching him. The one hiding was Yujin Hwi. Her eyes darkened as she stared at him. His movements froze instantly when he saw her, letting out a startled sound. Distracted by looking at her, his foot caught on a rock. He tripped and rolled several times, yelling the whole way. She witnessed everything from behind the tree, her face full of helplessness. After a few rolls, he sat up, panting, covered in dust from head to toe, stammering in panic, "Senior brother, why are you here?" She crossed her arms and sighed. "I suspected you were sneaking out of Azure Cloud Pavilion at night, so I came to check. Sure enough, you're secretly training more." Yujin Hwi stepped out from her hiding place, standing before him as he sat on the ground, extending her hand. "Master said overtraining will harm your body. I can't just stand by and watch my junior hurt himself." He bent forward, face frozen in shock, screaming inside, "Damn it, why did she have to catch me now? If I had even 1 year of internal energy, I could have sensed senior brother through chi perception." His eyes widened, sweat pouring down as he theorized, if senior brother tells Master, I won't be allowed to train night movement. My stamina will drop and blood flow to my little brother will weaken. In short, this is a critical situation that directly affects my vitality, he thought, grinding his teeth and plotting. Li Qiaosu braced his hands on his thighs, stood up and spoke to her with seriousness as she faced him. "This unworthy junior has troubled senior. I'm truly sorry, but I have my reasons for secretly training." Hearing those words, she looked genuinely confused, her face clearly showing bewilderment. Under the bright moonlight in the forest, he slowly continued, "Senior and I are different." He rubbed his arm, hesitating for a moment. "Unlike Senior, who learns 1 and understands 10, I forget everything after learning it once. slow-witted brain included. Jin Hwi stood there listening, a breeze making both their clothes and hair flutter. Clenching his fists, he spilled the worries in his heart. I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be kicked out of here, wandering the streets like a stray. Li Qiaosu's tear-streaked face glowed in the moonlight as he smiled bitterly through the salty streams. I can't compare to Senior, even just the hem of his robe. I can't touch, not even his toenail, as the wind scattered leaves everywhere. She stood frozen. Her pupils contracted. Hearing him say that, she stayed still, her hair carried by the wind. Have you ever heard of crocodile tears? Standing before her, he wiped his face while scheming inside. With your righteous nature, after hearing me talk like this, would you still report me to Master? She lowered her head in silence. Seeing her approach, he thought, she's coming closer, better squeeze out more tears. Li Qiaosu kept his head down, tears flowing, hands frantically wiping. I don't want to be expelled. She wrapped her tall, sturdy body around him, embracing the man who was crying over such a thing. Jin Hwi held the back of his neck tightly, her face full of worry. I didn't know you had such a heavy burden. I'm sorry, Junior, I truly didn't know. Her action left him utterly bewildered, eyes wide, whites showing clearly, mouth agape but unable to scream, face flushed red, drool mixing with sweat. Being pressed against her, he let out several annoyed yelps, but Jin Hwi didn't care, still stroking his hair. All right, stop crying. Now with real tears, he clenched his teeth, his pupils metaphorically exploding from the shock, screaming inside, let me go, you lunatic, are your arms made of iron? No way, my precious first hug, I swore it would be for the peerless beauty I love. Beneath the dark night, Li Qiaosu, trapped in her arms, blurted out, damn it, and just like that, this Senior has stolen 50 years of my chastity. Still stuck in her embrace, something was rubbing against his cheek. He kept gripping Jin Hwi's robe, it was soft. Seeing the black corpse lying still, people shouted monster. They pointed at the filthy child before them. You really are a monster. The roar of the adults poured into Jin Hwi's ears, making the dirty little one's eyes and ears itch with annoyance. Just as the child was about to be swallowed by hatred, a gentle hand reached out to her. Don't mind the buzzing gossip. Jian Young held out 2 rice balls in front of Jin Hwi. You're also human, living under the same sky. If you lack something, you can just learn to make up for it. Wanting Jin Hwi to avoid the path of crime, he knelt and offered, come with me. Back to the chilly reality of night, Jin Hwi was now comforting him. Li Qiaosu, Master isn't the kind to abandon a disciple just because their martial skills are poor. She held Li Qiaosu's thin shoulders and said warmly, once you've joined the Gongdong sect, no matter who you are, your family, my junior brother forever. Then Jin Hwi looked straight into his eyes. So if you ever have trouble, just lean on me like you are now. I'll always be here to help you, junior brother. Finally, she gave a rare smile. Well, do you feel better now? Li Qiaosu sniffled, his eyes like a cat staring at her. For the first time since joining the Gongdong sect, I feel sorry for Senior. The more he looked at her, the more he sighed. Jin Hwi, you have a natural martial talent, able to merge any technique, copy it after one look. Then he swallowed his bitterness. Yet you got chest feminized, I know that curse well, last life I had it too, only escaped after a full rebirth. Thinking back to that earlier hug, Li Qiaosu grew even more certain. Of course, if she were a woman, that could be considered a chest. But with 99% certainty from Eastern trade and Western trade standards, I conclude Jin Hwi is a man, no way she's female. And so he carried 1,000 tangled thoughts into the next morning. From today, I will stop training external martial arts. Jian Young's voice was steady. You've worked hard enough. He decided to change Li Qiaosu's training. Your foundation is strong enough, reduce external training and begin internal cultivation. Hearing that, Jin Hwi cheered, congratulations, Junior, but Li Qiaosu only replied flatly, yes, with a strange feeling inside. What's this about? And that strangeness was tied to Jin Hwi. I'm happy to start internal training, but Jin Hwi is driving me nuts at breakfast, always buzzing around wanting to help. Seeing Li Qiaosu so gloomy, Jian Young said, your face doesn't look so good, making him instinctively reply, no, master. With no other choice, Li Qiaosu grumbled out of breath. Forget it, there's something more important now. Jin Hwi. Regaining his composure, he said, thank you, master, but I don't want to cut down my external training. Li Qiaosu's action made Jianyang curious. Still, in his mind, he admitted Master wasn't wrong. Most people, after starting internal training, only practice external arts enough to keep fit. The rest of the time goes to internal skills, sword techniques, footwork, but I can't do that. Because Li Qiaosu always has a goal. External training is the path to the perfect body, and only that can charm women. So how could he accept reducing external training? A plain face, no matter how much you show it off, could never compare to Yu Jin Hwi. Of course, Jianyang had no idea about this. He curiously asked, "You don't want to reduce your external training? I'd like to hear your explanation." Li Qiaosu skillfully came up with an excuse. "Unlike Senior, who has exceptional talent, I'm just a dull-witted guy. To catch up to Senior and help rebuild the sect, I have to work harder than others, Master." However, his words weren't without reason. While not the most efficient, practicing external arts after starting internal training isn't useless. Imagine using the same sword technique but with more strength than your opponent. Even a little can make a big difference. And it's precisely that tiny difference that's worth every drop of sweat I've shed. Eventually, those drops will bloom into the ultimate skill of, let's call it, meat garden mastery, the deciding factor in the pleasure department. Just picturing the future of being with countless beauties every day made the corners of Li Qiaosu's mouth twitch upward. And that thought alone fueled his determination even more. "Please, Master, allow me to give my all." Seeing the burning determination in his eyes, Jianyang couldn't help but waver. Was that really the gaze of a child? He even began to wonder, has Li Qiaosu already accepted that he's just an ordinary man and chosen to work harder in his own way? Thinking back, Jianyang recalled that Gongdong sect was once a prestigious clan, capable of producing extraordinary talents, but now all that glory was gone. And now, the words coming from this young man's mouth sparked a faint glimmer of hope. Therefore, although Li Qiaosu's reasoning didn't match the usual martial world standards, it was still the right answer for reviving the declining Gongdong sect. To support him, Jianyang handed over a slip of paper. "This is the formula for the first Yang Heart method, a basic internal cultivation art." Holding the paper, Li Qiaosu replied, "Thank you, Master." But inside, he felt a pang of worry. Would this mean I'm no longer allowed? If so, it'll be hard to keep training in secret. As if to clear his confusion, Jianyang spoke up. "The martial world is cruel to the untalented, but for those who dare to challenge themselves, every road is open." Smiling warmly, he looked at him with complete trust. "I allow you to continue your external training. Furthermore, from now on, I will personally teach you the first Yang Heart method. Memorize the internal cultivation formula I've written." Hearing the approval, Li Qiaosu's eyes lit up. "Yes." A few minutes later, to help Li Qiaosu learn the formula, Jianyang asked, "I'll start transmitting energy. Are you ready?" Experiencing energy transmission for the first time, he replied nervously, "Yes." Even Yu Jin Hwi, standing outside, was so tense she couldn't stand still. Seeing that Li Qiaosu was ready, Jianyang placed his palm on his back. "I will transmit internal energy into your body, guiding the qi according to the formula. Remember the flow." Li Qiaosu obeyed, not daring to relax for even a second. A warm current spread through his chest. This I never experienced in my past life. A strange warmth was pouring into him, not the bone-piercing cold of the sunflower manual, but a heat spreading through his entire body, as if sunlight was flowing through his veins. Within seconds, Li Qiaosu's body fully absorbed it. And that's when he realized, this was pure Yang Qi. Jianyang said kindly, "Congratulations, you've begun your internal cultivation training." "Li Qiaosu," he murmured, still in disbelief, as he placed his hand over his chest. Feeling the abundant Yang energy surging inside, Li Qiaosu was more moved than ever. "I'm no longer a eunuch. I've been reborn as a true martial arts master." Seeing Li Qiaosu happily rolling around on the ground like a gleeful dumpling, Yu Jin Hwi couldn't help but share the joy. Time slipped by and night had fallen. Jianyang asked in surprise, "What did you just say?" "Yu Jin Hwi, you want to train your external skills more." Holding a steaming cup of tea, she calmly replied, "Yes." Deep inside, a strange motivation welled up. "As the senior, I want to guide my junior." Jianyang was quite pleased with this. "Seems you've learned to care about others." Sipping tea serenely, he said, "Do as you wish. Every bit of it is valuable experience for you." And so the peaceful night drifted on. The next morning, Jianyang stood alone by the window. Gazing up at the blue sky, his long-held worries finally found a glimmer of hope. Li Qiaosu and Yu Jin Hwi may be young, but their dedication to reviving the Gongdong sect and martial arts could at last comfort their late master's spirit. Daylight quickly went asleep again, making room for the night to take over the sky. Deer lay dead in tragic fashion at the forest's edge. By the cliff, the eerie wind rustled, accompanied by the sliding sound of some massive monster. 3 family members, little brother, his grandfather, and his mother, stood before the livestock pen like a pile of collapsed firewood. The old man rubbed his forehead and shouted, "Good heavens, what happened here? Which bastard trashed the pen like this?" The old man, leaning on a broken cane, stood between the mother and child, trembling as he pointed at the wreckage before them. Every single goat had vanished into thin air. I was planning to sell them at the market today. This was a mental shockwave for the old man. His cane slipped from his grasp and he fainted backward. "Oh no," the boy's mother caught him with a worried face while the kid was equally panicked, shouting, "Grandpa." The old man was carried inside by the two and laid to rest under blankets, with a towel and a bucket of water his daughter had prepared. Lying in bed, the old man was still reeling. "I planned to sell the goats to donate to the Gongdong sect. How could this happen?" With his aged, scruffy face and teary crow's feet, he couldn't help but feel powerless. "Poor as we are, I've always dreamed of helping the Gongdong sect. Now my life's dream is shattered." Seeing his grandfather cry, the boy cried too, clenching his fists and shouting angrily, "You're still talking about donations? That Gongdong sect isn't worth going this far for. It's in the dumps now." Before his words even finished, the boy spun around and bolted out the door. His mother, seeing this, turned toward him in anger and scolded, "You rude little brat." The old man, hearing her scold the boy, felt protective. Eyes still shut and sweat beading on his forehead, he spoke up to defend the kid. "Enough, daughter, he's just upset seeing me sick. In Yong-sik's eyes, I must look so pitiful. He doesn't know how glorious the Gongdong sect once was." The old man couldn't help reminiscing about the past, when the Gongdong sect was hailed wherever it went, how truly magnificent it once was. "The Gongdong sect, the #1 sect of Gamsuk, planted in my humble, commoner heart the seeds of dreams and hope, the image of little brother blending into the crowd, full of joy and excitement." The old man said to the woman, "Perhaps the boy is right. Ever since the demonic cult attacked, the ultimate techniques of the Gongdong sect have been lost for a long time. The glorious Gongdong sect of the past probably can't return." The sun had risen, brightly illuminating part of the majestic mountain range, the blue sky and the forest canopy adding a sense of tranquility to the scene. Li Qiaosu stood in the courtyard, still going through his internal cultivation movements. His face was full of excitement, mouth wide open in a grin revealing his teeth, inwardly thrilled. "Good, I can feel the yang energy gathering in my danshan." He stood up, one hand on his hip, still a bit frustrated, but after running the basic yang heart technique, why did he feel something strange? "I'm not sure. Could it be because in my past life I practiced the Sunflower Treasure Manual way too many times?" Li Qiaosu rubbed his chin, exhaled, closed his eyes in thought. Yesterday, when Master talked about the Gongdong sect's martial arts, nothing seemed unusual. He recalled the black and white intertwined symbol drawn on paper and the words Jian Young spoke while pointing at it. The sect's emblem is the Taiji diagram of yin and yang. Sitting across from him, Jian Young seriously pointed at it while explaining. It symbolizes the transformation of yin and yang, the teaching of the founder. A yin-yang symbol in the center, the upper half a sea of fire representing yang, the lower half a surging river representing yin. Yin-yang transformation means water flows upward and fire burns below, in other words, revering yin and yang to create the ultimate life force. Jian Young frowned, his eyes filled with gravity and solemnity, speaking clearly, "That's why only fools think our sect's martial arts look like demonic arts. Defying the heavens and earning disdain, but we are not like the demonic cult that exploits martial arts. We just want to wield our swords and skills to wipe them out." Light from outside slipped through the gaps in the wooden shutters. Jian Young looked at him sitting across the table, imparting words forged from experience, speaking with gravity. "Remember this distinction, don't let idle gossip cloud your mind." Recalling those words, Li Qiaosu felt a rush of excitement, clenching his fists, face flushing with happiness. Joining the Gongdong sect was the right choice, the martial arts of a true man, using poison to fight poison. This kind of fierce righteousness is the ultimate art most suited for the way of the warrior. Suddenly, strange noises came from somewhere. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked up in confusion. What's that sound? All around, snow fell thick and white. Under the rickety gate, little brother pounded on the door repeatedly, pleading and shouting, begging the Gongdong sect, "Please save my grandpa." The boy kept crying nonstop, his hands still hammering at the wooden door. "If you really are the #1 sect of Gamsuk, acting with chivalry, The boy cried and shouted even louder, desperately hopping to help the old man. He's supported you his whole life, please, just this once. Yujin Hwi also heard it. She stepped out from inside and turned to ask him, Junior, did you hear that? He replied politely, yes, sounds like someone's asking for help. Hands on hips, he looked toward the source of the cry, and just as Master was away, she stepped into the courtyard, stood beside him, also turning toward the voice. We don't know what it is, but we should probably check it out. The two of them stood in front of the boy and blurted out, so. Then asked again to confirm clearly one more time. Little Junior, you want us to find the one who broke into the pen and stole the livestock? The dark-skinned boy had stopped crying but still had snot running down as he answered, yes. Li Qiaosu looked at the boy, a bit puzzled. Strange, normally if something is stolen, you'd report it to the authorities, right? Hearing him ask, the boy lowered his head, eyes brimming with tears, voice trembling. The thing is, remembering the scene around the broken livestock pen with a long trail across the ground, the boy explained, it didn't look like something a normal person would do. Even if it's theft, who would destroy the entire pen? It makes no sense. The boy clenched his fists, standing opposite the man and the woman, continuing to share his situation. My grandpa has always admired the Gongdong sect, so he raised goats to offer to the Gongdong sect when it was in trouble. The pen was found destroyed when grandpa went to check before selling the goats. Then those two tiny hands grabbed the hem of his shirt tightly, trembling, eyes watery with fear of being refused. I know this is sudden and there's no payment, but please, for the sake of my grandpa who has supported the Gongdong sect his whole life, help him get better, won't you? Looking at the small, mud-stained hands still clutching that dark fabric, Li Qiaosu rubbed his chin, eyes drifting into thought. Then turned to Yujin Hwi. The kid came all the way here, that's worth some respect. How about we go take a look? The sky was bright blue and clear. The three of them made their way to the wrecked livestock pen. The small boy pointed inside. This is my family's pen. He looked inside at the wooden planks scattered across the ground, face serious. The goat pen was on the mountain slope connected to Joint Mountain, likely a frequent target for wild beasts. Suddenly his pupils contracted, surprised to see a long, massive slithering trail on the ground, extremely clear. He guessed it was exactly like the trail of a snake. Seeing its enormous size, Li Qiaosu couldn't help but feel unsettled, silently deducing, at that size, it's at least a demon beast. Could a giant snake have come down the mountain for food? Thinking that, he turned to her and asked, Senior, are there any legends or rumors about giant snakes on Joint Mountain? She answered firmly, no, I've never heard of such a thing. If there was a dangerous demon beast on Joint Mountain, Master would have killed it long ago. Hearing Yujin Hwi so certain, he lowered his head again, rubbing his chin, thinking seriously. Joint Mountain is also a spiritual mountain of the Taoist path. Under the influence of spiritual energy, even small creatures can mutate. For such a large demon beast, there should have been legends or rumors. If Senior has never heard of it, it must have appeared only recently. Thinking that, the corners of his mouth curled up, and moreover, his eyes widened, his grin spreading with hunger and scheming. If I could eat a snake that big, it would surely supercharge my yang energy to the max. Thinking it, he acted. He waved his arm at her and said, leave this matter to us. She asked a bit worriedly, is it okay not to report to Master? He laughed heartily, convincing her, if we make a fuss and it turns out to be nothing, it'd be awkward. Besides, refusing a villager's plea isn't the righteous way. Yujin Hwi, hearing that, recalled the pitiful face of the little boy earlier, snot and tears everywhere. If we abandon such a filial kid, wouldn't people think we can't tell right from wrong? Thinking that, she nodded in agreement with Li Qiaosu. All right, I agree. If it really is a demon beast, we must destroy it before it causes greater harm. Hearing her say that, the boy's eyes sparkled with joy, hands clasped, mouth grinning wide. He put a hand to his chin, leaned toward Yujin Hwi. The goat pen was wrecked like that, there must be traces. Take the kid back, I'll clean up and search around. She trusted him completely, quickly scooped the boy into her arms and replied, I'll take him back then. The sky was still a gentle blue, weaving between the mountain range. He reached out to lift a branch, a little surprised. I found it, Senior. The two moved to where he saw a long, wide slide mark on the ground. He pointed toward where it stretched. Looks like the demon beast dragged the livestock this way. Li Qiaosu calmly signaled, let's chase it down. He and she started moving in that direction. The two used light footwork, leaping cleanly from tree to tree. Yujin Hwi, truly a bit worried, asked, Junior, you're sure we shouldn't tell Master? He glanced sideways at her. Li Qiaosu chuckled, this is helping common folk. Outwardly he said that, but inwardly he thought, such an old-fashioned orthodox type. Li Qiaosu stopped on a thick branch. We should focus on tracking. If we lose the trail, we might get lost ourselves. Suddenly his pupils shrank, his face filled with surprise and shock as he looked down. He hesitated, eyeing where the long slide mark ended beneath the branch. Why did the trail suddenly vanish? She gripped a branch with one hand, kicked off the trunk for momentum, and shouted loudly, "Junior, danger." He stiffened in alarm and looked upward. A fire serpent from the high branches above opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, aiming straight at Li Qiaosu. It lunged to bite into his torso, catching him completely off guard with no time to dodge. Yujin Hwi saw the whole scene, her face darkening, pupils tightening as she shouted, "Junior." Li Qiaosu was dragged away by it, his sword falling from his grasp. In that moment of peril, memories of his past life flashed. He remembered how, in that life, a masked young man, before he became the famed sword saint Yujin Hwi, had accidentally gotten lost on Joint Mountain and discovered the legendary Guangxiang Danhill. In the ancestral treasury, he had recovered part of the Gongdong sect's lost martial arts manual and found miraculous spiritual elixirs to cultivate. In the lush forest, there was a cave hidden within. For an ordinary creature to become a demon beast, it had to absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy. The place where spiritual energy gathered most abundantly on Joint Mountain could only be there. Even though he was bitten and slammed to the ground, Li Qiaosu still thought, what if this fire serpent accidentally fell into Guangxiang Danhill, absorbed the spiritual energy, and mutated into an even nastier demon beast? Li Qiaosu's trembling hands clamped tightly onto the fire serpent's fangs. Lying on the ground, bracing himself, gripping its jaws and fangs, his face showed no panic, only excitement, grinning wildly. If I survive this, not only can I replenish my yang energy, I might also find Gongdong sect's lost martial arts manual again, just like in my previous life. Yujin Hwi saw Li Qiaosu pinning the fire serpent to the ground and rushed over in worry, calling loudly, "Junior." At that moment, he was still prying the fire serpent's mouth open with all his strength. Seeing him struggle, she drew her sword, convinced her junior was poisoned but still forcing himself to fight. If we delay, his life will be in danger, must cut its head off now. Yujin Hwi charged forward and delivered a slash as cold as winter steel. But when she saw it unharmed, Yujin Hwi's expression darkened instantly. She froze, staring at the sword blocked by its scales. These scales were ridiculously tough. Suddenly she heard a sharp whoosh slicing through the air. It was the fire serpent whipping its tail, sending Yujin Hwi flying and breaking several nearby trees. Without seeing her act, Li Qiaosu, still gripping its fangs, gritted his teeth and barked, "What are you standing there for?" Yujin Hwi, startled, fought to stay calm despite the shock. At this point, he could only grab the wooden log beside him, thinking. Still too green, with that thought, he darted forward with the log toward the fire serpent. Then Li Qiaosu smashed it right into its eye. Blood gushed out as it howled in pain loud enough to scare the mountains. Seizing the chance, he leapt back several meters. Pain shot from his neck, making him wince and clutch the wound. She quickly dropped down beside him and asked, "Junior, are you all right?" Li Qiaosu replied calmly, "I'm fine, but we need to focus." Facing the fire serpent, he coolly declared, "It's hooked." He asked, "Earlier you felt its body was too tough, the sword couldn't pierce, right?" Yujin Hwi instantly confirmed, "Its scales are harder than she thought." Despite her fatigue, she seriously analyzed, "We need to take its head in one strike, but it's too fast." She frowned, unable to find an opening. What now? Then, the gem on the fire serpent's head suddenly glowed. Li Qiaosu, sluggish from the venom, realized Yujin Hwi still wasn't strong enough. Against a demon beast, she'd stand little chance. He noted her defensive stance. Thanks to his past life cultivation, he could endure the poison for a while, but if inexperienced Yujin Hwi got poisoned too, they'd both be done for. He decided he had to create an opening for her. Li Qiaosu loosened his belt and instructed her on the plan. "Senior, when I give the signal, use all your strength to channel the Yang Heart technique and boost the sword strike." Hearing that, Yujin Hwi's eyes widened in shock. "What? In your condition, what are you planning to?" Not giving her time to argue, he shot forward. Now wasn't the time for second thoughts. The fire serpent ignored the log in its eye and charged forward in fury. Li Qiaosu pulled the belt tight, thinking firmly, even if you're a demon beast, so what? Using the So Yang step, he leapt high, spotting its weak point and calling out to her, "The right side is full of openings." Li Qiaosu instantly flung the rope, wrapping it tightly around its neck. Then he crossed the two cloth straps, yanking the fire serpent down hard. He used every ounce of strength to pull it toward the ground. "Now's the moment, senior." Hearing that, Jin Hwi took a running start and launched herself toward it. She gathered every bit of courage, eyes wide, screaming at the top of her lungs. Without hesitation, she struck down with a basic sword move, cleanly slicing it in half. Jin Hwi's whole body moved as swiftly as the wind. Now the serpent's head and body separated, crimson blood spraying like rain. She landed immediately after, the serpent's heavy body thudding to the ground. Seeing it slain, Jin Hwi panted heavily, exclaiming, "Got it." As expected, the weak point was the neck. She recalled the moment he restrained it and understood. Did he know beforehand and purposely lure it for her to cut its neck? Suddenly came the sound of something heavy collapsing. She looked up in shock. It was Li Qiaosu, already unconscious. Jin Hwi panicked, running to him. Junior. Still half conscious, he thought hazily, so hot. They say fire serpent venom is full of intense yang energy. Looks like those medicine sages weren't lying, but I actually kind of like it. She hurriedly propped him up, calling non-stop, "Junior," while Li Qiaosu only thought, with my god-tier qi control, I can expel the poison and just keep the yang energy. Jin Hwi was frantic, tears streaming down her cheeks. Knowing that, he simply told himself, Jin Hwi, don't worry, I'll recover soon. Seeing he still wasn't waking up, she kept shaking him. "Junior, wake up, Junior." Her mind spiraled into panic, shouting in confusion. "What do I do, Junior?" Earlier, to create that opening, he forced himself to use qi despite the venom. Jin Hwi hugged Li Qiaosu tightly, vowing to herself, I must save him, I must. With that in mind, she gently laid him on the ground. Then she leaned to his neck and began sucking the poison out. "I can't lose you now." Feeling something wet on his neck, he opened his eyes in bewilderment. Jin Hwi didn't know he was awake and kept doing something that made Li Qiaosu feel strangely ambiguous. Horrified, he flailed, trying to break free, his screams echoing through the area. She paused, wondering if the venom had already reached her junior's tongue. His face went pale, eyes rolling back, white foam at his mouth as he trembled and cursed inwardly. Seeing this, Jin Hwi steeled herself. "He looks like he's in agony, I have to suck the poison out fast." She faced him and gently reassured, "It's okay, I'll be gentle." And so his screams rang out again until the evening glow spread across the land. In the forest, a warm red fire crackled beside a leaf-wrapped bundle. Li Qiaosu, looking like his life force had been sucked dry, sat there poking at the leaf bundle. Jin Hwi checked his pulse and joyfully exclaimed that his heartbeat had stabilized. "Thank goodness," he replied faintly, "yes." She suddenly remembered something. She had never thought about steaming a beast like this. Li Qiaosu peeled away the leaves on the outside, carefully explaining that although it varied by type, steaming snake was very nourishing and boosted yang energy. The leaf-wrapped grilled snake was now complete, releasing an irresistible aroma. Jin Hwi immediately picked up a piece, sighing regretfully, if only master could taste this too. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu looked displeased, really, mentioning master at a time like this. He sighed and reminded her, once we finish eating, we'll continue tracking the fire snake. If we follow its trail backward, we're bound to find its lair. Night fell, darkness enveloping everything, with only the faint moonlight illuminating the path underfoot. The two reached a narrow trail leading straight to the mountain's base. Jin Hwi curiously asked, "Is this the last trace?" Li Qiaosu glanced toward the cave above and immediately pointed out, "It leads to that cave." She sensed something. "I feel a very strong spiritual energy," he suddenly asked, "Really?" Li Qiaosu studied her carefully, pondering, "Your sensing is impressive. In your past life, you must have relied on this intuition to find this place." And then she and he entered the cave. Jin Hwi marveled in awe. "I never imagined Joint Mountain had a place like this. Could this be the legendary Guangxiang Danhyul?" He responded coldly, "Perhaps." She recalled the extremely powerful figure who had cultivated here, Guangxiang Danhyul, the place where the Gongdong sect's founder trained, and where 3 years ago, the mixed-origin sword emperor Mu Jiok, also from the Gongdong sect, reached the immortal realm. Li Qiaosu licked his lips in excitement, thinking gleefully, "If this is the place, there must be plenty of spiritual herbs to replenish my yang, internal energy." Suddenly, she darted ahead toward a box full of pills, calling out excitedly, "Junior brother, look." Seeing the opened box with 6 pills inside, Jin Hwi was surprised. A pill bottle had fallen here. He sighed in relief. "Looks like the fire snake ate spiritual herbs here, absorbed their energy, and became a demon beast." Then his footsteps carried him forward, toward a mansion hidden deep inside. She approached the table, carefully examining the items on it. are these books? Yujin Hwi picked one up, reading through the titles. True Scripture of Triple Yin, Seven Kill Sword, Profound Heaven Sword, Flowing Clouds and Water, Great Demon Subduing Power Hand, Yang Finger, Kun Yin Finger. She set the book back down on the table. The lost martial arts of the Gongdong sect still remain here. She was utterly astonished, joyfully exclaiming, "Is this where the seniors of old used to train?" Yujin Hwi stood tall, holding a book close to his chest. Could this really be the legendary Guangxiang Danhyul? At that moment, Li Qiaosu finally walked over and asked, "Any findings?" She quickly replied, "It seems I've found part of the Gongdong sect's lost martial arts. What a lucky encounter." He nodded in satisfaction and shared his observation. "Excellent. It seems there are still many hidden chambers in this cave. I'll go check." Hearing that, she became excited. "All right, then I'll search more carefully too." Li Qiaosu turned around and strode deeper into the cave. Suddenly he stopped as if something came to mind. Then used the rising sun step to dash forward. There was no time to waste. He had to find the spiritual herbs before Yujin Hwi. He reached the cave's depths where only a single glimmer of light flickered in the darkness. "The spiritual herbs here are mine." Li Qiaosu flung open the cave door, determined to use the spiritual medicine fast before that perverted senior could pull any dirty tricks again. He noticed a single droplet falling from the stalactite, hanging in midair. His face betrayed undisguised desire. "I will erase my shameful past and take another step toward becoming the ultimate harem king." Yujin Hwi entered and immediately saw a crystal-clear underground lake. "Isn't this the fabled desire-stopping dream pool?" Then she looked toward the far corner of the cave. "These traces are..." Suddenly, a noise from Li Qiaosu startled her. She rushed over in worry. "Junior, what's going on?" In front of her sat Li Qiaosu on the ground, with a green gem surrounded by frozen stone pillars before him. Yujin Hwi gasped, "That's the millennial frost water." Li Qiaosu clenched his teeth, thinking darkly. Millennial frost water, formed from the most extreme yin energy, may be a 1,000-year-old treasure, but it's useless for boosting yang energy. Yujin Hwi quickly knelt beside him, concerned. "Little brother, are you okay? I thought something bad happened." He glared at her, cursing inwardly, "This is a huge disaster, you fool, at least for me." Then he recalled from his past life, if too much yin energy accumulates in a man's body, he'll become more feminine. He bit his lower lip so aggrieved that tears welled up. "If I drink this millennial holy water, not only will my size change, but all the yang energy I've worked so hard to cultivate will vanish." Yujin Hwi suddenly panicked. "Junior, are you crying? Are you okay?" Li Qiaosu, still crying, forced a denial. "No, these are tears of joy. Why must my life be like this?" Then he looked at her, eyes still glistening. "Senior, this must be the legendary millennial holy water, enough to open the Ren and Du meridians for one person. Please take it." She froze for a moment. Then she quickly refused. "Me, no way you found it first, Junior." Though furious inside, "This stuff is garbage for me," he outwardly pretended to be considerate. "It's fine. Even if I drink it with my slow-witted talent, it'd just be a waste of spiritual medicine." Yujin Hwi hesitated as he continued, "If we split it, the effect would be halved. For the best result, the one carrying the heavy responsibility of rebuilding our sect, meaning you, should use it." She hesitated a bit more, but then firmly refused. "No, you should be the one to take the millennial holy water. Precisely because your talent is lacking, you need it more. I can break through with training alone." With unwavering eyes, she urged, "So please take this spiritual medicine and stand beside me." Li Qiaosu stared at her in stunned silence. He kept the same posture as before, but in his heart he kept thinking, this stubborn orthodox fool won't eat the meal even when it's fed right to his mouth. Noticing his slightly darkened expression, she called out in concern, "Junior," but he secretly made up his mind, "Then I'll make sure you can't refuse." Then he grabbed her hand, looking at her with pleading eyes. "What if it's your junior making the request?" The gesture made a faint blush creep onto her cheeks in surprise. After that, he looked straight into Yujin Hwi's eyes and said sincerely, "Senior, don't you see? I'm giving you this spiritual medicine because I want what's best for you." Her eyes widened slightly, her tone tinged with disbelief. "For me, Junior." Immediately after, her face turned crimson and she stammered in agreement. "If you say it like that, then I'll accept." He chuckled inwardly. "Works every time, mention brotherhood and they melt like butter." Then he spoke again, now seriously. "Millennial holy water is a yin attribute spiritual medicine, so you need yin attribute internal arts to handle it. Do we have any basic manuals on cold yin internal cultivation?" She instantly remembered and replied, "Ah, the Three Truths scripture. I need to memorize its incantations right away. Then the two of them sat down to read together. Watching her read, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her page-turning speed is insane. Truly a rare genius. Looks like she doesn't even need my help to absorb the medicine easily. He silently watched her flipping through each page, sighing in admiration. Then she looked up at Li Qiaosu. "All right, I've memorized it," she said, surprising him even more, that fast. She walked toward the jade, wrapped her palms in cloth, and gently picked up the millennial holy water. "This millennial holy water, the one Junior gave up for me." Staring at the treasure in her hands, she resolved that no matter what happened, she would absorb it. Then she quickly placed it into her mouth. But a wave of pain hit, making Yu Jin's eyes fly wide open. Her whole body trembled, her heart feeling like it had frozen solid. Li Qiaosu, standing behind, also grew worried. "Senior." Then she collapsed to the ground, exhaling in trembling breaths. The frigid yin energy was ravaging her body. "No, if this keeps up." Then streams of internal energy burst out from her body. "I can't control my qi anymore." Li Qiaosu was pushed back by the force of the escaping qi, instantly growing worried. The power of the millennial holy water and Yu Jin's inner strength were clashing violently. Could it be that the holy water's yin energy is too strong for her to control? Li Qiaosu saw her clutching her chest in agony. This was a very bad sign. Then Yu Jin's found herself floating in a vast empty space. She slowly opened her eyes. "This is my spiritual world." A few streams of qi gathered at her fingertips. "That's right, I just drank the spiritual medicine Junior gave me. I must refine it quickly." But the very next second, she plummeted straight into the deep sea. And when she opened her eyes again, she was standing before a younger Yu Jin's, who was hitting crows with a stick while muttering. "This crow wiped out the whole swallow family. I'm just ending it to avenge them." The little Yu Jin's movements didn't stop for even a second. "Why are you criticizing me?" Suddenly she froze mid-action. "Do you know?" That younger Yu Jin's glared at her with blood-red eyes, brimming with killing intent, making her shiver. "Why people call you a monster?" Immediately she lunged forward, aiming her sharp claws straight at her. Meanwhile, outside, Li Qiaosu was in extreme worry. Damn it, even with a natural gift, her inner strength still isn't enough to withstand the holy water's qi. That's why her inner demon took the chance to strike her weakest point. "I thought with Yu Jin's talent she could easily absorb the medicine." He gritted his teeth, furious, never expecting she had such a strong inner demon. Then he dashed toward her kneeling body, braving the out-of-control qi. "I don't like touching people, so I usually avoid direct transmission." Yet, the moment he reached her, he placed his palm on her shoulder. "Can't let this stock investment turn into toilet paper." A stream of golden light burst out from his hand. Li Qiaosu's voice echoed deep inside Yu Jin's mind. "Wake up, Senior." She flinched at the familiar tone, this voice. At that moment, she was being strangled by her inner demon, so she cried out for help. "Junior." His voice rang again, urging her to quickly control the holy water's qi. She tried to respond through gritted teeth. "I want to, but the inner demon." Outside, he supported her body while giving instructions. "Recite the 3 yin true scripture, circulate the cold yin qi according to the path I tell you." Then he stressed his words with a serious tone. "If you're careless, you'll fall into qi deviation." Inside the dark valley, gusts of bone-chilling wind kept rising. Li Qiaosu held Yu Jin's in his arms. The cold yin qi was truly ferocious. Luckily she's Yu Jin's, or else she'd have been crippled long ago. He pondered deeply. "I can't let my senior, who will bring glory to me and bear the heavy duty of reviving the Gongdong sect, end up a cripple." Thinking this, Li Qiaosu immediately began transferring his energy to Yu Jin's. "Lucky you, Yu Jin's." He closed his eyes, focusing on channeling his inner power into her body. "This junior of yours once reached the level of a peerless master." Meanwhile, inside Yu Jin's spiritual world, her inner demon was gripping her throat tightly. "Tell me." Its eyes gleamed with vicious light. "Why do people?" Yu Jin's quickly grabbed a nearby rock, and without hesitation, smashed it against the inner demon's head. The blow made the inner demon howl in pain. Taking the chance, Yu Jin's bolted away. The inner demon now went completely berserk, and Yu Jin's knew exactly where it came from, the price of the power I was born with. It quickly chased her, a predator waiting for me to slip. The inner demon threw a punch into Yu Jin's body, sending her flying back, her back slamming into a boulder. Her internal organs screamed in protest, making her cry out in agony. The inner demon slowly approached her again, and the only thought in her mind was, "Am I about to get swallowed whole? How humiliating." Just as Yu Jin's was about to give up, a familiar voice rang out. "Don't give up, Senior." She could feel Li Qiaosu's qi flowing into her body. Looking at her own hands, she exclaimed in shock, "I can feel Junior's qi. Could he be transmitting power from outside?" Outside, Li Qiaosu continued pouring his inner strength into Yu Jin Hwi. "Wake up, Senior, don't stop circulating your qi." Even though his hands were frozen stiff, he never once thought of quitting halfway. He shouted, "Don't let the inner demon seduce you. Focus on absorbing the spiritual medicine." From outside, Li Qiaosu's voice still reached her inner world. "I'll try to open your meridians. It'll hurt like hell, but just give me the chance." Hearing this, Yu Jin Hwi thought bitterly, "Outside is a mess thanks to the cold yin qi I can't control. How awkward can life get?" She clenched her fists subconsciously, blaming herself. "And yet, my junior still risks everything to help me." At that moment, the inner demon was madly charging toward Yu Jin Hwi. She struggled to stand, gathering all her strength for a punch. "I can't give up either." Her fist clenched tight, she smashed it right into the inner demon's face. The powerful strike sent it flying far away, and it got pinned under a massive rock. But that punch had drained every last drop of Yu Jin Hwi's energy. She collapsed, coughing up blood nonstop. In that instant, she realized, "I get it now. Junior wants me to absorb the holy water's energy first to replenish my strength, then suppress the inner demon. If the inner demon appears because my inner power is weak, the solution's simple." Thinking so, Yu Jin Hwi sat cross-legged. She focused her mind to circulate her qi, working together with Li Qiaosu outside. Just restore the energy, simple as that. Meanwhile, from the rubble far away, the inner demon was rising again. Half its face shattered by Yu Jin Hwi's earlier attack. It charged at her with insane fury. Outside, Li Qiaosu sensed the moment had come. There it is. He sped up the process of channeling his inner power into Yu Jin Hwi. Back inside her spiritual world, the inner demon seemed to be suppressed. While Li Qiaosu kept shouting instructions, "Now's the time, Senior." She followed his guidance, unblocking the Ren Zhang, Dan Zhang, Yin Jiao, and Huiyin points one by one. But halfway through, Yu Jin Hwi's face twisted in pain, her teeth clenched. Li Qiaosu sensed it immediately and yelled, "Don't stop, open the Ren Meridian." At that moment, the inner demon broke free from suppression, charging in like a rabid beast. It swung its claws toward Yu Jin Hwi. But right then she opened her eyes, and the inner demon was slammed to the ground by some invisible force. It raised its hands, struggling in vain, as the earth beneath collapsed, dragging it down. In an instant, it was swallowed up within her spiritual world. Outside, Li Qiaosu felt the stability returning to Yu Jin Hwi's body. He sighed in relief, thinking, "Her qi is steady. Looks like she absorbed the elixir successfully." He then praised her, "Well done, Senior. Now guide the cold yin qi to the Beihui point. Soon, you'll reach the state of the dual meridians." Inside, Yu Jin Hwi heard Li Qiaosu's words, and thought to herself, "Junior, are you sure you're okay? As always, you're the one thinking of me first." Li Qiaosu's image kept flashing in her mind. Training day and night to grow stronger, exercising every evening to boost his stamina. Always gently holding my hand, yet giving me the important things instead. The two of us have always held on to each other like that. She stared at his radiant smile. Suddenly her face flushed, her maiden heart pounding wildly. "You always think of me. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness. I'm happy and a little sad too." She walked up to the wall before her. "Determined, because I want you to learn to care about yourself too." Yu Jin Hwi placed her hand on the wall. "Thanks to you, I escaped becoming a cripple. I'll never forget this debt." A tear fell as she vowed, "Even if the whole world turns its back on you, I'll still be here by your side." Yu Jin Hwi gently broke through the barrier and stepped outside. Outside, Li Qiaosu stared in amazement at Yu Jin Hwi circulating her inner power, thinking, "She's entered deep meditation, truly gifted beyond belief. Her meridians and acupoints are nothing like normal people's." Feeling a bit sulky, he stood up and grumbled, Such a pain, she's really troublesome." Li Qiaosu glanced at the rock in front of him, thinking, "Seriously, is there no other spiritual medicine here? I thought I'd find something to make me stronger, but nope, just the holy water of Mujiao." Thinking about Yu Jin Hwi's prominent chest, Li Qiaosu stroked his chin in thought. No wonder in her past life she avoided women. Having been feminized in the chest and invaded by yin energy, she must be even more self-conscious. "Anyway, I'm still annoyed I have to work this hard." Suddenly, something on the rock caught his attention. Li Qiaosu walked over to check. "This moss can survive in this yin-chilled environment. I thought it was just a weed." He stared at it, evaluating, and noticed yang energy radiating from around the moss, thriving nicely. Smiling at his discovery, he realized it must be red sun grass. Though a step below Mujiao's holy water, red sun grass was still a rare spiritual herb. Suddenly Li Qiaosu froze. Then his jaw dropped so wide you could park a wagon in there. His scream echoed across the forested hills. He was so overjoyed he jumped up without thinking. Of course, Mu Jiok wouldn't leave only the holy water behind. He snatched a handful, declaring, "This is mine." Li Qiaosu quickly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing greedily. Yes, returning here was all about hoarding treasures. After finishing, he sat down cross-legged. All right, time for me to start cultivating too. He thought normally people direct the herb's qi to the danshan and convert it into inner power, but I'll spread the red sun grass's qi through my whole body to absorb it. A healthy body makes for abundant yang energy. He braced himself, focusing intensely. Li Qiaosu shut his eyes tight, beginning his cultivation. Come to me, manly yang energy. Sweat poured from him like a waterfall. How long has it been since I felt true yang energy like this? His body was enveloped by pure inner energy. Slowly opening his eyes, Li Qiaosu thought, not as good as the holy water, but it's given me a strong, healthy body. I'll take it as a win. He bent his knees and stood, looking around. But Yujin Hwi was nowhere to be seen. He smirked to himself, guessed she's done meditating, and went off to bathe. Looking down at his sweat-soaked body, he grumbled, I feel gross. Maybe I should just take a bath. This is Mu Jiok's cave residence, so there's gotta be a bathing pool. On Yujin Hwi's side, her neatly folded clothes were placed on the ground. Just as Li Qiaosu had said, Yujin Hwi was soaking in a pool of clear blue water, softly murmuring, "This feels amazing." However, the peace was quickly broken by Li Qiaosu's voice behind her. "Senior brother, are you bathing?" She flinched in surprise, her face instantly flushing red. To avoid being seen, Yujin Hwi cleared her throat. To avoid being seen. Exactly, junior brother, don't come in. Li Qiaosu, sitting outside with his sword in hand, sighed and replied, all right, I'll wait out here. Hearing that, Yujin Hwi let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Her eyes reddened from embarrassment as she hugged her body. There's no way I can let my junior brother see me like this. Beside the crystal-clear pool, she exhaled softly. Covering herself with her hands, Yujin Hwi murmured shyly, I almost revealed my true identity as a woman to my junior brother. Having to live disguised as a man my whole life, I'm always flustered in moments like this. Memories suddenly flooded back. She recalled the moment Jian Young placed a hand on her shoulder and advised, the master once taught that to survive the treacherous martial world, only men won't be looked down upon and will face fewer hardships. Looking down at her own hands, Yujin Hwi whispered, luckily I managed to use the spiritual medicine in time. Without my junior brother, I'd already be a cripple. The image of Li Qiaosu flashed in her mind, stirring her emotions. Such a good person and my junior brother, no less. Curling up, she felt a surge of emotions. He not only shared precious spiritual medicine without hesitation, but also never showed jealousy over her extraordinary martial talent. She blurted out, I also want to do something for my junior brother. Yujin Hwi gazed at her reflection in the water. Then she slowly leaned back, letting the cool water rise over her face. Covering her face with both hands in embarrassment, her heart raced. Why am I like this? Just thinking of my junior brother makes my heart beat faster. I want to always stand by his side to shield and protect him from every hardship. Her imagination carried her to a vision where they held hands happily together. In that peaceful world, living blissfully side by side, she silently vowed to him. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she quickly covered her face with her hands. Yujin Hwi stood upright, her fair skin and flowing long hair revealed. Beads of water slid down her smooth skin. Bowing her head, she muttered, am I insane? What am I even thinking? Yujin Hwi stepped ashore. Wrapping a towel around herself, she prepared to dress, thinking, although my junior brother is dearer to me than a real sibling, I can't let these feelings cross the line. Binding her chest, she sternly reminded herself, my feelings are just brotherly affection. Stop these ridiculous thoughts. After dressing, she stood, took up her weapon, and walked forward. Lowering her head to look at her hands, she confessed silently, I can't rebuild our sect, can't protect and care for my junior brother, can't stand by his side with the weak identity of a woman. Then she clenched her fist, her resolve burning. I must be a man. Outside, Li Qiaosu leaned back against a boulder and muttered, wow, that's a long bath. A real man only needs 5 minutes tops. Well, he's a neat freak, so he's gotta be spotless so the ladies won't complain. He lifted his head, carefully scanning every corner of the cave ahead. Man, Guangxiang Danhyul is huge. glow pearls all over the place. A Gongdong sect was loaded back in the day. Looking up, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the sect which once produced the Chaos Sword Emperor Mujiok, #1 under heaven, would decline to such a sorry state? In an instant, fragments of his past life's memories surged back, making him ponder. According to the records, in his previous life after the Gongdong sect massacre, only one person survived, Heavenly Thunder Sword Beak Xian. He slowly recalled that Beak Xian was imprisoned in the Repentance Cave for disciplinary violations at the time, which was why he survived. But his martial arts weren't that great either. The man who witnessed everything crumble and burn before his eyes had fallen to his knees. Then Li Qiaosu remembered the years passing as Beak Xian grew older, with all the sect's priceless martial manuals burned away in the scripture pavilion. The sect's ultimate techniques were thus lost, carrying with them an unspoken sorrow. Before his death, Beak Xian took in and raised a disciple. He suddenly remembered that this disciple was none other than the current Gongdong sect leader, demon subjugating swordmaster Jian Yang. Still lost in thought, Li Qiaosu mused that although demon subjugating swordmaster sounded mighty, everyone knew that in this era it was more of a joke. After all, the nickname was given by the shady T letter 1E9 letter 1EA3NH H letter 1ED9I. His face darkened slightly at the thought of the dangerous T letter 1E9 letter 1EA3NH H letter 1ED9I. They constantly schemed to seize the last lands of the Gongdong sect, so they gave him that nickname to mock the fact that the sect's demon-subjugating sword art was extinct. Returning to reality after his long chain of thoughts, he folded his arms and pondered. That was why finding these lost martial arts manuals was such a monumental discovery, especially for Yujin HWI. Then Li Qiaosu leaned back against a rock, telling himself that although Mujiok couldn't foresee the future when building Guangxiang Danhill, for the Gongdong sect this was nothing short of a great blessing. He pictured again the scrolls burning in the fierce flames and thought further. If the legend of Mujiok erasing all records of Guangxiang Danhill to live in seclusion was true, then it was no wonder the demonic cult never found this place. Stroking his chin, Li Qiaosu slowly analyzed. Wait, now that I think about it, isn't it strange? Why would Mujiok erase all records of Guangxiang Danhill, a place considered a holy ground? In his mind appeared the image of the mighty Mujiok wielding a sword. These thoughts swirled in his head, all because he wished to live in seclusion with the Gongdong sect of that era. Back then, many could find the holy ground even while blindfolded. Remembering its location, he quietly reasoned. It was impossible for a sect once ranked first in all of Gamsuk to have predicted its own decline before the demonic cult attack. His train of thought led him to freeze in realization. The history of this place had been erased entirely just because of the will of one man, Mujiok. Then suddenly, Li Qiaosu connected it to something about Yujin HWI. There was another strange thing. In his past life, after obtaining the spiritual medicine, Yujin HWI returned here sometime later to enter closed-door cultivation. He thought to himself, but by then the cave entrance had already been sealed shut. While observing the surroundings, Li Qiaosu quietly assessed that Guangxiang Danhill was currently very secure, showing no signs of collapse, almost like it could last another few decades without issue. Then he closed his eyes, his mind itching with curiosity. Did Guangxiang Danhill in his past life really collapse naturally? Suddenly, a voice called out. Yujin HWI stepped out and gently said, "Sifu, have you been waiting long?" She beamed brightly and added, "You should hurry and take your bath too." Li Qiaosu gazed blankly at her, stunned by that face. His cheeks flushed. Was this the effect of the sacred honey water? "He looks even better today," he mumbled dreamily, then muttered, "Makes sense." Out of nowhere, Li Qiaosu punched himself in the face, making Yujin HWI panic and shout, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" He turned his head and replied, "Just random thoughts. I'll go bathe now." She nodded. Then Li Qiaosu headed toward the lake. He took off his clothes, left them on the shore, and stepped into the water. In his mind, one name echoed, Yujin HWI. As he soaked, he frowned in deep thought. Why is he getting more handsome by the day? Is that floral scent because he takes extra care of himself? Totally unfair. Resting his arms on his knees, his eyes were solemn. I wear a scent pouch too, but my face is a disaster. Then he fell silent as if plotting something, eyes fixed on the still water's surface. Suddenly, he slammed the water hard, splashing wildly, and yelled, "Damn you, pretty demon." Mist still rose from the lake's surface, but no one remained inside. Li Qiaosu quietly stepped ashore, changed clothes, and strode out, only to halt when he spotted something ahead. Yujin HWI was sitting on the ground, carefully laying out several old books with a focused look. Li Qiaosu asked in surprise. Senior brother, what are you doing? She looked up and replied, Junior brother, you're done bathing? I'm sorting out the manuals. He walked closer, glancing over the old books, thinking to himself, when we return to the main mountain, Gongdong sect will have recovered part of its lost supreme arts. He analyzed silently until now they only had the So-Yang heart method, a pure Yang internal art, but now they had found the 3 Yin true scripture, the foundation of Yin cold internal arts, meaning they had reclaimed the complete set of internal cultivation manuals. His thoughts carried him away, imagining the powers that could be gained from them. If one masters both the So-Yang heart method and the 3 Yin true scripture to perfection, they can enter the mixed origin 1 Qi technique, a far stronger art. Li Qiaosu mused silently while Yujin Hwi arranged the books. But the mixed origin 1 Qi technique isn't here, so there are only 8 manuals in total, including the demon banishing sword technique. He used his finger to count the books one by one, then asked slowly, Senior brother, there are only these 7. Yujin Hwi nodded and said, I searched everywhere, only 7. He asked worriedly, what about the demon banishing sword technique? Is it missing? She simply nodded in confirmation. Li Qiaosu stiffened and immediately checked the memories in his mind. What's going on? In my past life, senior brother definitely found the demon banishing sword technique here. Dong Seung's information couldn't have been wrong. He glanced sideways and guessed, if that's the case then. Remembering the image of Mu Jiok, Li Qiaosu pondered, the mixed origin sword emperor didn't record the demon banishing sword technique as a manual. Holding a few books in his hands, he analyzed, it's not without precedent. There are many ways masters of the past passed down martial arts to later generations. He simply wondered, I have no idea what method the mixed origin sword emperor, the supreme martial arts master, used to preserve the sword technique. Yujin Hwi rested his chin on his hand, eyes suddenly lighting up. Right, I remember now. I saw sword marks carved on the rock wall behind the bath. Li Qiaosu looked up and asked, sword marks? Then she walked off saying, follow me, junior brother. Li Qiaosu hurried after her, voicing his doubts. What if it's just a scratch on the wall? Yujin Hwi replied as they walked. You'll see for yourself. Before them was a rock wall bathed in shimmering blue-green light, creating a scene so dreamlike it made one hold their breath. The two stood before the giant sword mark. She stared intently and exclaimed, for the mark was strangely, heartbreakingly beautiful. On the massive stone wall appeared a small passageway, beside it dangerous cracks and fractures. Li Qiaosu suspiciously touched the rock wall, testing its texture. He carefully examined it and spoke, Senior brother, it seems the real secret is behind this wall. He calmly analyzed the hidden mechanism inside. It was likely made about 3 years ago, operated by external force with only one chance to open it. Too much or too little force and the whole thing would collapse, so caution was key. Hearing this, Yujin Hwi guessed, so if we don't use the demon banishing sword technique correctly, the wall won't open. Li Qiaosu agreed, probably. Standing before the wall's intricate lines, Li Qiaosu reassured her calmly, don't worry, I have a way. Then he grew silent, thinking things over. He might not fully know it, but he knew a bit of the demon-banishing sword technique's key formula. He thought of the towering, majestic mountains, martial arts and royal authority coexisting was a rule set in stone. Here stood a lavish pavilion in dominance, but this rule was not upheld by honor alone. Who would just let the martial world grow unchecked? Surely the fools in the royal court wouldn't just watch, right? Inside a vast library filled with thousands of books, Li Qiaosu knew the royal court always kept wary of the martial world. Thus, they sought to collect great sects' ultimate techniques to study how to counter them. At the moment, he simply observed, while they didn't have every technique, the Gongdong sect's demon-banishing sword technique was famous, so of course it was in the royal arsenal. Facing the current situation, he knew these traces on the rock wall were left by Mu Jiok's demon-banishing sword technique. Understanding everything, Li Qiaosu smirked slightly. So, even if I don't know exactly what, behind this wall lies the opportunity the mixed origin sword emperor left behind. He strode forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Yujin Hwi called suspiciously, junior brother. He didn't care, thinking only that every martial art had its own footwork. Suddenly, he turned and headed back. Everything here was a hint from the mixed origin sword emperor. Li Qiaosu quickly leapt over the cracks in the ground. She, flustered, hurried after him. Junior brother, what are you doing? Suddenly she froze, sensing something unusual. Wait, this is. Seeing the winding marks underfoot and his movements, Jin Hwi suddenly realized the exquisite sword marks on the ground were pointing the way. Watching his figure gradually shrink in the distance, she realized her junior brother was tracing the marks back to the starting point of the footwork. Just then his steps came to a halt. Seeing the wall covered thick with vines, he frowned in confusion. Is this it? Li Qiaosu didn't waste words and sliced the vines clean with his sword. Once done, he eagerly called out to Jin Hwi, senior brother. She stood there dumbfounded, trying to figure out what was going on. As the vines fell away, strange symbols were revealed. Li Qiaosu turned to ask her, "Can you decipher them?" Then the two of them buried themselves in books, searching for the answer. The DI letter 1EC7U Lai demon subduing sword art of the mixed origin sword emperor carved on the stone wall was so deep and unfathomable, it took me 2 whole days to solve it. On the map, sketches of the area showed, and Jin Hwi quickly recognized the lightning-shaped marks on the wall. They were actually the demon subduing sword art executed from the opposite side, so the two studied together, reconstructed the sword moves, flipped through more books, combined all the techniques of the Gongdong sect with my own memories. After reverse deduction, they finally found the correct mantra. As he adjusted her sword stance, she asked suspiciously, "Isn't this better?" Li Qiaosu patiently explained. "If you do it like that, the angle will be off." "No way." When I had to fix even Jin Hwi's sword form, I clenched my teeth so hard I thought my jaw would snap. Watching her walk and swing her sword, he forced a smile but swore silently. I'd always planned my first physical contact with a beauty to be during sword practice. Yet Jin Hwi has stolen so many of my firsts already. Thinking of the 2 pills left, when hungry they ate bitch cock pill, when thirsty they drank spring water. After that exhausting time, both cried out in joy because they had finally found the method. When we successfully solved the demon subduing sword art, I almost forgot Jin Hwi was a man and hugged him tight. Back to the present, watching her step by step dismantle the formation, he thought cheerfully, but it'll be over soon. At this moment, she was still a bit nervous, gripping the sword tightly. Jin Hwi, puzzled, glanced back at Li Qiaosu. "Now we just need to use the demon subduing sword art on the wall with the lightning marks, right?" He nodded. "Yes, only you can do it, senior brother." She lowered her head awkwardly and said, "Really? I haven't trained in the mixed origin 1-chi technique, so I'm not confident. Master said without that, you can't execute the demon subduing sword art." He thought for a moment, then answered casually, "Probably not." Jin Hwi was stunned, shouting, "What?" Li Qiaosu calmly pointed out the clues on the stone. "Of course, the traces of the demon subduing sword art on the wall are like hints, meant for someone who's mastered it at the highest level. It's not meant for us." He added that unless senior brother was a genius, restoring the demon subduing sword art would be extremely difficult. She hesitated, but there's really no other way to open the wall. Suddenly he touched the stone wall with a sly smile. "Don't worry, senior brother, it's not that there's no way." Li Qiaosu smirked at the stone wall, feeling a bit smug. After all, this mechanism is a 300-year-old relic compared to modern tech. It's laughably outdated. He placed his hand on the wall, recalling how he used to be the chief of the Royal Intelligence Agency. With just a single touch, Li Qiaosu could feel the entire network of mechanisms inside, confident that his control over them was second to none. It really did require the sharp sword energy of the demon subduing sword technique to unlock. At that moment, the lock reacted to the flow of spiritual energy and began to open, though being ancient technology. The non-critical components couldn't distinguish between sword energy and inner force. The latch above the door showed strange signs of movement, and the spiritual energy seeped in, causing the latch to pop open. From outside, Li Qiaosu kept channeling spiritual energy in. If he took advantage of this trick, they could open the door without mastering the demon-subduing sword technique at the highest realm. One by one, the locks on the mechanism clicked open. Once everything was unlocked, he turned back and announced, "Done, senior brother, let's go." Jin Hwi nodded in agreement. She gripped her sword tightly and gave her wrist a light twist. She straightened her back, breathing steadily. Her gaze now was more determined than ever. Li Qiaosu stepped aside to let her take the lead. "What I can't do, Jin Hwi will. What she can't do, I will," he thought, curling his lips into a dangerously playful smile. Watching her leap up, spin once, and slash down at the rock, he thought confidently, "Relax, Jin Hwi, you're not the same as in your past life anymore." Then she sprang up again, soaring through the air, heading straight for the narrow passage in the rock as Jin Hwi shouted with all her might. before she brought her sword down in a swift, razor-sharp strike, unleashing a massive column of water that shot high into the air. Because I will change you. Before long, the water column vanished, and the cavern began to shake violently. From within the narrow passage came a mysterious beam of light, and the stone door successfully opened. Jin Hwi beamed with joy, rushing over, grabbing his hand and exclaiming, "Junior brother, the stone wall opened. How did you do that? You're amazing." Caught off guard by her sudden hand-holding, he froze for a moment. Jin Hwi was overjoyed, cheering non-stop. The wall opening proves our restored demon-subduing sword technique is correct. The Gongdong sect's ultimate technique has finally been found. She smiled so brightly she looked like a blooming flower. "Thank you, junior brother." Seeing her like this, Li Qiaosu replied awkwardly and shyly, "It's not time to celebrate yet. We need to see what the mixed origin sword emperor left behind first." Then the two slowly stepped inside the stone wall. He nodded, signaling her to move. The scene shifted, chains clinked as he slowly opened his eyes in a daze. Li Qiaosu was shackled hand and foot, confused about what had happened. When did I even fall asleep? Looking up at the rustic wooden ceiling where two little mice were staring down at him, he muttered suspiciously, "This ceiling looks awfully familiar." Jang Ihyun walked in with refined elegance. "This boy, huh?" Wang Sam welcomed her with certainty. "Yes, he only speaks Jossian, must be a kid lost from the East Sea. Sell him to the palace and we'll fetch a good price." Li Qi also stared curiously, realizing he hadn't remembered yet when Wang Sam smirked slyly and said, "Awake, are we?" He was shocked, recalling Wang Sam, the one who sold him into the palace, and Jang Ihyun, the palace broker. He could picture himself bound and traded like some cheap trinket. "So that's what this is, huh?" Li Qiaosu's face darkened in despair. "Right after unlocking the mechanism, I fell for an illusion, and I was so eager to see what lay behind that stone wall." His eyes blazed with anger, cursing inwardly, "To think you show me this kind of hallucination, you'll pay dearly for this, mixed origin sword emperor." Li Qiaosu slumped like all the life had drained out of him. Wang Sam frowned slightly, striding over. "Face gone pale already, huh? But hey, maybe that's not such a bad thing for you." With a revolting, greasy grin, he reached out his filthy hand and listed off what he thought were perks. Luxury in the imperial palace was better than starving in some foreign land. Wang Sam grabbed his face and coaxed, "Who knows, you might rise to the top and become a eunuch who shakes the empire. When that happens, don't forget to thank Wang Sam and Jang Ihyun." Li Qiaosu was fuming, muttering to himself, "Well, true. The peaceful days with Yuan Hua suddenly come to mind. In my past life, I stood above 10,000 beneath only one." He gnashed his teeth in rage. "But so what if I held unmatched power?" Burning with fury, he cursed inwardly, "A eunuch can't enjoy life, you sick bastard." Unable to endure another second, Li Qiaosu unleashed terrifying power, forcing the two to struggle and scream in pain. His hands clenched as he thought bitterly, "After my return, I really did lose all my inner strength. Well, time reversal explains that." He tore off the chains with spiritual power, though his mind remained perfectly intact. Seeing this, Wang Sam and Jang Ihyun were stunned. "What? How did you get free?" Before they could process it, the blizzard wind he unleashed began freezing them into statues. Watching Wang Sam's panicked eyes, Li Qiaosu calculated coldly, "If this is just an illusion in my mind." He paused, oppressive aura radiating, eyes gleaming with killing intent. "Then my cultivation is still here." He used the one-leaf frozen heart technique to conjure icy blades, shattering the false scene. A chunk of ice crashed to the ground. Li Qiaosu clenched his fists, trembling with rage, cursing silently. "Forget Jang Ihyun, but Wang Sam, I've killed you ages ago, no way I'll fall for such a cheap trick." Suddenly, a soft hand reached out and a sultry voice cooed, "Oh, how wonderful, my husband." The scene shifted instantly to a lavish pavilion with stunning beauties surrounding him, fluttering their eyes like they were auditioning for a romance drama. "You're so strong, so majestic, now stop being mad and come give me a hug." Seeing the beauty pouting and leaning in for a kiss, he pulled back in annoyance. "What, avoiding me, husband?" But Li Qiaosu still got a big smooch planted right on his cheek. The illusion suddenly shattered along with the cold ice shards. He snapped irritably, "Looks like you really prepared this formation well." Gathering spiritual power into his hand, he grumbled, "I'm not some pervert who's always in the mood unless it's the real deal." With that, Li Qiaosu slammed a punch straight into the ground. "Even if you showed me beauties all day, it's useless." All the ice splintered into hundreds of thousands of shards, leaving him floating in a pitch-black void. The scene shifted to a barren wasteland. Hearing a sound drawing closer, he glanced over in confusion. This was when Mu Jiok appeared from a beam of light. Seems someone outside my expectations has arrived. He froze, suddenly recognizing him. You are. Memories flashed of the man seriously practicing sword technique. Mugyeok wasted no time, slashing out several sword strikes with blazing golden light. Try blocking this. Li Qiaosu was utterly shocked. He hastily gathered profound ice to counterattack this overwhelming pressure. He struck back immediately, but each move was shattered by the man's lightning. No need to ask who held the upper hand. Then Mugyeok's sword intent slammed into his body, sending him flying. Li Qiaosu crashed into the ground, sliding several meters with suspicion swirling in his mind. This man is struggling to rise as rocks crumbled around him. Li Qiaosu knew clearly. Before him stood the strongest master, the #1 under heaven of the Gongdong sect, the one who stopped the blood sect's invasion and saved the martial world 300 years ago. With an imposing aura that crushed the air, it was none other than the mixed-origin sword emperor, Mugyeok. But Mugyeok didn't relent, his sword intent pounding into the surrounding boulders. Li Qiaosu dodged in panic. Please stop, I'm not an enemy. Seeing the man still swinging, he couldn't help but protest, you still don't get it. Mugyeok swung his sword sharply, scolding, you brat, still daring to mock me. He was utterly irritable, harshly judging, your spirit may be at its peak, but your martial arts are pathetic, daring to use heaven-defying power for filthy deeds, then pretending to be righteous. He could clearly see the hidden dark blood spiritual energy within him. Mugyeok's commanding eyes burned red as he asked, how can you prove you're not a spy of the blood sect? Exhausted, Li Qiaosu knelt down silent. Getting no answer, Mugyeok unleashed several eerie sword intents. Answer me now. His expression shifted, fear etched deep into his features. He bent forward, placing both palms on the ground. Li Qiaosu bowed with utmost sincerity. Direct disciple of the Gongdong sect, Li Qiaosu greets the patriarch. Witnessing this unexpected action, Mugyeok's eyes flew wide open in shock. He redirected the flow of sword intent, smashing a massive boulder to pieces. The sword intent, in avoiding him, left 2 deep grooves in the ground. In the stillness, his fierce laughter echoed. Mugyeok sheathed his sword. The gloomy scene vanished, revealing the clear blue sky again. Striding toward Li Qiaosu, he said, clever junior, even in fear you could operate the first Yang Heart technique. Mugyeok grabbed his arm and pulled him up. Indeed a disciple of the Gongdong sect, this test ends here. In a calm tone, he introduced himself. I am the mixed-origin sword emperor, Mugyeok. This is but a remnant of my will from 300 years ago. It's rare to find a disciple who both defies the heavens and has the potential to become immortal. Li Qiaosu stood, thought for a moment, then spoke, is that a problem? Even if I've defied the heavens, I'm still a disciple of the Gongdong sect. He pondered carefully, finding the logic sound. Whether defying fate or not, it no longer mattered now. Suddenly spotting something, he frowned. Using poison to fight poison, is this heaven's will? Glancing at Li Qiaosu twisting his wrist, Mugyeok muttered, yes, to counter a paradox you must use a paradox, that's the natural way. Hearing this string of cryptic lines, Li Qiaosu grew suspicious. Poison against poison, paradox, what's he on about? I just wanted to recover my treasure, so I used the grand rebirth technique and accidentally came back, that's all. He decided to let it go. Never mind, I have something I want to ask. Then Li Qiaosu calmly recounted everything before. On the way here, I thought about the Sword Emperor's legacy. The red sun grass and saintly nectar of Mata have already been split between my senior brother and me. If there's anything left, it's only one thing. Mugyeok was surprised. Martial arts. He stayed silent for a while before answering, if that's truly the case. Li Qiaosu bowed respectfully. Then if that's so, please pass those martial arts to my senior brother, not me. He remembered standing before the sect gates, thinking deeply about rebuilding the Gongdong sect and about Jin Hwi. Then he imagined standing at the peak of swordsmanship. If taught by the mixed-origin sword emperor, he would gain unmatched power and could indulge to his heart's content. But the one who must rebuild the Gongdong sect was Jin Hwi. The image of her gently bathed in warm sunlight appeared in his mind. Li Qiaosu couldn't hide his boredom, thinking secretly, my goal is to be the guy in the background, enjoying a carefree life. I don't want to be the main character anymore, just mastering the Gongdong sect's martial arts is enough for me. But all Li Qiaosu got was Mugyeok's disdainful remark, I thought you were smart, turns out you're this stupid. He spoke coldly, his tone indifferent. You still haven't realized that your coming here was fate. Li Qiaosu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Thunder boomed loudly in the sky, striking down onto the grand hall. He stood in the courtyard, corpses lying everywhere. The rebellious star will surely appear. Li Qiaosu was confused beyond belief. Rebellious star, what's that supposed to mean? Suddenly his eyes widened as he realized something odd. The Sword Emperor was the hero who defeated the Blood Sect 300 years ago. The Blood Sect was supposed to have been completely wiped out by Mu Jiok, and yet, now Li Qiaosu was facing Mu Jiok directly. Could the mixed-origin Sword Emperor be trying to say something? Though doubts still lingered, he mustered his courage to speak. Could it be? But Mu Jiok said nothing, merely staying silent so Li Qiaosu would go on. Remembering the sinister faces of the Blood Sect, he blurted out, "Is the Blood Sect coming back?" Mu Jiok's voice sank. The will of heaven cannot be revealed. The disappointing answer made Li Qiaosu seethe. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, truly damn it. An unpleasant memory surfaced in his mind. The Blood Sect, an extremist group born from the radical faction of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. He recalled that under the command of the Blood Slaughter Demon God, the Blood Sect had caused a bloody massacre 3 years ago during the chaos in the Central Plains. Back then, the world reeked of blood. It was said the Blood Sect had slaughtered countless beings in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and in Guangdong, rivers literally ran red. Li Qiaosu remembered that the Yuan royal family had to flee under the Blood Sect's assault. However, just before the Blood Sect could seize the leaderless Central Plains, the mixed-origin Sword Emperor Mu Jiok appeared, leading the Martial Alliance into a decisive battle against the Blood Slaughter Demon God at Poyang Lake, Jiangxi. In the end, the Blood Sect was defeated, and the Martial Alliance claimed victory. After that brutal battle at Poyang Lake, the Ming dynasty was founded. From then on, the martial world was granted the special privilege of civil and military not interfering, thanks to the merit of defeating the Blood Slaughter Demon God. This made Li Qiaosu calculate furiously. This was more serious than he thought. In his previous life, the Blood Sect had made no major moves, but in this life, he knew well that he himself was already a variable. In the worst case, both the Blood Sect and the Demon Sect could attack the Central Plains simultaneously. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "I was planning to hand the Central Plains to you Jin Hwi while I enjoy a carefree life." Staring at Mu Jiok in front of him, Li Qiaosu wanted to scream, and now there are two troublemakers. War, whether caused by men or women, always brings anxiety, headaches, and dread about the future. This made him a bit worried again. If my beautiful wives, the ones meant to enjoy the pleasures of love with me, end up weakened by war, who's going to take responsibility for that? He imagined the scene of his wives lying in bed, eyes brimming with tears as they sniffled. "I'm so scared, just thinking about you going to war and dying. I can't even eat or drink anymore." And then he'd end up pushing daisies. How could Li Qiaosu accept such a future? No way, he didn't want that. He always had a motto: in the land of meat and wine, there's no room for sorrow. His paradise was not allowed to have anxiety or suffering. And to protect that motto, Li Qiaosu secretly rejoiced in his heart. Good, there must be a reason the Sword Emperor chose me instead of my senior brother. Getting stronger is nothing to feel guilty about. With a new goal, he became even more motivated. I have to seize this opportunity. But along with that came an unnamed fear. I have no intention of charging into battle to play the troublesome hero. It's just, when he thought of Yuan Hua laughing and calling out, "Master," while looking at him so cheerfully, Li Qiaosu couldn't bear to do nothing. If the Blood Sect and the Demon Sect stirred trouble in the Central Plains together, he wouldn't just sit back and watch. Seeing his current state, Mu Jiok was very pleased. "Your spirit looks good. Are you ready to accept my legacy?" He eagerly replied, "Do I need to prepare anything? As a disciple of the Guangdong sect, I think I'm qualified." But what he got in return was Mu Jiok's scorn. "You lustful brat, dreaming of meat and wine in an illusion, good only at running your mouth. Do you plan to use my sect's ultimate technique just to fulfill your base desires? 3 wives and 4 concubines in endless pleasure." Being hit right on the mark, he felt a sudden pang of guilt. But Li Qiaosu quickly responded cleverly, "No, my goal isn't improper. Yin and Yang union is the natural way." Moreover, he even questioned Mu Jiok back. "I'm not some perverted demon controlled by lust. Didn't the Sword Emperor witness me not being swayed by illusions?" Seeing the man stay silent, he continued, "I just want to release my desires the right way through yin-yang union to reach enlightenment. That is my supreme path of passion." Li Qiaosu felt there was nothing wrong with his path of passion. To him, women were the pure love of a lifetime. Love itself, desire itself, the ones he wanted to bring happiness to. How could that ever compare to those wicked cults who treat women like mere playthings? Watching him give one reason after another, Mu Jiok just felt a headache coming on. What a bizarre philosophy. And what crime have those women who adore you committed? They'll suffer from jealousy and resentment toward each other. In response, he quickly asserted that such a thing would never happen. If I couldn't take responsibility, I wouldn't have started in the first place. Sensing the seriousness in Li Qiaosu's words, Mu Jiok could only tilt his head back and laugh. All right, I acknowledge your ambition. I never expected someone who challenges paradoxes to have a normal mind anyway. Then he stepped closer and said, if you accept my legacy, you may have to abandon the martial path you've worked so hard to cultivate. Will you accept that? He replied with clear disdain, that eunuch-style martial art, I wouldn't mind tossing it away. In fact, I'd love to destroy it. You can do that for me. This made Mu Jiok very pleased. Your determination is commendable. Good, then I'll show you. The moment he finished speaking, his entire body radiated flames, a mystical light gathering in his palm. This is my sect's ultimate technique, the supreme martial art I will pass down to you. Seconds later, Mu Jiok's arm carried a blazing fire wheel and hurled it toward Li Qiaosu, primordial limitless diagram. Instantly, the space around them began to change. While Li Qiaosu stood there with his jaw hanging open, Mu Jiok simply smiled. This is the primordial limitless diagram, a yin-yang transformation within the grand cosmos. When you reach the highest realm of the dual harmony divine art I created, you will comprehend this diagram. The next instant, darkness enveloped his consciousness, accompanied by a voice echoing in his mind. O disciple who bears both a defiant soul and heavenly martial destiny, devote yourself to cultivating the dual harmony divine art. And Li Qiaosu returned to reality, where he and Yu Jin Hwi had apparently been knocked unconscious by illusion magic. He startled awake and called out to Yu Jin Hwi, "Senior brother, wake up." Stirred by Li Qiaosu's shaking, she groggily opened her eyes. "Junior brother." Yu Jin Hwi looked bewildered. What happened? Master clearly vanished and the main hall was burning. Why are we here? Li Qiaosu replied, "You were caught in the Sword Emperor's illusion. After breaking through it, I met him." Hearing that legendary name, Yu Jin Hwi's eyes widened. What? Li Qiaosu looked toward the glowing chest in front of them. That dual harmony divine art is the Sword Emperor's legacy. Just as they both realized what it was, the cave began to tremble. Seeing they had little time, he quickly ran toward the chest. Let's grab the dual harmony divine art and get out of here. Without the Sword Emperor's power, this place will collapse soon. After obtaining the divine art manual, the two of them sped toward the exit. In no time, the light from the exit caught Yu Jin Hwi's attention. She shouted, "This way." Once they spotted the exit, the two dashed forward like the wind. Li Qiaosu couldn't help but glance behind him. At the sight of the old shrine, Mu Jiok's figure flickered in and out of sight. Though he knew it was him, Li Qiaosu didn't shout or call out for Yu Jin Hwi. He chose to remain silent. And as they left the cave, the sun was just slipping behind the mountains. Yu Jin Hwi exhaled heavily. Feels like it's been forever since I last saw sunlight. Li Qiaosu nodded, same here. Turning to look at the now sealed cave entrance, Yu Jin Hwi felt an unnamed regret. The Guangxiang Danhyul has completely collapsed. We can't get back in. She quickly regained her composure. But hey, finding a lost martial art is already a win. Let's head back to the sect, junior brother. Li Qiaosu answered with renewed energy, yes, I'm sure we'll have a lot to do, but first I want to stop by somewhere. A voice called out, Yong Sik, what's wrong? You look like someone stole your lunch. The young junior, holding his luggage, was standing on the porch when he heard the question. Startled, he looked up. His mother, hands full and standing next to the carriage driver, frowned. Your grandfather's ill, aren't you even a little concerned? The boy quickly replied, I am, I've already packed everything. His grandfather stood on the porch, leaning on his wooden cane, voice trembling. My daughter, do you really plan to leave this place? She sighed softly, her face heavy with sorrow. I don't want to go, but we're too poor. The goat pen, our only livelihood, was destroyed. We have no choice but to leave and find another place to live, father. The boy stayed silent, bowing his head with a faintly sad look, clutching his bundle tightly, thinking, it's been a week since I arrived at Gongdong sect. I wonder if those two senior brothers are all right. Fear crept in. Could something have happened because of me? His pupils trembled, tears rolling down his tan cheeks. Suddenly, a knock came with a voice. Is anyone home? Li Qiaosu and Yu Jin Hwi stood at the door, meeting the mother's puzzled gaze. They both carried travel bundles. She looked them over but didn't recognize them. Who are you? He politely introduced Yu Jin Hwi, who stood beside him, and then himself with a bow. Senior disciple of Gongdong sect, Yu Jin Hwi, and junior brother Li Qiaosu. Yu Jin Hwi smiled and explained further. Your son asked us to find out who destroyed the livestock pen. We've completed the task and returned here. Hearing her explanation, all three of them widened their eyes in shock. The mother hesitantly asked again, our son. The boy's worn travel bundle slipped from his hand with a thud. Tears streamed down his cheeks, his eyes brimming with joy. He murmured, "Senior." Then, grinning from ear to ear, he lunged toward them with open arms, shouting, "Senior brothers." Both of them laughed warmly, catching him in an embrace. She ruffled his hair while Li Qiaosu half scolded, "Hey, why didn't you tell us where your home was? We've been searching forever." Li Qiaosu chuckled and told the boy, "The real culprit who wrecked your livestock pen was a fire snake that had turned into a demon beast." The boy, still teary-eyed, said, "Thank you, senior brothers. Thanks to my tip, we prevented something even worse." Suddenly remembering something, Li Qiaosu reached behind him. "Oh, and one more thing." Both of them turned to see what he was doing. In his hands was a sea blue pearl, carefully placed on a white handkerchief. He presented it and explained briefly, "Take this. This is the inner core of the fire serpent. Grind it into medicine for your grandfather. Once he finishes it, he'll recover in no time." The junior held the inner core in his hands without saying a word, his eyes overflowing with gratitude. Under the warm sunlight, the boy clutched the core tightly, his eyes curved as he smiled and cried at the same time, replying with a prompt, "Yes." The boy then introduced his grandfather and mother. He and she bowed politely in return to show respect. The old man covered his face in emotion, which made everyone around him fluster and fuss over him. Beneath those leafy trees, the old man sat in the handcart while the lady and the boy walked alongside. The boy waved frantically in farewell. And soon, the silhouettes of the boy's family grew smaller and smaller. The two stood in the shade of the trees, watching the retreating figures in silence. A breeze passed by, lifting her hair. She spoke first. "Sometimes I wonder if we were stronger, could we repay those who have loved and supported Gongdong sect?" He looked at Eugene Hwi with a thoughtful gaze, not answering her question. But in the next moment, Li Qiaosu turned to walk against the wind, lowering his eyes seriously. "Let's return to the main mountain. We must focus on rebuilding the sect and not waste time." She said nothing, only lowered her head slightly, clutching her bundle, her face tinged with bitterness. She softly uttered a word of agreement, then turned to walk alongside Li Qiaosu. His gaze was firm as he looked ahead, thinking, "Thanks to that boy and the fire serpent, we gained a great opportunity." In his mind, an image of an ancient temple flashed by, along with a disgusting dark figure streaked with red. The whole scene was steeped in gloom, but it carried a heavy responsibility. He remembered the sight of Eugene Hwi in his worn clothes standing atop massive boulders in the forest. In the previous life, Eugene Hwi couldn't restore the dual harmony divine art because the Guangxiang Danhyul had collapsed. He never met the Sword Emperor. The Guangxiang Danhyul didn't collapse naturally. Just like them, in the previous life, someone else had reached the deepest part before Eugene Hwi. Li Qiaosu hypothesized about that terrifying dark figure with the blood-red eyes and a creepy grin. What if that person was a descendant of the blood-slaughter demon god? A body riddled with chaotic power was fading away. If he destroyed the Guangxiang Danhyul to erase both the dual harmony divine art and the primordial infinity diagram, two ultimate techniques capable of defeating the blood-slaughter demon god, then the conclusion was clear. An unseen enemy was already moving in secret. Returning to the present, he and she had arrived back at the place with countless stairs and a house clinging to the cliffside. Oh, right, while they had gained a great opportunity, how on earth were they going to explain to their master that they'd left the main mountain without permission? Just thinking about it made them climb the steps with darkened, worried faces. Behind them, a voice called out, "Eugene Hwi, and beside you, Li Qiaosu." The two nearly jumped out of their skins at the sound. She turned toward Jian Yang, forcing an awkward laugh and stammering, "Master." He also turned, his expression contorting awkwardly. She asked, "Are you well?" Jian Yang stood there, staring at his two returning disciples, and after Eugene Hwi's question, the scene fell into awkward silence. Then he swooped in and knocked their foreheads together, his face scrunched, tears falling, shouting right in their faces, "Not well at all, you little troublemakers." The two's eyes rolled white from the headbutt, and nosebleeds spurted everywhere like a comedy skit gone wrong. Upon those peaceful cliff walls, after venting his anger, he barked, "Do you have any idea how hard I searched for you? Spill it, what on earth happened?" The sky was crystal clear. He and she were now standing in Jian Yang's study. He sat across from them and asked again to confirm, "Everything you just told me is true?" With their heads covered in bumps thanks to him, both lowered their eyes and calmly replied. She said, "Yes, that's right, master." Li Qiaosu held in his hand the radiant night pearl. This night pearl is also something I retrieved from the secret cave. He held one of the secret manuals in his hand, reading intently. No mistake, these manuals are all genuine. Tears began streaming from Jian Young's eyes again. I never imagined you two could gain the great fortune of the Chaos Sword Emperor ancestor and collect his strange treasures. He pressed the manual against his aged face, tears still glistening. Truly a blessing. The founder has guided you both. Then he set the manual back on the table and said sternly, leaving Joint Mountain without permission is a grave mistake, but you also have the merit of retrieving our sect's supreme arts. Jian Young stepped away from his seat, looked seriously at them, and continued, so I won't pursue the matter further. I won't punish you, but remember well, do not repeat it. This was followed by a warm hug. He pulled both of them tightly into his arms. Li Qiaosu's eyes went wide in surprise. Tears still flowed from the wrinkled eyes of the old man. You're home safe now, HWI and Qiaosu. He carefully wrote down the name of the manual. Yu Jin HWI picked up one of the manuals to look at it. Jian Young, still holding a brush, finally finished copying it. The demon subjugation sword art has returned, truly a blessing for our sect. The night pearl still glowed, now placed inside a wooden box. The number of night pearls you two brought back is also very useful, no more worrying about starving. Sitting to one side, he spoke up, Master, there's something I need to say. The dual harmony divine art and the night pearl should probably not be made public. At that, both Jian Young and she turned their gaze to him. Hearing Li Qiaosu's words, he stroked his beard thoughtfully before replying, if we sell the night pearl to cover expenses, we can't hide it. Are you saying we should wait? Li Qiaosu bowed his head and answered seriously, yes. His eyes darkened as he silently thought of the ominous, fate-defying star. He recalled standing before Mu Jiok, suspecting that whatever it was, it must be connected to the blood sect. He also remembered Mu Jiok's slaves sitting and crushing leaves, thinking to himself that the reincarnation technique he used in his past life was a forbidden art of the blood sect's remnants, those grave-digging lowlifes. A black-hand-red mark mixed together lay on his back. He thought the fate-defying mark the Chaos Sword Emperor had seen must surely be the mark of that forbidden art. Yuan Hua, sitting on the throne, had once ordered the blood sect's destruction. The blood sect was completely wiped out by the court, so I never imagined they'd still have remnants. While Li Qiaosu was still grinding ink for him to write, he thought, even I didn't know in my past life, so if they move in secret, we could be attacked without warning. He smirked in delight. To deal with them, we'll also have to quietly build up our own strength. As the three worked together at the table, he turned and called out, Master, the work of rebuilding our sect has only just begun. He was utterly serious. Treasures without the strength to protect them could very well become a disaster. The night pearl is a rare treasure and many will covet it. If word gets out that our sect possesses one, we might as well hang a sign saying, please rob us. Hearing his reminder, he set his brush down and agreed. Li Qiaosu's words make sense. Jian Young stroked his chin in thought. Recently, the Black Path Gang's Four Shadows Society has been running rampant all over Gamsuk. Yu Jin HWI, holding a manual, also spoke up. Four Shadows Society. A voice explained the place full of fierce-faced, brawny types. They were once just local thugs making trouble, but lately their power has been growing like weeds after rain. Li Qiaosu is right, now is not the time to sell the night pearl, we mustn't act recklessly. He gave the old man a slight nod. And once they agreed, Jian Young picked up the lock and said, good, then let's go. He flung open the door and called out, Yu Jin HWI, Li Qiaosu, follow me. She asked curiously, Master, where are we going? Jian Young turned back with a cheerful smile. When you do well, you deserve a reward. We're going to celebrate at the Gongdong Inn. Hearing the name of the place, he jolted in surprise. Gongdong Inn, the very words lit up his eyes with joy and excitement. Yes, it's finally time. Li Qiaosu was overjoyed at the thought of seeing a slender back and a head of pure white hair he had longed for. The #1 beauty of the righteous martial world, Xiao Rin, was within reach. The sky was a deep, clear blue, and the wind swept through bare branches, carrying away dry leaves. Under a shabby awning sat a skinny beggar, head nodding as if about to fall asleep. Down the street, a neat row of 3 well-dressed people passed by. Li Qiaosu turned his head, looking around. His mind was full of questions. There's an inn here, really? Jian Young noticed his reaction and turned to ask, surprised it's so run down. Li Qiaosu awkwardly replied, no, master. Jian Young calmly explained, the Gongdong sect has declined, and this district is no longer the bustling place it once was. He recalled the old days on this very street, lanterns hung brightly on both sides, people laughing and walking like a flowing river. In the past, inns were crowded with guests from all over visiting the Gongdong sect. But now only dry, desolate branches remained. His voice was tinged with sorrow. As you can see, there are only a few scattered shops left. Members of the Four Shadows Society kicked over a young man's street stall, and no one dared to help. The atmosphere here had become heavy and grim. They laughed wickedly with glee, because this place had become like this ever since the Black Path Gang's Four Shadows Society took over Huading County. Li Qiaosu listened seriously, also recalling some past events. Yes, in his previous life, there were quite a few who had their eyes on Gamsuk as well. Jian Young kept walking as he continued explaining, fortunately. Eventually, the three stopped in front of a grand, clean building. He sighed in admiration. The Gongdong Inn, the last standing business of the Gongdong sect, still holds strong. Li Qiaosu stared at the building with an expression of pure longing. Even if everything else crumbled, this place had to exist. His eyes turned into crescent moons with joy, his body swaying from side to side. Excitedly, he said, Master, I can't think of a better place than the Gongdong Inn for our sect's first feast. Jian Young was amused by his animated expression and praised, If that's what you think, then good. Come, let's go in. Inside the Gongdong Inn, the place was bustling, with servers moving swiftly between tables. As Li Qiaosu stepped in, his eyes wandered everywhere, thinking to himself that this place was much livelier than the street outside. Suddenly, a welcoming voice rang out, Hero Jian has arrived. A middle-aged man with a hearty laugh cupped his fists in greeting. It's been a long time, hero. It was none other than Xiao Guang, the owner of Gongdong Inn. He leaned forward with a hand gesture, inviting the three of them to follow. Xiao Guang led the way with a friendly expression, pointing to an empty table. Please have a seat. The three complied. Jian Young tilted his head with a teasing smile. Seems like the aroma of your cooking has filled the place again today. Hearing that, Xiao Guang burst out laughing. You flatter me, hero. Above, intricately crafted lanterns hung from the ceiling, bathing the space in warm light. Xiao Guang then noticed Li Qiaosu sitting beside him and asked curiously, And this young man is? Jian Young happily introduced. This is Li Qiaosu, our sect's newest disciple. He then turned to Li Qiaosu. Qiaosu, this is Lord Xiao Guang, owner of Gongdong Inn. He has greatly supported our sect's finances. Li Qiaosu politely stood up and bowed. I am Li Qiaosu, pleased to meet you, sir. Upon learning his identity, Xiao Guang's face lit up with joy and admiration. Young Master Li Qiaosu, is it? With a spirited disciple like you, the Gongdong sect will surely regain its glory. Li Qiaosu kept a calm face as he thanked him. Thank you, sir. But inside he felt something was odd. I just said hello, so why are they acting like I saved the world? As if sensing something, he quietly glanced around. I see. A man at the next table cheerfully turned and announced loudly, The masters of the Gongdong sect are here. At another table, a young man smiled and said, I heard there's even a new disciple, so dignified and impressive. A woman chimed in, What a joyous occasion. Witnessing all this, Li Qiaosu was filled with questions. Are we really that famous in the martial world? Why's everyone starring? Jin Hwi, sitting beside him, seemed used to it and just sat calmly. Xiao Guang noticed his reaction and gave a gentle smile. Are you surprised? Please forgive them. He went on to share the people's wish that they all hoped for the Gongdong sect's revival. Hearing this, Li Qiaosu looked at him with surprise. The Gongdong sect's revival. Xiao Guang's gaze swept around, eyes filled with nostalgia. Yes, the Gongdong Inn is also a gathering place for those resisting the Four Shadows Society. His voice blended with the chatter of the crowd. Everyone here wished for the Gongdong sect to rise in strength once more. At one table, a man joyfully called out, Yes, yes, gather up here. Somewhere nearby, several stacks of money were neatly wrapped in a white cloth. A young man clutching a heavy money pouch hurriedly ran out. Sect leader. He stopped beside Jian Young's table, lifting the pouch respectfully. It's an honor to meet you. Please use this money to help rebuild the Gongdong sect. Jian Young looked at the pouch, moved, and replied, Thank you, everyone. Please be patient. These two disciples will soon help the Gongdong sect rise again. Hearing that, the young man responded firmly, his voice booming, We believe in you, great hero. Li Qiaosu watched the two of them, utterly speechless inside. After the man left, Jian Young turned to chat with Xiao Guang. By the way, I don't see your daughter today. I was planning to introduce her to Chialsu. Standing nearby, he answered casually, Ha Rin is running some errands close by. Seo Wan Guang thought for a moment and added, she should be back any minute now. Hearing that name, Li Chialsu's eyes shot wide open. Seo Ha Rin. He grinned, glancing left and right in anticipation. Finally, the true purpose of this whole ceremony revealed itself. In his mind, flowers were blooming like crazy. The daughter of the Gongdong Inn's owner, the #1 beauty of the righteous path, Seo Ha Rin. Memories from his past life flashed before him. A cold, white-haired girl wielding a sword, standing back to back with another figure. Back then, the ones who bore the burden of reviving the Gongdong sect were Sword Saint Yujin Hwi and the #1 beauty of the righteous path, Seo Ha Rin. The image of Yujin Hwi holding her sword with a stern expression, her sharp gaze reminding him of her skill, popped into his mind. If Yujin Hwi led in martial prowess, then when it came to the Gongdong Inn, Seo Ha Rin truly managed all the big and small matters of the Gongdong sect. Her beautiful yet emotionless face flashed in his thoughts. Chialsu recalled news of Ha Rin. Her beauty was paired with charm, earning her the title of the #1 beauty of the righteous path. And thanks to her ruthless personality and supreme martial skills, she also bore the fearsome nickname Cold Soul Sword Princess. That title testified to the countless lives she had claimed, leaving corpses in her wake. Her indifferent eyes and the crimson droplets sliding from her sword down to her hand made Chialsu sigh, what a rose with deadly thorns. Her unique allure was so great that fans in the sect even formed an official fan club. Thinking of it, Chialsu had to admit, a whole bunch of hot-blooded young men waving signs and cute wooden sticks to cheer her on was quite the sight. But deep down, Chialsu pointed straight at the words written on one of the signs. The real issue here was, she's so beautiful that dying for her would feel oddly worth it. His face flushed red with excitement, expression stretched wide. How could Li Chialsu possibly pass up the top beauty of the righteous path? At the entrance, a figure slowly approached and Chialsu prayed fervently inside, "Come here, let me behold your peerless beauty." The door swung open, white hair fluttering in the wind. He raised a hand to his forehead to get a clearer look. In walked a cute little girl carrying a basket filled with fish and fruit. Seeing this, Chialsu's jaw dropped. What? She's the #1 beauty of the righteous path, but she's a little kid. Ha Rin carried the basket closer to their table, looked up at Seo Wan Guang and greeted him, "I'm back, father." Li Chialsu covered his mouth, reluctantly admitting to himself that using his past life as a reference was exactly why this happened. He looked at her, calculating the timeline. This is 50 years in the past. Seo Ha Rin is 2 years younger than Yujin Hwi, which makes her younger than me too. Her facial features were exquisite and undeniably cute, but he just felt mentally tired. Sure, she was a little beauty, but she was still a kid, no interest here. Looking at her reminded him of the emperor, and Li Chialsu's mind drifted to when he sat in the study playing with Yuan Hua. Seo Wan Guang walked up to Ha Rin, affectionately patting her head as he introduced, "Lin Hai, this is the sect leader and disciples of the Gongdong sect. Go greet them." Ha Rin shyly glanced at the three of them, then obediently said, "Hello, everyone." Seeing that, Li Chialsu froze in place, completely spaced out. Then he covered his face, smiling in a dazed, dreamy manner. Leaning on the table, he stood up, changing his mindset. Well, so what if she's young? Seo Ha Rin would one day be the #1 beauty of the righteous path. If he wanted to be the big brother figure, he'd better start building rapport now. Just imagining her in the future, wearing a ribbon to express her love and winking at him, gave him hope. Little sisters are the best girlfriend material, right? Li Chialsu clasped his fists seriously and introduced himself. "Greetings, young lady. I am Li Chialsu, the new disciple of the Gongdong sect." But before he could even finish, Ha Rin frowned in obvious dislike. Without hesitation, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving him hanging mid-sentence. "Pleased to meet," Seo Wan Guang awkwardly called out. "Hey, where is this girl going?" He quickly shouted again, "Ha Rin, Rin Hai." But she didn't turn back, striding straight toward the door. The sound of the door slamming echoed through the quiet room. Leaning against the door, Ha Rin lowered her head and muttered, "How can a bunch of useless people who can't protect the citizens still laugh and joke?" Her face twisted with resentment as she cursed harshly. "I hate them, Gongdong sect, the whole martial world, I hate them all." Ha Rin stomped off in anger, leaving Seo Wan Guang with no choice but to helplessly call after her, "Lin Hai, this girl." Looking in her direction, he spoke awkwardly, "Please forgive my daughter, she's a little shy." Jian Young didn't mind in the slightest. "I understand, kids are often like that." Even someone as impulsive as Li Chialsu didn't take offense. Ha-Rin had her own sorrows, so it was understandable she disliked them. Because he knew the story well. Years ago, during a conflict between masters here at the Gongdong Inn, the girl's mother had been caught up in it and lost her life. He sipped his tea and thought. The girl not only hated the demonic sect that caused the incident, but also resented the Gongdong sect for not helping. That kind of grudge was only natural. For that reason, Li Qiaosu could only feel pity for Ha-Rin. Poor girl, she had closed her heart since she was far too young. But leftovers or not, food was still food. Li Qiaosu went all in until the plates were spotless, stuffed to the brim. He rubbed his belly with satisfaction and sighed, "The food here is amazing. It's been ages since I had such a proper nutrition boost." After eating, just watching Xiao Ha-Rin walk back and forth was enough to make him feel content. She might be a bit hard to approach, but he'd already met the future #1 beauty of the righteous path. Meanwhile, she only found his gaze irritating and turned away. While he wasn't paying attention, Yu Jin Hy's breath brushed lightly against his ear. "Junior, how was today's banquet?" Startled, Li Qiaosu recoiled in fear. "Why yes, it was great." Inside, he was still rattled. Why the heck is he whispering in my ear like that? Seeing he was fine, Yu Jin Hwi beamed and said, "Really? If you're happy, I'm happy." That gender-defying beauty of Yu Jin Hwi made Li Qiaosu feel like he was several leagues behind. His face was downright unfair. If Xiao Ha-Rin joins the Gongdong sect, she'll totally fall for senior. Imagining her clinging to Yu Jin Hwi without letting go, he clenched his teeth in fury. What if I lose my #1 big brother status? I've gotta act fast. With that thought, Li Qiaosu turned to Jian Young. "Master, how about we have a banquet here every month?" Jian Young smiled and asked, "You like eating out?" He quickly replied, "Partly, yes, but I'm also impressed at how much Gongdong Inn supports rebuilding the Gongdong sect. Meeting these people in person makes me even more determined to train hard." Li Qiaosu paused for a moment, then continued, "I also want to become a great master soon and help others." Was this quick wit enough to fool Jian Young? Apparently yes. He agreed right away. "From now on, we'll come here for a banquet once a month." Li Qiaosu responded with all seriousness, "Thank you, master." But beneath that serious face was a scheming grin. "Perfect. I'll cozy up to Xiao Ha-Rin before that pretty boy senior does." Night quickly fell. Li Qiaosu rummaged through his pocket thinking, "I'll have to wait until next month's banquet to see Xiao Ha-Rin again. By then, I need to be more manly and powerful." A few seconds later, he pulled out a stone tied to a rope, his trusty tool after mastering kegels and jelking. And then his pants were no longer neatly on his waist. This was the perfect time to begin the hanging exercise. The purpose was simple: use the little brother to lift weights, an essential workout for enhancing vitality. After securing the weight to his manhood, Li Qiaosu focused all his willpower with a spark of motivation. "If I've regained the Gongdong sect's ultimate technique in the primal secret cave, then my size should level up too, right?" His eyes widened, filled with fierce determination. Li Qiaosu tied one end of the rope to his little soldier, bent his knees, and began training. And so he trained day after day, month after month, through spring, summer, autumn, and winter without missing a single day. He started with a small stone. Later, thanks to his persistence, it was replaced with a much bigger one. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, a whole year had passed, finally allowing him to reap the sweet fruit of his efforts. That's right, a 10 kg stone dropped by Li Qiaosu. Now this was what you call an alpha male moment. Humming proudly, he rolled up his pant leg. Just 1 year of hanging training and he'd already reached this size. Pretty impressive. At this rate, I'll become the infamous lust god of the martial world. Then Li Qiaosu sat cross-legged on the ground again, beginning to practice his cultivation technique. Let's see how running the Yang Steel vital energy feels this time. Slowly, he closed his eyes, and a faint golden light began to radiate from down below. However, after trying to circulate the Yang Steel vital energy, something unexpected happened. This. He screamed when he saw his little brother glowing strangely, side effects incoming. Li Qiaosu was on the verge of tears. Ever since meeting the Chaos Sword Emperor at the Guangxiang Danhyul, my martial arts have developed a severe side effect, and that is... He held his head, face twisted in misery, thinking about how that mountain down there kept standing up for no reason. Every time he channeled Yang Steel vital energy, his little brother would perk right up. Not even he knew the cause. All he could do was bow his head and lament, "I don't understand why. If this keeps up, I'll be branded a pervert and the beauties will avoid me." Yet just as he was weeping, Yu Jin Hy's voice came from outside the door. junior brother. She stood outside and gently asked, "What are you doing, and why does your presence suddenly feel weird?" He wasn't exactly thrilled to hear her voice right at this moment. Still, he had no choice but to open the door. Li Qiaosu shuffled over, keeping his hands clamped protectively over his danger zone, and asked nervously, "What is it, senior brother?" Seeing him clutching his crotch, she asked curiously, "Are you sick, junior brother?" The casual question made him break out in a cold sweat. "Ah, no, I'm fine." Hearing this, Yujin Hwi replied, "Today's the banquet. I came to call you." While speaking, she glanced around. "Master told me to head to the county pavilion first. You take your time to get ready and come after." He quickly responded, "Yes, I'll be ready right away." Just as he'd hoped, Yujin Hwi turned and left after speaking, leaving Li Qiaosu with a suspicious look. "I guess he didn't notice my little brother. My senior's been acting a bit strange lately." But little did he know, Yujin Hwi had already noticed it standing at attention. She just thought simply, "So what? Puberty happens." Once Li Qiaosu was ready, the two of them headed to see Xiao Rin. She put down her teacup with a cold tone. "I'm done." Wanting to befriend her, he politely replied, "Miss Xiao Rin, thank you for your hospitality." But she didn't even care enough to respond, turning away and leaving. Still, Li Qiaosu felt satisfied. Now she no longer looked down on me, she just ignores me. Compared to our first meeting, that's already an improvement. Then he stared at the teacup and let his mind wander. Weird. Looking around, he noticed no other customers. Li Qiaosu frowned, completely empty. That's unusual. He couldn't help but mutter, "It's never like this." Even Yujin Hwi noticed. "You think it's strange too? This is the first time I've seen the Gongdong Inn without customers." A few seconds later, a familiar voice called out, "Welcome, you two." Standing before them was the gaunt face of Lord Xiao Guang. His haggard expression made Li Qiaosu flinch. "Long time no see, Lord Xiao." He couldn't help but remark inwardly, "You look exhausted." Though clearly unwell, Xiao Guang forced a smile and replied, "Yes, will you both be having the usual today?" Just to be sure, Li Qiaosu confirmed, "If it's the braised river eel and the ancestral nourishing broth, then yes." Not wanting to keep them waiting, Xiao Guang quickly turned to leave. "All right, I'll prepare it right away." But as soon as he took a step, he suddenly staggered and collapsed, which made Xiao Rin panic and cry out, "Father." Li Qiaosu quickly helped Xiao Rin lift him up. "Lord Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao Guang replied with a trembling voice, "I'm fine, just feeling unwell." Seeing his strange expression, Li Qiaosu began to think hard. Lord Xiao's gaunt face in the empty Gongdong Inn. Could it be? Then he asked loudly, "Did something happen to the Gongdong Inn?" Knowing he could no longer hide it, Xiao Guang spoke helplessly. "Actually, I planned to tell you when you came. The Gongdong Inn is about to close down. And the main reason is those bastards from the Four Shadows Society." That name Li Qiaosu had heard before. The Four Shadows Society extorts and loans at high interest to merchants in Huiting County to strengthen their influence. Xiao Guang explained that a few months ago they began targeting the Gongdong Inn. Not only that, they threatened merchants, forbidding them from doing business with the Gongdong Inn. Then they even took the initiative to organize conflicts, picking fights at the inn's entrance to cause trouble. Those scoundrels left Xiao Guang powerless. He was already old, and although he tried to resist, customers grew fewer and fewer. Debt piled up, "I don't even know what to do anymore." Xiao Guang patted his precious daughter's head, his tone bitter yet resigned. "If this continues, Xiao Rin will be in danger, so I have no choice but to close the inn." Of course, Li Qiaosu guessed the deeper reason. Xiao Rin had ties to the martial world and had joined the Gongdong sect. These two factions had clashed before because Lord Xiao wanted to protect his daughter from the harassment of the Four Shadows Society. He knew that although the Four Shadows Society was a small gang, behind them was the Black Dragon Gang, a powerful underworld force in Sichuan. So the weakened Gongdong sect couldn't possibly fight back. Thinking of this, Li Qiaosu felt a bit of sympathy for Xiao Guang. Lord Xiao must be truly powerless. Common folk caught in the martial world's battles over profit can do nothing. Suddenly, the door of the Gongdong Inn was kicked open. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." The Four Shadows Society stood menacingly at the entrance. Old Man Xiao. Without any courtesy, they stepped inside. "If you don't have money to pay your debt, then today hand over the inn to us." They strode in, speaking with mocking malice. "We've warned you many times, yet you still don't get it." One of them reached out and grabbed Xiao Rin. "No money, then sell your daughter." The shameless act of the Four Shadows Society made Yujin Hwi curse out loud. "You beasts." Xiao Rin looked fearfully at Xiao Guang and cried, "Father." Sia One Guang quickly ran toward her, Ha Rin. But that man yanked her back and clamped his hand over her mouth. Is your mother from the western regions? Even if she's a wicked woman, you're still quite pretty. From today, you'll work for us to pay off the debt. Sia Ha Rin's face turned red from suffocation as she struggled to speak. Sia Ha Rin screamed, I don't want to. She wrenched herself free, trying to run from their grasp. At that moment, Li Qiaosu's voice turned icy. In the next second, two chopsticks shot toward that man at lightning speed, and both chopsticks embedded themselves deep into the man's wrist. A sudden sharp pain surged through him, making him howl like a pig at slaughter. Seeing the opponent's formidable skill, the other two shouted, Who are you? Which idiot dares? Still holding his chopstick-throwing stance, Li Qiaosu's face radiated killing intent, his whole body exuding inner force. The girl already said she doesn't want to. Feeling his inner force emanating, they quickly guessed, that black yin-yang Taiji emblem, you're from that damned Gongdong sect, and you dare meddle in our affairs. Suddenly, the man with chopsticks in his hand cried out in panic, Boss, now's not the time to care about that, this guy. Glancing at Li Qiaosu's crotch, the man looked both terrified and stunned. His little brother is standing tall. Li Qiaosu hurriedly pressed down the hem of his robe to cover his lower half, his heart drowning in embarrassment. I only lost control because I was too angry. A few steps away, Sia Ha Rin sobbed and threw herself into Sia One Guang's arms. Father! He too, with pain in his eyes, reached out to hold her tightly. The two hugged each other so firmly, they didn't even spare Li Qiaosu a glance. Behind him, Yujin Hwi stood there, stammering, Junior brother. Her cheeks flushed red, ears burning, she shyly asked, Was that technique just now a martial arts move to distract the enemy? Li Qiaosu bent down, tugging his robe down further, face pretending to be calm but stomach twisting. You could say that, but inside it's a storm. Why is my face hot? Was it really the little bird's fault? Suddenly, one of the Four Shadows gang members burst out laughing. Then the rest joined in, ignoring the one groaning on the floor, laughing mockingly at him. That little bird of yours popping up like that, what a joke. The rat-faced one wiped his tears and sneered, I thought these flowery-faced boys were all eunuchs. Didn't expect one to be carrying such a sizable problem. But in the blink of an eye, his expression darkened, voice dropping low, however. He immediately pointed his sword at Li Qiaosu and Yujin Hwi, threatening, Dare to mess with the Four Shadows and you'll pay dearly. Knowing this was turning into a farce, Li Qiaosu knelt on one knee to pick up a wooden spoon from the floor, calmly replying, Pay dearly? All right then, go ahead and try. Lifting the spoon and aiming it at them, he added with his own threat, but if you fail. Li Qiaosu squinted one eye, aiming as if locking onto a target, his words sharp enough to make even the king of hell remember them for life. You'll lose your precious jewels. Hearing that, their faces twisted in rage. You bastard. Ignoring them completely, Li Qiaosu turned to Yujin Hwi and instructed, Senior brother, protect Sia One Guang and Sia Ha Rin. Leave this bunch to me. She asked worriedly, Will you be all right? Li Qiaosu replied firmly, Yes. With that confident answer, Yujin Hwi ran straight towards Sia One Guang. Then I'll leave it to you. On the other side, holding Sia Ha Rin in his arms, Sia One Guang looked from afar and asked anxiously, Is it all right to leave young Master Li alone? Yujin Hwi smiled gently to reassure him, Don't worry. Though things looked odd just now, my junior brother is very strong. On Li Qiaosu's side, the Four Shadows gang members raised their swords and began their attack. Die, brat. The scar-faced one swung from the side, aiming to slash across Li Qiaosu's body, but he swiftly crouched down to dodge. Then with the spoon in hand, he swung his arm back to gather force. In the next instant, he charged forward and struck the lower halves of the first two charging men, muttering under his breath, That's four. Only one bald man remained, standing there dumbfounded, mumbling just one word, Ha. Approaching him, Li Qiaosu raised the spoon, eyes sharp and locked on target, thinking to himself, One spoon to take down 6 pearls. Feeling a bit smug, Li Qiaosu thought, Jackpot. A cracking sound of broken eggs echoed in the air. A short while later, Jian Young returned, cheerfully opening the door. Is everyone all right? Sorry I'm late. I just passed by a jewelry shop with plenty of cash. But upon seeing the scene inside, he smoothly switched to scolding. Why didn't you report what happened? I told you to eat with a spoon, not do something indecent with it. On the floor lay 3 Four Shadows members, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Li Qiaosu crouched there, exuding killing intent at the remaining enemies. After a moment, he clasped his fists and solemnly admitted, I've caused a disturbance to the guests, unintentionally creating great damage. Under Jian Young's furious gaze, Li Qiaosu and Yu Jin Hwi both lowered their heads in apology, each with a huge bump on their heads. Facing them, Xiao Wan Guang spoke gratefully. "It's all right. Without young Master Li, the inn would have been taken." Hearing those words, Jian Young's face turned stern with anger. "Trying to take the inn? This sect leader will personally teach the Four Shadows Society a lesson." Xiao Wan Guang hurriedly interjected to dissuade him. "Please don't do that, great hero." He lowered his head sadly. "Behind the Four Shadows Society is the Black Dragon Gang. I can handle it myself." Xiao Wan Guang patted Xiao Ha Rin's head, his heart heavy with worry, only hoping that she would never have to face such a tragedy again. Jian Young furrowed his brows in sorrow and offered a suggestion. "I understand, if Lord Xiao Wan Guang says so, please allow us to take care of the girl." Suddenly, Li Qiaosu stepped forward to stop them. "Master, please wait a moment." He calmly faced the two men, his mind overflowing with calculations. If things went on like this, Xiao Ha Rin would join the Gongdong sect and become a junior disciple, just like in his previous life. Li Qiaosu looked at Xiao Ha Rin, timidly observing everyone, and his resolve only strengthened. But that wasn't the best way. She shouldn't close her heart off from such a young age. The best way wasn't to let her join the Gongdong sect, but to help soothe her pain. Thinking this, he spoke seriously. "We have eyes to see, ears to hear, not to pretend we're blind and deaf. If we ignore the hardships of friends and family, how can we call ourselves a righteous sect?" Those words made Jian Young fall silent. He gazed intently at Li Qiaosu. After a moment, he closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. "You're right. As the sect leader of the Gongdong sect, I cannot stop my disciples from upholding justice." Jian Young asked, "But do you have a plan to deal with the Black Dragon Gang?" Under the bright glow of the lanterns, Li Qiaosu confidently placed a hand on his chest and replied, "I do. I'll send a challenge letter to the Black Dragon Gang under the name of the Gongdong sect." "A challenge letter? You think they'll accept?" He smirked slyly. "We'll make it so they can't refuse." From behind the door of the Four Shadows Society came a terrified voice. "What? The Gongdong sect dares send us a challenge letter?" The scar-faced man knelt before the leader and respectfully reported, "It must be them. And this challenge is addressed to the Black Dragon Gang's esteemed leaders, not to us Four Shadows." He glanced at the letter in his hand, cursing angrily. "Those Gongdong sect brats are truly bold." The leader clenched the letter, deep in thought. 3 knockout rounds. If the Gongdong sect wins, they'll have 50 years of peace. If the Black Dragon Gang wins, both the Four Shadows and the Black Dragon Gang will withdraw from Huiting County. The fleeting image of a tall, slender young woman flashed through his mind, making him blindly confident. 2 from the Gongdong sect against 3 from the Black Dragon Gang? That's way too unfair. They have Waisari Yon, a top demonic sect expert. How could the Gongdong sect possibly win? He crumpled the letter and tossed it away. Still, win or lose, we can't let this trouble disturb the Black Dragon Gang's esteemed leaders. Suddenly, a voice entered his ears, freezing him in shock. A young woman wearing a veiled hat landed gracefully on the back of his chair. "I will personally take care of this." Looking at the newcomer, he exclaimed in surprise, "Heroine." That beautiful red-eyed young woman was none other than the Black Dragon Gang's painted cat sword, Yon Yuryang. The leader shot to his feet, looking up at her and objecting, "No need, we of the Four Shadows can handle it." Before he could finish, Yon Yuryang cut him off. "Do you even know what the Gongdong sect disciples are bragging about in the market? They're boasting about castrating 3 of your men without even drawing their swords." Over in Huiting County, Li Qiaosu was holding a spoon high in the air, declaring, "Behold this spoon." Standing in the open space before the onlookers, he boasted, "I castrated 3 T-1E9, 1E3 and H 1ED9 sword wielders with just a spoon." The crowd half believed, half doubted, murmuring, "Impossible, a boy like that." Well, whatever those T-1E9, 1E3 and H 1ED9 guys really are useless. Never thought the Gongdong sect was that strong. He laughed heartily in triumph, declaring that T-1E9, 1E3 and H 1ED9 and even H 1EAFC Long Bang were all trash. Yon Yuryang recounted what she had heard, reproaching the guild master that because of T-1E9, 1EA3 and H 1ED9 the H-1EAFC Long Bang's reputation had been ruined. Terrified, he knelt with his head nearly touching the ground, trembling as he confessed his crime. "A crime worthy of death, madam." She bent down to pat his shoulder and ordered, "This time I'll handle it myself. Don't let this happen again." The guild master, trembling, thanked her. Yes, I leave it to you. Yeon Yuriong straightened up, her face hidden under the veil, and muttered in a low voice, the Gongdong sect disciple making a scene at the market. I think his name is Li Chialsu. Meanwhile, Li Chialsu was standing in a horse stance, holding a sandbag in both hands, wearing a smug expression. After all, nothing wins over women better than a heroic tale of chivalry. He grinned so wide his eyes disappeared, letting his imagination run wild. The righteous envoy Li Chialsu, the man who defeated the H-1EAFC Long Bang for the people. He could already picture the beauties swooning over this story. Little did he know that a Yeon Yuriong full of killing intent had set her sights on him. I'll teach him what it means to fall hard from climbing too high. In the stillness of the forest, Li Chialsu continued his intense martial arts training. Though his body never stopped moving, his mind drifted away in endless daydreams. Nothing captures a woman's heart more than a gallant tale of justice, he mused. He daydreamed about stunning beauties gazing up at him in awe. Imagine it, beauties fainting before a handsome hero who's just defeated the H-1EAFC Long Bang. That thought made him burst out laughing with pure delight, but at that moment, something strange happened. There was suddenly a glow from beneath his pants. He immediately covered it with his hands and sighed, tripped again. At this rate, using martial arts is going to be nothing but embarrassing. Before he could regain his composure, a strange sound echoed through the forest, instantly putting Li Chialsu on alert. He glanced quickly in that direction, muttering, but dealing with them is a whole different story. Li Chialsu suddenly remembered something. He exclaimed excitedly, finally you've come, black-clad one, I've been waiting for you without a wink of sleep. He kept thinking, I've sent the challenge letter, but who knows if devils like the T letter 1E9, letter 1EA3 and H letter 1ED9 would dare show their faces in a fair duel. As eternal bosom buddies of the martial world, chances are they've hired someone, black-clad one. Yet as he looked up at the sky, Li Chialsu's expression turned doubtful. Seriously, do all these demonic sect guys have a fatal disease that forces them to send black-clad people? Just then, a figure appeared and Li Chialsu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than a young woman. He blurted out instinctively, huh, a woman. Li Chialsu couldn't help but recall his previous life. In that past life, the righteous sects clashed with the T letter 1E9, letter 1EA3 and H letter 1ED9 4 years later, and there was never any record of them having a female expert at that time. The girl's appearance left him momentarily stunned, but this was like stepping out of a perfect painting. Her graceful figure gliding effortlessly toward him. Li Chialsu, still in shock, whispered to himself, never thought there'd be a female expert with such flawless beauty. In just a brief moment, she was standing before him, her voice powerful and commanding. Are you Li Chialsu? He froze for a beat, unable to hide his fluster before her breathtaking beauty, stammering, why yes, that's me. Before he could gather his wits, he saw a flash of steel. She drew her sword and charged forward. Let's see what gave you the guts to send a challenge letter to the Black Dragon Gang, making Li Chialsu blurt out in surprise, so sudden. With no time to question, Li Chialsu immediately unsheathed his sword to block her lightning-fast strike. Meanwhile, Yeon Yuriong silently observed, thinking, not bad, your skills match your age, but hardly surprising. Did you send that challenge letter just because you believe in your sect's reputation? Li Chialsu, unable to hide his feelings, muttered, she's strong. Pouring every ounce of strength into it, he swung his sword in a counterattack, determined not to lose. But she simply glided to the side, her movement like wind rippling across water, then landed with a grace so perfect it could sell perfume. Li Chialsu stood frozen, so light like a feather in a spring breeze. This was no ordinary martial art. Who on earth was this woman? A faint smile appeared on her lips, her eyes tinged with mockery. You run like a scared mouse. Just then, Li Chialsu's gaze stopped on a familiar sword technique that made him flinch, that sword style. Unable to hold back, he shouted, wait, you're Senior Yeon Yuriong of the Miao sword painting clan, aren't you? She laughed heartily and confirmed, that's right. That truth left Li Chialsu horrified, his mind in chaos. Why was Yeon Yuriong here of all places? This was bad. He instantly recalled his past life, Senior Yeon Yuriong of the Miao sword painting clan, a famous female master with half her face horribly burned, and a nasty habit of making cruel bets with men. She would remove her veil and ask if you thought she was beautiful. Tell me how beautiful I am. If you didn't sincerely admit she was beautiful, the wager would leave you crippled, physically, not just emotionally. They said no man had ever passed her trial. Li Chialsu felt pushed to the brink of fear even before being captured. Why now, of all times? She walked slowly toward him, her hand reaching leisurely for her hat. Since you've recognized me, you must know the challenge I give to every man I meet. Li Qiaosu swallowed hard, forcing out, "Yes, I know." Outwardly calm, inwardly screaming, "I need to find a way to survive this." Without hesitation, Yon Yuryang swiftly removed her hat and spoke, "Then say it." As the hat came off, half her face revealed a beauty that could topple kingdoms, while the other half bore a hideous burn scar. She faced his gaze calmly and asked coldly, "In your eyes, how beautiful am I?" A faint smile played on her lips, but somehow that only made the pressure on Li Qiaosu skyrocket. In his heart he cried, "I absolutely can't give a mediocre answer. I need to say something that moves her." Amid the storm of thoughts, Li Qiaosu knew, with Senior Yon Yuryang, only true sincerity could save him. And then, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Li Qiaosu's lips curved into a sly yet determined smile. To prove a man's sincerity, was there anything more convincing than this? In that very instant, something unexpectedly rose to the occasion beneath his trousers. Li Qiaosu whispered softly, "Senior Yon Yuryang of the Miao Sword Painting Clan, you are truly breathtaking." The words rang out like thunder on a clear day, making Yon Yuryang scream, her face utterly horrified. She snarled in fury, "What kind of ridiculous stunt? What the hell did you just do? Are you insane?" But Li Qiaosu didn't back down, his eyes steady, wearing the innocent look of a man caught with his hand nowhere near the cookie jar. "But senior, wasn't it you who asked me?" Li Qiaosu continued pouring out praises, pure eyes, silky hair, elegance like moonlit blossoms, every part of her was beautiful. Without hesitation, he declared boldly, "I, Li Qiaosu," he continued, swearing in the name of the righteous sect. His words made Yon Yuryang blink in surprise. "What?" Meeting her gaze head-on, Li Qiaosu spoke slowly and firmly, "Senior, I can absolutely do this." The short sentence carried a power that stirred the heart. Those words seemed to awaken something long dormant in the senior's chest, leaving her frozen. Her sword hand trembled slightly. "Even though I'm 60 years old, I've faced countless trials, but..." That look and that sincerity made her unconsciously cover her mouth. This kind of genuine feeling, it's the first time. She looked at the man before her, Jiak Sa Wall, thinking, could this be what they call a man's true intent? Still, this is far too unbelievable. Can I really dismiss it as mere lies? Li Qiaosu, meanwhile, never took his eyes off her, smiling smugly, his inner scheme clearly working. Then he suddenly wondered, surely, for Yon Yuryang, there must be a reason for such a wager. Though the world only knew Yon Yuryang as an eccentric heroine of the Black Dragon Gang, her true identity was none other than Jiak Sa Wall, the thousand-faced demon lord, top master of the demonic sects, and a peak-level expert of the mystic realm. Jiak Sa Wall could transform into anyone, regardless of age or gender. Her ultimate technique was the 100-faced heaven-transforming art, and her hobby was creating fake identities to roam the martial world. One of those identities was Yon Yuryang of the Miao Sword Painting Clan. From youth, Jiak Sa Wall was famed for a beauty that could topple nations, which led to endless pursuit by men with shady intentions. Because of this, she carried a deep scar in her heart, believing all men cared only for her looks. Yon Yuryang's extreme trial was a reflection of that trauma. He thought to himself, when a man appears and confesses sincerely, she can't help but feel flustered. This tactic was known as honesty that invites trouble. Yon Yuryang's gaze now locked onto him. Her aura blazed with intensity, but inside, another thought stirred. I once wished that someone could see beyond my appearance. She furrowed her brows. Even with the heavenly eye of truth, which can tell fact from fiction in every word, I still can't believe these words are real. Until now, every man I've ever met only desired my beauty. They only sought to conquer and possess me. Yon Yuryang felt dizzy, yet unexpectedly, her heart trembled because of this madman kneeling before her. Li Qiaosu slowly stepped closer, calling out with deep respect, "Senior." Without waiting for her reaction, he spoke frankly. "I know that if I pass the trial, I will be granted a wish." At this, Yon Yuryang suddenly panicked, shouting in agitation, "Don't come near me with that thing. Are you insane?" Her face had begun to flush, her eyes avoiding his with shy embarrassment. "How dare you walk up to me with such a manly aura? Do you really find this appearance of mine beautiful?" But Li Qiaosu did not retreat, stepping even closer. His voice turned gentle, laced with a sincere plea. "I've overcome the senior's difficult trial, so please grant me my wish." At this moment, Yon Yuryang's face grew even redder, her flustered state undeniable. If in this situation he mentioned a wish, could it be a confession? He stepped closer again, his eyes resolute, his voice soft yet filled with determination. "My wish is..." Yon Yuryang froze, standing rooted to the spot, completely stunned by this unexpected wish. When she didn't respond, Li Qiaosu quickly asked again, "Is that okay?" Only then did Yon Yuryong utter a word. It seemed that wish had put Yon Yuryong in an extreme dilemma. Her face darkened, her voice trembling with both embarrassment and anger. "You." Too overwhelmed, she screamed into the quiet night, "You bastard." Under the starry night sky, Yon Yuryong's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Li Qiaosu. He smiled, stepping closer to her, thinking that everything was going according to plan. Only one last step remained. Li Qiaosu leaned close to Yon Yuryong's ear and whispered, "My wish is." The bright moon hung high, his words echoing through the quiet mountain night. On such a cool, clear night to share a bed with Senior. Yon Yuryong instantly pictured the two of them unclothed in bed, but the next second, Li Qiaosu changed his words. "Although I truly wish to discuss the pleasures of the bed with Senior, I must decline." He stepped back, hands on his hips, his tone firm. Yon Yuryong's eyes widened in shock as she asked repeatedly, "Decline? What do you mean decline? Why decline?" Li Qiaosu, with the righteous authority of a Gongdong disciple, declared solemnly, "I cannot forget the greater cause for personal desires. My wish is for Senior to send a challenge letter to the Black Dragon Gang and ensure the duel proceeds smoothly." As those words echoed, Yon Yuryong's beautiful dream shattered. She stood there frozen, staring at him. Yon Yuryong lowered her head, trembling with anger. Meanwhile, Li Qiaosu, lost in his smugness over the grand declaration, failed to notice. Suddenly, tears welled up in the corner of Yon Yuryong's eyes as she opened her mouth and shouted loudly. The powerful echoing sound shattered Li Qiaosu's sword into pieces, then sent him flying several meters before he slammed into a tree trunk. The attack made him spit blood, his clothes torn in all directions, his heart trembling in confusion. "This is the lion's roar. I passed the trial, so why did you suddenly attack me? Don't tell me Jiok Sawal is actually this rude. What did I do wrong?" Li Qiaosu collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Yon Yuryong panicked and apologized, hurrying over to help him up, guilt in her voice. "Are you all right? I didn't mean to, I just wanted to yell loudly. Who knew I accidentally used my inner force?" Li Qiaosu stared blankly at her, red liquid continuously dripping from his mouth. "What is happening right now?" Terrified by his appearance, Yon Yuryong screamed, "Snap out of it." Regaining composure, Li Qiaosu wiped his mouth, thinking to himself, "Even though this is just my clone, taking the brunt of a lion's roar from a master at the profound realm feels like my insides have been rearranged." Seeing Yon Yuryong's flustered expression, he believed her a little. She looked genuinely shocked. Clearly not a planned attack, can't miss this chance. He quickly changed his expression, eyes glistening with fake tears, wiping them with his sleeve, and accused pitifully, "How could Senior Sister do this to her junior brother?" He'd heard that Senior Sister always treated recognized opponents kindly. Yon Yuryong fell for it, hurriedly explaining again, "I slipped up." Hearing that, Li Qiaosu gave her a sulky look. "Then you'll agree to my wish, right?" She quickly agreed, "All right." Yon Yuryong raised both hands and stepped back, promising, "I agree. Your wish will definitely come true." Seeing her agree, Li Qiaosu flashed a smug smile. No need to apologize anymore, though he wasn't badly injured, the performance was worth it. Yon Yuryong crouched down, placing a red pouch on the ground, shyly suggesting, "Drink this, it'll help." Then she hurriedly bid farewell, "I'll take my leave." Li Qiaosu looked at the pouch and was overjoyed. Togming pill, what a profit. Suddenly, a voice called to him, "Junior brother, are you all right?" Looking toward the sound, Li Qiaosu saw Yon Yuryong had already vanished. He stood up, examining the pouch in his hands. "I can't tell Senior brother or master what happened with Yon Yuryong, so." In the forest, Jin Hwi darted swiftly between trees. Her cheeks flushed from exertion, thoughts spinning wildly, her inner energy surging so strongly it seemed to shake the mountain. Jin Hwi frowned in worry. Could something have happened to junior brother? Arriving at the scene, she saw Li Qiaosu lying unconscious on the ground and cried out in alarm, "Junior brother." Jin Hwi rushed over, lifting Li Qiaosu, tears already streaming down her face as she called out in fear, "Junior brother, are you all right?" Li Qiaosu opened his eyes to look at her, weakly explaining, "Senior brother, I'm fine. A few masked men in black came to harass our Gongdong sect, so there was a small skirmish." He winced in pain, holding his shoulder. "Though I'm lightly injured, I protected the Gongdong sect." Jin Hwi murmured back, "Masked men in black." Her voice gradually turned cold. "Those bastards from the Four Shadows Guild dare?" Li Qiaosu stared at her in surprise. Jin Hwi's face was covered in tears, but her eyes burned with killing intent as she vowed through gritted teeth, "I will not spare them." Seeing this, Li Qiaosu quietly curled his lips in satisfaction. Good, everything is falling into place. The angrier senior brother is at the Four Shadows Guild, the more determined he'll be to win the duel. Yu Jin Hwi hugged him tightly, making a solemn promise. This time I couldn't protect you, but I will definitely win the duel. Li Qiaosu, unable to resist, was once again trapped in the embrace. He screamed internally, "Could you let go already?" The wilderness was silent under the night sky. Day broke, sunlight spilling onto the old wooden house. Li Qiaosu knelt on the floor, placing the red pouch in front of him, smiling in satisfaction, thinking that with just 3 days of rest and regulating his inner energy, he'd be fine. Life was looking pretty good. Jian Young and Yu Jin Hwi opened the door and came in, the former asking worriedly, "Qiaosu, how are you feeling?" He used lightspeed reflexes to flop back down on the mat, holding his forehead weakly. "I'll be fine after a bit of rest." Both of them sat down beside him, and Jian Young instructed, "Good, then you need to nourish your body. What would you like to eat?" Li Qiaosu glanced at him, thinking quickly, "At Gongdong sect we only eat vegetables, boring as heck. I should use this chance to get something more energizing." Suddenly his hand was grabbed. Yu Jin Hwi's eyes were brimming with tears, both her hands wrapped around his, wearing a tragic expression. "Just say the word, junior brother, I'll buy it." Qiaosu was speechless. Anyone watching would think he had one foot in the grave. Then he named a few dishes. "I want pork, boiled pork and pork liver." Yu Jin Hwi eyed him skeptically. "Pork," Qiaosu answered firmly, "yes." He thought longingly of fresh oysters but sighed in his heart. "I want oysters so bad, but with Gongdong sect's tight budget, pork is the sensible choice." Upon hearing his answer, Yu Jin Hwi shot to her feet. "All right, junior brother." She promised him, "Just rest, I'll go get it." Outside, a collapsed, abandoned house stood unattended. Meanwhile, Yu Jin Hwi was already on her way to buy food for Qiaosu, blaming herself the whole time. "It's all my fault." Tears kept falling, she couldn't calm her heart. "I've resolved to be a reliable senior brother and protect my junior brother." Deep in her mind appeared a scene of crystal-clear water. Yu Jin Hwi's bare body bathed, steam rising and blurring the view of her fair, curvy figure. "But whenever I'm near my junior brother, my heart races like I've become a girl again." Back then, she had stood behind a tree watching Qiaosu, but after a while, she turned away. "I must be strong, be a senior brother, not a woman, to protect him." Now thinking back, she felt tormented, but it was that negligence that led to her junior brother's injury. She walked with her head down in a daze. She stopped, placed a hand on her chest, and thought sadly, "No matter what, I can't live as a woman." Then Yu Jin Hwi's eyes became resolute. She raised her head and looked forward. She silently vowed, "I must be tough, live like a man." Before her stood the Gongdong Inn. Yu Jin Hwi went inside, sat at a table, and spoke with Seo One Guang and his father. He cautiously asked, "Young Master Li was seriously injured by those masked men, and you're here to buy pork to nourish him." Yu Jin Hwi looked at him and earnestly requested, "Yes, sir, forgive my abruptness, but could you sell me some pork?" Seo One Guang laughed heartily and agreed without hesitation. "Of course, after all, young Master Li got injured because of us." He looked at her kindly. "We can't just stand by." Yu Jin Hwi was grateful and bowed her head. "Thank you, sir." Suddenly, Seo Ha Rin leaned on the table and called out, "Young Master Yu." She placed a hand on her chest and seriously volunteered, "If possible, may I take care of young Master Li at our sect?" Yu Jin Hwi stared at her in confusion. "Lady Seo Ha Rin, why, let me take care of my junior brother." Seeing Seo Ha Rin's determined and serious expression, she couldn't understand why and asked, "Why must you do this yourself?" Seo Ha Rin lowered her gaze and replied, "Because I am his fiancée." Yu Jin Hwi was stunned by those words, her eyes widening as she stared at Seo Ha Rin in disbelief. "Fiancé, my lady, what exactly do you mean by that?" Seo One Guang was so drunk he could barely hold the wine bottle. "Sawang Association, those bastards, I've spent my whole life slaving away in this inn, that's all." Seo Ha Rin, who was serving tea to the guests, saw her father's state and couldn't help but worry. "Father." Seo One Guang, now completely drunk, slurred, "Ah, Ha Rin, my beautiful daughter." Seo Ha Rin lowered her head and asked, "Are you all right, sir?" She frowned in confusion. "The people from the Gongdong sect already stepped in to help, yet you still seem worried." Seo One Guang stayed silent for a few seconds. Then suddenly he lowered his head. "If we lose the match against the Black Dragon Gang, what will become of our family?" Seo Ha Rin's heart ached, her eyes brimming with tears. Not wanting to upset her further, he abruptly changed the subject. By the way, Ha Rin, what do you think of that young master? Caught off guard, she glanced away shyly. I think he's a good man compared to other martial artists. Hearing this, Xiao Guang nodded. Father thinks so too. Recalling Li Qiaosu's fierce bravery at that time, he couldn't help but admire him. When facing those Sa Wying Association thugs, that young master was truly formidable. He then spoke casually, if a strong and capable man like him became my daughter's future husband, there'd be nothing to complain about. Though it sounded like a joke, Xiao Guang had already made his calculations. Who knows what the future holds? Deciding Ha Rin's fiancé now might not be a bad thing. Surprisingly, Xiao Ha Rin didn't dislike the idea. If father says so, I have no objections. Then she spoke loudly, taking care of the young master is the duty of a future wife like me. This shocked Yujin Hwi so much that she shot up to her feet. What are you saying? Realizing things were getting out of hand, Xiao Guang sobered up instantly and stammered, forgive me, I only meant that if Ha Rin were to marry, she should choose someone like this young master. But Yujin Hwi still looked upset, while Xiao Ha Rin didn't think she'd said anything wrong. You were injured because of our guests, so I believe it's only right that I take care of you. Yujin Hwi stayed silent, but inside felt like sitting on a bed of nails. It wasn't wrong, but it still felt uncomfortable. Seeing her quiet, Xiao Guang spoke carefully. Young master, even if you don't agree to Ha Rin looking after you, could you at least take her along for the time being? Part of him was simply worried for Ha Rin. Ever since that day, danger had been lurking all around. I believe our mountain will be a far safer place than here. And right now at Joint Mountain, Li Qiaosu was lying obediently on the sickbed, his brows still furrowed. In such a beautiful moment, and yet it's just me and master here together. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. The pinnacle of care is when a beauty tends to you with love and warmth, while we share the joy of intimacy that makes the body heal faster. Thinking of this, he imagined the scene of his plump, beautiful wife rushing in with a worried look. Husband, is your body feeling better now? In his fantasy, Li Qiaosu would domineeringly pull her into his arms. Do you want to check for yourself if it's healed yet? And she would blush and reply, no, no, you naughty husband. Just from imagining it, Li Qiaosu gritted his teeth. Just one blazing moment of yin-yang unity and all my internal injuries will vanish instantly. Jian Yang still hadn't noticed his discomfort until they heard noises outside. Yujin Hwi must have arrived. I'll go see what's going on. Before leaving, he reminded Li Qiaosu, get some rest. Outwardly, he replied, yes, master, I understand. But inside, he thought, no way, I'm just lying here. Being alone had its perks. Time for some Kegel practice. The thought made his whole body excited. Yes, it's been a year and a half since I started this training. Looking down at his little soldier gleaming brightly, Li Qiaosu grinned. The results of my Kegel training are finally showing. Sitting up in excitement, he admired himself. Even this thick blanket can't fully hide my manly aura. His strong body made him think back to his first life. Back then, even though my desires burned fiercely, I couldn't even take care of myself. In this life, with the chance finally here, Li Qiaosu wanted to test the performance of his little soldier while he had the room to himself. He was just about to lie back and get to work when Xiao Ha Rin suddenly opened the door. She spoke softly, it's been a while, young master. The sudden attack from her left Li Qiaosu with his mouth hanging open. But to avoid suspicion, he forced himself to stay calm. Xiao Ha Rin, why are you here? She sat down properly and replied, I stayed at Joint Mountain to take care of your injuries, young master. Truth be told, Li Qiaosu welcomed her, but being interrupted at such a moment left him disappointed. I'm glad to see her, but why at a time like this? Unlike him, Xiao Ha Rin seemed cheerful. Then let's start by wiping your body, young master. Unfortunately, the small mushroom in Li Qiaosu's pants was already standing tall, making him panic inside. Wiping my body, you say? Without hesitation, Xiao Ha Rin began. She lifted part of his blanket. I'll just fold this up a bit. Li Qiaosu's expression could only be described as, SOS, help me. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Joint Mountain, the whole place was filled with the strong scent of medicine wafting from a copper pot. Yujin Hwi stared at the pot, her whole body bubbling like it. Strange, why do I feel so uneasy? What made Yujin Hwi restless was Xiao Ha Rin's bold morning announcement, daring to openly declare she wanted to become her junior's wife. Still, she couldn't deny Xiao Ha Rin's beauty. Already lovely now, she was sure to become a peerless beauty in the future. Thinking of herself, Yujin Hwi felt a pang. Unlike me, forever stuck with the title of a man. Then Then a thought struck her. Wait, even if it's not romantic love from a woman's heart, he's still my dear Junior. I can't let him marry just any random woman. Yes, even Miss Tu will have to pass my inspection. Just as she was lost in thought, the kitchen door swung open. Seeing Seo Ha-rin walk and looking dejected, Yoo-jin Hwi couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come back so soon?" Seo Ha-rin replied gloomily, "Young master, he used the excuse of male-female propriety, saying it wasn't proper for me to bathe him." Then she asked Yoo-jin Hwi, "In that case, since you're also a true gentleman, could you take care of this for me?" Upon hearing this, Yoo-jin Hwi's eyes lit up like fireworks. Meanwhile, Lee Cheol-soo, finally relieved after sending Seo Ha-rin away, was startled out of his peace. However, that peace didn't last long. The door was thrown open again, this time by Yoo-jin Hwi. Her junior brother couldn't help but be confused. Huh. She sat down and chirped, "You cleverly turned down Miss Seo because she's a woman, didn't you?" Then Yoo-jin Hwi couldn't help but praise him profusely. "Well done. I, too, am a fine gentleman like you, junior brother." Then she added something truly terrifying, "So rest assured and entrust your body to me." Lee Cheol-soo had truly jumped from the frying pan into the fire. How did it come to this? Without waiting for him to respond, Yoo-jin Hwi eagerly yanked at the blanket. "Come on, let me do it for you." Almost couldn't stop her. "Wait, senior sister, I really don't need." But she didn't care, pulling the blanket so hard it tore. "Don't be shy." When the blanket split into two, Lee Cheol-soo was so shocked he froze. Because not only the blanket but also his shirt was in tatters. Yoo-jin Hwi inched closer and closer. "Junior brother, you must have had a hard time fighting that person, huh?" At this point, Lee Cheol-soo shrank like a terrified bunny. "I'm fine, please stop, senior sister." But Yoo-jin Hwi had no intention of letting go. "No, I'll help you relax even those tense spots." Lying there, he screamed inwardly, "No way, massage or not, I can't let my senior sister be the one doing this." Yet outwardly he looked so blissful, his eyes rolled back, moaning while cursing in his heart, "This is all Yeon Yuri-young's fault. Don't think I'll let you finish that duel." Meanwhile, at Yeon Yuri-young's residence, she was lying idly on her bed, wondering that Lee Cheol-soo probably not too badly injured, right? Or did he collapse so hard he can't even stand? Then she couldn't help but recall the moment he lay unconscious amid the ruins she herself had caused. The thought startled her. "Am I worried? Me, Jeok Sawal. I'm a peak stage mystic master, the leader of a demonic sect. And the #1 beauty in the world, the woman all men in the Central Plains admire and all women envy. How could I?" Yet a faint spark of feeling bloomed in her heart. Yeon Yuri-young was both incredulous and blushing, the unrivaled beauty envied by all women, worrying about a man. A few hours later, her subordinate appeared at her summons. "You called for me, my lady." She said sternly, "I'll be visiting the Black Dragon Gang's base for a while. While I'm away, don't cause any trouble." With that, Yeon Yuri-young swiftly departed. Though the weather was freezing, her mind was boiling. "How could I possibly be moved by someone like you? I'm only going because I keep my word." She would never admit it to the end. "It's not because I like you, Lee Cheol-soo." Yoo-jin Hwi scratched his head awkwardly. "Junior, the blockage seems to have cleared. How do you feel?" Lee Cheol-soo lay on the bed like a lifeless corpse, mumbling, "Much better," but in truth his brain was screaming, "Why on earth is a man's hand touching every corner of my body like this?" He kept flopping on the bed miserably. Yoo-jin Hwi, thinking it was genuine, replied cheerfully, "Really? That's great." She beamed and said, "From now on, I'll massage your acupoints every day." Hearing that, Lee Cheol-soo nearly curled up into a shrimp. "Every day once was already too much, you know." But Yoo-jin Hwi looked dead serious. "Nope, I'll do it until you recover. For you, Junior, I'd do anything, even scrub the floor with my eyebrows." Then Yoo-jin Hwi dashed out with a bright smile. Before leaving, she added, "Oh right, you must be thirsty. I'll get some water for you." Alone in the room, Lee Cheol-soo was far from happy. His face turned pale as he clutched his ragged shirt. Why is he so cheerful about this? For what reason exactly? As he managed to slip on one sleeve, his hand brushed his ribs and he had to admit, "Dang, those massages really worked. I feel stronger already." Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. "But no way, I'm letting him massage me every single day. I must push forward the martial duel quickly." Lee Cheol-soo calculated silently. Although persuading the Black Dragon Gang had been promised by Jeok Sa-wal, that alone wasn't enough. He knew clearly a martial duel required an official witness. That official, or certifying officer, was responsible for confirming every truth of the duel. In other words, they acted as guarantor, preventing losers from shamelessly claiming victory. Basically, the referee who stops people from crying. I totally won, bro. Li Qiaosu instantly thought of how a sect's victory must be recognized by the martial world. A joint mountain disciples win was the sect's honor carved in stone. He sank deeper into thought. These officials also publicly announced the duel's result to the world. Everyone could see the outcome written in black and white. No one could just gossip, "Nah, I heard Gongdong sect actually won." The problem was no sect wanted to act as certifying officer for the fallen Gongdong sect. Li Qiaosu winced at the pitiful ruins of Gongdong. After its collapse, Gamsuk region had been taken over by another sect. His mind jumped to the stern face of the Xiamen clan's master, though the Xiamen family still remained. Those Xiamen folks were sly as snakes. He pictured the unpleasant face of Xiamen Hainchin. Yeah, that guy would definitely not be thrilled about this duel. Li Qiaosu ended his train of thought with one conclusion. Once my body recovers, I need to keep an eye on Xiamen clan's movements. Suddenly Yujin Hwi burst in with vigor, carrying a cup of water. "Junior, I brought water." Li Qiaosu pouted his lips disdainfully. "Ah, thanks, I guess." Yujin Hwi sat beside him, smiling as she watched him drink. Her relaxed expression made him grumble internally. Does this guy have nothing better to do than babysit me? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, if you're here, then who's cooking? Cooking? Oh, of course Lady Sioha Rin is doing it, Yujin Hwi replied happily. That casual line froze him solid. The cup of water slipped and splashed over his face. His thoughts filled with dread. Sioha Rin is cooking. With all his remaining strength, Li Qiaosu screamed, "No." Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon Gang, a man dressed in black embroidered with dragons sat proudly on the high seat. He asked, "What did you just say?" A veiled woman in black replied calmly, "Gongdong sect has proposed resolving the four-division matter by martial rules and has sent a duel challenge to our gang, my lord." The man with imposing aura sitting above was none other than gang leader Wai Chenmyong. Holding the scroll in his hand, his eyes narrowed. "For such a trivial thing, they dare seek an audience with me, the Black Dragon boss." Wai Chenmyong ground his teeth, his sword aura flaring like a furious cat set on fire. He roared, "Do you think requesting an audience with the Black Dragon leader is some kind of joke?" Behind him, the looming shadow of a mighty dragon also looked extremely pissed. Yet Jiak Sawal, still disguised as calm and collected, stood unshaken. The gang leader's fury towered, but he spoke to the one standing before him. "Matters like this are hardly worth reporting." His voice rose sharply, "You should handle this yourself." With that, the scroll and the divine dragon shot toward her. Jiak Sawal casually caught the scroll midair. The scene before Wai Chenmyong shocked him. "You caught what I threw, and it still carried inner force." A low voice echoed. At this moment, sheer terror filled Wai Chenmyong's eyes like he'd just seen his in-laws during tax season. Jiak Sawal furiously tore off the mask of Yon Yuryong and barked with anger. "Since when did you dare such insolence?" She radiated overwhelming presence as she scolded him. "When did I ever permit you to behave like that in front of me?" The Black Dragon Gang leader's face twisted in pure terror. He blurted, "Alliance leader." He quickly dropped to his knees before Jiak Sawal. "I deserve death, Alliance leader, why are you here in person?" Jiak Sawal frowned with dissatisfaction, thinking, "So now I've had to reveal my true identity." Suddenly she thought of Li Qiaosu and without meaning to, her face flushed. That rascal, but a promise is a promise. Accept the duel challenge proposed by Gongdong sect. Hearing this, the gang leader was both shocked and doubtful. "But accepting their duel brings us no benefit, my lord." Jiak Sawal cast her gaze downward. "You only see one side. Did you forget the Xiamen clan still exists?" As if realizing something, Wai Chenmyong exclaimed, "Could it be?" But Jiak Sawal cut him off. "Exactly. The Xiamen clan has been waiting like rats in the dark for a cheap shot. For centuries, Gamsuk had belonged to Gongdong sect. If Gongdong revived, the Xiamen clan being pushed out would be inevitable. That's why they've kept targeting the four-division union. It's easy to imagine them stirring up trouble everywhere. Arrogant as ever, they saw Gongdong's downfall as their meal ticket. They whispered among themselves, "Looks like Gongdong's end is near, time to make our move." They planned to cloak themselves under the banner of righteous vengeance and, after Gongdong fell, launch an all-out war against the Black Dragon Gang. Jiak Sawal pictured their glorious faces already basking in stolen glory and nearly gagged at the thought. She tilted her head, continuing, "But if the Black Dragon Gang officially defeats Gongdong sect in a duel, those hyenas will have no excuse to interfere." Wai Chenmyong clenched his fists flatteringly. "As expected, you are truly wise, Alliance leader." His voice hardened with arrogant confidence. "This duel I will win without fail. Not only win, I'll burn down their headquarters and cut off their lineage entirely." Jiak Sawal immediately barked, "No." She turned her face aside. "You must not destroy Gongdong's headquarters." Her words left the gang leader utterly puzzled. He couldn't know that at this very moment, his alliance leader was secretly daydreaming. Well, someone's gotta leave a home standing for Li Qialsu when he grows up, right? Elsewhere, dust swirled and leaves fell. Li Qialsu, wearing a look of sheer dread, ran frantically. His mind screamed, "I made a stupid mistake. How could I let Seo Ha Rin cook that precious pork?" Yujin Hwi, seeing his panic, chased after him. Li Qialsu recalled a rumor from his past life. Reports from the royal palace once claimed someone nearly died after eating Seo Ha Rin's cooking. That poor guy stared at the strangely colored dish on the table and thought, "Is this food?" Li Qialsu shook the thought away. But his mind went darker. "No, this isn't just poison-level bad. This is full-on exorcism-tier cuisine." He imagined a victim vomiting blood, soul floating out, while Seo Ha Rin cheerfully chirped, "Why did you fall asleep? Don't forget to pay first." His brain shrieked louder. Seo Ha Rin may be the daughter of an innkeeper, but she has zero talent for cooking, like negative talent. He stopped at the kitchen, black smoke billowing out. He tried to reassure himself, maybe the dish isn't that bad, right? But then he realized something. Wait, what's going on here? He looked at the kitchen shrouded in layers of dark smoke. His heart screamed, not just the pork, the whole kitchen is on fire. Yujin Hwi rushed over and shouted, "Junior, your body isn't well. Stay here, I'll fetch water to put out the fire." He quickly replied, "Yes, understood." Then a sudden thought struck Li Qialsu. Hold up, the kitchen's a disaster, but where the heck is Seo Ha Rin? He stared into the gloomy kitchen, thinking, could she still be inside? Inside, flames roared violently. Seo Ha Rin covered her nose and mouth with her hand, muttering, "I just wanted to roast some meat for young master. Did I put too much firewood in?" Staggering to her feet, she resolved, if this keeps up, the whole kitchen will be lost. Gongdong sect can't suffer more damage because of me. Spotting a big jar of water, she thought, I must find something to put out the fire. Carrying the jar, Seo Ha Rin bit her lip helplessly. All I wanted was to help a little, but barging in like this, what a foolish move. The little bit of water wasn't enough to tame the blazing heat. Her mind grew hazy. No, I must put it out, yet her body wouldn't listen, and she collapsed onto the ground. Just then Li Qialsu burst through the door, shouting, "Seo Ha Rin." He pressed his sleeve over her mouth and nose while scolding, "You can't cook, so why come into the kitchen at all?" Suddenly he froze for a moment. Seo Ha Rin's eyes shimmered as she gazed at him. "Young master." Li Qialsu tightened the cloth over her mouth to keep her from inhaling more smoke, muttering anxiously, "This girl, why'd she come here?" Seo Ha Rin, lying in his arms, looked up. "Lord Li." Suddenly she choked, coughing heavily. He lifted her up and headed for the door. "We need to get out now." Sprinting outside, she whispered with trembling voice, "Lord Li, the kitchen is burning down." Tears welled in Seo Ha Rin's eyes. "I must take responsibility. I must put out the fire." He shook his head firmly. "No." Staring straight into her eyes, Li Qialsu declared, "What matters isn't the kitchen, it's you, Lady Siaman." He continued, "You must value your own life more." Hearing this, Seo Ha Rin's heart fluttered, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling at him. Reaching safety, he gently set her down. "Sit here and rest." A water bucket thudded to the ground, splashing droplets as a startled voice cried out, "Junior." Yujin Hwi looked at the two with suspicion. "Why are you holding Lady Siaman?" Hearing the voice behind him, afraid of misunderstandings, Li Qialsu quickly explained. "To save her from the fire, I had no choice but to be a little impolite." Yet Yujin Hwi's face still showed a faint sadness. Seeing her reactionless, Li Qialsu grew flustered and added, "I wasn't doing anything indecent, seriously." He really tried convincing, but her eyes lowered sadly. He couldn't understand her expression and blinked in confusion. "No, I gave a valid reason. Why is he acting like this?" Suddenly his eyes widened as a thought struck. Could it be? He remembered the rumor from his past life. The story of Yujin Hwi striding proudly away, leaving behind a legendary tale. The #1 sword saint, Yujin Hwi, a genius and stunning beauty, yet indifferent to women. Yujin Hwi and Seo Ha Rin's faces drew close, gazes meeting with unspoken feelings. According to what he recalled, it was because his senior had secretly fallen for Lady Siaman Seo Ha Rin. His hand gently lifted her chin, their lips about to meet. Realizing this, Li Qialsu panicked. No way. He leapt up, letting go of Seo Ha Rin, scolding himself. "I've been too careless. I must separate Senior and Lady Siaman at once." With that, Li Qiaosu called to Yujin Hwi. His senior, still gloomy, looked up. Holding the bucket Yujin Hwi had dropped, he suggested, "Let's clean up the kitchen together." He grew excited and coaxed, "Let's train together." She was startled. Train together. Li Qiaosu reluctantly praised, "Thanks to senior's meridian massage, I feel much better now." Hearing his junior say that he wanted to train quickly with his senior, she was a bit stunned. After thinking it over, her face lit up with joy, glowing like a lantern at festival night. He was dazzled by her radiance as she replied, "Really, that's wonderful." Yujin Hwi happily ran toward the training grounds, carrying a bucket of water while cheering himself up. "Yes, if I don't want to fall behind senior, the #1 handsome man, I must become a martial arts master." His eyes grew determined. This duel will be the Gongdong sect's first reappearance to the martial world since its revival. We must go all out. 1 week later, at the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters in Sichuan, Wei Chenmyong sat in the leader's seat. Subordinates lined along both sides as if in a grim meeting. One of them grumbled, "Those Gongdong rats dared to send a challenge letter." Another shouted, "What reason do we have to accept? Tell us, boss." Wei Chenmyong's burly face twisted in anger, his voice low and dark. "I'll personally crush that arrogant Gongdong sect." The subordinates fell silent, glancing nervously at him. He announced, "I have decided to accept Gongdong sect's challenge." The others tried to stop him. "Boss, are you serious?" He replied, "Indeed, Gongdong sect has no qualifications to challenge the Black Dragon Gang." Then he chuckled slyly, "But their proposal actually benefits us." Suddenly, Wei Chenmyong slammed the table and stood, shouting, "Look, if we win under righteous sect rules." Smirking as he scanned the room, he continued, "Then the Xiaomon clan won't be able to interfere, right?" Hearing this, the others suddenly understood and cheered. "Exactly, boss is brilliant." One then asked, "But who shall deliver our reply letter to Gongdong sect?" Stroking his beard, he decided, "Since this is a duel between experts, let the young gang leader go." At the Black Dragon Gang's training grounds, a girl dressed in purple, her face half covered with a veil, stood observing. Around her, several men with swords encircled her. 2 of them rushed forward to attack first. Her eyes sharpened and she snorted coldly. In an instant, she struck so swiftly they couldn't react or even raise their blades. All were defeated. Pulling down her veil, she scolded, "Useless trash." She glared and snapped, "Using real swords, and that's all you've got." The 3 battered men groaned, 2 clutched their stomachs while the third muttered helplessly, "That's only because young gang leader is too strong." She barked, "Shut it, be ready to train till sunrise." Suddenly a man approached, calling, "Young gang leader." Wai Sari-yon turned her head. He delivered the message, "The gang leader has summoned you." Surprised, she asked, "The gang leader wants me." Under the dark canopy of trees, at the headquarters of Gongdong sect, she moved so swiftly through the branches that she was barely visible. Behind the young man lay the ruins of a once mighty sect. The girl couldn't help but remark, "How pathetic." Then she muttered to herself before barking an order, "I have to deliver a message to this broken sect again. Hurry up and call your sect master out." Hearing her voice, he raised his head and thought, "So she's here, the most outstanding descendant of the demonic sect. Why, sorry, Yon, I've been waiting for you." He stood up, but the girl looked confused before quickly urging, "What are you doing? Hurry up and go." He scanned her from head to toe, adding in what he already knew, then judged, raised as the #1 talent of the demonic sect since childhood, so arrogant and conceited. "Rumor says you're an icy beauty, but I see a rude brat." Li Qiaosu replied coldly, "And if I don't like it, so what?" She grew so furious a vein bulged on her neck. "How dare you defy me?" He smirked triumphantly, thinking, naive. Those who rely only on reputation are easiest to provoke. With a mocking face, Li Qiaosu retorted, "To let the young gang leader personally meet Gongdong sect's master. How shameless for a demonic brat with no manners." Why sorry, Yon smugly replied, "Rules only exist if you have strength to back them." She sneered and mocked, "Your sect is poorer than beggars. What right do you have to demand courtesy?" Remaining calm, he answered, "That's exactly why etiquette matters, because Gongdong sect will win this duel." She burst out laughing like it was the funniest joke in the world. Gongdong beating the Black Dragon Gang? Ridiculous. His eyes flashed coldly with suppressed fury. That arrogance needs correcting. He taunted, "Are you sure? If my sect wins, then what? So confident, how about a wager?" She coolly replied, "Why should I?" His face twisted with mischief as he pointed at her. "Ha, scared are you?" Her face burned with anger. "What did you say?" Li Qiaosu pulled a goofy face, sticking his tongue out to mock her. "Not daring to bet. Black Dragon Gang is full of cowards talking nonsense, shameless, blah blah blah." The girl fumed, thinking, "I don't even understand half of what he's saying, but I'm mad anyway." He pointed at himself and declared the condition, "If we lose, I'll be your servant." but if we win, you owe me a wager. Her face twisted with both anger and excitement. Fine, that'll never happen. If you win, I'll call you Big Brother for life. His face turned devilishly gleeful. Big Brother for life, perfect. His imagination went wild, from big brother to lover to husband. She stomped furiously, thinking, what a perverted freak. With a wicked grin and a taunting shake of his hips, Lee Chialsu teased, let's see what you can do. Why, sorry, Yon roared in rage. I want to gouge out those hateful eyes of yours right now. Suddenly, Jian Young strolled over calmly, asking gently, what's all this commotion? Turning back, Li Chialsu exclaimed, Master. Jian Young looked kindly at the girl and asked, a messenger from the Black Dragon Hall? Why, sorry, Yon haughtily answered, that's right. With her arrogant look, she declared, I am the young master of Black Dragon Hall, the Black Serpent. Why, sorry, Yon. I bring the reply of my hall leader. Hearing this, he thought to himself, so you do know how to act proper, weren't you just provoking us a moment ago? Suddenly, Jian Young pulled out a scroll and read aloud, the duel shall be held 15 days from now at noon in Hua Ding County. Under the witness of certifying officials, a 2 versus 3 match will be fought, based purely on martial strength. Fixing his gaze on the girl, he added smugly, this letter clearly accepts the challenge without any conditions attached. Why, sorry, Yon smirked slyly. Indeed, the certifier for Black Dragon Hall will be provided by Hao Clan. Gongdong sect must also choose one. At that, Li Chialsu and his master fell silent in thought. After a moment, Jian Young said, our sect intends to invite a certifier from the Xiamen clan. Why, sorry, Yon sneered arrogantly. Fine, I'll remember that. Right after, Jian Young clasped his hands politely. Please take care on your way, may peace be with you. Not stopping there, Why, sorry, Yon took a few steps, then shot a sharp glance back at Li Chialsu, thinking, what on earth is this weirdo? He returned her look with a sleazy grin and stuck his tongue out to tease. Seeing his mocking face, Why, sorry, Yon almost cursed it out loud. Damn it. Instantly, she vanished. Watching her leave, he chuckled in delight. Then Jian Young's calm voice sounded. The time has been set. We should send word to the Xiamen clan. Suddenly, Yujin Hwi rushed out in a panic. Master, I just heard a commotion earlier. Jian Young continued gently, perfect timing. Jin Hwi, the Black Dragon envoy just left. Take this letter to the Xiamen clan for me. She was surprised but nodded, I understand. Glancing at Yujin Hwi, Li Chialsu grew uneasy. This duel won't be welcomed by the Xiamen clan. Sending only my kind-hearted senior will make them look down on us. After a moment's hesitation, he turned serious and said, Master, I want to go with her to the Xiamen clan. Jian Young raised a brow. You Chialsu? He answered firmly, yes. This trip is like my first real step into the martial world. As her junior, I want to stand beside my senior. Hearing his determination, she brightened. This kid really cares about his senior deeply. Overjoyed, she hugged him tightly and said happily, thank you, Junior. I never thought you'd think of me this way. His face turned pale from the squeeze, stammering, it's nothing. But inside he cried, let go already, you hug addict. Early next morning, Li Chialsu prepared to depart. Lost in thought, he mused Lanzhou, where the Xiamen clan resides, the largest city in Gamsuk. At last, I feel like I'm stepping into the great world. As he pondered, a soft voice called, Second young master. Startled, he asked Lady Xiao Ha Rin, this early, what brings you here? She answered gently, I heard you're leaving for Lanzhou today. Shyly bowing her head, she added, I haven't properly thanked you yet for saving me in the kitchen. Twice now, you've helped this useless girl, always so weak, always a burden. I'm truly sorry. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Li Chialsu smiled warmly, soothing her heart. Lady Xiao Ha Rin, I won't accept such thanks. When I was injured, it was your care that helped me recover. You always do your best. She was moved by his gentle words. Please don't blame yourself as weak or useless. Suddenly, he reached out and gently patted her head. He gave her some advice. If you want to take control of your fate, then officially join our sect. If Lady Xiao Ha Rin trains in martial arts, you could become one of the finest women in the martial world. Flustered, she replied, I will think about it. His last words struck deep. Lady Xiamen, please treasure yourself. Becoming strong starts with loving yourself. Do you understand? She hesitated. Truthfully, I don't fully understand yet. But then her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly. But since these are your words, I will remember and repeat them to myself. Suddenly, a voice called from afar, Junior, what are you still doing there? It was finally time to depart. Yujin Hwi urged, hurry up. Li Chialsu froze, thinking great, the nice atmosphere just got ruined. Jian Young spoke gently, this is your first journey into the martial world. You've trained hard all this time, so there should be no problem. Yujin Hwi replied, "Yes, master." Jian Young smiled and reminded, "Travel safely." And so the two of them set out, answering in unison, "Yes, we understand." They weaved through the bustling marketplace. This was Huading County's bazaar. Yujin Hwi beamed, tugging Li Qiaosu's hand, and exclaimed, "Junior, look, candied fruit." With sparkling eyes she teased, "Let's eat some candied fruit together." He sighed, "Fine," but inwardly grumbled, "I'm not a kid. Why are you so excited over sugar on a stick?" Holding the candied fruit, Yujin Hwi gushed with delight. It looked so good. And just like that, she happily devoured it with bliss written on her face. Meanwhile, though chewing on his own, Li Qiaosu's handsome features still drew the attention of passing girls. They showered him with compliments, such a natural advantage. Then he suddenly realized something, thinking, wait a second. He spotted a suspicious figure. Someone had been tailing them since they entered Huading County. He thought no martial skill but quick hands, a petty thief. If so, maybe tied to the Hao clan. Then suddenly the person vanished. Poof. He immediately gave chase, thinking, did Jiak Sawal send this? With her stubborn nature, this can't be good. Still, maybe I can use this chance. Swiftly, he grabbed the boy's wrist. Growling, he snapped, "You dare try to steal my purse." The boy stammered, "What?" Lowering his voice, Li Qiaosu said, "But since I'm generous, I won't blame a mere child." Then he angrily drew his gleaming sword, threatening, "Someone must have sent you. Take me to them." Terrified, the boy pleaded, "Please spare me. All right, I'll take you." By then, the sky was painted red by the evening glow. The two arrived near a brothel. Yujin Hwi praised, "Junior, you're amazing, spotting a tail so quickly." He waved it off. Honestly, it was just dumb luck. At the gates, Yujin Hwi was stunned by how grand it was. "This is the place," Li Qiaosu urged bravely. "Let's go in." Inside, an odd stillness enveloped them. He thought, outwardly it looks like a normal brothel, but it's way too quiet and not a single courtesan in sight. Creepy. Suddenly, a steward barked out, "Hey, it's not opening hours yet, what's going on?" With a mocking look, Li Qiaosu asked, "Is this the Hao clan's hideout in Huading County?" The man panicked and denied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Immediately, Li Qiaosu flicked a coin at him. At once, Li Qiaosu flicked another coin straight at the guy. The steward instinctively leapt aside to dodge it. Li Qiaosu smirked, "So you dodged that? Judging by your moves, you're definitely trained in martial arts." Staggering, the steward stood, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Then, furious, he pulled something out and blew with all his might, shouting, "Such insolence is intolerable." Li Qiaosu's eyes widened in horror. "Wait, that's feather needles, tiny lethal darts. If they hit, it's game over." Before he could react, Yujin Hwi dashed forward to attack. Li Qiaosu shouted, "Wait, senior." Yujin Hwi's fist clenched tight as she closed in on the man. With just one punch, he was smashed flat, barely managing a cry of pain. Immediately, others rushed over, panicked. "Steward, what happened?" But what they found was his motionless body on the floor. Another man, blood boiling, charged forward. "You dare strike the steward?" But Yujin Hwi's decisive punch silenced him mid-sentence. Seeing another fall, three more rushed in. With a tense look, Yujin Hwi threw yet another devastating blow. A massive explosion erupted before Li Qiaosu's eyes, leaving him stunned. He gasped in disbelief, "This is insane." After the chaos, she looked at him with a terrifying gaze. "Are you all right, Junior?" He trembled inside. "I knew she was strong, but this is ridiculous." Yujin Hwi's eyes bore into him, cold and murderous. She whispered, "Junior, I will definitely protect you." He shivered in fear. "She's way too strong, it's terrifying." Seeing her overwhelming might, the remaining men backed away, trembling. One stammered in horror, "Monster." Yujin Hwi blinked at the insult, quickly wiping blood from her cheek. Li Qiaosu panicked, "This is bad." He quickly calmed her, "Senior, that's enough. They struck first, you've done enough. Leave the rest to me." Not wanting things to escalate further, Li Qiaosu grabbed the steward's ear and twisted hard. "You idiot, why make such a scene?" The man yelped in fear. Yanking his ear, Li Qiaosu scolded nonstop, not only tailing Gongdong sect but even throwing hidden weapons, scaring my senior half to death. The steward cried out in pain, begging, "I was wrong." Li Qiaosu snapped, "Then lead us to your boss and maybe I'll forgive you." The man wept and pleaded, while Yujin Hwi stood aside, too exasperated to even comment. Suddenly, a strange voice reached his ear, "Please don't bully that poor steward any further." He realized instantly, this is sound transmission. The voice continued, "Why not come to the elegant chamber on the second floor and enjoy a private chat with me, just the two of us?" Looking up, he saw a young lady standing there. He thought, in a remote place like Huading County, someone can use sound transmission. He pondered, and if they call only me, not my senior, this must be Jiak Sawal's order. Seeing him silent, Yujin Hwi asked worriedly, Junior, what's wrong? He replied firmly, a Hao clan expert just sent me a transmission saying they want to meet me alone. She gasped in fear. Meet alone? No, Junior, that's too dangerous. She speculated nervously, what if the Hao clan lured us here on purpose? What if it's a trap? He reassured calmly, it's fine, Senior. Better to use this chance to see what they're plotting. He looked straight into her eyes and smiled. Please trust me. Hearing that, she hesitated briefly. Then she gripped his hand tightly and replied softly, all right, I'll trust you. She looked at him again and said warmly, you're my junior after all. Li Qiaosu turned to leave, puffing his cheeks shyly. Yes, I'll go and come back. Inwardly, he groaned, where did Senior pick up this cheesy way of talking? Slowly, he climbed the stairs where rows of old-fashioned rooms lined the corridor. He stopped in front of one. He thought from the tailing to the sound transmission, everything could be a trap. I must stay alert. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling him. It opened by itself. Inside stood Neng Walhyang, the #1 beauty of Sichuan, smiling in delight. You've come, young hero. She was so beautiful that Li Qiaosu flushed red in embarrassment. I expected courtesans, but... He froze, unable to believe his eyes. It's Neng Walhyang, the top beauty of Sichuan. He remembered the tailies. She was the famed courtesan, the unmatched beauty of Sichuan, known for music and calligraphy at banquets. Even the underlings here adored her. Some wondered if they'd get to see her tonight. Men from distant lands had traveled just to drink with her once. Back to reality, Li Qiaosu grew uneasy. The problem is, she isn't an ordinary courtesan. He knew her true identity. Her other persona was none other than Jiak Sawal. Seeing his fluster, she laughed smugly. An unplanned meeting always makes things more exciting, doesn't it? He scowled at the fake sweetness. Damn it, this is textbook side character obsession. Li Qiaosu snapped, so you lured me here just out of obsession. She giggled secretly, Qiaosu, this time I've got you in my grasp. She recalled their last clash, thinking the only reason he survived the Sword Lake trial must be because he's a lunatic, liking anyone as long as they wear a skirt. Such a fool can't be taken seriously. I'll test him this time. Putting on an innocent face, she slowly removed her veil, while still scheming inside. If he falls for Neng Walhyang's charms, I'll make him pay for stirring my heart. Seeing her remove the veil, he stammered in surprise. Why did you suddenly take off your veil? She smiled sweetly. Because greeting a guest while hiding my face would be rude, wouldn't it? She then gracefully poured tea and said, first, please have some tea. Neng Walhyang still acted ever so gentle and delicate. Yet behind that, she schemed with venom. Her beauty was only the beginning. Suddenly, she unleashed her move, enchanting beauty art. I'll use it now. Certain of her success, she smirked smugly. This martial technique of seduction, enchanting beauty art, was far superior to the cheap tricks of third-rate courtesans. It invaded the mind, scrambled reason, a top-tier bewitchment art. Suddenly, Li Qiaosu felt the strange shift in the air. His head grew hazy, his breath heavy, eyes unfocused, and he muttered nervously, this room feels kinda hot, doesn't it? She grinned wickedly. The atmosphere is heated, time for the finishing blow. She gently took his hand, her voice laced with fake concern. Young hero, why have you come here? He blinked, chuckled awkwardly, and stuttered, well, that's The moment she had been waiting for had finally come. Her eyes widened in expectation. He's fallen completely into the trap. Show your true face, Qiaosu. But he suddenly pulled his hand back, face stern. I came here to ask you something clearly. Neng Walhyang stiffened, confused. What just happened? He went straight to the point, speaking firmly. The Hao clan tailing disciples of Gongdong sect, isn't that far too disrespectful? Just before an important duel, you secretly spy on us. Are you planning to sell our information to the Black Dragon gang to help them? Her expression froze. Even my enchanting beauty art didn't work. He growled, if Hao clan already has our intel, then Black Dragon could easily send assassins from Satmak to ambush us. Wouldn't that be the perfect way to erase Gongdong sect without ever fighting us directly? She stood speechless, stunned. Li Qiaosu thought, unless the Black Dragon gang has lost their minds, they wouldn't openly request Hao clan's help. But in politics, truth doesn't matter. He grinned confidently. If you slip even once, I'll use it to crush you completely. He added, that's another way of interpreting today's situation. So lady, what do you think of that? He mused calmly. No matter how strong Jiak Sawal's enchanting beauty art is, it's useless against me. He recalled his past life proudly. Though my body is young again, my spirit has already reached the mystic realm. He knew perfectly how to counter her. If you came in your true identity, maybe I'd be wary, but posing as a mere courtesan like Neng Walhyang, you can't do a thing. You thought to shake my will, but absolutely not. He reflected firmly, to enjoy love sincerely is the true way of desire. I'll never bow to cheap hypnosis tricks. With that thought, he scowled and snapped, so, after tailing us, you now resort to demonic tricks like enchanting beauty art. How do you plan to beg forgiveness for this insolence? Ningwal Hyang immediately showed fear. The duel between the Black Dragon Gang and the Gongdong sect was the hottest topic in the martial world right now. Our Hao clan lives off gathering intel, so of course we must act. She placed her hand on her chest and feigned guilt. This matter is my fault. It has nothing to do with the Black Dragon Gang. Young master, please don't misunderstand. Suddenly, the name Li Qiaosu flashed in her mind. Ningwal Hyang's heart pounded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Who is this man? How can he be so sharp-minded? The more intelligent a person is, the easier they should fall for my seductive arts, yet he remains clear-headed. Abruptly she asked him, young hero, do you truly feel no charm from a woman like me? He remained polite and replied, you are indeed a peerless beauty. To say you have no allure would be lying. Then he added calmly, but the reason I'm not swayed is because I don't harbor feelings for you. This honest confession left her wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Ningwal Hyang quickly veiled her face again, flustered and speechless. He only said gently, please forgive me for this discourtesy. She looked shy and awkward, realizing that mere seduction without true feeling could not move him. So you're not a man driven by lust after all. Turning toward Li Qiaosu, he generously declared, very well, your apology seems sincere, so I'll forgive your offense this time. But deep down he mused, you've passed my little test, so now it's time you earn your reward. Placing his hand lightly on his chest, he said softly, please deliver a proposal to the supreme master of the Hao clan from the Gongdong sect. Hearing his request, she grew nervous and stammered, to me? You mean you want me to deliver it to sect master Jiok Sa-wal? Seeing her odd reaction, he nodded, exactly. Ningwal Hyang grew curious, and what kind of proposal is it, if I may ask? He answered faintly, my proposal concerns the duel between the Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon Gang. He continued, and it also involves the mighty Xiamen clan. Meanwhile, at the Xiamen clan's Qinchin Hall. By the window, Xiamen Hainchin listened as Xiamen Peng reported, the Black Dragon Gang's leader has officially accepted the duel challenge from the Gongdong sect. Carefully wiping a leaf clean, the old man merely sighed. Xiamen Peng reasoned, if the Black Dragon Gang defeats the Gongdong sect in this official duel, then our Xiamen clan will lose any justification to strike at them. Are you not worried, sir? The old man calmly reassured him, do not worry, that duel will never take place. Xiamen Peng was puzzled. Why not, my lord? The elder explained gently, because it is a duel where the defeat of the orthodox side is inevitable. Then he muttered to himself, unless the Gongdong sect can find a master of great prestige to serve as the duel's witness. His words left Xiamen Peng utterly shocked. Alarmed, he blurted out, my lord, do you intend to have the duel completely cancelled? Xiamen Hainchin calmly nodded. That's right. The gentle old man continued, in this province of Gamsuk, there isn't a single martial artist who dares ignore our movements. The Gongdong sect will never find anyone to certify their duel. So it turned out, the old man was none other than the Xiamen clan's master, Xiamen Hainchin. The elder furrowed his brows and resolutely declared, without permission from the Xiamen clan, such a thing will never happen. At Namju Marketplace, Li Qiaosu and Yujin Hwi walked through the bustling crowd. Yujin Hwi curiously asked, brother, how did the matter with the noble clan go? He replied, it ended well enough. They also intend to keep an eye on us, though a bit grudgingly. She closed her eyes slightly in understanding. Ah, so that's how it is. Then her face lit up with excitement at the market. By the way, this market is truly dazzling, Li Qiaosu replied. It is indeed the largest market in Gamsuk province. But in his heart he thought, compared to Beijing, this is like a countryside convenience store. Not far away, a man sitting in a tea house caught sight of them. Surprised, he muttered, oh, those are Gongdong sect people, so the rumors are true. Another man, overhearing, chimed in, they say they'll directly face the Black Dragon Gang. Yet another added, I also heard that the Gongdong sect has regained the martial arts they once lost. Yujin Hwi broke into a sweat as the crowd's attention turned toward them. She whispered, so even here in Lanchu, people recognize us, huh? Li Qiaosu, however, wasn't surprised. He simply said, even if the Gongdong sect is currently stagnant, it's still one of the top traditional sects in Gamsuk province, isn't it? Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Li Qiaosu continued, anyway, it seems we've arrived. The two looked up at the towering, solid mansion with a stone plaque engraved with 4 characters, Xiamen clan. Li Qiaosu said to Yujin Hwi, this must be the Xiamen family estate, right? She marveled at the grand building before them, exclaiming, "It looks like a palace." Meanwhile, Li Qiaosu showed no interest. He replied lazily, "Yeah," while thinking inwardly, "Looks like some nouveau rich house showing off too hard." A guard from the Xiamen clan approached and asked, "Are you here to visit the family estate?" He affirmed, "Yes." The guard folded his arms and pressed further, "Did you make an appointment beforehand?" Yujin Hwi shot a glance at the silently brooding Li Qiaosu. A moment later, he pulled out a scroll full of words before the man and said, "I've brought a handwritten letter from the head of Gongdong sect concerning the duel with the Black Dragon Gang. I request to see the clan master to present it." The guard rubbed his chin and said, "Gongdong sect, huh? So you don't have an appointment, do you?" Finally, he concluded with one sentence, "Then please head over to the other line and wait," as he pointed at the endless crowd waiting in a long queue. Yujin Hwi hurriedly whispered to Li Qiaosu, "Junior brother, we must be quick. If we delay, we might not even get in today." He held his arm out in front of her and declared boldly, "No, senior brother, there's already a way." She stammered, "A way." His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Li Qiaosu said, "Yes, leave it to me." He rushed forward, holding out the scroll toward the guard, and shouted, "This duel recorded in this letter concerns all of Gamsuk martial world and even Sichuan." The words startled the guard. He pressed on, his stubborn face unwavering, "And now, will you dare belittle a letter from Gongdong sect simply based on the judgment of a guard?" The guard froze for a moment, then replied reluctantly, "Even so, there must be an appointment with the clan master." The ruckus attracted the surrounding crowd, and seizing the moment, he raised his voice louder. "How dare a mere guard obstruct the great hero of Xiamen?" Li Qiaosu pointed straight at the man's face, his expression blazing with fury, his voice filled with might. "Your choice at this moment will be recorded as a verdict that determines not just the fate of Gamsuk martial world, but also all of Sichuan. Do you dare take responsibility for that?" The guard trembled at the words, clearly overwhelmed, like who signed him up for this nightmare. Eyes wide with panic, the guard bolted, stammering out one last line in his confusion as Yujin Hwi blinked in bafflement. "I will seek instructions from the higher authority. Please, wait a moment." Once he was gone, Li Qiaosu stretched his grin ear to ear, eyes gleaming slyly. He thought to himself, the plan of intimidating the small fry and making him panic, what a flawless success. Suddenly, the grand gate carved with elegant patterns of the Xiamen residence creaked open. From inside, a senior elder stepped out, stopping before Li Qiaosu and Yujin Hwi. He introduced himself in a stately tone, "Welcome, honored guests, to the Xiamen family. I am Xiamen Peng. Though my abilities are humble, I serve as steward of the household, effectively the second authority of the clan." The two bowed respectfully. He said, "It is an honor to meet you. I am Li Qiaosu of Gongdong sect." She followed, "And I am Yujin Hwi of Gongdong sect." Xiamen Peng politely gestured, "Please forgive the guard's rudeness. Allow me to invite you inside." Inside a certain residence. He spoke warmly, "Please rest assured and take comfort here." Xiamen Peng smiled at them as they sat by the tea table. "In due time, the clan master will summon you." Li Qiaosu asked, "May we know when we will have the honor of meeting the great Xiamen master?" Still smiling, he explained, "The clan master is very busy with affairs and personal cultivation. I beg your understanding, as we cannot confirm an exact time." Li Qiaosu carefully studied the man, thinking, despite the politeness, this one is hardly different from that guard. Clearly, they intend to save face for the Xiamen family by deliberately making us wait. He thought further, losing momentum before the negotiation even begins isn't my style. So he feigned casually probing, "Isn't that right?" Crossing one leg over the other, he said, "Then please deliver this message to the Heavenly Sword King, the great Xiamen master." Li Qiaosu smirked arrogantly and continued, "If you hadn't run into me right now, you'd have missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Xiamen Peng looked utterly puzzled, not knowing what to say. Then he suddenly burst out laughing, "I'll definitely pass on your words then, so please, rest easy and enjoy yourself." The door closed, leaving Yujin Hwi staring with curiosity. She immediately turned and asked him, "Junior brother, what does a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity even mean?" Hearing this, Li Qiaosu placed his hand on the teacup. He lifted the cup to his lips, winked mischievously, and said, "Because time is on our side, my dear." Yujin Hwi looked even more confused, muttering, "Time with Qiaosu is like banging the village drum. Anyway, senior brother, since you're free, why not fatten up while staying in this rich man's house?" A table full of mouthwatering dishes was quickly laid out. Li Qiaosu grabbed chopsticks and started devouring food happily. He marveled, thinking these dishes were no different from natural elixirs restoring his strength. Then he exclaimed out loud, "This food is absolutely divine." Watching him eat so joyfully, she nodded in agreement. "Exactly, junior brother, eat more," he replied instantly, "of course." Suddenly, Xiamen Peng pushed the door open in a fluster, shouting loudly, "Honorable heroes of the Gongdong sect." His eyes flickered nervously as he continued, "The clan master wishes to see you two immediately." Hearing this, Li Qiaosu slammed his chopsticks down on the table. He grinned, a white tooth biting into a toothpick, and said, "I was just starting to feel comfy here for once." In a spacious hall, seemingly the chamber of the Xiamen clan master, a voice rang out, "What an honor to meet the great Xiamen Hainchin, pillar of Gamsuk's martial world and defender of justice." That voice was Li Qiaosu, as he and Yujin Hwi bowed before the noble clan leader. He went on to introduce himself, "I am Li Qiaosu." Hainchin roared furiously, "Enough." The old man's face trembled, "Don't waste my time with empty greetings." His fists clenched tightly, his whole body shaking with rage. Hainchin demanded, "Why do you insist on clashing with the Black Dragon gang so badly?" Li Qiaosu calmly answered, "Naturally, to restore righteousness to the martial world." Hearing this, Hainchin snapped back, "Fools like you." The old man ground his teeth and growled, "Joining hands with those so-called noble sects to spread rumors, is that your plan?" Li Qiaosu smirked and retorted, "Noble sects, what nonsense are you babbling?" Hainchin pressed on, "Across the land, rumors with no clear origin are spreading like wildfire." The old man recalled the chatter outside with no hint of discretion. Gongdong sects rise, some had said. If they could face the Black Dragon gang, it would indeed be serious. Hainchin believed this confrontation wasn't just a fight between orthodox and demonic sects. If the Black Dragon gang wins, the demonic sects will rule the martial world. How dreadful. The idea that the victor will dominate all of Jianghu is absurd, but frightening nonetheless. Hainchin's voice boomed again, full of weight and fury. At the same time, I heard that a letter was sent to the 9 federal sects and the 6 great clans to request them to act as notaries for the Gongdong sect. Can all of this really be called coincidence? The old man asked, but Li Qiaosu's face remained strangely calm. As expected, Jiak Sa Wal handled everything with precision. He thought to himself, then recalled his conversation with Neng Wal Hyang. He had said, "My proposal is a duel between the Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon gang. Furthermore, it involves the Xiao clan. First, spread rumors so widely that no one remains unaware of the duel. Then send letters requesting the 9 federal sects and the 6 great clans to serve as notaries." Neng Wal Hyang responded, "You want to expand the scale so that the Xiao clan cannot refuse to be notaries, correct?" He nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Neng Wal Hyang continued, "But Li Hero, no matter how impolite I may be, great clans never do business that leads to losses." She tapped her finger on the table. "Even if I convey your proposal, the Supreme Sect Master will never accept it." Hearing this, Li Qiaosu's face twisted, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes, but he could only think to himself, "Quick calculations indeed, Sai. I wanted to keep this low-key." He rummaged inside his robe and replied to Neng Wal Hyang, "Of course, merely asking for a favor without compensation would be impolite." He placed a small luminous pearl on the table and continued, "Deliver this to the Supreme Sect Master as partial compensation for this proposal." Neng Wal Hyang smirked, humming, "Oh my, though small in size, a luminous pearl of such purity is indeed rare. At this level, one could call it a fair trade." Then she spoke seriously again, "Since the great clan is also notarizing for the Black Dragon gang, this growing game of chess is something worth welcoming." Snapping out of his memories, Li Qiaosu looked at Xiamen Hainchin, who still hadn't calmed his fury, while thinking to himself, with Tang's sect, King Cheng and Amei already agreeing to notarize, it would be ridiculous for the Xiao clan, the #1 clan in Gamsuk, to sit out. They'll have no choice but to join as notaries. Li Qiaosu curled his lips into a grin, affirming in his mind that winning before the fight even begins is the true peak of a politician's art. At that moment, Xiao clan master clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Those who spread baseless rumors are none other than the great clans. If Gongdong sect benefits most from these rumors, then, the old man shouted again, "Isn't it fair to say Gongdong sect and the great clans are working hand in hand?" His words made Li Qiaosu think, pretty sharp, this guy. Then he spread his hands and said, "Do you have proof? To threaten based only on speculation isn't reasonable." The old man snapped back immediately, pretending not to know, "Yes, I don't have proof." While Yujin Hwi was still bewildered, Li Qiaosu's face brimmed with smugness. He thought, with Jiak Sa Wall himself pulling the strings as if he'd ever leave behind evidence. Xiamen Hainchen's fury grew even hotter. The old man shouted, however, once your duel is rumored to be the very struggle of evil. If you lose, not only will the Xiao clan fall into danger, but even the orthodox sects will be dragged down. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu was momentarily taken aback. I knew he was hot-tempered, but I didn't expect him to get this worked up, he thought. The old man's clenched hand began radiating spiritual energy, his voice full of challenge. Then let me personally see if the Gongdong sect truly has the power to win. His rage exploded as he smashed the table in front of him into pieces. Allow me, as a senior of the martial world, to teach you a lesson about how vast this world really is. The terrifying power made both him and her stagger. Inside Li Qiaosu's mind, alarm screamed, insane, what kind of aura is this? If that strike hits, I'll at least be half crippled. Xiamen Hainchen's entire being radiated dreadful might. His eyes glowed with furious light as he told him, if you insist on this duel, prove your strength to me first. Sword King of True Heaven Li Qiaosu looked at the old man's stance and wondered, does he seriously intend to kill us? People say that weight as heavy as Mount Sumeru, with sword aura so tyrannical that even the heavens weep. That is the mark of a master who has stepped into the realm of transformation. The one who mastered the grand supreme defeat force together with the heavenly royal sword, that was none other than the martial arts of Xiamen Hainchen. Xiamen Hainchen's entire body radiated an astonishing spiritual power, as if in just a blink he could turn everything around him into ashes. That terrifying strength forced Li Qiaosu to vomit blood, his body crushed until his face turned purple. His mind screamed disbelief. Just a flicker of momentum had this much power. Was this old guy planning to wipe us all out? Those thoughts kept swirling inside Li Qiaosu, even as his body collapsed to the ground, like being pulverized under 10,000 caddies of pressure. To escape that suffocating aura, he had no choice but to risk his life to reverse the La Shun blood art. Suddenly, a foot stomped down on the shattered ground, and Li Qiaosu looked up in shock. Yujin Hwi was standing strong against the overwhelming pressure. She shouted, "Senior brother." Her eyes burned with determination and resolve, her voice firm and unyielding. From now on, do not dare to speak ill of our sect again. Her expression made Xiamen Hainchen slightly surprised. Spiritual energy began gathering around her. Yujin Hwi stood tall with fierce momentum, her voice filled with anger. Even if our sect were to decline, it wouldn't mean we lack the strength to face demonic heretics like you. Her majesty and determination left Li Qiaosu stunned. He thought in disbelief, senior brother is standing against Xiamen Hainchen's aura, truly a genius. Thanks to you, I still have my life. Yet the aura of Xiamen Hainchen still surged. The old man stood proudly and said to Yujin Hwi, daring to face my aura head-on, impressive. Suddenly his eyes sharpened, the aura condensed across his body, blazing in his palm. He snarled, but did you think that alone was enough to earn recognition? Don't get cocky. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu also clenched his teeth. He thought, this old monster. The frightening power of Xiamen Hainchen burned without restraint. With the face of someone ready for a final duel, he roared. Let's see if you can withstand this strike. His veins bulged, his power erupted, and that crushing force hurled toward Li Qiaosu and Yujin Hwi without mercy. She went pale, eyes rolling, blood spurting from her lips, her hands instinctively trying to shield her chest like a makeshift umbrella. Li Qiaosu, already on his knees, now nearly collapsed entirely, coughing up blood once more. Both enraged and terrified, his thoughts exploded. Xiamen Hainchen, this lunatic, is he trying to grind us into paste? He looked at her battered figure, still forcing herself to stand against the onslaught, and thought, with this kind of power, even senior brother can hardly hold on. Yujin Hwi's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as she steadied herself. Focus, I must break this aura at all costs. Which move will work? Which technique can save us? Countless techniques flashed through her mind. Little Sun Heart Method, Triple Yin True Art, Reverse La Shun Blood Skill, Merged Divine Power. None would do. She felt helpless, yet stubbornly stood against the unyielding aura, desperately seeking a solution to dissolve it. With my current skills, I'm afraid it still isn't enough. The pressure from Xiamen Hainchen showed no signs of weakening. He bellowed, where? That momentum from before? If you keep standing still like an idiot, death will be your only outcome. Yujin Hwi's face was drenched in sweat. She forced herself not to panic. Do not fear, the answer must lie in the path I've walked. The martial arts of Gongdong sect are built upon revering yin and yang, which creates explosive bursts of power. But could Gongdong sect's martial arts really be limited only to brute force? Memories of the sect's mysterious box flashed through her mind. Martial arts created by the mixed-origin sword ancestor weren't simple raw force. She remembered what she once told Li Qiaosu. Junior brother, perhaps Gongdong sect's martial arts, whether we like it or not, carry similarities to the demonic sect. At that time, Li Qiaosu had replied, outwardly it may look alike, but its essence is different. Senior brother. The sect's reverse blood isn't like the demonic sect, it's just a means to achieve the reversal of yin and yang. Hearing that, she once executed a sword stroke in agreement. True enough. The heterogeneous divine art, the more she practiced, the more she felt its flexible softness. Yeah, that was her little life lesson at the moment. Yujin Hy's mind was now a mess, both fierce and flexible, as if she just unlocked the truth of strength. She opened her eyes wide that had been shut tight. Yujin Hwi began channeling energy to unleash a technique. Yes, that's right, she suddenly thought, indeed, the martial arts of our sect don't just hold the mysteries of brute force but also hide subtle transformations. She realized that by taking primordial chaos as the center, if she combined the marvels of the heterogeneous divine art with the reverse flow of the blood harmony technique, the awakened stream of power turned into a precious pearl in her palm. Everything around collapsed, tea water lifted from the ground and floated with the movement of her inner energy. Looking at the scene of the air flowing like rippling water, Xiamen Hainshin exclaimed in shock, the vibration of the air. His narrowed eyes glinted. The old man muttered to himself, could this brat actually? That inner force moved according to Yujin Hy's hand, gathering into the precious pearl, her heart filling with determination. If the martial arts I've practiced can't block it. Her inner force surged forward, clashing with Xiamen Hainshin's oppressive might, creating a spectacle that nearly tore space apart. The two forces chased each other in wild chaos. As her arms stretched out, Yujin Hy's power froze midair. Then she thought, fine, I'll just create one, heavenless earth body. Li Qiaosu staggered up in sheer shock, blurting out, in just that short moment, you actually created a brand new martial art. Xiamen Hainshin couldn't believe it either. The old man thought, not only enduring my aura but also dispersing it. Seriously. He stood before Yujin Hwi and Li Qiaosu amidst the wreckage. So this is the genius heaven decided to bless? Ha! Finally, in the silence, someone spoke. Respected Xiamen Master, this junior seeks your guidance. The speaker was Yujin Hwi, her eyes brimmed with resolve. Now, do you still believe our sect is just reckless fools flaunting power? Xiamen Hainshin's face grew dark, words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, the old man burst out laughing, startling both her and Li Qiaosu with this 180 degrees attitude flip. Xiamen Hainshin straightened, gazing upward. Heavenless earth body, so that's what you call it. He asked Yujin Hwi, his expression tinged with hope, eyes drifting into the distance. That sly old fox, raising such a ferocious tiger all this time without showing a hint. The test is over. He folded his arms, face full of anticipation. For a moment, his stern face faded. With this level, I can't refuse. The duel against Black Dragon Gang will be worth the price of admission. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu and Yujin Hwi couldn't hide their joy. Much obliged, Master Xiamen. Those words seemed to glow against the dark night sky. The Xiamen clan resembled a tranquil midnight painting. From above, Xiamen Hainshin watched the whole scene, lost in thought. A disciple of Gongdong sect has comprehended heavenless earth body. Becoming the world's #1 is now just a matter of time. His eyes grew more contemplative. Perhaps the great revival of Gongdong has already begun. Xiamen Hainshin touched the wooden railing. But as the head of Gamsuk's #1 clan, the Xiamen family, we cannot afford to lose. I'll resist them with all I've got, he thought. Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his musings. Father. His pensive face instantly melted away, replaced by sheer joy and doting warmth. My daughter, what brings you here? The newcomer was Xiamen Qingha, Hainshin's beloved daughter. She asked, I heard you met the disciples of Gongdong sect. What's your impression? The old man replied, far beyond expectations. They've got more guts than I thought. I've already agreed to the duel with the Black Dragon Gang. Hearing this, Xiamen Qingha looked a little surprised. Being an admirer of Gongdong sect, Xiamen Qingha was overjoyed. Of course, I knew it, she asked excitedly. Have the Gongdong disciples already left? Though a bit puzzled by his daughter's expression, Xiamen Hainshin still replied that it was already late, so tonight they would stay at Ho Tan Inn. Hearing this, the girl dashed off in a hurry, leaving only one line behind. Then I'll excuse myself first. Xiamen Hainchin looked after her, baffled. What the heck? Why so rushed? Xiamen Qingha walked away deep in thought, recalling the disciples of the Gongdong sect who once stood at the front lines of justice against the demon sect in the Great War and sacrificed their lives. Her face was filled with admiration and reverence, her mind screaming, those true heroes of the martial world even made her father admire them. Just how extraordinary were they? Late at night the moon shone bright. Li Qiaosu was earnestly practicing his sword. He thought to himself, today we were lucky thanks to senior brother. If he hadn't stepped in, we would have failed from the start. Xiamen Hainchin would surely seize on that excuse to cancel the duel. His aura blazed into the blade, almost creating a new martial art on the spot to survive danger. That annoying bastard, I can't just stand still. From now on, special training starts, he resolved with fiery determination. The yang energy inside Li Qiaosu boiled so fiercely he growled aloud. Just what the heck is going on? Suddenly a sound reached his ears. Li Qiaosu narrowed his eyes, alert, and turned. Who's there? Thinking it was Jin Hwi, Li Qiaosu quickly shrank his stance, trying to hide the raging yang energy. He asked, Senior brother, is that you? Didn't you say you'd rest well tonight? You pervert, a voice cursed, making Li Qiaosu jump. He saw Xiamen Qingha standing there dazed, her face red as a tomato. She screamed angrily, what the hell are you raising up and walking toward me for? Her shriek ripped through the night, you degenerate. Standing there and stepping closer like that, terrified, she collapsed onto the ground. Her eyes were fixed in horror on the raging yang energy, her mind spinning. That thing. Her face was both shocked and dumbfounded. Could someone with such a dirty aura really call himself a disciple of Gongdong sect? Realizing her identity, Li Qiaosu spoke first. Aren't you the second young lady of the Xiamen clan, Xiamen Qingha? His demeanor was equally surprised. With a face of astonishment, he thought, who'd expect to run into her in the dead of night? Xiamen Qingha furiously covered her blushing cheeks and scolded him while he fumbled trying to hide the thing below. What the hell is that? Such disgraceful behavior? Li Qiaosu coughed awkwardly, powerless to explain. He pressed his lips together at a loss for words, speaking only to himself inside. This was really beyond expectation. Who'd have thought someone would secretly spy on me training? Li Qiaosu then recalled the graceful beauty of Xiamen Qingha, the youngest daughter of the Xiamen clan. Once praised as the #1 beauty of Gamsuk before Xiao Rin appeared, she had long admired the sect, then fell obsessively for Jin Hwi, chasing him with stubborn devotion. But when her senior brother never returned her feelings, she completely changed, becoming extreme and falling into darkness. Xiamen Qingha squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, practicing martial arts like that under the name of the sect, isn't it nothing but debauchery? Such shame! Hearing that, Li Qiaosu bristled like a cat. What did you say, debauchery? With proud, arrogant yang energy, he puffed up his chest and pointed at her. You'd better take those words back, there's logic behind it too. Xiamen Qingha grew even angrier. Then hurry up and hide that disgusting thing already. The two kept bickering back and forth until both of their faces turned red. Li Qiaosu obediently covered himself with his hands. Suddenly remembering something, Li Qiaosu crossed his arms and asked, but sneaking around spying on someone's training, don't you know that's a major taboo in the martial world? Xiamen Qingha shot back instantly, shameless. That obscene posture of yours you call training? What ridiculous nonsense. He immediately countered loudly, a true master must harmonize internal and external martial arts. What's wrong with my external training method, Xiamen Qingha fumed, still daring to justify yourself. One hand hugging her body, the other pointing furiously at him, she scolded, you made a woman like me witness something indecent. That's a crime. I really ought to hold you accountable right here and now. Li Qiaosu felt both helpless and furious. He thought, these father and daughter are going to drive me insane. That's it. The Xiamen clan needs some serious discipline. He clasped his hands and declared loudly, seems words won't get us anywhere. Annoyed inside but forcing a smile, Li Qiaosu continued, but I have a good idea. Hearing that, Xiamen Qingha perked up with mild curiosity. A good idea? His face showed no compromise, though the smile lingered. His pointing finger trembled as he declared, you and I will settle this with martial arts, a duel, the proper way of the Jianghu. Doesn't that sound fair? Hearing that, her face lit up with pride. She confidently puffed out her chest. You dare challenge the sword phoenix Xiamen Qingha? Fine, I'll let the world see your disgrace. Fired up after her agreement, Li Qiaosu pressed on. Then the loser of this duel will become the servant of the winner. How's that? Xiamen Qingha agreed instantly. Perfect. Even if you cry and beg, I won't show mercy. They exchanged a sharp glance, lips curled, eyes narrowed, neither planning to yield. Xiamen Qinghe stormed off angrily while behind her Li Qiaosu smirked mischievously. He thought, fine, it's settled. He licked his lips and kept scheming, never thought I'd stumble upon Xiamen Qinghe here. This duel is the chance to put the Xiamen clan beneath Gongdong Sec's feet. His thoughts went even further, imagining the Xiamen young lady in a maid outfit. If he also had a cold beauty as a handmaiden, where was the loss in that? The sky shone so blue that the trees gleamed lush, and even a rainbow appeared. Walking along, Li Qiaosu glanced around, thinking this trip to the Xiamen clan was a real success. He strode alongside Yu Jin Hwi on the grassy dirt road, lost in thought. The certification was complete, and he even secured a duel with Xiamen Qinghe. Seeing his junior so pensive, Yu Jin Hwi leaned closer and asked, "Junior brother, what's on your mind?" He jolted a little but then replied, "I was just thinking about everything that happened at the Xiamen clan." Yu Jin Hwi responded, "Oh, I was just curious since you smiled." Hearing that, Li Qiaosu chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks to senior brother's brilliance, we secured the notary. Isn't that worth celebrating?" At those words, a thought flashed across Yu Jin Hwi's mind. "Could it be you've always only looked at me?" She answered cheerfully. "Thank you for the praise, junior brother, I'm truly touched." Li Qiaosu added, "It's because senior brother possesses the heaven-no-earth body. That's why it was possible." He continued to praise, "You even created a martial art on the spot." She humbly replied, "Since it's based on the foundation of primordial unity chi art, I plan to name it Origin Art. But it's not complete yet, it needs more development." Li Qiaosu said with certainty, "If it's you, senior brother, you'll perfect it soon." Yu Jin Hwi eagerly asked, "Do you want to learn it? The secret formulas of Origin Art, until we complete primordial unity chi art, this will be useful." Hearing this, Li Qiaosu was a bit surprised. "For me," she boldly answered, "of course, since you're my only junior brother, I created a simplified formula just for you." Not wanting to let her down, he smirked, "Ah, fine then." But inside he thought, she even simplified the formulas for me. Gives me a chill, honestly, but still. Yu Jin Hwi immediately channeled energy, gathering strength between her palms. Li Qiaosu followed suit, their powers spread outward, swirling like shifting space. She asked, "See, simple, right?" Li Qiaosu smiled sincerely, "Thank you, senior brother." In his heart he marveled, Origin Art is truly remarkable. Though not as profound as primordial unity chi art, it harmonized perfectly with Gongdong Sec's sword techniques. More importantly, he glanced downward while thinking. Yu Jin Hwi eyed his strange motion with confusion. He thought further, this martial art doesn't make my, cuckoo bird stand at attention nonstop. I don't know how she did it, but it feels like some hidden gap inside me has been patched. Nightfall at Gongdong Sec. Jian Young set down her teacup and said, "You've worked hard. Seeing you return safely from your first journey in the Jianghu as your master, I'm truly moved." Both of them bowed respectfully. Li Qiaosu replied, "It's all thanks to master's guidance." Jian Young continued, "While you were at the Xiao clan, good news kept pouring in. Somehow the duel between our sect and the Black Dragon gang spread as if it were actually a clash of justice and evil." As he spoke, he pulled out several letters. Tang Clan, King Cheng, Imei, and even Mount Hang all sent word, saying they would attend as official witnesses. Li Qiaosu thought to himself, Tang Clan, King Cheng, Imei already had conflicts with the Black Dragon gang, so that wasn't surprising. Then, as if realizing something, he softly called, "Master." He asked, "Mount Hang also wants to be a witness?" Jian Young answered, "Indeed, surprising isn't it? Mount Hang sect replaced Joint Mountain sect to join the 9 great sects. Truth be told, between us and them, there's still old grudges." Li Qiaosu's face sank slightly as he continued. "Does this mean the Sword Empress Yun Xiao Lan will also come?" "Yes, she said she will personally act as a witness for the duel," Jian Young confirmed, matching Li Qiaosu's thoughts. His cheeks flushed red, saliva almost dripping, eyes sparkling with a mix of cunning and excitement. He thought, has my chance come this quickly? Li Qiaosu quickly pictured the beautiful, enchanting figure of that woman, sinking deeper into his daydream. "My first candidate for main wife, I'm about to meet the Sword Empress Yun Xiao Lan herself." At Mount Hang in Shanxi, a beautiful young woman stood on a tall platform, speaking to the children playing below. This happened when the Sword Empress Yun Xiao Lan was just 16 years old. She was full of excitement and admiration. At the Dragon Phoenix Assembly, a grand event where the young talents of the martial world gathered, in front of everyone, Yoon Seol-lan solemnly declared. She recalled that awe-inspiring scene where the Sword Empress stepped on a man's back, arrogantly and beautifully proclaiming, "I will marry the man who can defeat me." She pointed her sword at the crowd below the stage. "No matter who, as long as he belongs to the righteous sex, if he can defeat me in combat, I will accept being his wife." Of course, she added, if anyone could actually achieve that. The kids listening to the story from the young lady on the platform were thrilled. What a bold declaration, no man choosing a wife but a woman deciding her husband, the storyteller rambled on. Her face glowed with admiration for the Sword Empress. Do you realize how grand this decision was? A woman carving her own destiny. What a noble and powerful choice. The little girls below shouted, "That's amazing." The young woman spread her arms to the sky and continued, "And even now, decades have passed, no one has ever defeated the Sword Empress. Thanks to that, Mount Heng's sect rose into the 9 great sects and even holds the top position among them." She ended her tale with fierce pride. Therefore, we must always remember to be grateful to the Sword Empress. The children once again clamored, their tiny feet shuffling. "Yes, we understand." A voice suddenly rang out, drawing the young woman's attention. "Stop with that nonsense already." The one who arrived was none other than the Sword Empress Yoon Seol-lan, leader of Mount Heng. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Sword Empress." The young lady quickly bowed. "Master, you've come." The Sword Empress immediately commanded, "Prepare to depart. We must attend the duel involving joint mountain sect." The young lady asked, "Master, must you really go? Gongdong sect or Black Dragon Gang compared to us of Mount Heng, they're just petty little sect disputes." Yoon Seol-lan replied, "This is a duel between justice and evil. For the honor of the righteous path, our sect, as the foremost of the 9 great sects, must participate." A trace of worry flickered on the Sword Empress's face. She pondered while gazing at the disciples bowing respectfully behind her. And more than that, for the sake of Mount Heng sect itself. The sky was bright and clear above a large residence at the mountain's base. Li Qiaosu held a letter in hand. With a trustworthy expression he reported, "Master, allow this disciple to deliver the message confirming the witnesses have been secured." Before Jian Young could respond, Yujin Hwi anxiously asked first, "Junior brother, are you sure you'll be alright going alone?" Li Qiaosu smiled confidently. "It's just delivering a letter, senior brother, don't worry yourself." But she still wasn't at ease, her hands gripping his shoulders tightly, tears welling up. The Black Dragon Gang might try something dirty. Li Qiaosu pouted, annoyance ready to spill from his lips. "I already told you, I hate being touched by other men." He trembled, pushing Yujin Hwi's hand away, helplessly advising, "No, senior brother, the Grand Martial Tournament is about to begin. Even if they're demonic outsiders, they probably won't dare to act recklessly." She asked half doubtful, "Really?" At last Yujin Hwi didn't stop him, only bidding farewell, "Then go quickly and return soon." Li Qiaosu grinned brightly and obeyed. "Yes, master, please wait for me." With a few strides he crossed the green hill, thinking secretly, "Do you want to come along again?" "Absolutely not." He smirked cunningly to himself. This trip's letter was just an excuse, but there was another reason behind it. Inside a room, Sari Yon crossed her arms and asked, "You say you're carrying a letter from the Gongdong sect's leader?" Li Qiaosu sat opposite the girl, seriously replying, "Yes, it's news that enough notaries have been found." Sari Yon opened the letter on the table to examine. "Gongdong sect has that many notaries. Noted." She closed the letter and happily declared, "Soon you'll become my servant, so get ready." Hearing this, Li Qiaosu folded his arms and glared at Sari Yon in annoyance. He picked up his belongings, throwing back a challenge, "And you better start practicing calling me big brother, because in this tournament we're definitely going to win." Sari Yon waved dismissively, sneering, "Ridiculous, get lost. At the tournament I'll give you a proper lesson." He turned around and left. "Fine then, see you later." But after 2 steps, he suddenly turned his head back. Li Qiaosu winked and pointed playfully, "Our adorable little brother." Sari Yon flushed red with anger and shouted, "Get lost." Li Qiaosu laughed happily as he walked out. Sari Yon, you've already lost face and still dare to provoke. Anyway, time for real business now. He stopped and tilted his head at the guard standing at the door, giving an order. "Hey, call your guild master out to meet me." The man, confused, asked, "Disciple of Gongdong sect, why do you want to see our guild master?" Li Qiaosu replied with a sly grin, "What else? You guys are moneylenders, right? I came to borrow a loan." Before a large house, the iron gates opened to welcome this special guest. A merchant of the Sa Wang Guild sat with hands clasped, conversing with Li Qiaosu. "A disciple of Gongdong sect wants to borrow money from Sa Wang Guild. I can't make sense of it." Li Qiaosu mocked, "Since when do merchants get picky about customers?" The merchant placed a heavy bag of silver on the table and said, "Of course not, I don't mind. Here, 15 taels of silver." He grinned wickedly and warned, "But our interest rate is quite high, you can handle it, right?" Qiaosu asked casually, "How much?" The merchant beamed like a flower, 3% each month. Li Qiaosu nearly fell over, 3%. He ground his teeth, cursing silently. These scammers could make other loan sharks cry. The merchant noticed his expression and teased, "What, changing your mind already?" Li Qiaosu grabbed the bag and stood up. "No way, just wait, I'll pay it back soon." He smiled confidently. At the grand gate of Manhwa Pavilion, crowds bustled about. A youth in blue said confidently, "The Black Dragon Gang is surely the favorite." Another in green responded, "But strangely, I feel Gongdong sect might win." Li Qiaosu grinned, tossing the bag of silver in his hand, satisfied as he gazed ahead. A martial tournament known for righteous versus demonic clashes without gambling? What a waste. Bet on the underdog Gongdong sect's victory. If it hits, that 3% interest is nothing. A guard recognized him, exclaiming in shock, "You are." Li Qiaosu proudly put his hands on his hips and ordered, "You know who I am, right? Lead the way." The guard obeyed carefully, sending word to escort him into a special room. Hearing that, he rushed inside, flung the door open, voice floating with excitement. "Another private room? Ningwal Hyang, do you miss me that much?" But before finishing, he froze wide-eyed at the person inside. Li Qiaosu could hardly believe it. "Why is this guy here?" A young man in black clasped his hands behind his back, greeting him. First encounter indeed. That young man wore a white mask with simple black patterns. This was none other than the white-faced shadow soldier, Baek Myeon. Li Qiaosu's mind raced, horrified. He knew this was the sole disciple of Jiak Sa Wall, the master of Hao clan, the dreaded white-faced shadow soldier himself. Sweat streamed down his back. Inside, he was screaming, ready to go nuts. This guy was literally the strongest existence in the entire, let's say, rainbow community. Baek Myeon gracefully covered his mouth with his hand. "An honor to meet you, young hero." Li Qiaosu stiffened, stammered, "Greetings, sir. Meeting the sect leader is truly an honor." He nervously asked, "May I know what brings you here?" Li Qiaosu awkwardly shifted his gaze, forcing a reply, "I came to place a bet on the martial contest hosted by Hao clan." Baek Myeon realized, "Oh, then which side will you bet on?" He decided firmly, "I'll bet everything on Gongdong sect's victory." He checked his pouch, 15 taels of silver. Li Qiaosu cautiously stood at a distance, inquiring, "What are the odds right now?" Baek Myeon weighed the pouch and answered, "Currently Gongdong sect's win pays 20 to 1. Coins glittered under the light as Baek Myeon continued, "If Gongdong wins then." He suddenly leaned right next to Li Qiaosu's ear, whispering seductively, "That'll become 300 taels." Goosebumps exploded over Li Qiaosu. He clutched his ear and turned away, almost yelling, "Enough! Is the bet done yet?" Baek Myeon kindly confirmed, "Good, wager accepted." He raised a wooden token, instructing, "After the contest ends, take this to the steward to claim your winnings." Li Qiaosu snatched it quickly and bolted. "Then I'll take my leave." Baek Myeon silently stood, watching the door for a while. Then he leaned sideways and reported, "He's gone now, master." Jiak Sa Wall stepped out from behind the screen, curiously asking, "Well, how was it?" He replied. After carefully checking, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, Baek Myeon assured, "That young hero is definitely not into men." Jiak Sa Wall's face brightened with joy. "Ah, so it's true, what a relief." She held her face, thrilled beyond words. "To be worthy of me, of course one must pass strict verification." The sun blazed high above. The next day, at Huadin County's arena, townsfolk sat chatting excitedly. "Finally a martial contest after so long. We can't wait, Gongdong sect must win." The trio Jian Young and company arrived on time. Li Qiaosu looked around, heart swelling, touched that the contest was proceeding smoothly. "I worked so hard for this." Suddenly a voice sounded behind them, "Greetings, everyone." A beautiful young woman smiled warmly, approaching. "I am Yoon Seol Lan, leader of Hangshan sect." Li Qiaosu blushed at her beauty, then jolted at realizing her identity. "What, Yoon Seol Lan?" Jian Young politely clasped his fists. "I am Jian Young, leader of Gongdong sect. Meeting the Sword Empress is an honor." Yujin Hwi and Li Qiaosu followed suit, bowing to meet the Sword Empress. What an honor indeed. Li Qiaosu cheered secretly, truly the #1 beauty of the righteous sects, such unmatched looks. In my past life she never found her match due to a childhood vow. Yun Xiaolan shifted her gaze to the two disciples. These two are Gongdong's prodigies competing today. I look forward to your performance on the stage. Li Qiaosu replied with confidence, please look forward to it. This contest will be Gongdong sect's declaration of rebirth to the world. Then with hopeful eyes he added, I sincerely wish senior will show special care for this junior. Yun Xiaolan tilted her head puzzled, while inside Li Qiaosu was already fantasizing. Wait for me, Yun Xiaolan. Since my return, you've always been candidate #1 for my official wife. A man atop the stage shouted loudly, the martial contest is about to begin. First disciples of each sect step forward. Li Qiaosu didn't hesitate as he stepped onto the stairs, the very moment he placed his first foot on the martial world as a true knight-errant. He slyly glanced at the maidens below the stage, feeling smug. This performance will carve my name deep into the hearts of all women under heaven. Li Qiaosu quietly curved his lips. Of course, doing it the normal way would never work. He approached the host and requested loudly, before the duel begins, I have a few words to say. The host nodded, go ahead. His cheeks flushed as he stole a glance to one side. Then Li Qiaosu turned to face Yun Xiaolan. He placed his hand over his chest and boldly declared, Sword Empress Yun Xiaolan. I, Li Qiaosu, when I come of age, will officially challenge you. The moment those words came out, Yun Xiaolan froze in shock. His voice thundered across the arena, and I shall win to become your husband. The crowd gasped in horror. Mouths hung open as they watched this insane scene unfold. As soon as he finished, the whole arena went silent, so quiet a pin drop could start a fight. Meanwhile, Li Qiaosu beamed with pride. Operation Public Confession, perfectly executed. Yun Xiaolan stared blankly at him on stage. Suddenly, her disciple beside her shot to her feet, both fists clenched. She shouted furiously, challenge, you dare say you want to challenge the Sword Empress? The audience snapped out of their daze, whispering among themselves, hard to believe. Has the disciple of Gongdong sect gone mad? Yun Xiaolan's disciple kept on scolding. The Sword Empress is a senior figure of the righteous sects. To you she's no different than a master. Do you truly wish to drag our sect into a grudge match? Li Qiaosu looked puzzled and retorted, I'm seriously talking about a challenge here. He furrowed his brows and spoke firmly, if Hengsen's sect objects during the process, I'm ready to face them head-on. Hearing that, she glared, if that's the case. Sabin unsheathed her sword and declared, then let me test your resolve right here. And at that moment, Li Qiaosu trembled in fright. Even for a public challenge, this reaction was a bit over the top. But Yun Xiaolan rose, holding Sabin's shoulder to stop her. Calm yourself. The disciple turned to her master, wanting to protest, but Yun Xiaolan shot her a sharp look. I said calm down. Sabin flinched, instantly obedient. Then Yun Xiaolan looked up at the stage, thinking, a mere youth dares to challenge me. She smiled nostalgically. Ah yes, the age where passion runs faster than brains. Yun Xiaolan seemed to see her own past back when she declared her intent at the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. Li Qiaosu, seeing her expression, scratched his head nervously. Wait, is she mad or amused? Yun Xiaolan tilted her head, glancing at Sabin fuming beside her. This act was indeed childish, yet given the current state of Hengsen's sect. She lowered her gaze, calculating, maybe a fresh challenge like this is exactly what we need. With that thought, Yun Xiaolan stretched out her hand toward Li Qiaosu, disciple of Gongdong sect, Li Qiaosu. She answered seriously, I accept your challenge. Hearing this, Li Qiaosu broke into a wide grin, bowing, much obliged. The spectators erupted in noise. The Sword Empress accepted his challenge from such a greenhorn. Yun Xiaolan's voice rang calmly like a temple bell. As a righteous sect man, anyone may challenge me. Sabin looked at her nervously, seemingly wanting to advise, Master, but yet Yun Xiaolan ignored him and continued, I have no reason to refuse your challenge. Suddenly, Yun Xiaolan's face turned cold as she warned, however, if this is just your reckless talk in a moment of foolishness, I will personally punish you. Li Qiaosu clasped his fists and promised, I will give my all, Sword Empress Senior, while secretly sighing in relief, thankful she accepted. He turned toward his opponent, drawing his sword in hand. From now, I'll prove my sincerity. He grinned with full confidence. I am a man worthy of being the husband of a senior. His opponent pointed his sword at him with disdain. Li Qiaosu, you dare challenge the Sword Empress right here in the arena? Truly reckless, just as the rumors say. The man laughed wickedly. Let me personally teach you a lesson about arrogance. Li Qiaosu waved a finger mockingly. Shut up and come at me. I don't have the mood to waste words on a mere side character like you. The opponent's head filled with question marks. Side character. Li Qiaosu snapped impatiently. Hurry up and attack already. The man, enraged by his words, gripped his sword and rushed forward. You insolent brat. He leapt high, swinging his sword downward with a roar. I'll show you your place, ending this in a single strike. A thunderous sound shook the arena. When the scene cleared, a sword was already pressed against his shoulder, its edge at his neck, and behind him came Li Qiaosu's voice. As expected, you're nothing more than a side character. The sharp blade cut his neck lightly, red liquid dripping down onto the steel. Li Qiaosu spoke calmly. From the very first move, you overexerted and exposed countless openings. The man froze stiff in a bent posture, trembling as he asked fearfully, how in the world did you? Qiaosu only smiled slyly without answering. Recalling the moment when the man jumped up with his sword, Qiaosu had already slipped away using flowing water technique. And when the strike came down, Qiaosu had appeared behind him. The Gongdong sect's fluid footwork was the perfect counter to the fierce, brute force attacks of the Black Dragon Gang. The referee raised Li Qiaosu's hand high and declared, the victor, Li Qiaosu of the Gongdong sect. He grinned wide as the crowd praised. He won in just one strike. Gongdong disciples are quite formidable indeed. His opponent stood up unwilling, muttering, don't get arrogant just for defeating me. Li Qiaosu waved dismissively. Everyone already knows you're the weakest, so please just get off the stage. The man cursed angrily, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Calm down, let the second brother take the stage. A man twice his size stepped forward, lecturing, I told you, never be careless no matter the opponent. The first man looked back in horror. Brother. Li Qiaosu overheard them, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Brother, with a body that massive compared to your scrawny frame, that's one hell of a family gene twist. The giant ignored him, clasping his fists politely. I am Jiok Essen of the Black Dragon Gang. He declared loudly, I am here to settle the debt my younger brother lost. Li Qiaosu returned the courtesy with clasped fists. Jiok Essen unwrapped the cloth binding his blade, calling out, Li Qiaosu of Gongdong sect. He bent his knees, sword drawn back, grinning with excitement as waves of black-purple aura surged all around him. Then he swung his sword to attack. Let's see what you're really made of. The heavy blade smashed into the ground, shattering part of the arena, while Li Qiaosu swiftly leapt aside to dodge. Cold sweat slid down his cheek, his heart filled with dread. What kind of barbaric attack is this? You two brothers really are a matching set of meatheads. Landing a distance away, kneeling on one knee with a hand steadying himself, he muttered, the elder brother's stronger than I thought. Even with my flowing water stance, I nearly got hit. Going toe-to-toe with brute strength isn't gonna work. Li Qiaosu raised his face and licked his lips lightly. Honestly, I wanted to finish you in one move, but wasting effort on a useless clown like you seems beneath me. He rose to his feet, gripping his sword tightly as faint blue auras shimmered around him. If that's how it is then. Jiok Essen charged forward, smugly taunting, standing there like a scared rabbit you're about to eat dirt. Again he swung his blade downward with murderous force. The sword struck Li Qiaosu's shoulder, seemingly splitting him apart. But suddenly Jiok Essen froze in shock, his pupils shrinking tight. In disbelief, he stared at the figure before him, just a fading afterimage. Li Qiaosu's speed was too fast, his form splitting into four shadows as he had already slipped to Jiok Essen's flank. Jiok Essen's horrified eyes darted wildly. What the? Li Qiaosu only smiled casually, surprised, huh? His footsteps blurred across the ground in rapid succession, combining Gongdong sect's flowing water defensive footwork with the stealthy vanishing art of the Eastern Bureau. He sprang high into the air. Even if you saw this coming, you couldn't block it. Their blows collided again and again, 6 or 7 clashes in a blink, Jiok Essen relying purely on heavy brute swings. As time passed, Jiok Essen's arms screamed with pain, stiffening for just a moment. Seizing the chance, Li Qiaosu struck back. The moment your space is invaded, you'll reveal an opening. A metallic clang echoed, Jiok Essen's sword went flying, Li Qiaosu's blade now pointing straight at his throat. Jiok Essen glanced nervously at the cold edge against his neck. Li Qiaosu grinned triumphantly. The announcer quickly proclaimed, the winner is Li Qiaosu of Gongdong sect. The audience erupted with cheers. What the heck was that move, crazy strong? Li Qiaosu tilted his head, glancing down from the stage. 2 down, now comes the real highlight of this tournament. Why Sari Yon crossed her arms, eyes sharp as she stared at the ring. It was time for the battle with the Black Serpent Guard's long wise Orion. Below the platform, the crowd was still buzzing with shock. Li Qiaosu curved his lips into a faint smile, casting a glance back at the two already defeated. Now only the true highlight of this tournament remained. Onto the stage stepped a short-haired young woman, her childish face serious as ever. She was his next opponent, the battle against the Black Serpent's Waisari Yon. The two faced each other with straight backs and fierce auras, surrounded by roars of the crowd and howling wind. Waisari Yon spoke, "We've met already, so no need for introduction." Li Qiaosu didn't answer right away, keeping his gentle smile, but his eyes glinted with challenge. "Shall we start with a little provocation?" Thinking that, he snapped his fingers with a playful wink, replying in a mocking tone, "Well, after all, your brother and I have a special relationship." His words made Waisari Yon shudder, her battle-ready face faltering. As expected, Waisari Yon exploded with fury, veins bulging, her face flushing red. She gritted her teeth, "You bastard." She exhaled sharply. Forcing herself to calm down, she spat the words between clenched teeth, "I won't let myself be dragged into your jokes anymore." That line even made Li Qiaosu blink in surprise. Oh. Waisari Yon's face regained its earlier seriousness. She drew her gleaming saber, speaking firmly, "Before we fight, I admit this, your Gongdong sect's swordsmanship is impressive, and I apologize for my arrogance in looking down on you." Li Qiaosu also drew his sword and stood ready, but unlike Waisari Yon, he grinned as if this duel was just a fun game. "Admitting it early is fine, Waisari Yon, you may not give up easily, but you're still weaker than me." Her sharp eyes gleamed arrogantly. "Therefore, as the stronger fighter, I'll let you strike first." Li Qiaosu just clicked his tongue in annoyance. No expression at all. In a duel, she was serious like some martial arts fanatic born from a training manual. Waisari Yon took her stance, swung her saber in a graceful arc, the blade slicing air so fast it blew her robes dramatically. She even shouted a martial artist's battle cry, "Come at me, Li Qiaosu." "I'm ready too." He gripped his weapon tightly, lunged at her, wind blasting his hair up to reveal his broad forehead. "Then I won't hold back." Below the stage, scholars cheered wildly, eyes locked on the duel. Eugene Hwi clenched his fists nervously while analyzing. Junior has finally started channeling inner energy properly. Now the real fight begins. Li Qiaosu steadied his breath and shouted, "In a true duel, the first strike is always the most important. It must be powerful enough to announce the beginning of battle." His eyes flared with killing intent. He struck with force, his sword drawing a blazing trail of fire across the air straight at Waisari Yon. Inner energy surged from his core, coursing through meridians, bursting with explosive power. This was the Hun Yuan technique. Suddenly, a strange discomfort like an electric shock shot through his body into his brain. He froze midair in shock, unable to stop his dive. Wait, what the? Li Qiaosu panicked. Did my hip joint just twitch on its own just now? Losing balance, he crashed down, but it all happened so quickly that the audience only saw him stumble. The blazing flame collided with streaks of violet sparks exploding above the stage. The blast left everyone gaping. Damn, Gongdong sect disciples aren't some ordinary bunch, huh? That strike looked like a clean hit. As the smoke cleared, Waisari Yon's calm voice rang out, stunning Li Qiaosu. Impressive, that was a decent strike. Waisari Yon had already raised her massive saber, blocking his blow. The clash of steel rang painfully loud. Then her voice continued, but Li Qiaosu didn't listen, straining every ounce of strength until his face turned pale, trying to break through her guard. Yet her saber was immovable, solid as a mountain. Waisari Yon secretly held her fist behind her, while her enormous saber blocked his strike with just one hand. Too shallow. She retracted her saber and blasted him away with a punch full of force. He flew several meters and landed flat on the ground. But Waisari Yon had no intention of stopping. She leapt forward again, eager to teach him more. Your half-baked swordplay is far beneath the Black Dragon Gang's half-dragon saber technique. With a loud shout, her eyes widened, focusing on her prey. The saber in her hands came crashing down at Li Qiaosu. He reacted swiftly. Even while lying on the ground, he managed to block with his sword, but the counterforce still rattled him badly. Waisari Yon laughed loudly. Her face shone with arrogance, though not carelessness. "Oh, you can take it, then I want to see just how long you can endure." Li Qiaosu kept his sword steady against her relentless strikes, but his legs had been trembling for a while now. "The gap in physique is too great, but I can't fall here." With a roar, he swung his sword again, flinging Waisari Yon back. The blade carved through the air with such force it sent a gust howling, forcing her to flip backward. Though pushed back, Waisari Yon's face showed no fear. Instead, she smiled provocatively, ignoring the strands of hair chopped off by the sword aura. Seems you're not completely useless after all. She crouched low, landing firmly, her giant saber resting on her shoulder as she faced him head-on. Li Qiaosu was gasping for breath, chest heaving heavily as he tried to recover his drained energy. Meanwhile, Waisari Yon stood tall, unflushed, heartbeat steady, as if she wasn't dueling at all, just toying with him like a cat playing with its food. The purple blade aura rose again, wrapping around the girl like both a shield and a threat. The game is over, this time I'll end it all. Around Waisari Yon, the blade aura sketched a ferocious dragon. It roared wildly, whipping her robe in the air, merging with her murderous intent, crushing her opponent with pressure like a mountain. Li Qiaosu bowed his head, panting. The handsome face now bore several light wounds, but he acted fearless, quietly calculating. I can feel this strike is unstoppable, but at least I must do this much. He licked his lips, his expression darkened, but without fear. Instead, it was like his goal had already been achieved. This is the perfect counterstroke for my plan. Li Qiaosu then imagined his ultimate dream, surrounded by beautiful women in thin silk dresses competing to serve him, each like a fairy from a painting. My goal in this life is pure pleasure without responsibility. If I defeat Waisari Yon, my fame will explode, even surpass my senior, and that's just troublesome. He thought again of his senior, a man with sea blue hair, righteous features, standing tall beside his treasured sword. I only joined Gongdong sect to gain some fame, enough to live comfortably in his shadow. Waisari Yon still charged forward, blade in hand, her eyes flashing sharp purple light. From the start, my aim wasn't victory. Li Qiaosu stood firm, gripping his sword, unmoving like a mountain, but rather a glorious defeat. He gathered his inner force into his danshin. As long as he had the mixed origin technique from his senior, surely his yang thing wouldn't suddenly rise, right? Reverse god blood technique, final protagonist, it's you. Suddenly his body wobbled. Wait, why wobbling now? Out of nowhere, the energy he stored in his danshin rushed downward. Golden chi flared, blowing his robes wildly and even freezing his face into wooden stiffness. That golden light shot down to the stands, making Jian Young gape. Yun Xiao Lan also froze in place. But the most horrified was Li Qiaosu. Staring downward, he screamed in his heart, "What the heck? Why is this happening now of all times?" Then another explosion erupted on the arena, smoke and dust swallowing the sunlight. Waisari Yon's strike had gone astray, carving a crack beside Li Qiaosu. Maybe even she was shocked. Sweat poured down Li Qiaosu's head as Waisari Yon grabbed his collar. He wasn't sure if it was fear or shame. Waisari Yon's face flushed pink, yet she still put on a fierce front. "You bastard, in the middle of a sacred duel, what the hell are you doing?" Her eyes spun, her cheeks burned crimson, dripping sweat. She must have been mortified, yet still mouthed off. As for me, no way in hell I'd fall into such a pathetic trap. All the men in the stands froze like statues, clearly thinking Li Qiaosu looked pathetic. But maybe I've stepped into a trap after all. Even Jian Young, watching from afar, panicked, spitting blood as veins bulged on his forehead. Damn, this Li Qiaosu is just an adolescent overflowing with too much yang energy. Yun Xiao Lan's cheeks also flushed. She coughed lightly, pretending to be wise. "Ah yes, I once read in an ancient text that if you can't control qi, things like this can happen. Truth is, no book ever said that." Even Eugene HWI below turned red-faced, panicking as he shouted up toward the dueling stage. "Junior brother, get a grip. Focus your energy, don't loosen the Hun Yuan art. The Hun Yuan art will help you control the reverse bloodline art." Li Qiaosu was still being grabbed by the collar by Waisari Yon, his face pale as he stared at him in shock. Eugene HWI, that's right, the finale isn't over yet. He reached out, gently prying Waisari Yon's hand from his collar, forcing a smile as he spoke. "Never thought you'd fall for such a trap, little gang leader. You're really too naive. I might have gone too far with the joke earlier, I apologize. To make up for it, I propose a quick decisive duel. What do you think?" Though he said that aloud, Li Qiaosu secretly thought, "Hooked again, come on, take the bait one more time." His body still trembled, but he shoved Waisari Yon's dazed hand aside. Just one strike to settle victory or defeat. After all, if energy is wasted, wouldn't the loser be you? Waisari Yon spun around, yanking her hand free from Li Qiaosu. Her blushing face, paired with her stern words, betrayed her embarrassment. "Fine then, I'll make sure you never pull such cheap tricks again." The two turned their backs, returning to their positions on the stage. Li Qiaosu sighed quietly, straightening his collar. "Lucky for me, Waisari Yon is simple-minded and easy to bait. Thanks to senior brother, I've regained some composure, but who knows when this will happen again." Both Li Qiaosu and Waisari Yon made their stances ready. Before I embarrass myself further, best to fall quickly and hand this over to senior brother, Li Qiaosu thought, then spoke aloud. All right then. Li Qiaosu swung his sword and lunged at Wai Sari-yon, who also channeled her energy, slashing with her blade to counter. In midair, violet aura and blazing golden light once again prepared to collide. Here I come. Another spectacular explosion rocked the stage, golden and purple intertwining into a dazzling effect. That clash left Jian Young and Yoon Seol Lan both dumbfounded. Jian Young in particular sank into his own thoughts, stroking his beard as his eyes stayed fixed on the stage. This Li Qiaosu's inner strength has advanced insanely. If he hadn't wasted time with those silly tricks disrupting his flow earlier, he could have fought evenly with the little gang leader. No sooner had he spoken than Li Qiaosu's sword went flying into the air. He fell backward, his face covered in wounds, yet a satisfied smile spread across his lips. As expected, you are indeed strong, Wai Sari-yon. Li Qiaosu collapsed to the ground, motionless. On the stage, only Wai Sari-yon remained standing tall like a true victor. The crowd erupted in cheers, mixed with commentary. Li Qiaosu of the Gongdong sect has fallen. The victor is Black Serpent Wai Sari-yon. Against the little gang leader of the Black Dragon gang, he never stood a chance anyway. Wai Sari-yon turned with annoyance, letting out a long sigh, not even bothering to acknowledge them. Earlier you mocked me by calling me Big Brother, look at you now, pathetic, aren't you? But just as she finished speaking, a sound came from beside her. Her robe suddenly tore open, exposing half of her chest. Wai Sari-yon froze in shock. The crowd below the stage couldn't help but gasp. Then they started shouting and throwing out wild guesses like they were sports commentators. Wai Sari-yon's robe was torn, proving how terrifyingly strong that last sword strike was. When did this young master even join the Gongdong sect? Less than 5 years, right? Wai Sari-yon blushed crimson, trying desperately to cover her exposed body with the ripped cloth. In other words, if his martial arts were just a bit sharper, her arm would have been chopped clean off. One man folded his arms with a sigh. Even if this is just a duel, the scene is kinda indecent. Another added, exactly. First it was wild chi running loose, now it's wardrobe malfunctions. What's next? Someone trips over their shoelaces. Another guy nearby butted in, don't you see? This is all part of young Master Li's plan. The Gongdong sect still has another fighter waiting in the wings. Everyone looked up. The next moment, Eugene Hwi was already on stage, helping Li Qiaosu to his feet. Though it looked grim, if it was meant to shake the opponent's morale for an easy win, well, genius strategy. Li Qiaosu lay with eyes shut in his senior's arms. This duel was the only thing he could do. It was pure maverick spirit, the birth of a true weirdo hero. He groaned. Brother, Eugene Hwi immediately hugged him tightly. Hurts, doesn't it? You've done well. Yeah, he was basically giving him a K-drama hug right in the middle of the stage. Eugene Hwi's eyes flashed with icy killing intent, like he was ready to trade his life for victory. The next part, I'll finish it. Wai Sari-yon by then had tossed aside her torn robes, standing boldly in only white pants, her chest wrapped with cloth. Hands on her hips, she smirked challengingly, eyes sharp as blades. Veins popped on her face as she glared, eyes filled with imaginary daggers sharp enough to cut air. She posed like a warrior pin-up and snapped, draw your sword already. Eugene Hwi's face darkened as he glanced at Li Qiaosu, now being carried off badly injured on a stretcher. Wai Sari-yon's silence was the kind right before a thunderstorm. Master, what should I do? She muttered under her breath. Eugene Hwi readied his stance, pulling out his longsword with blazing aura. For the first time, his fury truly showed. Come at me. Wai Sari-yon roared furiously, you insolent brat. Eugene Hwi charged straight toward Wai Sari-yon. He swung his sword at the girl. If you won't come, then I'll come to you. Wai Sari-yon froze for a second, stunned at the sight before her. What the? A thunderous crash shook the arena, dust billowing like a sandstorm. The spectators couldn't help but cry out, crazy, amazing, truly a genius, what an explosive opening. Yoon Seol Lan and Jian Young stood not far away, witnessing this scene but unable to put it into words. Yoon Seol Lan praised, a disciple of Gongdong, truly terrifying strength. Jian Young sat beside her with a smile, Sword Queen Senior, these kids are born extraordinary, now they've entered the sect, that's truly my old man's blessing. Yoon Seol Lan cheerfully asked, this battle could decide the line between righteous and demonic, are you confident? Jian Young pondered for a moment, then softly replied, you really like asking tough questions, don't you? He spoke gravely, honestly, I'm not worried for Eugene Hwi, I'm worried for his opponent. At that moment on the stage, Why Sorry Yon held her sword, eyes darting everywhere. If not for instinct blocking, the match would have been over in one move, but where did he vanish to? She thought in awe, his speed and force are beyond imagination, smoke and dust everywhere. She couldn't pinpoint him at all. Why Sorry Yon closed her eyes to sense, had to circulate chi just to defend properly. She instantly felt him right behind her. Why Sorry Yon swiftly dodged the strike. There you are. She marveled, so fast, can't even catch a shadow, let alone the technique. Why Sorry Yon looked but saw no trace of Jin Hwi, he vanished again. Why Sorry Yon thought, at this rate I'll just be forced on defense until the end. With that thought, she tightened her grip on the sword. If that's the case. She swung her sword and shouted, I'll make it so you can't even get close. Countless sword slashes cut wildly through the air. Her voice was filled with anger, try coming in again if you dare. The crowd below grew excited. Is this really a junior's duel? Their power is terrifying. Suddenly someone pointed at the stage. Where's the Gongdong sect disciple standing now? There, when did he get to the far end of the stage? Jin Hwi stood there with contemplative eyes. This fight drags on too long, facing the one who hurt my junior, yet he still struts around unchecked. Why Sorry Yon snorted coldly. Afraid of my black dragon gang's coiling dragon blade, so you tucked tail and ran, huh? Jin Hwi slowly stepped forward, hand tightening on his sword hilt. Jin Hwi said coldly, now I'll end you. Why Sorry Yon swung her sword and snapped, ridiculous. She shouted at Jin Hwi, the one dying here is you. With that she charged straight at him. Jin Hwi's fearless voice rang out, the demon of Gongdong has returned, I'll declare it for the world to hear. Why Sorry Yon's face changed at the words demon. What demon? Jin Hwi unleashed his sword art. She thought back, that time with my junior in the primal secret cavern. The sect suppressed ultimate technique, the peak realm of supreme swordsmanship. Jin Hwi thrust forward. I'll show you the difference between righteous and demonic. Jin Hwi used the demon-subduing sword art. A radiant glow burst between them. Why Sorry Yon trembled inside. The Gongdong demon-subduing sword. He's revived the sect's ultimate art. Since when? Her sword started to crack, unable to withstand the Black Dragon Gang's ninefold severing dragon blade. The sword shattered before Why Sorry Yon's eyes, breaking into pieces. While the girl was still dazed, Jin Hwi had already knocked her flat on the ground. Why Sorry Yon, unwilling to accept it, shouted, genius, don't underestimate me to such a ridiculous level. The girl stared at Jin Hwi in front of her, her heart trembling. This was clearly a monster. She spoke coldly, this isn't enough yet. She pointed her sword at Why Sorry Yon, daring to make my junior shed tears, you'll pay in blood. She glared at the girl, her angry voice sharp, I'll make you cry blood with my own hands. Why Sorry Yon widened her eyes at Jin Hwi, shocked. Her trembling voice echoed through the arena, Senior, I surrender. Why Sorry Yon looked at the blade against her neck, drenched in sweat. Yet strangely, Jin Hwi never struck. The sword maiden threatened again, next time I won't be so merciful. A man in a robe suddenly spoke up, the victor Jin Hwi of the Gongdong sect. The arena exploded in cheers, the Gongdong sect had won. People buzzed non-stop about Jin Hwi's swordplay. His final move was clearly the demon-suppressing sword technique. That sword style was said to have vanished in the Gongdong blood massacre 50 years ago. Yun Xiao Lan couldn't help but shower praises, and now it reappears. The sect leader's confidence was not in vain. The return of the demon-suppressing sword is a great blessing for the righteous martial world. Jian Young blushed and replied, the sect leader's disciple has performed splendidly. I'm truly proud. Yun Xiao Lan smiled, and this Gongdong disciple even has the heavenly martial body. This news will surely shake the entire martial world. 3 days later, deep in a gloomy forest, a man dressed in red robes stepped into a cave. Suddenly he stopped walking. The man bowed respectfully, Blood Demon Lord Lin, supreme of the blood sect, I greet you. Beneath the surface of a dark lake came a strange sound. A jet of crimson water shot up. From under the lake, a man's voice asked in surprise, what happened? It was the blood sect master. The man immediately reported, the Gongdong sect has defeated the Black Dragon Gang in the martial contest. At this point, the man's voice suddenly turned icy cold. Rumor has it the demon-suppressing sword technique has resurfaced. The blood sect leader's eyes flashed, demon-suppressing sword technique. He stepped out of the lake. The man continued his report, the Gongdong disciple is said to possess the heavenly martial body, and moreover, Gongdong seems to have discovered the primordial secret cave. The blood sect leader exclaimed, the primordial secret cave and the heavenly martial body appear together. The blood sect leader laughed loudly, interesting. The man hesitantly asked, so what should we do? He replied, act quickly. The blood sect leader summoned the blade from beneath the lake. You sluggish fool. The blade shot straight toward the man's throat, then stopped. The blood sect leader's voice was full of menace. Only death awaits you. The man bowed respectfully. As you command. The blood sect leader smiled. The heavenly martial body appears, so what? Everything is still going according to plan. He shouted loudly, sooner or later, this world will belong to me. In a small house in the middle of a vast open field, sunlight streamed down. Li Qiaosu let out a faint groan. Xiao Rin tilted her head back, exclaiming, you've woken up. Li Qiaosu woke and spoke softly, Miss Xiao. He struggled up and asked, I've troubled you again. How long have I been lying here? Xiao Rin replied, 3 days. Li Qiaosu jolted up, shouting, 3 days. What about the martial contest? What was the result? Hearing this, she smiled. Xiao Rin blushed and answered, you won. Then she recounted to him. The contest ended with victory belonging to the Gongdong sect, and now the world calls you and Lord Ryu as the Gongdong twin heroes. Li Qiaosu heard this and his heart thrilled endlessly. Indeed I won, Gongdong twin heroes, huh? What a glorious title, just hearing it makes the blood rush. He sighed inwardly, all that suffering was worth it. She continued, from now on Gongdong sect has 2 great heroes. The first is Gongdong divine hero Yujin Hwi. And the second is Gongdong strange hero Li Qiaosu. Li Qiaosu exclaimed, huh, strange. In his heart he doubted, shouldn't it be Gongdong sword hero instead? He recalled the contest and now remembered, oh right, I actually saluted the flag during the match. Li Qiaosu clutched his head, crying miserably. So that's why they slapped the word strange on my title, the kind of strange that only the notorious lunatics of the martial world get tagged with. I never asked for this nonsense, seriously this is the worst. Li Qiaosu fell into silence. Then consoled himself, but still, I did win, so why sorry Yon is mine now, I'd better go tease her, hopelessly of course. Not long after, Jian Young praised Li Qiaosu's group, winning the duel against the Black Dragon Gang. You've all worked hard. The two bowed respectfully in unison, thank you master. Then he turned towards Xiao Rin with a smile, since she had officially joined Gongdong sect. Jian Young reminded the 2 senior brothers, you must take good care of her. Li Qiaosu looked at Xiao Rin, blushed and replied, yes master, we understand. He happily thought, finally she accepted my proposal. Xiao Rin lowered her head and said loudly, I will study diligently. Hearing this, Jian Young burst out laughing heartily. With disciples like Yujin Hwi, Li Qiaosu and Xiao Rin, as a teacher I feel so full even without rice. Suddenly Li Qiaosu spoke, master, I have something to report. I must duel with Xiamen clan. Jian Young exclaimed in surprise, why so suddenly? He scratched his face awkwardly saying, the situation is a bit tangled, let me explain. Jian Young raised his teacup. He spoke, Xiamen Qingha secretly watched the training which led to conflict, so a duel was inevitable. Li Qiaosu let out a sigh of relief, thank goodness master didn't suspect anything about the flag salute. Last time with Black Dragon Gang he even tried to understand me. If I admitted this one was also staged, I'd be done for. His voice grew serious, but this time the opponent is Sword Peak Xiamen Qingha. Though not comparable to Black Serpent Long, the #1 genius of the evil sect, still not an easy foe. Li Qiaosu cheerfully declared, if I thought I would lose, I wouldn't have suggested the duel myself. Please trust your disciple, master. Jian Young looked at him and nodded. All right, since it's already agreed, there's no other way. Yujin Hwi anxiously exclaimed, but junior brother, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, don't overdo it. He happily reassured him, don't worry senior brother, this duel I will prove I'm not Gongdong sect's burden. Yujin Hwi's eyes were full of worry, but still. Li Qiaosu bit his lip and thought, you don't get it, senior brother with your handsome face and the title Gongdong divine hero. What's there for you to worry about? As for me, no matter what, in this duel I must look cool and change this ridiculous title. Yujin Hwi reminded him, don't be too reckless, junior. Li Qiaosu just grinned. Yeah, I got it. Li Qiaosu asked, but senior, do you know where the Black Serpent Dragon is? Yujin Hwi answered, she's probably at the Four Camps Manor in Huading County. Why do you ask? Li Qiaosu smirked, because I've got a little debt to collect. At the gates of the Four Camps Manor. Yujin Hwi strode up confidently, come out here. Hands on his hips, he chuckled, you know who I am, right? 2 men froze in shock, you are. The twin sword thugs snapped, who do you think you are, daring to show your face here? Li Qiaosu shouted angrily, twin sword thugs, are you talking about me? The 2 roared back, who else but you? Right in the middle of the duel you dared disrespect the little gang boss. You're bold to the point of stupidity. That twisted nickname fits you best. Grinding his teeth, Li Qiaosu thought, fine, there's still the word hero in perverted hero. I'll swallow my pride. but damn, these evil sect punks are infuriating. He growled, listen here, bastards. If you don't want a beating, shut up and open the door. Fuming, Li Qiaosu stormed inside, thinking, no matter what, I need to change this cursed nickname. Inside a room, Wai Yon looked at him. What are you doing here? Hearing her call him that dreaded nickname too, Li Qiaosu sighed. Even you, Wai Yon, must you stab me in the heart like that? He teased, guess why I'm here? Wai Yon turned away and replied seriously, the Four Camps manor has been fully handed over to the officials. Even that debt of 15 taels you owed is cleared. Relax. Li Qiaosu chuckled, you think I came for such petty things? From this duel, I've gained a little sister. He leaned in close, you clearly promised to call me big brother, yet I haven't heard a word. What's going on? Wai Yon blushed and turned her head away. Li Qiaosu teased, why so shy? You did promise, didn't you? Don't tell me the mighty black serpent dragon Wai Yon is a promise breaker. Her face went crimson with embarrassment. Wai Yon stammered out one word, brother. Li Qiaosu pretended not to hear. What was that? Didn't catch it. Wai Yon suddenly shouted, brother, I called you already. He grinned and pointed at her, good girl, little sister. From now on, let's meet often. She yelled furiously, get out. As he left, twirling the token in his hand, he thought smugly, Wai Yon, stop pretending. You clearly like scoundrels like me. Soon enough, you'll fall for me head over heels. Standing before the guests, Li Qiaosu declared, now it's time to receive the final reward of this duel, isn't it? He headed into another room, muttering, but still. He remembered that masked man from before. Don't tell me I'll have to see that creepy guy again. Li Qiaosu opened the door and peeked inside. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the feast on the table, he thought to himself, a banquet full of delicacies so heavy the table legs are about to snap. Li Qiaosu glanced at the girl inside, silently judging. Her outfit looked rather skimpy and cold. And wait, was that fragrance? Wasn't it basically aphrodisiac incense? Neng Walhyang saw him enter and exclaimed, my lord, you've arrived. Li Qiaosu blushed and replied, yes. She pulled him toward the dining table. Please, my lord, sit down. He panicked, wait, what is going on here? Neng Walhyang pressed him into the chair. Don't feel pressured. This time everything was truly prepared just for you. His face turned red as he thought, really for me? This doesn't sound right at all. Neng Walhyang cheerfully picked up food for him. You must be hungry, aren't you, my lord? She offered him food, but inside she fumed. Li Qiaosu, you dared propose to the Sword Empress in front of everyone? I clearly met you first. She brought the dish right in front of him. Let me feed you myself. There's no way I'll lose to that little Sword Empress brat. Her sweet voice rang out, here, try this too, my lord. She lifted the food up with a soft sound. Li Qiaosu, as if hypnotized, opened his mouth. Suddenly he smacked the food away and shouted, this isn't right. Neng Walhyang yelped in shock. Li Qiaosu thought, I'm too naive. Seriously, why would the leader of the demonic faction shower me with kindness for no reason? He narrowed his eyes, don't be fooled by tricks this obvious. Inside, suspicion churned. He didn't know the exact goal, but surely she was testing him. In his mind, he pictured Neng Walhyang repeating endlessly, go out with me. She blushed pitifully and said, don't be like that, just one bite. He stayed on guard, determined not to be led by the nose. Raising his hand, Li Qiaosu refused, stop. I only came to collect my dividends, not to play games. Hearing this, she puffed her cheeks angrily. Neng Walhyang tossed a pouch of silver on the table. Take it, 200 taels. She changed her tone, then can we finally get to the real issue? Li Qiaosu blinked, issue. She blushed and slipped off her outer robe. Li Qiaosu's face turned crimson as he shouted, Neng Walhyang, what on earth are you doing all of a sudden? Neng Walhyang stammered shyly, I've decided. Across all the 9 provinces and 8 desolations, the only man who holds my heart is you. Step by step she moved closer. Whatever you desire, I'll do it for you. Li Qiaosu trembled in fear. No way, she's really undressing herself. He recalled hearing from his peers that Neng Walhyang had never shown her true skin to any man before. He looked at her, thinking to himself, could this Jiak Sa Wall really have feelings for me? She blushed and suggested, if I can gain your true affection, I would do anything. Li Qiaosu blushed and asked, really anything? Neng Walhyang quickly replied, yes, of course. He raised his brows, seizing the chance. Then this time I want you to spread news across the martial world. She gasped, eh? In his heart he chuckled, Jiak Sa Wall is about to fall for me. These sweet words are like honey. I'll milk this for all it's worth. Neng Walhyang froze. You mean, this time too, you only want me to spread rumors and not truly be with you? He smiled and nodded, exactly. Spread the news that the youngest daughter of Xiamen Qingha's clan and I have agreed to duel, and the loser will become the servant. Li Qiaosu twirled a strand of her hair, asking, you'll do it right, Xiangmul? Ning Walhyung stammered in shock, Xiangmul. He gazed at her with a sincere tone. Yes, Xiangmul, the only one I can trust right now is you. I'm counting on you. She blushed and turned her face away. Since it's your request, I understand. Li Qi also put on a scary face but replied politely, Much obliged, my lady. Inside, he thought, she's tangled up in my flirting again, walking right into my trap. After gaining her agreement, he bid farewell. I leave it to you then. Until we meet again, Xiangmul. Li Qi also dashed out and slammed the door shut. Ning Walhyung sat alone in the room. She couldn't hide her joy. He called me Xiangmul. Ning Walhyung blushed, thinking to herself, this thrilling feeling, I might actually get addicted. She smugly said, even if he once proposed to the Sword Empress, that doesn't matter anymore. His destined one is Jiak Sa Wal. Ning Walhyung blushed again. For a destined one, spreading rumors is no big deal, but to try using me so soon, how shameless. She smirked, maybe I should tease him a little. In the quiet forest, Li Qi also sprinted swiftly. Ha, Jiak Sa Wal's already falling for me. Nice, I not only gained dividends but also solved the troublesome duel with the Xiamen clan. He happily thought, Operation Eastern Palace Serenade. On the stage, the referee announced the winner, Yu Jin Hwi of the Gongdong sect. Xiamen Hainchin stood silently, frowning. The Gongdong sect's reputation is soaring after defeating the Black Dragon Gang. I wonder how the Xiamen clan will take this loss. Everyone gossiped about the duel. A duel between Xiamen clan and Gongdong sect, two major forces of the late Kai-Tu era. Thrilling. Once the rumor spreads, for the sake of honor, they'll have to accept the challenge. Naturally, it'll become a clash between Gongdong's challenger and the reigning champion Xiamen clan. Meanwhile, Yu Jin Hwi was already in another fight. Li Qi also jumped down thinking, now I just need to find someone to notarize the duel. Unlike the fight with the Black Dragon Gang, this time it's between two righteous factions, so there's no justifiable excuse for a public duel. A thought flashed in his mind, though risky, but there's one person I'm thinking of. At Mount Heng's sect, Yun Xiao Lan's disciple stood with hands on hips, snorting, What business brings you here? Sword drawn in both hands. It felt like a rock dropped on his head. Li Qi also grimaced. I'm not some heretic, so why use such a weird nickname? Her voice was furious. In the dead of night, a strange man sneaks into a woman's room. Tell me, doesn't that nickname fit perfectly? Li Qi also barked, Enough, I have something to report to the Sword Empress. Pass word that I've arrived. The mischievous girl retorted, Sorry, but the Sword Empress is out strolling. She's not here, come back tomorrow. He stomped forward angrily, Troublesome, tomorrow you'll all be back at Mount Heng, right? She cheerfully replied, Exactly, so you'll miss your chance to see her. Suddenly a voice rang out, Young master. Yun Xiao Lan looked at him and asked, At this late hour, what's the matter? Her disciple was startled. Sword Empress, you've returned. He bowed respectfully. I came because I have a request. Yun Xiao Lan invited him in. Come inside first, we'll talk further. Li Qi also gratefully replied, Much thanks. Yun Xiao Lan's disciple bit her lip, muttering in jealousy, This brat's really lucky. She also reached out to take the teacup, saying, Our Gongdong sect still has many shortcomings, truly impolite to receive you in such a humble place. Yun Xiao Lan quickly replied, Not at all, thanks to everyone, I got to witness an exciting duel and also had a good rest. Yun Xiao Lan held the teacup in her hand, Please don't trouble yourself over this. Chiaosu, hearing that, suggested, That's a relief then, because what I want to ask this time is also related to the duel. Yun Xiao Lan fell silent for a moment after hearing him. He enthusiastically proposed, Soon I will compete against the late-stage prodigy of the Xiamen clan, betting the honor of my sect, and I would like to ask Senior to act as the referee for this match. Yun Xiao Lan sipped her tea. Yun Xiao Lan set down the teacup, her voice serious. A duel with the Xiamen family, a righteous sect in the martial world. What reason do I have to stand as referee? Hearing her say that left him slightly stunned. She also quickly persuaded, I completely understand Senior's hesitation, but don't forget that in front of so many people, I once challenged you. Yun Xiao Lan calmly asked, And what does that have to do with this duel? His determined voice rang out, The words I once spoke, that I would become worthy to openly challenge Sword Empress Senior in the future, were from the heart. That made Yun Xiao Lan widen her eyes, stunned for a moment. He bowed respectfully, and this duel is the first step for me to become a legitimate opponent. He blushed crimson yet shouted loudly, If Senior can acknowledge my sincerity, then I'll be eternally grateful. Yun Xiao Lan exclaimed at this point, True sincerity, but right now, isn't Gongdong sect and the Hangsen sect in the middle of a grudge? Hangsen sect was said to be opportunists, snatching places from declining sects. She also thought to himself, so it really won't work after all. Yoon Seol Lan looked at him and spoke, "Even so, I have always welcomed the growth of those who dare step forward as challengers." Yoon Seol Lan agreed to his request. "Very well, I will stand as referee for the duel." He happily thanked her. "Many thanks, Sword Empress Senior." Yoon Seol Lan then gave another condition. "But in return, I too have one thing to ask." She also curiously asked, "One thing to ask, what could that be?" Yoon Seol Lan sipped her tea and calmly replied, "That matter, when the right time comes, I will tell you." She also cheerfully accepted, "Yes, then with all my gratitude I shall wait." In his heart he couldn't help but feel curious. In his previous life, Hangsen's sect was always a mystery with little information. One request, what on earth could it be? Totally impossible to guess. She also grinned foolishly, thinking to himself, "Anyway, I even managed to invite the notary, so there's nothing left to worry about. Wait for me, Xiamen Chengha, I'm coming." Yoon Seol Lan encouraged him, "Then give it your all on the day of the duel." His firm voice rang out, "Yes, senior." Meanwhile, at the Xiamen clan, Xiamen Hainchin, almost unable to believe his ears, asked, "My youngest daughter, don't tell me you really agreed to duel with that brat from Gongdong sect." Xiamen Chinghan nervously replied, "That wasn't intentional at all. Everything just happened by accident." The old man's voice grew stern. Now the whole world is abuzz with rumors about the duel between the rising star of the Xiamen clan and Gongdong sect. He recalled the whispers of the servants. The loser has to become a servant. Isn't that basically handing glory over to the opponent's sect? He hissed every word in anger. Some even say through this duel, one can already guess who will soon hold dominion over Gamsuk. Xiamen Hainchin growled, "Xiamen Chingha, why did you choose that brat of all people to duel with?" Xiamen Chingha, frightened, whispered softly, "I truly apologize, father." The old man looked at her with eyes full of affection. He smiled reassuringly. "But if you manage to defeat Chialsu, then what seems like a disaster could turn into a blessing." Hearing that, Xiamen Chingha happily looked at the old man. Xiamen Hainchin slammed his hand on the chair. "Are you ready, my daughter?" His voice overflowed with vigor. "This is the chance to completely crush Gongdong sect beneath our feet." Xiamen Chingha's eyes shone with confidence as she replied, "Of course, father, please rate the battle challenge right now. As for Chialsu, I'll see him expelled from Gongdong sect." Under the scorching midday sun, Chialsu stood at the veranda, stretching his whole body while checking the time. By now, the rumor I asked Sa Wall to spread should have reached everywhere. It's about time to use the duel challenge, isn't it? While he was exercising to kill time, Yujin Hwi quickly came running. She shouted loudly, "Junior brother." Her face lit up brightly as she held the duel challenge. "Did you sleep well? I've got something to show you." Her cheerfulness shone like the sun, dazzling Chialsu so much he had to cover his eyes with his hand. Geez, it's morning, but her brightness could blind a rooster. Exhausted by that morning radiance, he sluggishly asked, "Good morning to you too. What are you planning to show me?" Yujin Hwi raised a scroll and said, "The duel challenge. The Xiamen clan just sent you a challenge." He unrolled it and exclaimed in surprise, "The duel challenge is here already. I still can't believe it. Xiamen clan actually took the initiative to send it first." Coincidentally, Yujin Hwi thought the same, resting her chin in thought. "That's right, even I was astonished. Compared to what we imagined, it seems the Xiamen clan is embracing this duel pretty positively." Chialsu nodded in agreement with her. At the same time, he considered another possibility, that the Xiamen clan's confidence came from holding a hidden trump card. Well, makes sense, Xiamen Chengha is a top expert, but could the Sword King really believe she has what it takes to defeat me? At this mention, Yujin Hwi grew worried. "Junior brother, are you really fine for this duel?" He smiled back at her. "Though not an easy fight, if I focus on training, I believe I can overcome it." After Yeonjai assured him he could, she raised a fist. "Then I have something already prepared for you." He looked at her strangely. Chialsu was confused for a second. "Prepared for me?" Yujin Hwi excitedly spoke. "Those arrogant people from the Seo family must taste defeat, don't you think?" To help him strike back at them in the arena, she transferred part of her inner energy into him. Two green auras coexisted at the same time. She also looked at the green aura in his hand and immediately smiled with satisfaction. The mixed vital energy technique flows so much smoother now. His compliment made her puff her nose proudly. "I knew it, improving the mantra was the right call." Oh my, Yujin Hwi's kindness was like a machine gun firing endless hearts at him. "I just hope to help you a little before this duel." She also awkwardly accepted that thought, closing his eyes to endure. "Thank you very much, senior brother." He silently felt grateful. After all, in such a short time, she had managed to refine the mixed vital energy technique so well, truly worthy of being a celestial martial body. Senior brother, but soon Yujin Hy's excited tone vanished, replaced by a soft, weary voice. Junior, may I ask you something? Chiaosu blinked at her. Yes, what is it? Turns out she still held in her heart the matter of him confessing during the duel with the Black Dragon Gang under the bright sky of Heavenly Mountain. That confession to the Sword Queen Senior was that truly sincere. But this amateur lover didn't understand a maiden's heart. He thought he was just being honest to the point of choking people speechless, which is why she was so surprised. With the naive thought of a young man, he touched Yujin Hy's hair and said, I should have told you earlier, really. His hand rested on her shoulder, his face leaning close, whispering shameless words like a scoundrel luring a good girl. That confession to the Sword Queen wasn't sincere. Under the dazzling harem aura, Yujin Hwi instantly obeyed. Really? Chiaosu's eyes sparkled, each word floating out lightly. That duel with the Black Dragon Gang was a chance to declare the rebirth of the Gongdong sect, so I thought it needed something impactful enough to engrave into people's hearts. Suddenly she believed him wholeheartedly, her eyes also shining. As expected of my junior brother to think you had such deep intentions hidden behind it. Inside he thought, with a celestial martial body you must leave the right impression at the right time. On the outside he put on a noble face. Thank you, senior brother, for understanding. Before he could say more, Yujin Hwi lunged and pinched both his cheeks until they swelled. She pinched back and forth like pinching a puppy. Didn't I say it? My junior brother is #1 under heaven, while he wondered if such a thing was worth this much excitement. A week later, when the heavenly god got off work and returned home, a green light shone amidst the towering mountains. It was Chiaosu, immersed in training for the upcoming duel within the mountain wilderness. He wiped the sweat from his jaw. For the whole week he had trained, but the depressing results made him grind his teeth. After all this hard work, I've partly mastered the mixed vital energy technique. But the problem is... Ah yes, his troublesome little mushroom was glowing again, giving him headaches. This technique conflicted with the reverse blood essence art. She also held his head and wept. To properly perform the demon-subduing sword art, this technique is essential. But every time I use it, that thing reacts. Why? I thought after mastering mixed vital energy I could use reverse blood essence without issue. Yet in actual combat it's not like that. The shame was unbearable. That cursed mushroom rising like a house mid-duel crushes my spirit completely. Meanwhile, even the Seo family welcomed the duel with enthusiasm. If I'm not fully prepared, I could lose. No matter what, I must master the reverse blood essence art. Suddenly, a noise came from the bushes. He lifted his head with a face wrung dry to the limit, asking, "Who's there?" Turns out it was Yoon Seol-lan. She stepped out of the bushes and smiled at him. I was strolling around the Gongdong Sect's mountain. Didn't expect to meet you here, young master. She also was shocked because he was in heat like a dog, and suddenly someone came looking for him, startling him. The Sword Queen Senior curiously asked, "Why are you training in such a desolate place?" He awkwardly replied, "Because it's easier to focus in quiet places." And she also hurriedly used his robe to cover his crotch. After all, he couldn't let others see him in the middle of puberty. At the same time, Yoon Seol-lan also noticed his wrung-dry face, and her heart rose with concern for him. "You look exhausted. Are you struggling with your cultivation?" Chiaosu's face turned bright red. How could he admit that his mushroom was standing tall? He quickly scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Probably because the upcoming sparring match is too important, so I'm a bit nervous." She pondered for a moment and then spoke again. "Since fate brought us together here." The twilight light touched the delicate face of Yoon Seol-lan. Reflecting back from the twilight shining off her sword, she drew her sword. "May I assist the young master in your training?" Faced with this scene, Chiaosu froze. Both the sword and the woman were breathtakingly beautiful. No man's pride would allow him to refuse such a chance. How could I decline guidance from a master of the Transcendence realm? Thinking so, he clasped his hands and shouted, "To be taught by a great swordmaster is truly an immense honor." She smiled. "Please make the first move." Hearing that, Chiaosu swung his sword. "Then I won't hold back." In his heart he gave thanks, finally having a worthy opponent, an excellent one. Even going all out wouldn't shake her. Holding the sword in his hand, the martial spirit of a sword warrior surged on Chiaosu's face. "From the very first strike, I must give it my all." While he was still busy tracing his move, Yoon Seol-lan already slashed, steel clashing loudly, and she calmly praised, "That sword move just now was marvelous." The pressure from Yoon Seol-lan forced him to tense up. As expected, that's the moon fragrance returning path sword of the Hangshan sect. He secretly admired her, not expecting that she could block the demon-subduing sword technique so easily. Yoon Seol Lan held her sword, calmly pointing out his flaws, but there are still quite a few weaknesses. After that she smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then now, she said, "Young master, please try to withstand my full strike." At those words, Chialsu's face turned pale. Soon, sword strikes tearing through the wind came slashing in. He trembled as he blocked them all. By the nth strike, Yoon Seol Lan frowned and scolded. "Your demon-subduing sword technique's defense is full of holes." Chialsu forced himself to endure, blocking her strikes while uncomfortably refuting. The demon-subduing sword technique of the Gongdong sect was meant for real combat, so it's natural to be like this. Yoon Seol Lan calmly lifted her sword under the moonlight, questioning, "Is that really so?" One long slash came down diagonally across his chest. The sound of cloth tearing rang out. There was no shirt left covering his chest. His bare chest exposed to the cool night air made him embarrassed beyond words while she patiently explained, even though the Gongdong sect uses yin-yang reversal as its foundation. Yoon Seol Lan closed her eyes, standing before him, cold as a teacher of knowledge, and asked, "But isn't the essence still in the harmony of yin and yang?" She also was gasping for breath because of the intense training, but honestly, he couldn't deny her words. She was right. If one only chased after revering yin and yang, the Gongdong sect would be no different from the twisted teachings of the demonic path. Then she opened her eyes, calmly correcting his stance with words, "But your swordplay, young master, seems tilted to one side." At that moment, a self-confident man like him was horrified to realize just how unbalanced he truly was. Between Chialsu's brows grew pale. Thinking back, in this life I've always focused only on replenishing yang energy. So most of my time was spent cultivating to strengthen yang qi. Could it be that this imbalance has blocked my progress? Yoon Seol Lan patiently instructed further, "Try again, but this time focus on harmony between yin and yang." He silently listened to her advice. Chialsu slowly realized his limbs returned to proper form. He inhaled deeply. A green aura surrounded him. "That's it. Because I was once a eunuch in a past life, I unconsciously rejected yin energy all this time." Chialsu raised his head. Now 2 auras, green and red, alternated inside his body. Because he could feel it, he realized his own mistake. The disharmony of yin and yang was broken, which was why his little brother suddenly stood to attention. Eyes wide open, he finally sensed a smoother path, knowing balance between yin and yang was crucial. Only then could the Hanwon art and the reversed pure blood art coexist. From the starting stance, Chialsu charged forward, guided by his inner voice, his power amplified by Hanwon art and further boosted by reversed pure blood art. His eyes shone brightly. This was his finishing move, the ultimate strike of the demon-slaying swordplay. 2 swords clashed. Yoon Seol Lan managed to block just before he unleashed his fearsome strike. At last, after hours of training, she finally offered praise, an excellent strike. Her wrist flexed elegantly. With just one twist his blade was forced aside, nearly impossible for him to block. Yoon Seol Lan smiled, "Young master, you learned fast." She also instantly leapt back to his starting position. He was panting yet overjoyed at his progress. "I can't believe I emitted sword energy, and my little brother stayed calm this time." She also staggered forward, his words shaky from fatigue, yet he finally reached the realm of first-class experts. Yoon Seol Lan noticed his legs barely holding. She rushed over, shouting anxiously, "Young master." She also collapsed into her bosom, his exhausted body making her even more worried. "Are you all right, young master?" Mentally and physically drained, he forced a few laughs. "The Gongdong sect's swordplay, how do you find it?" Sword Queen Yoon Seol Lan. Hearing that, Yoon Seol Lan gently smiled. Under the moonlight's glow, nothing could compare to her pride in Chialsu, truly outstanding. Chialsu lay under the blanket up to his neck, smiling with bliss and satisfaction. Yesterday felt just like a dream. He recalled crossing swords with Yoon Seol Lan, sparring with the Sword Queen under the night sky. And during that duel, I actually broke through to the first-class realm. His face flushed, tongue sticking out, breath burning hot. His expression twisted into a silly, perverted grin as he remembered fainting on Yoon Seol Lan's chest. And even that accidental physical contact. He held his cheek, drowning in infatuation. Could it be the Sword Queen herself carried me back? Everything just flowed too smoothly. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, startling him. "Young hero, are you inside?" He replied softly, "Lady Seo Ha Rin, please come in." Seo Ha Rin pushed the door wide open without hesitation. her face pale and slightly panicked. He asked curiously, "What's the matter that has you in such a rush?" She panted heavily from running, her voice broken. "Young hero, I heard a strange rumor at the market." He was still lying on the mat, suspiciously asking, "What kind of rumor?" Her brows furrowed tightly, her face turned worse, cold sweat dripping down her cheek. "They're saying young hero is two-timing." He was shocked and shouted, "What?" He immediately pressed her, "Speak clearly," Ha-Rin stammered. The story began as she recounted. "While I was picking fruit at the market, I overheard two men chatting. Hey, did you hear? One of them spoke that Gongdong freak hero did something amusing again. The other replied, you mean the duel they agreed on? The winner will become Lady Siama and Chingha's servant." The man clicked his tongue. "Actually, there's another tale going around." Every word fell into Ha-Rin's ears, and she sneaked a glance toward them. The guy kept blabbering, "They say that young hero and Lady Siaman secretly share feelings," sneaking around with lovesick glances. In their imagination, Chialsu was lifting Chingha's chin while her cheeks flushed red in shyness. The story continued, then suddenly they claimed young hero declared a breakup, followed by him coldly walking away without looking back, leaving Chingha collapsed on the ground crying as she stared at his back. The man rambled on, saying now the rumor spread that young hero and Lady Nengwal Hyang were secretly in love. Lady Siaman, out of jealousy, they imagined a scene where Chialsu embraced Nengwal Hyang in a shady, passionate way. Then the image of Chingha exploded in rage, gripping her sword while crying and screaming that she would never forgive this betrayal. The tale ended with the man laughing mockingly, so that's why she challenged him to a duel. Crazy, Gongdong freak hero, managing to steal the hearts of two women at once. What a sharp, double-edged sword indeed. Ha-Rin stood frozen in shock, unconsciously dropping the apple in her hand. She finished recounting and added, "That's what they're saying. After hearing it, I rushed to find you because I just couldn't believe it." He trembled, lowering his head. He clenched his teeth, both furious and shaking. "What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this?" A while later, Jian Young summoned Chialsu. He stood timidly before him. The master sternly asked, "Chialsu, what is this all about?" He spoke softly, not daring to look at him. "I'm sorry, master." Jian Young held his head helplessly and sighed. "On the eve of a duel, to have such bizarre rumors appear. Even if you win, it may not bring you any benefit now." His fist clenched so hard veins bulged on the back of his hand as he defended himself. "But the rumor that I had affairs with Chingha or Nengwal Hyang is utter nonsense." He cursed in his heart. There's only one person who could spread such trash. He thought of Jiok Sa Wal, laughing slyly, and cursed bitterly in his heart. That wretched fox dared to make this up. His thoughts flared, furious that Nengwal Hyang was dragged into this so blatantly. "She wants the whole world to think I'm romantically tied with Nengwal Hyang." He pictured Jiok Sa Wal brimming with excitement and quickly spoke up, "Master, I have a suspicion." Jian Young asked, "What is it?" He hurriedly said, "Back when fighting with the Black Dragon Gang, I once went to a noble house to send a letter through a public notary, avoiding the eyes of the Siaman clan." Jian Young replied, "Yes, I had heard of that matter too." He raised his voice, crying out with injustice. "Those demonic sect bastards, after losing in the struggle for legitimacy, held a grudge in their hearts, and now it seems they used that as an excuse to harm me." Jian Young exclaimed, "How dare they pull off something like that?" He held his forehead, utterly unbelieving, though they were a demonic sect, to fall so far as to abandon even a shred of righteousness. He closed his eyes tightly, tears still lingering at the corner. "Master, don't worry, this disciple will definitely find a way to extinguish these ridiculous rumors." In a tavern, customers chattered noisily, people coming and going in droves. A drunk guest holding his wine cup vaguely asked his companion, "Did you hear the rumor about that sharp sword yet?" The one opposite replied, "That brat pulling off something like that, who knows how." The drunken man burst into laughter, adding, "I heard that thing of his isn't exactly ordinary." Chialsu, sitting at a nearby table eating noodles, overheard everything. His face was flushed red from drink, grumbling angrily. The rumors grew more twisted by the hour, and hearing them with his own ears was infuriating. He slurped his noodles noisily, trying to calm himself. But if he wanted to change the flow of rumors, first he had to grasp the full picture, better to stay calm and observe. Suddenly a voice cut in, "Things aren't that simple." A passerby interjected irritably, "Don't you know, it was Nengwal Hyang who spread this nonsense. They say she was jealous of the closeness between Siaman Chingha and Chialsu, so she made it up. And those two guys earlier, suspecting Nengwal Hyang, eh? That passerby answered himself, exactly. Isn't it common knowledge that Lady Ning was close to Hao sect? No wonder those two hesitated and tried to dodge the topic. Awkward, huh? He was shocked. What the heck, the rumors were already changing. As he wandered down the street, eavesdropping on random chatter, he realized after half a day in Hwa Jiang County, the love triangle rumors were being deliberately steered in another direction. Two women gossiping as they walked by revealed, so Ningwal Hyang was hopelessly in love with some man, that Gongdong odd hero. What kind of guy is he anyway? Hearing that, Chialsu couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, now they're saying Ningwal Hyang secretly loved me, and that's why she spread false rumors. Well, if that's the story, there's nothing for me to be upset about. Still, he remained wary, but this new spin was way too convenient for him. Such luck was suspicious in itself. He pondered deeply, could it be someone I know is secretly pulling strings behind the scenes? Chialsu paused beside a wall, one hand on his hip, clearly finding this worth investigating. Down at the foot of a slope, three dirty, ragged men huddled around a fire, flies buzzing. When they noticed him, one chuckled, look who's here. The one with a rope tied around his head spoke, isn't that young Master Chialsu, the guy who made two famous female heroes fall for him, and also the famed odd hero of Gongdong sect? The stench rising up made him pinch his nose. Yeah, I do have that odd hero nickname, but that garbage title wasn't something I gave myself. He eyed the silly grinning beggars, musing that although the beggar sect looked filthy and shabby, they were righteous folk at heart. They were numerous, skilled at gathering intel, and far from useless. He muttered, in this clash with Hao sect, they're actually the best choice I have right now. Stepping closer, he proposed, I have a task I want to entrust to you. The ropehead man laughed, an entrustment from Gongdong odd hero himself. Just hearing that gets me interested already. Saying so, the man gestured behind him. Well then, come inside and let's talk slowly. The door just closed. That person akimbo hastily asked, so what's this all about? She also continued, investigate the eunuch Zhang Aihyun in Beijing for me. He is extremely cruel, specializes in kidnapping young boys and cutting off that thing to sell to the royal palace. That person cleared his throat. He's a sinner beyond redemption. Even living 3 lifetimes couldn't wash away such crimes. He raged, face grim, even if cast into endless hellfire, it still wouldn't quench my hatred for him. The other softly replied, being this angry, seems you still have a streak of chivalry in you. He recalled Zhang Aihyun chatting with Wang Sam. Of course, because that lunatic was the one who turned me into a eunuch in my past life. Zhang Aihyun smirked slyly, clutching a pouch of money. I already dealt with that slave dealer Wang Sam the first day I came back, but this broker Zhang Aihyun is another one I must eliminate sooner or later. The other grabbed the money pouch he handed over and nodded. All right then, as a fellow orthodox ally of the martial world, I'll accept this with a small fee, about a week, and I'll have results. The other side, truly an unexpected commission. You picked quite the timing, huh? He turned his face away. I have my own reasons. With that, he quickly turned around to leave. Then I shall take my leave. The man looked at him, puzzled. As he stepped onto the stairs to climb back up the slope, he pondered. In this world, the only organization capable of overturning rumors spread by noble clans is the Eastern Depot, and the only person who can command such a powerful intelligence force is one. He imagined Yuan Hua desperately pleading, please don't go, old Master Li, he muttered, Your Majesty. His gaze suddenly grew cold. Even if I don't want to delude myself that His Majesty is watching me, the only one who could know about Zhang Aihyun is him. If I investigate this man, I may find out whether His Majesty is involved or not. Let's just pray it isn't him. He stepped onto the top stair, still lost in thought. But anyway, the rumors have already been cleared. He glanced to the side. Now only one thing remained. Inside the arena, cheers from the audience erupted like thunder, creating a fierce atmosphere, all about achieving glorious victory in battle and swaying hearts. On the stage, both Xiamen Chenghua and Chialsu were in fighting stances, the crowd below shouting nonstop. Xiamen Chenghua gritted her teeth, blood boiling as she demanded, You dare spread rumors that I had an affair with you. She shouted, swinging her sword forward, Today I'll make you pay for that. Chialsu tightened his sword grip with fury. Hearing that, he too was enraged, clutching the hilt tightly. I am a refined man, a gentleman of standing, yet you stick me with such a filthy nickname. He drew the blade from its sheath, the sharp sound of steel ringing out. He raised his sword high, vowing, From this day forth, I will erase that disgraceful label from the martial world. The spectators watching the duel whispered among themselves, rumors about Xiamen Chenghua and Chialsu being more than just friends. Could it actually be true? One laughed aloud, seeing them quarrel like that. It did seem possible. Another stroked his chin thoughtfully. I mean, we all saw the charm of Gongdong's sect in the last duel, right? The young man stroking his chin suddenly blushed and gasped. I didn't think Xiamen Chenghua was like that. Who knew she'd be so forward? The person beside him raised an eyebrow in confusion. That young man froze, turning back, and the other followed his gaze. Wait, what is this killing aura? Behind them, Heinchen raged, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes blazing with murderous glare. Beside him was Yun Xiao Lan. The old man ground his teeth. Those who ran their mouths before me in the past were all slaughtered. The two young men froze like statues, jaws dropping, eyes bulging so wide they lost their pupils. They stammered excuses. Xiamen Chenghua did nothing wrong, not at all. Surely it's that perverted dual-blade freak who caused the mess. The old man coughed and dropped heavily into his seat. Yun Xiao Lan glanced at him. This duel also had a bizarre condition. The loser must become the servant of the victor. Heinchen snarled, and it was all Chialsu's idea. That bastard tricked our innocent Xiamen Chenghua. She added, but Patriarch Xiao, you're not completely sure that's true, are you? The old man hesitated. Well, that's true, but just look at them and you'll understand. The old man suddenly blushed. After all, even after so long, she still hadn't changed one bit. She was surprised. You mean back then? Are you talking about that time? The old man cleared his throat again, quickly changing the subject. I don't know what you're talking about, Focus. The duel is about to start. Yun Xiao Lan stayed silent, not saying another word. The referee raised his hand with authority and announced, Gongdong sect and the Xiamen clan, the duel begins. Xiamen Chenghua bent down, lightly tapped her sword hilt and lifted it. Her eyes glared as she muttered, this shameless young master, to do such a scandalous thing in front of an innocent girl and not even feel guilty. Today, I'll straighten out that twisted mindset of yours. Her foot stomped hard on the arena floor, cracks instantly spreading across the stone. Fiery red energy swirled around her, blazing as if the arena was about to burn down. She shouted, get ready. Waves of fire spread further, her power shattering stone tiles and sending them flying into the air. He tensed up to the extreme, frowning slightly as Xiamen Chenghua's presence overwhelmed the arena. The Xiamen clan's swordsmanship used internal power to unleash unstoppable strikes, leaving no escape for opponents. Chenghua dashed forward like a squirrel, holding her sword at her waist, unleashing the technique Phoenix Step. The blade tore through the wind, darting straight ahead. She gripped the hilt tightly, her whole body spinning with fierce momentum. Her sharp eyes gleamed, hair flying wildly with the strike. A vertical slash came crashing down from above his head, dark sky demon's sword. He clenched his weapon, bracing to block her blow. Their blades collided, grinding against each other with sparks flying. He stared at her cautiously. Her speed wasn't fast, but the force was terrifying. Then with a light flick of his sword tip, Chialsu thought to himself, we're not that weak either. He broke free from her pressing force and instantly unleashed demon-slaying sword break, sending her flying backward. She crossed her arms to guard while he himself was pushed back several steps. The audience gasped, that's the demon-slaying sword break, so this strange hero also knows that technique. Xiamen Chenghua dragged her foot to stop, skidding across the floor, clearly displeased. When their swords clashed, he had used the core principle of her technique to neutralize it. Fine, I'll admit, he's got talent. Without hesitation, she lunged in again. Flames trailed behind her steps, her sword slashing decisively. Let's see if you can block this next one. She also struggled to block, his face showing panic. She pressed him hard. Suddenly, Xiamen Chenghua twisted her blade, swinging it the opposite way. He lost balance, his grip loosening. His eyes widened in shock, a feint. Before he could react, she grabbed his head and slammed her knee into his face with a brutal crunch. A swollen red mark instantly spread across his face, blood dripping from his nose to his lips. He grimaced angrily, grinding his teeth so hard the veins on his jaw bulged. Clutching her knee, he forced himself back up. Damn it. He took a deep breath, regaining composure, his eyes sharp. The Xiamen clan's swordplay always crushed enemies with lethal strikes, while Gongdong sect's swordsmanship focused on balanced attack and defense. Two completely different styles, he had to finish this quickly before the fight dragged out. Suddenly, he surged forward, his movement so fast the eye could barely follow. His strikes curved and twisted, forcing her to retreat while parrying, creating heavy collisions. He focused intensely, unleashing strike after strike. She seemed to notice something. His internal energy flow, it's changed. A dazzling green light erupted, like lightning wrapping around his blade. He stomped hard on the ground, pushing back for leverage. Then he swung his sword horizontally with full force. Bolts of lightning shot out along the blade's path, his ultimate supreme demon-slaying sword break. A thunderous explosion shook the entire arena, sending dirt and smoke flying everywhere. Yujin Hwi secretly praised in his heart, his face full of excitement. This kid is really good, even mastered the supreme sword breaker. After just fighting the Black Dragon gang not long ago, he's improved like crazy. On the other hand, Jian Young was extremely tense, furrowing his brows as he kept watching the duel. Don't get cocky, Chialsu, she's a grand swordmaster. Xiamen Qinghe stood in a defensive stance. Gusts from the residual force of the move just now brushed past her. Chialsu felt a little nervous, forcing a wry smile. Can I really block this? Xiamen Qinghe smiled lightly, her demeanor still graceful. She had to admit that strike wasn't easy to deal with. Sword breaker is all about overwhelming offense, but if the sword path is predictable, as long as you catch the starting point, you can defend. She flicked her sword gently to the side, so even a finishing move could still be nullified. Now what? Soon after, she attacked at a blinding speed. Her sword sliced decisively through the air, sharp without any wasted motion, slashing straight down. Chialsu clenched his teeth, struggling to block in a passive stance. Xiamen Qinghe's eyes widened. She sneered provocatively. Are you just gonna keep defending like this? She unleashed strike after strike. He gritted his teeth so hard his gums were showing, fuming inside. I knew she wouldn't be easy, but she's stronger than I thought. Now what do I do? Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind, making him freeze. Wait. He remembered Yun Xiao Lan's words. This young master's sword always tilts to one side. He thought, that's right. The clash of two swords rang sharp and clear. He reflected, if sword breaker is too predictable, then while parrying these strikes, why not make it unpredictable instead? Her sword didn't hold back, knocking his blade aside. Xiamen Qinghe's footsteps glided swiftly across the floor. She moved lightly yet with great speed, a suppressed scream bursting from her throat. Right after, she decisively swung her sword down, and suddenly bursts of dazzling golden light exploded, rocks and dirt scattering everywhere. In an instant, Xiamen Qinghe was stunned, her eyes opening wide in shock. At the point where her blade struck, the ground cracked violently, fissures spreading out like spiderwebs. The girl panicked, he disappeared. His thoughts resurfaced, shadow step. He recalled from his past life a technique he used back when he was a eunuch, specializing in slipping into openings to launch surprise strikes. Even in a blink, this technique could fool the senses of a top expert like Xiamen Qinghe. The scene replayed in slow motion in his mind. At the moment Xiamen Qinghe struck, he leapt upright as she lunged forward. His face suddenly hardened. Didn't think you'd force me to use a past life secret technique. I admit it, Xiamen Qinghe, you're strong. He twisted his waist, one foot stepping back, shifting smoothly into the next stance. His hands moved in sync, front and back. From his forward palm, a beam of light burst out. Xiamen Qinghe stared at him with utmost caution. He affirmed in his heart, I'll fuse the softness of shadow step with the brute force of sword breaker. He charged forward, sword tip aimed straight at her, his eyes glaring fiercely. He thought to himself, it may lose some raw power, but it'll deliver a surprise blow. Xiamen Qinghe flinched slightly, a spark flashing in her mind. That sword move was sword breaker again. She quickly adjusted, facing him head-on. She was confident, such a predictable move. If it's the same as before, I just need to block. But suddenly his sword path shifted, the surging killing intent cut off in an instant. He leapt high into the air, his sword's glow carving a graceful curve across the sky. She still held her sword downward, ready to block the initial strike. She was stunned, unable to react. What? His sword path changed at the very last moment. Chialsu rose tall, raising his sword high, its glow blazing brilliantly, radiating vibrant pink-purple energy. His face was fierce, eyes flashing a pale blue light, exuding an aura like he was about to eat his opponent alive. He struck straight into Xiamen Qinghe's stomach. The girl had no chance to block, facing a mighty blow. The girl cried out in pain, eyes widening, a few drops of spit flying from the corner of her lips. Xiamen Hainshin was frozen with worry. The old man shouted in panic, Qinghe. As the move ended, Chialsu's figure slid past the girl, grazing along the floor. Qinghe staggered, unable to stay standing. Her sword slipped from her hand, landing on the arena floor with a heartbreakingly soft clang. She bent forward, her whole body limp. A faint moan escaped her throat before collapsing face first. With a cold thud, the girl's body slammed to the floor, head bowed, while Chialsu calmly stood up and sheathed his sword. The match was decided. The referee shouted loudly, arms wide, pointing toward him. The victor, Chialsu of Gongdong sect. Unexpectedly, the audience's faces turned pale, muttering in displeasure. Again, really. Chiaosu frowned in confusion. Long was equally baffled. Again, why does this suddenly feel weird? He quickly turned back to look at Qinghe, somewhat fearful. Don't tell me she's badly hurt. I even held back my strike. The sight before him turned him to stone on the spot. The clothes on Qinghe were slowly tearing apart, her face flushed red with shame, her eyes darting nervously downward. Wait, why are my clothes like this? They were fine just a moment ago. Before she could react, her top suddenly ripped open, shredded to pieces. She also froze, jaw nearly hitting his chest, eyes bulging with veins. What the heck? Why are her clothes ripping? He thought back to his last strike, shaking his head in denial. It couldn't be his fault. But the C-letter-1 Hoa and white crane technique had sharp aftershocks, and because she didn't block fully, the residual sword energy had shredded her outfit. Tears welled in her eyes, her cheeks growing redder by the second. Qinghe screamed, clutching her body to cover up, eyes shut tight. You dare tear my clothes apart with sword aura. The crowd below erupted, scolding him non-stop. Typical Gongdong pervert, shameless, humiliating a woman mid-duel. Chiaosu's face darkened, crushed under the weight of their words. He spun about, panicking, desperately trying to explain. No, I swear it wasn't on purpose. Qinghe sat frozen, trembling nonstop. The girl lost her composure, screaming accusations. Pervert. His face turned ghostly pale, still insisting in his heart. I'm innocent. Qinghe hugged herself, shrieking, You filthy scoundrel. Chiaosu stood before her, flustered, trying to calm her down. He hurriedly pulled off his own robe. Draping it over Qinghe, first cover up, the girl sobbed loudly. He averted his gaze, his cheeks burning red. Forgive me, it was an accident. He cursed inwardly. The C-letter-1 Hoa and white crane art was too sharp, its aura scattering everywhere. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Honestly, I never meant this. Qinghe wrapped herself tightly in his robe, only her face peeking out, trembling. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from below. You bastard. Xiamen Hainchen's brow turned crimson, his whole body radiating killing intent, fists clenched, a green aura blazing around him. This match is unacceptable. His eyes glared in fury. You dare disgrace not only my daughter but the honor of our house with such depravity. I will judge you myself, wretch. Chiaosu flinched, blurting out, What? It was just a duel. Yun Xiaolan suddenly intervened. Please, stop. Chiaosu looked at her in confusion. The old man also turned his gaze toward her. She stepped forward. The outcome is already decided. The old man's anger had yet to subside, his teeth clenched tight. She gently persuaded, Please accept the result of a fair duel. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Sword Empress, why are you defending that brat? Both of them were enveloped in streams of magical light. The old man questioned, Joint Sect and Hang Mountain Sect never had a good relationship, did they? She replied, I am the notary representing Joint Sect. If I cannot approve the result of a fair duel, I must intervene. The old man frowned. After seeing what that bastard did, you can still say something that ridiculous. She pondered for a moment, then added, During a duel, if by accident some flesh is exposed and causes shame to the opponent, that's something that can happen. This young master has already apologized, so please accept this gift. She continued, Before being a daughter, isn't Lady Xiamen also a member of the martial world? Chiaosu watched from afar, overflowing with joy. Yun Xiaolan, you've stepped forward, have you? Truly worthy of being my very first official wife. The old man suddenly shifted the topic, attacking the relationship between Chiaosu and Yun Xiaolan, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I heard that last time during the duel, Gongdong's strange hero confessed to the Sword Empress. Seems like he's truly infatuated, isn't he? Hearing this, he was stunned. The old man grew furious and shouted, Are you still sane? Gongdong's strange hero is young enough to be your son. Yun Xiaolan's face darkened. Even if you have a mouth, you shouldn't say such nonsense. The old man pressed further. What did you just say? She suddenly recalled something and shot back at the old man. Speaking of confessions, wasn't it you who once confessed to me back in the day? Hainchin panicked, his face flushing red in embarrassment, and he himself was no less shocked. A memory surfaced from long ago. Hainchin and Yun Xiaolan stood together on the stage. The old man bowed, saying, My confession aside, accept my challenge, Sword Empress Yun Xiaolan. Her thoughts flickered. Sword King Chun Chin, 30 years ago, didn't you say you were struck by love's lightning at the Dragon Phoenix gathering and searched for me everywhere? She accepted the old man's proposal. All right then, make your move. She recalled further, back then you confessed while also asking for a duel. Yun Xiaolan instantly launched her move and countered. Moments later, Hainchin lay flat on the ground, dizzy with several lumps on his head, his sword knocked far away. She stood with hands on her hips in boredom. A man with nothing worth watching. She added in the present, of course you were defeated in just one strike, so nothing happened between us at all. She asked calmly, could it be that even now you still pine for me? The crowd around started murmuring like waves. What, Sword King Chun Chin really liked the Sword Empress? Then what about his current wife? Chiaosu covered his mouth and sneered. What the hell, this is hilarious, such juicy gossip, and I never even heard about it before. She still didn't stop. Why don't you tell everyone more clearly about what happened that day? Hein-chin blushed so red he looked like a tomato, shouting to cut her off. Enough. The old man turned and looked toward him. Even if Gongdong's strange hero did something improper, in the end it was an accident during the duel, so this time we'll let it pass. He smiled, clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for forgiving me. The sky turned into a dazzling golden sunset, with leaves swirling all over the air. Jian Young, Chiaosu, and Jin Hwi stood facing Yun Xiao Lan and her disciples. He spoke, Senior Sword Empress, when clan leader Xiao Wan Guang got angry, you intervened. I truly thank you. She politely replied, as the notary of Gongdong sect, it was simply her duty. He chuckled, thanks to that the new bond between Gongdong sect and Joint Mountain sect is now known to all. She suddenly proposed, if so, why not take this chance to hold a sparring exchange between Joint Mountain sect and Gongdong sect? His face lit up. You mean a sparring match between late-stage disciples, a priceless chance for the youngsters to learn. Without hesitation he agreed. I gladly accept Sword Empress's suggestion. He was a bit doubtful though, Joint Mountain sect hosting an exchange spar. He rummaged through his memories, recalling a secluded temple on a cliff. In his past life, Joint Mountain sect had always been reclusive and isolated, never once hosting exchanges with any sect. Yun Xiao Lan and her disciple clasped their hands in farewell. Then we shall take our leave. She cast him a glance. See you again at the sparring exchange. Fellow Gongdong members and this young hero, I hope to converse more with you then. He thought to himself, converse meaning that request from before. Outwardly he smiled faintly and bid farewell. Yes, Senior Sword Empress. He watched the two leave. What is Yun Xiao Lan really thinking inside? Guess we'll find out at the exchange. He shook away the thoughts, grinning with excitement. Time to go collect the real reward of this duel, huh? He happily saw Jin Hwi and Jian Young off at the entrance. Also at that entrance, Xiamen Qingha, carrying luggage, walked in with teary eyes. Beside her, her brother Chiaosu laughed loudly. So you're my maid, a tall girl like you, maid what? The brother whispered in her ear, Qingha, don't worry, if anything happens, report back to our clan immediately. The girl obediently answered, I know, brother. The brother angrily warned him, bastard, if you make Qingha cry, you'll be crying blood yourself. He teased, scratching his ear, no need to worry about Lady Xiamen. As her master, I'll take good care of her. Her brother shouted, what, master? Unable to hold back anymore, the brother cursed, you damned Gongdong pervert knight. He was stunned, face pale. What, Gongdong pervert knight? The brother kept mocking, that's right, with the shameful tricks you pulled in both duels, that nickname suits you perfectly. Qingha kept shrinking beside her brother while he tore at his hair, crying inside. He wanted to win gloriously to erase the nickname, but ended up earning an upgraded, even creepier version. The brother rolled his eyes threatening, if you dare touch Qingha, you'll see. Qingha, desperate, grabbed her hair. Am I really the maid of Gongdong pervert knight now? He suddenly spoke, enough, Lady Xiamen, making the girl slightly surprised. He waved her over, please, let's return to our Gongdong sect. The mountain scenery appeared, thick mist surrounding the cliffs. Footsteps echoed steadily. Qingha walked behind Chiaosu, gloomy. What the hell have I gotten into now? He noticed her slow pace and asked, hey maid, you still keeping up? The girl frowned in annoyance. Please stop paying attention to me. Inside she cursed, what a pain to serve as a maid for such a pervert. She imagined Chiaosu with a twisted grin, looking creepier than ever. Pervert Li Chiaosu indeed. He clicked his tongue, scowling, thinking, even caring about someone gets me cursed, huh? When they arrived before the rear palace gate, he suddenly stopped. He stepped aside, gestured, though late, there's something I must tell you alone. Xiamen Qingha, startled, blushed, talk alone. Her cheeks grew redder, arms wrapped around herself. At this hour, just the two of them, don't tell me he made me his maid for some shady plot. The image of Chiaosu tilting her chin, brushing against her lips, eyes locking, it flashed through Qingha's mind. Is he planning to do this and that to me? Then came another image, her in a seductive cat collar outfit, while he lightly grasped her hand, teasing, oh heavens, what kind of nonsense is this? He walked ahead, pointing the way, while she trailed behind, inwardly screaming, and why are we heading into darker and darker alleys? He halted, turning his head back. Here, this is the spot. Xiamen Chengha trembled, stammering nervously. What do you mean here? She told herself, if anything happens, I'll draw my sword. He rummaged in his sleeve, then pulled out a stone token, puzzled, showing her. What I meant was, it's just enough to issue a command. Chengha, still flustered, arms folded tightly, face burning. He continued, take this to Kanha District, HWA Jiang County, to collect the martial wager for me. She snapped back to her senses, glaring. So this was the important matter, not dragging me to some deserted place for animal-like deeds. Chialsu's face froze, utterly dumbfounded. What the heck, what nonsense are you imagining? The girl didn't wait another second, clutching the token and bolting. Nothing good then, he just stood there, speechless. I thought she was a refined lady, turns out her brain is full of weird fantasies. He felt irritation bubbling up. This must be Jiak Sa-wal's ridiculous rumors again. Elsewhere, Jiak Sa-wal reclined against a cushion, murmuring, so Chialsu won again, truly worthy of being my husband. His teeth ground tight, fury blazing, eyes rolling white, fists clenching. But no more will I dance to your games. Until you awaken, I'll drag you through a tug-of-war in hell itself. A grand building rose, white walls and red-tiled roofs gleaming beneath the blue sky and drifting clouds. Xiamen Chengha trudged along. Never thought I'd be reduced to errand girl, fetching gambling payouts like this. Tears welled in her eyes as she pouted, cursing Chialsu. How low of him to send me to such a place. Suddenly the steward blocked her path. Oh my young lady, why have you come to such a place? Chengha hesitated, held out the token, face turned away. Young Master Chialsu sent me. I'm here to collect the martial wager payout. The man blinked. Ah, you mean that young hero. Why didn't he come himself? She shot back. Is there some problem? The man quickly waved his hands. No. He pointed upstairs. Please head to the deluxe chamber on the second floor. The payout will be given there. Chengha blinked. The deluxe chamber, second floor. What in the world is this about? She recalled Chialsu's words, his calm instructions. When you reach Kanhoa House, they'll call you to the deluxe chamber. Don't be surprised, just collect the money smoothly. She stood dumbfounded, doubting yet pondering. So Chialsu was actually telling the truth. At the second floor of Kanhoa House in the deluxe chamber, a beautiful woman introduced herself. I am Manhwa Hyang, mistress of Kanhoa House. She extended a hand, beckoning. Lady Xiamen, please take a seat. Xiamen Chengha's cheeks flushed as she sat timidly. Wow, truly worthy of the title, #1 courtesan of Sichuan. But Manhwa Hyang frowned, displeased, eyeing Chengha. So this is the one, the woman who caused trouble by dueling with him. Sweat trickled down Chengha's temples as she met Hyang's glare. Facing such furious, burning eyes, Chengha's heart shrank, her face turned pale. Why invite me to sit, only to stare daggers like that? Manhwa Hyang coughed to break the awkward air, slowly sitting down. I clearly heard you came here to collect the split money, nothing else. No other message. Xiamen Chengha flinched. Other message. Manhwa Hyang suddenly smiled brightly, one hand delicately brushing her hair, the other gently touching her chest. Like, a message he asked you to deliver, or maybe a letter. Both girls blushed furiously. Xiamen Chengha was stunned, mouth agape. Manhwa Hyang even called Chialsu her man. Could the rumors be true? Xiamen Chengha hesitated for a moment, then admitted, yes, there was a message to pass along. Manhwa Hyang froze. What was it? She lowered her head, voice soft. Young master said he was very disappointed that Lady Nang spread false rumors. Manhwa Hyang panicked, her shoulders trembling. What? Xiamen Chengha added, and he also told me to say. A flashback appeared. Chialsu was about to walk away, turning back to instruct. If you meet Manhwa Hyang, tell her that in this world I hate liars the most and love honest people the most. He chuckled to himself, eyes squinting in amusement. Manhwa Hyang will be shocked out of her fancy shoes. Manhwa Hyang gasped, despair flooding her, body limp. He really told you that? Xiamen Chengha lowered her head even more. Yes, that's all, forgive me. As for the money share, Manhwa Hyang stayed silent for a while. Finally, she turned away and placed a money pouch on the table. Here, take it. Xiamen Chengha hugged the pouch and left, politely saying, I hope you stay strong. I'll deliver your words to young master properly. Manhwa Hyang gave no reply, head drooping. Even when the sound of the door closing echoed in the silence, she still didn't raise her head. She sat in a daze, eyes unfocused. Impossible, last time he still called me Xiangmo. She imagined Chialsu right before her eyes, walking away with his back to her. Could it be, from now on he won't even bother seeing me again, just because of that stupid lie I said? Manhwa Hyang wept bitterly, every breath stuck in her chest, clutching her heart as her face flushed red with pain. No, if I can't see him, my heart will shatter. Her brows furrowed. Unacceptable. What I thought was just a joke ended up making him hate me. If I want to win him, I can't rely on petty tricks. I must restore myself with my own strength. Elsewhere, Xiamen Chenga was leaping swiftly from treetop to treetop, lost in thought. So strange, a lady like Ning Walhyang actually has feelings for Chiaosu. She raised her brow and thinking further. The image of Yu Jin, HWI smiling with admiring eyes surfaced. Then Jian Yang and Xiao Ha Rin also appeared, both gazing fondly at him. Finally, Yun Xiao lands smiling gently. One after another flashed through her mind, from Jin Hwi to Xiao Ha Rin, even his master and the Sword Empress all treated Chiaosu kindly, favoring him. The sound of her boots echoed coldly on the floor. Why does everyone like that shameless pervert so much? Her steps halted, but what if all this time I've just been mistaken? The girl's face showed slight confusion. If what Chiaosu said was true, then what? Her thoughts flashed back to protecting the guests of Gongdong sect, fighting Black Dragon Gang and seizing victory. She recalled when he fought Wai Chin Myong, daring to challenge the Sword Empress for the honor of his sect, then remembered him standing foolishly in the arena against Yun Xiao Lan. To block the oppression of the Xiamen family in Gamsuk, he stepped into a duel. The image of him holding a sword with a faint smile appeared. The girl held her cheek, not realizing her face had blushed. A true knight of the martial world. The hero of my dreams turns out to be Chiaosu of Gongdong sect. While lost in fantasy, a sudden call rang out. Hey, you're here already, punk. Chiaosu stood afar, casually picking his nose. Chungha instantly changed demeanor. She pouted, her expression cold as ice. She stayed silent, speechless for a while, then secretly admitted, maybe that's really possible since the truth isn't clear yet. The girl timidly handed him the money bag. Here's the wager payouts. He laughed loudly, teasing, whatever job I dump on you, you nail it, huh? Good work. Chungha glanced aside, but even a tiny shred of hope wasn't something she could throw away. She spoke softly, second young master, you're happily fondling that money bag. He looked at her quickly. Her face grew redder, nervously blurting, all this time I'm sorry. Chiaosu was baffled, his expression stiff with shock, wondering, sorry for what? Xiamen Chenghua, flustered, bolted away while cursing, if you know you're wrong then just admit it already, idiot, blockhead. He stood frozen, his mind spinning wild daydreams again, truly a head full of nonsense. He opened the money bag inside, packed full of gold coins. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. Man, this haul is sweet, almost 1,000 taels. Immersed in joy, a loud voice suddenly called in, startling him. Disciples of Gongdong sect, anyone there? Outside was Ning Walhyang, arriving with a group of servants hauling a pile of goods on ox carts. The lady Ning Walhyang of Conflower Pavilion has come to offer incense. He was dumbstruck. Wait, Ning Walhyang. Jian Yang along with Xiao Ha Rin and Jin Hwi came to greet her. She politely requested the elders, if it's not inconvenient, please accept this. This is a donation for Gongdong sect. Jian Yang awkwardly refused. Our sect has no need of such a huge offering. Chiaosu rushed forward, thinking frantically, what in the world is going on here? Ning Walhyang spoke cautiously. I heard Gongdong sect got into trouble because of the filthy rumors about me. This silver is also my apology. She added, I also wish to meet second young master in person to express my sincere remorse. He stepped forward right behind Xiao Ha Rin, confused. Meet me in person, huh? Jian Yang had no other choice since she spoke that far, he had to agree. All right, I accept. Ning Walhyang bowed her head slightly. Thank you, senior. Chiaosu was a mess, eyes wide open, even if it was just a bit of flirting. How did things turn out like this? The twilight glow began to spill brilliant shades of orange across the horizon. In the yard, Chenghua was holding a small basket on her waist. She was puzzled seeing Yu Jin Hwi and Xiao Ha Rin frozen in place. Why is everyone gathering there? Jin Hwi looked uneasy. A woman like Ning Walhyang, who knows what tricks she'd play on his junior, Xiao Ha Rin also voiced her concern. Chenghua suddenly smiled brightly, but standing here won't help, I've got a better plan. Inside the hall, Ning Walhyang sat opposite Chiaosu, sobbing nonstop. Chiaosu stared at her nervously. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, sniffling. I'm sorry, young master, I really don't know how to say it, I'm just. His mind filled with question marks, looking completely baffled. Ning Walhyang burst out, it's because I admired young master too much, that's why I did such a thing. Chiaosu pressed his lips together, holding back his emotions. Her face truly seemed sincere. He gently reached his hand toward Ning Walhyang, surprising her a little. He thought to himself, Sajung Wal acting this way, in his previous life he couldn't even imagine it. If they kept entangled like this, a big mess might happen. He softly said, I accept your apology, but please don't repeat it. Neng Walhyang touched, placed her hand over his. Young master. On the paper wall of the room suddenly appeared a large hole. Xiamen Chenga had poked it open. Here, now we can peek without being caught. The three of them, Shi, Jin Hwi, and Xiao Rin, crowded together to look through the torn hole. The moment they looked inside, their jaws dropped. What they saw was Neng Walhyang happily throwing herself into his arms while he was frozen stiff, not knowing how to react. She sweetly said, thank you for forgiving me. Xiamen Chenga quickly covered her eyes. Too indecent. Xiao Rin frowned tightly in irritation. Jin Hwi bulged his eyes, gritting his teeth so hard his jaw veins popped. That wench. Neng Walhyang still clung tightly to him, eyes shut in bliss. I'll never make a mistake again because I'm your destined lover. Neng Walhyang bowed to Chialsu. Then I'll take my leave first. He also raised his hand to bid farewell. Take care on your way. She suddenly held his hand, hesitantly saying, and also. Then she looked up at Chialsu with a lovely smile. To avoid worldly gazes, you can meet me anytime. I'll leave the back door of Manhwa house open. He smiled at her and said thanks. When the time is right, I'll drop by occasionally. But deep inside, he muttered to himself, if I get tangled with you, I might end up headless. I'll just stop by briefly when I need something. Neng Walhyang smiled gently. Thank you, elder. Then Chialsu watched her palanquin fade away, shivering with goosebumps. Whether Jiak Sawal has feelings for me or not, I must stay cautious or I'll be done for. Thinking of this, he sighed again. If Sawal's stubbornness keeps growing, this will become a huge headache. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Junior brother, you look quite cheerful, don't you? Chialsu turned around blankly. It was Xiao Rin, Jin Hwi, and Xiamen Chenga, all glaring at him. Especially Jin Hwi. She bit her lips, frowning like she was about to hand out a punishment. Chialsu hurriedly explained, I'm not happy at all. In his heart, he was panicking. Why does everyone look so mad? Then Jin Hwi turned away and snapped angrily. Follow me, junior brother, we've got work to do. Chialsu shouted to clear his name. It's not what you think. The scene shifted to him, training in front of Jin Hwi. Exhausted, he begged, Senior, it's late at night already, can we stop here? But Jin Hwi sternly refused. No, because you even altered the formula of the mixed origin art. You're only 3 stars now, isn't that all the more reason to train harder? She also groaned and gave in. Fine. Inside he muttered, I'm running out of words to complain. Right after, she also started circulating her inner energy. Like this, see, now follow along. Chialsu had no choice but to obey. Yes. Seeing him collapse, she turned away, heart aching. Sorry, junior brother, it hurts me to see you suffer, but this is the only way to protect you. Flashback to a few hours earlier, Jin Hwi, Xiao Rin, and Chenga were whispering in an alley. Chenga put her hands on her hips. Lady Lang hugging the young master like that? No way. Xiao Rin added, we can't let Hyung get snatched by someone like Neng Walhyang. It's time we all step up. Chenga fumbled, is it really that serious? Jin Hwi looked confused, but I'm a man like Junior, why? Xiao Rin cut her off, I know it already, Senior. Jin Hwi startled, what? Did she figure out I'm disguised as a man? Xiao Rin stared at her seriously. You care for the young master, don't you? Can you just watch him become the fox Neng Walhyang's man? Still flustered, Jin Hwi sighed with relief inside. So that's what she meant, thank goodness. Chenga chimed in, but if a man and woman already have feelings, how do we even separate them? Xiao Rin's eyes were firm, I'll find a way. Then she laid out her plan, whenever there's free time, drag senior brother out. Which led to the current scene where Jin Hwi was forcing Chialsu to train until he nearly cried for help. Obviously, the whole point was to keep the young master too busy to think about romance. Training with her left no room for daydreams. Jin Hwi crossed her arms casually. All right, junior brother, that's enough for today. Tomorrow, we continue at the Grand Martial Arena. Those words made him freeze with horror. Xiao Rin added, and when resting. Chialsu sighed in relief, finally free from training hell. I'll head down to Hwa town tonight to unwind. Suddenly, a girl's voice startled him. Young master, where are you rushing off to? Realizing it was Chenga, he scrambled for an excuse. I've got some business at the foot of the mountain. She grinned and suggested, then I'll come with you, okay? Xiao Rin suddenly appeared from nowhere and added, I'll go too. She continued, Lady Xiao and I will take turns keeping watch, making sure the young master won't sneak into the flower pavilion. She also walking in front kept feeling uneasy. Why do I get the creepy sense of being spied on like this? Xiaoha Rin smirked proudly, distance makes the heart forget faster. If we don't want this young master to step into the flower pavilion, then let's just confine him within the Gongdong sect. Until the martial exchange with the Hang Mountain sect next year, the seasons just rolled by and time flew in a blink. 1 year later, Chiaosu now looked much more polished. He sat staring at the great hall in front of him, resting his chin in puzzlement. When did they even build so many more halls? Then he happily shoved a piece of pork into his mouth. Well, having money sure is the best. Chiaosu cheerfully munched the pork noisily. Every day now he could eat a pork meal, nourishing medicine from heaven's kitchen. Looking at the peaceful scenery before him, Chiaosu also became more cheerful and laughed. After the tournament at Jiang Temple Battlefield, Gongdong sect's fame spread far and wide. Patrons then donated a good load of silver and gold. After finishing, Chiaosu set the big pork bowl down beside him, still chewing as he said, "But for Gongdong sect that's still not enough. We must eat pork 3 meals a day, that's the real dream." Then he thought, to gather more funds we need to host an investment presentation for Gongdong sect, and the best way to lure investors is to show them solid results. At this moment, Yu Jin Hwi suddenly stepped up from behind. "Junior brother, so here you are." She smiled and asked, "If you're done eating then get ready." Already the day of the martial exchange with the Hang Mountain sect. A year really passed quickly, didn't it? He sighed and answered yes, it truly flew by. But in his heart he secretly cursed. It was like being imprisoned inside Gongdong sect, and yet rumors still spread about me with courtesans being watched closely was unavoidable. Jian Young looked at the four. Chiaosu, Yu Jin Hwi, Xiaoha Rin, and Xiamen Chengha all have gathered, haven't they? The four cupped their hands and replied in unison, "Yes, sect leader." He spoke, "You all have worked hard to prepare for this exchange. Seeing you after a year of training gives me more confidence." Jianyang slowly stepped forward, leading the four with majestic bearing. "Then let's go to Hang Mountain so that all under heaven of the 9 provinces and 8 desolations know Gongdong sect still stands strong." Chiaosu was overjoyed, thrilled deep inside. At last, time to reappear in the martial world. In that moment, he was like a bird freed from its cage, excitedly dreaming of the future. Finally free from strict surveillance, now's the time to meet my very first fiancée, Sword Empress Yun Xiao Lan. Wait for me, love of my heart. That night in a certain room, a slow voice echoed. Already the time for exchange with Gongdong sect, time indeed flies. A disciple of Yun Xiao Lan spoke with disdain. Gongdong sect trash dare set foot in Hang Mountain? Just the thought makes me angry already. Yun Xiao Lan quickly cut her off. Sabin, remember to prepare the reception properly. Don't bring shame to Hang Mountain sect. She frowned, confused. Master, this disciple truly still doesn't understand. Pausing a moment, Yun Xiao Lan slowly explained, our Hang Mountain sect is already strong enough, even without martial exchanges. Why must we hold such grand events? Yun Xiao Lan only sneered and countered, did you forget? The spirit Gongdong sect displayed in the Jiang Temple contest surely brings no small benefit to our Hang Mountain sect. She tilted her head, smiling as she thought of someone. Especially the performance of that young hero was truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Sabin could say no more, only cupped her fists. Master, I understand, then I shall follow your command. Outwardly she agreed, but inwardly her thoughts tangled. The Sword Empress smiled again. What? And it's whenever Chiaosu of Gongdong sect is mentioned. Even after leaving the room, she still fumed, utterly unreasonable. Reaching the gate, seeing the disciples below, Sabin asked aloud, is everyone here? Then she sternly declared, I've come to deliver the master's words. The female disciples below all revealed joy, eager to hear the Sword Empress's message. The lead girl barked, silence, everyone, listen to the Sword Empress. Without waiting for the crowd to quiet, Sabin already spoke. Master orders us to prepare carefully for the martial exchange with Gongdong sect. Do you understand the meaning behind these words? Then she continued with haughty air, her pupils flashing red. It means that insolent Chiaosu and the Gongdong sect who dared offend the Sword Empress must taste bitterness. The disciples below responded in unison. Exactly that arrogant Chiaosu. Sabin raised her arm high and shouted to the disciples below. We are disciples of Hang Mountain sect, sisters of the Sword Empress. They too roared together, disciples of Hang Mountain sect, sisters of the Sword Empress. She pressed on firmly, we must expose the arrogance of Chiaosu and never let him insult our master again. Before their eyes appeared a majestic scene, where endless towering mountains stretched up to the clouds. Chiaosu and Yu Jin Hwi lifted their heads admiring the view, their eyes glowing with awe and excitement. Yujin Hwi exclaimed from the cliffs, the precipices are truly countless, and Chiaosu added, this famed mountain deserves its title as the northern peak of the Central Plains, truly worthy. While they were still mesmerized by the scenery, a voice rang out. Gongdong sect members have arrived already. Everyone turned their heads. A girl in purple with hair tied high clasped her hands. Our sect has sent word. Please wait a moment. Your guide will arrive shortly. Hearing this, Jian Yang nodded slightly, understood, much obliged. Meanwhile, Chiaosu looked at the person before him with a strange grin, excitedly thinking to himself, finally I've set foot in Hang Mountain Sect. In my past life I once dreamed of coming here at least once. The origin of Hang Mountain Sect was the Sword Pavilion, an organization of female warriors who gathered to protect Bodhi Temple, a convent. Yet this place was never completely against marriage or cutting off men from coming and going. But ever since Yun Xiao Lan boldly declared she would choose her partner through martial duels. Among the disciples who admired the Sword Empress, a wave began, and soon the no-marriage rule became an unspoken law here. The purple-clad girl stomped on a man lying on the ground. The man pleaded, if you go, then take me along, please. She shouted, out of my way. From then on, Hang Mountain Sect became forbidden ground for men, a holy land of single female experts. She also covered his mouth with his hand but couldn't hide his amused grin. His eyes seemed to paint a mischievous picture, stepping into a forbidden land for men, now that's entertainment. From somewhere a female voice rang out, Gongdong Playboy, those lecherous eyes of yours are still the same, huh? Before Chiaosu stood a disciple of Yun Xiao Lan, someone he had met before, the little Sword Empress. Her greeting annoyed him greatly. After so long, her very first words are this arrogant, yet she ignored his protests and blandly replied, unrelated. Hang Mountain is treacherous, keep your spirit clear and follow closely. Hitting Chiaosu right where it hurt, he frowned and cursed inwardly, that insolent brat hasn't changed one bit, but since you're cute I'll let it slide. Everyone followed her toward Hang Mountain Sect. Walking along, Chiaosu teased, trying to spook her. But honestly, the mountain is that hard. Yun Xiao Lan's disciple retorted, because no one would ever guide guests through perilous paths. She turned and asked, by the way, are you still clinging to that dream of challenging the Sword Empress? Chiaosu proudly replied, a true man of honor cannot go back on his word. She calmly sneered, just as I thought, how could anyone expect real noble spirit from Gongdong Playboy? Chiaosu burned inside and snapped, what did you say? She smirked at him, isn't it true? If you gave up, not a soul would be surprised. His face flushed red, emotions bursting, he shouted, forgive me, but I fully intend to succeed in marriage proposal, so you'd better abandon such wishful thinking. She halted and spoke, indeed, let's see if that wild idea of yours can survive within Hang Mountain Sect. Before them stood a grand fortress. Finally they arrived at the place where female warriors gathered. Hang Mountain Sect. Chiaosu cheekily picked his nose, just one challenge and I've already been cursed endlessly. And the disciple of Yun Xiao Lan pushed open the grand doors. Before them was a majestic gate with intricate patterns, making the whole scene gleam like it was plated in gold. Leading to the grand golden gate were 2 rows of disciples standing tall. Faced with such a sight, Yujin Hy's eyes widened in awe, feeling tiny and overwhelmed. Her voice rang out full of admiration, truly magnificent. I never thought there would be such a great sect. Xiamen Chengha also exclaimed, compared to the Xiamen clan, this is simply beyond comparison. Chiaosu thought to himself, though smaller in scale than the Forbidden City, these endless structures stretching among rolling clouds are indeed breathtaking. Suddenly, a white-haired elder stepped forth and spoke, welcome, honored guests, to Hang Mountain Sect. Jian Yang politely replied, thank you for the warm reception, Senior Sword Empress. Our sect will not forget the grace of yours. Beside him, Yun Xiao Lan bowed her head in return. Not at all, Hero Jian. Rather, it is our sect that should give thanks for accepting the invitation. She continued, you must be weary after such a long journey. Please rest at the guest hall to recover your strength. Everyone bowed together, thank you, Senior Sword Empress. Only Chiaosu, same old troublemaker, his face flushed mischievously, eyes half dreamy, half roguish, thinking, Yun Xiao Lan looks even more charming than before. Yun Xiao Lan slightly turned her head back and whispered, then I shall see you tomorrow at the martial exchange. He clasped his hands and answered, understood, Senior Sword Empress, while secretly harboring pervy thoughts. Things are getting more interesting. Night had already fallen. After dinner, Chiaosu strolled outside, rubbing his belly and muttering, this road is one of the 9 great sects, truly worthy of its name. The feast was full of supreme tonics like eel, oysters, horse meat. I'm stuffed. He lifted his head to the full moon among the starry sky. Now the time has come, hasn't it? Let's go. Chiaosu's eyes gleamed with excitement and dark schemes. A secret sound transmission like that, so even the Sword Empress has her little surprises. He recalled the morning when Yun Xiaolan turned her head back, leaving him utterly spellbound. She had said, "Then I shall see you tomorrow at the martial exchange." But to Chiaosu's ears it twisted into something more like an invitation. "Young master, would you kindly visit the pavilion beside Moon Hall at the hour of the pig?" Chiaosu's delusion must have skyrocketed to a telephone pole by now. Covering his face, he giggled to himself, strangely nervous, almost like he was going on a date. Her dignified grace mixed with unexpected actions, truly the perfect candidate for a proper wife. He arrived at the place Yun Xiaolan had promised. Chiaosu stood waiting for a long time, but no sign of her. Growing anxious, Sword Empress hasn't come yet, could she be inside? Suddenly, a strange noise came from the water. A small whirlpool glowing in the middle of the lake drew his attention too. A flow of white hair emerging, like that of a celestial maiden. Her delicate feet lightly resting on lotus leaves upon the water. Yun Xiaolan wore a tight-fitting outfit, both alluring and regal, the black feathered sleeves adding to her charm. As her heel touched the lake's surface, the air froze for a moment, and she softly spoke, "Ah, so the young master has arrived." She also blushed and frowned, stroking his chin as he replied, "Senior Sword Empress, an honor to meet you," though inside he was bursting with joy. Truly the #1 beauty of the righteous sex, under the moonlight her radiance was even brighter. She continued, "Because what I am about to say is rather delicate, I had to use that method to invite you here." He scratched his head lightly. "It's fine, could it be about the matter you mentioned last time?" He thought again, "There can't be any other reason to call me here alone like this." She replied, "That's right, but before asking your help, I must first speak of something heavy." He perked up, listening eagerly. Yun Xiaolan grew serious, explaining that Hang Mountain sect was currently facing a great calamity. Her mind recalled the glorious days when disciples listened with respect. "As you know, most disciples of my sect have always been loyal to me. But strangely, their gazes began to change," she recounted. "Ever since a few years ago, that admiration gradually turned into a kind of mad obsession. Over time, the disciples became odd, imitating me by declaring no marriage, severing all ties with the outside world, even secretly holding rituals to worship me like some deity." Hearing this, Chiaosu was bewildered. "What? So not only do they assist the Sword Empress, but they also worship you as if you're a cult leader?" He thought grimly, "This is bad. If word spreads, people will surely label it heresy." Yun Xiaolan lowered her head slightly, murmuring thoughtfully, "Yes, I too believe the cause lies in the overly closed nature of our sect. The situation is no longer favorable." She turned to him, "Please, during this martial exchange, let my disciples see how vast and varied the outside world truly is." She also replied, "I understand, Senior Sword Empress." He nodded and accepted her request. "Together with my companions, I will try to build close ties with the disciples of Hang Mountain sect." Relieved, Yun Xiaolan smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." Yes, the moon had already risen. She also walked in the forest deep in thought. In his past life he had wondered why Hang Mountain sect seemed completely cut off from the outside world. Who knew there was such a deep reason? Remembering the morning Yun Xiaolan's disciple had mocked him, "Gongdong playboy, those lecherous eyes of yours still haven't changed." It made him realize the cautious behavior of the little Sword Empress toward me. Now I finally understand. She also continued piecing events together in his head, yet the phenomenon happening in Hang Mountain sect cannot be underestimated. This was the place that once sealed away the demon-banishing supreme art, known as the demon suppression philosophy. What's happening now is likely no coincidence, but a strange omen. From the nearby grass came a sound. A voice from the thicket asked, "Is that the Gongdong playboy?" Chiaosu turned to look. Suddenly a head popped out with 2 little hair buns, shrieking in panic, "I've been found out." He stepped closer and asked softly, "A little child, wandering here all alone, why are you here?" The girl stammered, "Well, I was chasing a cute cat and got lost." Chiaosu gently reached out his hand and spoke kindly, "Come, I'll take you back to where there are people." The little girl panicked and immediately refused. "No way, they say touching the Gongdong playboy brings 10 years of bad luck." Her words left Chiaosu dumbstruck, blurting out in dismay, "What?" Inside he fumed, "Hey, I'm not some demon, why treat me like this?" He sulked as he stood up, pride wounded yet still kind enough to suggest another way. "If I leave her, it'll weigh on my conscience." "Fine, just follow behind me then," but the girl screamed stubbornly, "No, don't come near me." So terrified she bolted like a horse before he even moved. Chiaosu sighed in disappointment. Really, did she have to run like that? Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in the grass from the hairpin the girl had dropped. He looked around muttering, that kid ran fast, but if she's truly lost, I can't just leave her. I can still sense her presence lingering this way. Where did she run off to? Just as he said that, there was another rustle from the bushes. He was sure the girl had returned. Chiaosu gently approached, parting the bushes with his hands while reassuring, hey, you dropped this ornament, I brought it back. I'm not the villain they say I am. But contrary to his guess, instead of the bun-haired girl hiding there, what he saw made him freeze stiff. Right before his eyes was Yoon Seol-lan's disciple, bathing under the moonlight, her long hair cascading down, eyes wide with unease at the strange noise echoing from afar. What was that creepy sound? Both were shocked to run into each other in such a situation. The night's silence shattered as she screamed loudly, clutching her soaked clothes, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She shouted, Gongdong playboy, you crazy fool, get out of my sight right now. Chiaosu blushed awkwardly, covering his eyes and loudly defending, that's a misunderstanding. I didn't know anything when I came here. From the sound of movement, 4 people in purple robes appeared opposite him, calling out, Little Sword Maiden. Chiaosu panicked, trying to clear himself. It's not like that. 2 female guards blocked his view, faces full of disgust. Could it be this Gongdong pervert had peeked at the Little Sword Maiden while she was bathing? That shameless creep. He waved his hands desperately. No, that's not it. Chiaosu tried to explain, I was only looking for someone, that's why I came here. Sabin obviously didn't believe him. Stop with your ridiculous excuses. She had already put her clothes back on, frowning in irritation. If I hadn't noticed in time, weren't you just secretly planning to spy on my naked body? Chiaosu helplessly clarified again, guilty in his heart that things turned out this way, but insisting it wasn't what she thought. Sabin, still upset, pressed further, do you think just apologizing will make everything forgiven? She pointed at him and snapped, you came here for a martial exchange, yet you pull this shameless stunt, take responsibility and leave Hengshin's sect at once. Chiaosu clutched his chest, rushing to protest. It was just a mistake, honestly. The female guards behind Sabin clearly didn't trust him. They clenched their fists, harshly accusing him, stop making excuses. You said you came here looking for a child, but do you see any child around? Faced with their accusations, Chiaosu suddenly sensed something off. Wait a second, what's going on here? Now that I think about it, this smells fishy. He recalled how the guards arrived so quickly. Within seconds of the Little Sword Maiden's scream, Hengshin disciples rushed in as if waiting in ambush. And Sabin's aggressive finger-pointing, pushing him out of Hengshin like she had prepared the script in advance. On top of that, she said, you came all the way here to look for a child, explain that properly. Chiaosu instantly realized. Hold up, I never said I was looking for a child, so how did she know? Chiaosu clenched his fists, furious. Do they really think I'm that stupid? Sabin, unaware her scheme had been seen through, still shouted for him to leave. Take responsibility and get out. Chiaosu calmly, firmly replied, no, I won't. This is just a misunderstanding. She froze, startled by his response. He glanced sideways at her and sighed. Anyway, the Little Sword Maiden won't believe me no matter what I say. Chiaosu folded his arms and declared confidently, since it's come to this, let's settle right and wrong the proper martial world way. Sunlight shone on the traditional hall as a voice rang out in the quiet space. Chiaosu, what exactly happened last night? Jian Young, incredulous, demanded each word. Did you really dare peek while the Little Sword Maiden was bathing? Chiaosu, rubbing the lump on his head, stammered nervously, Master, no, it wasn't like that. I only saw her by accident, absolutely no wicked intent. Covering his face wearily, Jian Young sighed, I believe you, but this exchange was meant to strengthen ties between our sects. With something like this, that purpose may be ruined. Chiaosu lowered his head in guilt. I'm sorry, Master. His hair covered his face as he clenched his teeth, truly wronged and left speechless. Suddenly, Yoon Seol-lan walked in from the door, voicing doubt. This matter is still unclear. Jian Young hero. Jian Young looked in surprise. Little Sword Maiden, you've arrived. She paused, facing him. Last night I heard there was an unfortunate incident between my disciple and this young master. Jian Young instantly felt ashamed. Truly, right before the martial exchange, I feel disgrace. But Yoon Seol-lan spoke gently. There's no need to apologize. Both of them turned to her in surprise. Yoon Seol-lan lowered her gaze sadly. The truth of the matter hasn't been revealed yet. Of course, she had her own thoughts. Though she wanted to trust Sabin, Sabin was one of her disciples with the deepest obsessions. Yoon Seol-lan remembered the fierce look in her disciple's eyes and sighed inwardly. If what this young master says is true, then perhaps something else lies behind this incident. Then she seriously consulted Jian Young. This young master suggested settling the matter in the martial way. So why not hold a duel before the exchange to clear away all doubts? He agreed without hesitation. As long as this resolves it, our sect is united in support. She also gratefully cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Sword Maiden, for giving me this chance. On the vast open training ground, Chiaosu stood calmly waiting. Xiamen and Heinchen sat on a chair, chatting, Hengshan sect holding a martial exchange. Now that's unusual. Wang Yuk simply smiled. For righteous sects to deepen bonds isn't bad at all. The old man stroked his beard, expression thoughtful. But Li Chiaosu of Gongdong sect seems like wherever he goes, trouble follows. This time, before the exchange even starts, he's already demanding a duel. Wang Yuk kept his warm smile to smooth things over. Youthful blood runs hot, that's all. On the stage, Chiaosu and Sabin stood face to face with swords in hand. He tilted his body, raising the sword across his chest, his face confident. If Lady Sabin wins, I'll leave Hengshan sect immediately before the exchange. But if I win, Hengshan sect must help clear my name. Sabin also raised her sword in front of her, firmly accepting. Fine, I accept. She launched the first attack, rushing close. As long as it drives you away, I don't mind any condition. Sabin leaped up, slashing down from above. Chiaosu swiftly blocked with his sword. He gritted his teeth to hold firm. Indeed, the little sword maiden was a top-tier expert, only a step from the highest realm. Her strikes were strong and decisive, but he too had trained relentlessly for a whole year without rest. He swung hard, the sound of clashing blades echoing across the courtyard. She also gripped the hilt with both hands and charged forward. Here I come. The two exchanged fierce moves, neither giving way. Wang Yuk watched and sighed repeatedly. So the prodigy of the later stage is truly this strong. Even Xiamen and Heinchen grew solemn. That Gongdong pervert seems to have trained hard indeed. She also felt confident, yet knew he hadn't shown all his cards. Streams of energy curled around the sharp blade. The duel continued fiercely. This time, however, Sabin was forced into disadvantage. She stared in disbelief. What's going on? I can't read his sword. Xiamen Chenghua immediately recognized the technique. That's the very sword style that once defeated me. Eugene HWI cheerfully praised. As expected of a fellow disciple, you've improved a lot. She also pressed closer, taunting Sabin. Where that confidence you had earlier? He smiled challengingly. If you'd like to yield, I'd gladly accept. Sabin glared at him furiously. Stop spouting nonsense. She forcefully swung her weapon, knocking his sword aside. Chiaosu was startled, glancing at his trembling arm. What's this? That counter strength is far greater. Was she hiding this power all along? Sabin pointed her sword at him, angrily shouting, the sword maiden is someone you can never even dream of. Inside, she kept cheering herself on. I must win. She stepped forward nimbly. Sabin swung her sword in a wide arc. A green flame flickered on the blade, slashing out dangerous strikes. She also was shocked. That's Hengshan sect's ultimate moon maiden sword technique, but she's too agitated, her moves are losing control. He swiftly retreated to dodge Sabin's attack, which honestly made dodging fairly easy. After a while, she grew exhausted, panting heavily. This guy is slipperier than an eel. From a distance, Chiaosu calmly pointed out, in a duel, the one who loses focus is the one who loses. He raised his sword high above his head, declaring with confidence, then this is the end for you. In a flash, Chiaosu advanced several steps, closing in fast. Lightning-like sword gleams trailed behind his body. A thunderous sound erupted in the courtyard, dust billowing everywhere. When the smoke cleared, only the tall young man was seen, his sword aimed down at the one sitting fallen on the ground. Sabin stared in disbelief at the blade by her side as the announcement of the outcome rang in her ears. The victor of this duel, Li Chiaosu. Eugene HWI cheered joyfully. Junior brother won. Xiamen Chenghua clasped her hands together, exclaiming, now that's a true martial hero's victory. She also sheathed his sword, stepping back, also praising, that was indeed a fine duel. Sabin lowered her head, unable to accept the truth. What is this? Did I actually lose? He turned to leave, not noticing her odd state. Then see you at the martial exchange, he thought smugly, feeling very pleased. This was truly a glorious victory, wasn't it? Suddenly Sabin clutched her head in agony. Her eyes gradually lost focus as a strange voice echoed, tempting her, you are jealous, aren't you? With every word seeping into her mind, her eyes turned red. That man will steal your master. You won't just let him walk away so easily, will you? She staggered to her feet, muttering, no, I caw. Sweat dripped from her chin, her voice dazed. I absolutely cannot let that happen. She suddenly called out to Chiaosu, stop. He turned back suspiciously. What now? He was shocked to see Sabin charging at him with her sword. Chiaosu panicked, his head full of questions. What the? Did she go crazy? He raised his hand, trying to calm her. Wait, stop, little sword maiden, the duel is already over. But Sabin, no longer rational, struck him with full force. Pain flooded his senses. Chiaosu's pupils shrank in horror. Sabin laughed gleefully. Die, Chiaosu. Chiaosu cried out in agony. Yujin Hy's face turned pale, shouting in panic, "Junior brother." She rushed into the courtyard toward him. Yujin Hwi caught Chiaosu, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" He lay with eyes shut, struggling to speak. "Senior brother." The spectators on the stands were stunned, unable to believe what they saw. The outcome was already clear, yet she still tried to kill him. This is utterly absurd. Yujin Hwi tried to stay calm and questioned Sabin. The duel was finished. Why act like this? She gripped her sword with hatred. Anyone who insults the sword maiden, even if from the righteous sex, must die without mercy. And she laughed wildly, relishing it. The female disciples around her echoed, "Yes, little sword maiden, what you did was righteous." Sabin's blood-red eyes locked onto Yujin Hwi. "Let me finish you off once and for all." She gripped her sword hilt, drawing it out. "If that's the path chosen, then I'll just have to kill you too, you wretch." Suddenly Yujin Hwi noticed something. A heavy force struck Sabin's nape. She collapsed unconscious to the ground, revealing Yun Lan behind her. Yun Lan stood silently, looking down at her disciple. Some of the female disciples showed signs of losing reason like Sabin. They shouted excitedly, "Why would the sword maiden strike down the little sword maiden? This was the perfect chance to finish Li Chiaosu." Yun Lan roared furiously, "Silence, all of you." Calming the chaos, she quickly asked, "Is the second young master safe?" Yujin Hwi raised her hand to block her. "Do not come closer." Yun Lan awkwardly explained, "I was only worried." She closed her eyes but still firmly blocked the way, not allowing Hengshin sect members to approach her junior. Suddenly, a voice cut in between them. At this point, it's nothing but a chaotic stage play. Both turned to look. They were shocked to see the speaker was Wang Yuk, the great master of Yuanji. When had he stepped into the courtyard, Wang Yuk sternly questioned Yun Lan. "Surely you know striking to kill during a duel is a crime of the gravest order." She bowed with guilt. "Please forgive me, it was my failure in guiding my disciples." Wang Yuk commanded coldly, "This cannot end with a simple apology. The true cause must be made clear." From within the ornate old hall, a voice echoed, "The disciples of Hengshin sect worship their sect leader with fanatical devotion." Wang Yuk lifted his teacup, realization dawning. "So that's why you severed ties with other sects for so long, isn't it?" Yun Lan sat opposite him, face sorrowful. "Yes, it is the dark side of our sect, not something we dare expose to the world." Wang Yuk took a sip of tea. Then he voiced suspicion. "This obsession with the sect leader, is this what led to today's incident? Does that not strike you as odd?" Yun Lan was confused. "What do you mean?" Wang Yuk studied her expression. "To use a killing strike in a duel between righteous sects, nearly causing death." Yun Lan froze in horror. "Do you mean there's another reason?" He slowly revealed the chilling truth. "There is something abnormal about Hengshin's disciples." Wang Yuk recalled Sabin's crazed attack on Chiaosu, shouting for his death. Yet the surrounding disciples supported it. He closed his eyes and explained, "From the little sword maiden who used the killing move to the disciples who defended her, there was a vague aura about them. An aura that certainly wasn't righteous." His eyes sharpened as he uttered the final words. It was demonic energy. Yun Lan's eyes widened in terror. Demonic energy. He warned gravely, "This may be more serious than we imagined. If the demonic sect is involved, this must be reported to the Martial Alliance. And you know what fate awaits Hengshin sect then, don't you?" Yun Lan closed her eyes, heavy-hearted. She lowered her gaze, speaking slowly, "Then closing the sect will be inevitable." Yun Lan's sorrow deepened. To have the Martial Alliance seal their gates would be a calamity, a stain that would cling to Hengshin sect forever. Wang Yuk rose to leave. "I give you 3 days." He glanced at Yun Lan and laid out his demand clearly. "Within 3 days, investigate thoroughly what is happening in Hengshin sect. It's best you resolve it properly. After that deadline, I will not forgive further." Yun Lan nodded in acceptance. "I understand." The bright moon hung high, shining down upon the world. In front of the hall, Yujin Hwi clenched her fists tightly. "Master, this disciple can no longer hold back. To dare use a killing strike in the middle of a duel." She angrily pleaded, "Please allow me to cross swords with the little sword maiden." At that moment, Jian Young interjected, "Enough." He frowned, just as unsettled. Do you think I feel calm? If the sword maiden hadn't acted first, I might have resorted to force myself. But remembering Yoon Seol Lan's sincere bow of apology, he sighed. Friends of Gongdong sect, forgive me. Jian Young firmly instructed, since the sword maiden has respectfully apologized, this matter must not escalate further. He turned to his disciples. Between righteous sects, if conflicts break out, the ending is never good. Yujin Hwi bowed obediently. Yes, I understand. Jian Young then turned the subject to Chialsu. Fortunately, his injuries aren't deep. Once healed, he will return to Joint Mountain. In such circumstances, continuing this sword exchange holds no meaning. Seo Ha Rin suddenly spoke. Wait. She seemed thoughtful, pointing out, truly, something about all this feels strange. Jian Young looked at her suspiciously. What do you mean? Seo Ha Rin continued. The disciples of Hengshan sect, even the little sword maiden. She recalled their unusual frenzy and explained clearly. Like the senior sister who challenged the sword maiden, they all believed he deserved death. But when Gongdong sect was in peril, it was the sword maiden herself who stood as witness. How could someone like her teach her disciples such twisted values? Jian Young grew pensive, packing back and forth. Though he was displeased, that behavior was indeed hard to explain. Seo Ha Rin speculated, perhaps something abnormal has arisen among Hengshan's disciples. Jian Young was convinced, nodding in agreement. Your words make sense. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked open quietly. A little girl peeked through the crack, spying on the three of them. The child suddenly grinned mischievously, full of bad intent. In a distant cave, a red-haired man soaked in a vast pool of blood-red water. Before him appeared the image of Jian Young and the others discussing. Wang Yang smirked in satisfaction. Watching those righteous dogs tear at each other is truly delightful. Suddenly he fell silent, glancing toward the door. There stood a masked man, bowing with clasped fists. Blood Demon Lord Wang Yang, greetings to the Blood Demon Sovereign. Wang Yang looked at him and asked, well then, how are the preparations coming along? The masked man respectfully replied, after so many years of painstaking schemes, the end is near. In the past, he once poured the crimson liquid from a gourd into a stream. Now he recounted everything to Wang Yang. It has been many years since I channeled a faint blood aura into Hengshan's dragon vein, driving the disciples mad and severing ties with the outside world. Because of that, the female disciples all lost reason. Led by the little sword maiden, Hengshan's disciples have now been poisoned by the blood aura. They act in line with the blood sect master's will, so there will be no obstacles to carrying out the plan. Wang Yang was pleased with the masked man's work but still warned cautiously, good, but do not slack off until the final moment. That sword maiden wretch, who knows what tricks she might pull? He was also informed that her sudden participation in the duel with Gongdong sect and presiding over the sword exchange was completely unexpected. The masked man flattered him. Even so, thanks to the Blood Demon Sovereign's wisdom, the situation has turned far more favorable. He thought of Sabin framing Chialsu for peeping on her bath and admired the cunning. Using the disciples of Hengshan sect as pawns, they stirred up the hostility already brewing against Gongdong sect. Layer upon layer of schemes revealed Wang Yang's deep mind, culminating in the perfect moment to provoke the little sword maiden into unleashing a killing move during the duel. Everything unfolding exactly as planned thrilled the masked man, his fists clenched in excitement. After this, the righteous sects will see Hengshan as corrupted. Avoiding closure is nearly impossible now. As long as our plan continues on track, Hengshan sect will wither and perish. Hearing this, Wang Yang laughed with excitement. This is only the beginning. As his mood soared, the bloody pool began to roil violently. Those righteous sects will soon treat each other as enemies. Water splashed high like molten lava erupting. The entire cavern glowed red, reflecting on Wang Yang's powerful figure. His satisfied laughter echoed throughout the space. Let them destroy themselves in chaos. Meanwhile, Jian Young's group was still deep in discussion. Perhaps it's best to consider this martial exchange with Hengshan sect as if it never happened. Yoon Seol Lan frowned slightly, hesitating. I understand the seriousness of the matter, but may I ask you all to reconsider once more? Jian Young replied sternly, the fact that Gongdong sect doesn't press charges is fortunate enough. Take that as something to be thankful for. She answered, I understand that, but the truth behind this incident has yet to be uncovered. He blinked in surprise, the truth of the incident. She continued with suspicion, I don't want to believe it, but perhaps another force has infiltrated Hengshan sect. Jian Young asked back, another force, could it be? Yoon Seol Lan immediately replied, yes, either the evil sect or perhaps the demonic sect has intervened. Meanwhile, in another cave, a group of people stood chatting. The little sword maiden has truly made great merit. That Li Qiaosu almost could have been completely finished off, but the sword maiden was too merciful. Anyway, Gongdong sect is about to withdraw, such luck. Just then a voice came from behind, so thirsty. Immediately everyone turned toward the voice. It's another disciple of Yun Xiao Lan. Then they all exclaimed, "Little sword maiden." A girl stepped forward worriedly. "Are you all right?" she replied. "The body is fine, only my throat feels dry. Is there any water from the cave left?" Someone quickly offered a flask. "Here it is." She reached out and took it, thanking, "Much obliged, I'll take a sip." Sabin raised the flask and drank a gulp of water, then wiped her lips, sighing with satisfaction. "Now that feels better." She turned to the girl and asked curiously, "While I lost consciousness, what happened?" The girl answered quickly. Fortunately, Chialsu's injuries weren't too serious. At once, a sinister smile spread across her face. So this incident only caused Gongdong sect to decide not to join the exchange and return to their headquarters. Sabin raised her brow. "Leave Hengshen." The girl smiled. "Yes, that's right." She rubbed her chin, muttering, "Heavens, I cannot allow that to happen." Then she looked up with a gleam of interest. "Where is the Gongdong sect group now?" "On their way back to their stronghold." Meanwhile, Xiao Harin sat by the bedside, anxiously watching Chialsu unconscious. She used a cloth to wipe the sweat on his forehead. "Young master, your cold sweat won't stop." Seeing Chialsu lying weak and unconscious, Xiao Harin's heart ached. Someone always so radiant now looked so frail. She remembered the day Chialsu saved her. "All this time I've only received kindness from you, young master. But compared to what you've done for me, this weak self only feels endless shame. I don't want to just stand still like this anymore." Ending her recollection, she carried the basin of water outside and gently closed the door. "This time, it's my turn to repay that debt." Xiao Harin resolved, "I'll find out the true reason why the young master was ambushed." She carried the basin to the riverside, washing clothes while glancing around, muttering, "Will no one show themselves?" Then Xiao Harin hid behind a tree to watch the riverside where she often came to care for the young master, suspecting something strange. She spotted two female disciples ahead and observed them closely. They were Hengshen sect disciples who often vanished into a small path by the river. Without hesitation, Xiao Harin followed them, regardless of the hour. Sometimes one went alone, sometimes in pairs, but none ever returned from that path. She formed the most likely suspicion. If this was a secret route Hengshen disciples used, it was definitely worth investigating. Suddenly, Xiao Harin froze. She stared intently at the girl ahead, thinking to herself, "Good, the chance has come." Xiao Harin carefully followed the girl, hiding behind the trees to stay out of sight. The path was more treacherous than expected, stretching endlessly. She felt she had followed them quite a distance, but where exactly were they headed? Just as she stepped forward, something suddenly leapt from the bushes, startling her. What was that? A fox jumped out of the grass and bounded onto a rock across from her. A fox. This distracted Xiao Harin, and when she turned back, the figures had vanished. She frowned, muttering under her breath, "Damn, let them slip away." Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind her, asking, "Let who slip away?" Xiao Harin spun around in shock. "What? Since when has someone been behind me? I didn't sense a thing." It was another disciple of Yun Xiao Lan. She swung her hand straight into Xiao Harin's face, knocking her to the ground unconscious. Sabin's eyes glowed red with smug delight. Everything drifted silently into the darkness of night. Back at the stronghold, Chialsu lay weakly on the bed. He slowly awoke to the noise around him. Is this Hengshen sect? As soon as he sat up, pain shot through his stomach, making him grimace. "Ah, my stomach hurts so bad." Then Chialsu suddenly remembered. Right, it was because the little sword maiden couldn't accept losing the duel and struck me with a killing move. But why is no one here? He sighed, looking around the empty room. Leaving an injured man all alone, where did everyone go? Suddenly, a loud shout outside startled him. "Search everywhere for me." He opened the door to see Hengshen disciples frantically searching. "You all head north, find the little sword maiden." Chialsu stood dumbfounded at the chaos outside. "What the heck is going on?" Siama and Chingha rushed over, worry written on her face. "Young master, you're awake." He turned to her suspiciously. "But what's happening? Why is Hengshen's sect in such disorder?" The girl quickly replied, "Because Lady Xiao suddenly disappeared." His expression turned to shock. "What? Xiao Harin is missing." Siama and Chengha immediately added, "Even the little sword maiden vanished together with Lady Xiao. Right now Hengshen sect has launched a large-scale search for both of them." Chialsu was even more shocked after hearing that. What? Sabin and Xiao Harin disappeared together. Remembering their duel, he sighed inwardly. Just from her using that killing move, it was clear the little sword maiden had already lost her reason back then. Step by step, Chialsu's pace grew hurried. With her deep hostility toward Gongdong sect, there was a real chance Sabin had harmed Seo Ha Rin. I must find her quickly. Suddenly, he spotted a little Hangshan girl hiding behind a rock, staring at him. He froze for a moment. That little one, she's the same girl who lured me to the riverside where Sabin appeared. The child noticed she also had seen her, and she immediately ran into the forest. He rushed after her at once, hoping that following her trail might lead him to Seo Ha Rin. The sky poured heavier rain, the old forest sinking into darkness. She also chased deep into the woods. Where did she go? He looked around anxiously. Last time I thought I just lost her by accident, but this time. He recalled that small figure, now realizing her movement technique was too swift for a mere child, her ability to mask her presence at a masterful level. While chasing, he set a firm goal: don't just rely on aura, follow even the faintest trace, no matter how small. Suddenly a bush rustled, drawing his attention. Looking closely, he saw it was the same Hangshan girl he was chasing. She also immediately smiled. Good, this is it. He pushed aside the bush and shouted while chasing, stop running already, don't flee anymore. The girl only ran faster. She also had to give it his all, yelling while chasing, I'm not here to hurt you, I just want to ask a few things. His hand nearly touched the girl, and he felt a flicker of joy. Got her. But the girl turned back with a mocking grin. No, you can't catch me. She also cried out in alarm. What did you just do? Without a moment's hesitation, the girl leapt straight off the cliff. She also didn't think twice and jumped after her. No way. He grabbed the girl tightly as they fell, his body slamming against a tree branch, and he quickly seized the branch with his hand. The two of them dangled in midair, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Still alive, thank heavens. After that they sat together under a large tree. He slowly started a fire. She also looked at the little girl in bewilderment. What? You say you don't remember what just happened? She hugged her knees tightly, looking up at him with worry. It's true. Then she quickly explained, I was clearly just napping in the daytime, yet when I woke up, I was here. Seeing that, he asked, then what about when you met me by the riverside the other day? The girl gently replied, that was the first time I'd ever seen the Gongdong pervert. She also studied her face carefully, calculating in his mind. She isn't lying, she really doesn't remember anything. If that was the case then. He reached into his robe for something, finally pulling out a hairpin and handing it to her. Here, take this. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. This is exactly what I lost the other day, my most precious thing. She also explained, this proves we've met before. She blinked in confusion. Really? He hurriedly added, if anything faintly surfaces in your mind or if you can guess what happened, please tell me. The girl hesitated. Senior sister once warned me, never speak with the Gongdong pervert. She also grew angry at that, though he only cursed inwardly. These people really. He went on, tonight a disciple of Gongdong sect has gone missing. She is my close junior sister. Your words might be a crucial clue. The Hangshan girl stared at the hairpin in her hand, then admitted, among Hangshan's disciples there is a secret ritual. She slowly recalled, we would gather in a cavern deep in the mountains, drinking a glowing crimson liquid while chanting praises to the sword maiden. After drinking, our eyes would suddenly flash bright red, and our mouths grinned like fools. That water was truly suspicious. The strange part was, after drinking it, not only did we feel proud to be Hangshan disciples, but also an overwhelming reverence for the sword maiden, so blissful it was almost creepy. But soon after, it became like an addiction. We'd freeze with craving. From some moment on, if we didn't drink that red water, we felt unbearably parched, unable to resist. I had no choice but to return to that cavern. To quench the thirst, I drank more and more of it. That might explain why I can't remember anything. On days like that, just like today, my mind would simply go blank. The girl held a lantern in her hand, walking slowly, and things would happen I couldn't recall at all. Then he followed her into a cavern. So this is the place where Hangshan disciples gather? The girl nodded. Yes, that's right. She pointed to the river before them. That's where the blood water flows. She also knelt beside the stream, and he gently dipped his hand into the strange liquid. She also scooped up a bit of water to examine. This faint aura seemed vaguely familiar from his previous life. Then his mind suddenly replayed that eerie scene from years ago. Back then, when he sought the descendants of the blood sect to perform the reincarnation ritual, they also used a similar liquid. Rumor had it drinking that blood-infused water strengthened the spell's bond. Looking at the red droplet resting in his palm, Chiaosu could confirm this aura was indeed blood chi. His mind began to whirl. Without eyes trained to the profound realm, it would be nearly impossible to detect, given the tiny amount. Yet even in small doses, prolonged contact with blood chi. Remembering that little girl who fearlessly leapt into the abyss, Chiaosu now had enough evidence to be sure. Just as she said, one could become addicted to blood qi, and in severe cases the blood sect might even seize control of the body. Creepy subscription plan, really. This was a deadly hidden calamity, he shuddered. Oh no, this was no trivial matter. The demonic claws of the blood sect had already stretched into the Hangshan sect. She also gradually recalled events from his past life, back then right here in Hangshan sect. A tragic massacre erupted under the banner of orthodox sects clashing. The root cause of that struggle was the Sword Queen's secret cave, where Hangshan sect's ultimate techniques were hidden. In those days, the world believed it was just martial artists blinded by greed for manuals and elixirs. But within the Sword Queen's cave lay true demon-slaying arts. Rumors spread that wondrous treasures were sealed inside, luring martial artists like clouds flocking together, and the battles grew fiercer. In the chaos, the Hangshan sect's demon-slaying arts of Master Zio ultimately benefited, none other than the blood sect. Chialsu rose, fists clenched, as he gazed outside the cave. In his past life, the orthodox clash had already been part of their scheme. If this time proves the same, they'll surely fan conflict among the sects inside Hangshan. He turned back uneasily, realizing that meant. As he looked out to the forest beyond the cave, his heart was tangled with worry. Right now, the Gongdong sect had become the blood sect's next target. Outside, heavy raindrops still poured relentlessly over the forest. While he was still calculating in silence, Eugen Hwi was frantically searching everywhere. His junior was wounded, even his junior sister missing, yet all this time he had done nothing. She quickened her pace, scolding herself nonstop. All of this is my fault, too incompetent, unworthy as senior disciple, leading to such disaster. Now only one thing remained for Eugen Hwi to ease her guilt. At all costs, she had to find Seo Ha-rin. She leapt down a small cliff and shouted loudly, "Lady Seo." Facing the desolate forest with no soul in sight, Eugen Hwi still cried out, "Miss, are you here?" Suddenly, a voice rose behind her, making her freeze. "So it's you." Turning back, she saw a masked figure who said, "The one bearing the heavenly martial body hails from the Gongdong sect." She glared warily, "Who are you?" Her eyes widened slightly, unease creeping in. "This aura, I've never felt anything like it. It chills me to the bone." The masked man spoke coldly, not caring what was going on. He raised his hand, forming a strange seal, his tone dangerous and threatening. "Anyway, this is the place where you'll lose your life, and even your name will be erased from history." Right after that, corpses suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They gathered more and more until they completely surrounded her. Eugen Hwi was horrified, staring at the corpses around him. Monsters. Then he shouted, "Command those demons to attack, for here I'll end your life once and for all." Standing by the lake after untying all the knots that caused this mess, Chialsu gently advised the young girl of Hangsung sect, "Don't drink the cave water anymore, just rest well." The little girl looked up cheerfully. "Yes, sir." Then she raised her fists excitedly. "Now I know you're not like the rumors say, but actually a good person. I'll tell my senior sisters and junior sisters." She also agreed with her, speaking with the arrogant tone of a savior. "That's right, tell them to stop spreading those ridiculous rumors. A gentleman as elegant as me, who could possibly compare?" As it was already late, he waved goodbye to the little girl, not forgetting to promise, "As for the red water, I'll continue finding a way to resolve it." The girl from Hangsung sect waved back, "Yes, please take care, sir." After she left, he gazed at the clear lake beneath him. Sitting cross-legged, exhaling a long sigh, he realized this matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Now I understand why Sabin acted so extreme. No wonder Hangsung sect was being manipulated by the blood sect. She also got to work. First, he rubbed his chin, sketching a plan in his mind. To find Seo Ha-rin, he had to grasp their scheme, and the only clue was Sabin disappearing with them. His mind quietly painted the scene of Sabin being controlled by some villain. The little sword maiden's body had already been taken by the blood sect. If only he knew what they intended to use Sabin for. Suddenly, a loophole flashed in his mind, shocking him to his feet. Wait a minute, thinking back now. His brain guided him to a cave entrance blocked by mossy rocks. To unlock the mechanism leading into the Sword Maiden's secret cave, one needed the Moon Maiden Sword technique. Then he unconsciously pieced the clues together with a mysterious green notebook. The Moon Maiden Sword technique was a skill passed only to the sect leader and the successor of Hangsung sect. If the blood sect had stolen Sabin's body to infiltrate the Sword Maiden's cave, then it all made perfect sense. The path leading to the final answer was now half revealed. Chialsu grew tense and frustrated. He gritted his teeth. If the Blood Sect was plotting another righteous versus evil war, then who knew what madness they were brewing inside the Sword Maiden's cave? The situation was urgent. There was no time for him to linger by rivers and lakes any longer. Chiaosu rushed to the entrance of the Sword Maiden's cave. The mossy boulder was gone, the door wide open. Their early arrival was completely outside his expectations. His eyes widened in horror as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, the Sword Maiden's cave is already open. In my past life it wasn't supposed to be discovered until 5 years later. Chiaosu forced himself to stay calm, touching the X-shaped crack on the stone and deducing. Judging from these sword marks, the intruder couldn't have been inside for long. Suddenly, a voice pulled his gaze away. 2 pairs of black shoes stepped forward in unison. With white and blue hair, Yun Xiaolan stared at him blankly. What are you doing here, sir? Even he himself didn't expect to meet her here, let alone Yun Xiaolan. She looked at him and remembered Chiaosu's physical pain. Is your body well now? He forced a smile, though anyone could see he was barely holding on. I'm much better already, really, don't worry. After some inquiries, he finally remembered to ask Yun Xiaolan her purpose. Why have you come all the way here? She hesitated before speaking. It's because Yun Xiaolan recounted that when she opened his room earlier to check on him, she found the sect atmosphere unsettled lately, so she worried about his safety and came to the guest hall to seek him. But by the time she came close, the one she wanted to see was gone. Upon learning, he had already left. Being naturally considerate, Yun Xiaolan felt uneasy at his sudden disappearance, so she followed faint traces, searching until she finally arrived here. Now Chiaosu understood her motive and relief showed on his face. Inwardly, he couldn't help feeling smug. Yun Xiaolan worries about me. Just thinking about it makes my heart leap with joy. He laughed silently in his chest. Yun Xiaolan wasn't blind. She was sharp enough to sense this cave before them was unusual. But what secret cave is this really? Chiaosu's body stiffened. He gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head. Well, finding the right simple words to explain this Sword Maiden's cave to her isn't exactly easy. Finally, he realized perhaps Yun Xiaolan's presence was actually the best opportunity of all. Meeting the Sword Maiden at this time might just be heaven's arrangement. To guard against the possibility that beyond the Sword Maiden lurked unpredictable enemies, the little Sword Maiden and the Blood Sect schemers behind everything inside that cave. The worst-case scenario flashed through his mind. They'd join forces and blast him off the face of the earth. Chiaosu shivered. Alone, he might not withstand them. To avoid that fate, he examined Yun Xiaolan more carefully. Moreover, she was a master at the transformation realm. If he could gain her aid, what could be better? Yet this raised a new headache. He had to keep his reincarnation secret. He needed a convincing reason to explain how he knew so much. But is this the Sword Maiden's secret cave of the Hangshan sect? He lifted his head to look at her. Then he tilted his head, answering yes. She was startled, immediately suspicious. But how could you possibly know the location of the Sword Maiden's cave? She pressed further, forcing him to speak truth. The cave's location has never been known. Even the Hangshan sect has searched for years without success. Cornered, Chiaosu raised a single finger, signaling that he would confess on one condition. She must promise absolute secrecy. Sword Maiden, from now on, what I say must remain only between us. Their faces were just a finger's width apart, so close that Yun Xiaolan's cheeks flushed bright red. Too close, she scolded herself inwardly. Then aloud, I understand. Whatever you say, I swear in the name of my sect, I'll carry today's words with me to the grave. After confirming she would tell no one, Chiaosu placed his hand on his chest and declared, the truth is, I am the successor of the primal sword master, Mujio. Yun Xiaolan froze, unable to trust what her ears carried to her mind. She asked again, the successor of the first martial alliance leader, Mujio. He nodded solemnly, yes, that's right. Of course, it was only half the truth. He had inherited martial arts from the lingering will of Mujio inside the primal secret cave, so it wasn't entirely a lie. He continued persuading Yun Xiaolan. As you know, Mujio and Chu Xiao, the founding master of Hangshan sect, were once comrades who shared both hardship and sweetness on the battlefield. His narration pulled her imagination into a scarlet sky. The white-haired female general Chu Xiao stood side by side with Mujio as allies centuries ago. More than 300 years passed. At the Great Battle of Bayang Lake, Mujio and Chu Xiao joined forces to behead the Blood Emperor Demon Lord. The memory led Chu Xiao to turn back to search for the item she had hidden long ago. Afterwards, Chu Xiao roamed across the world to seek the lost martial art of the Hang Mountain sect, the demon-slaying supreme technique, and the sacred artifact Heart Echo Sword, because apparently being a globetrotter was cheaper than therapy. Yet she mysteriously vanished. On her journey, the female general was captured by the blood cult remnants, as Chialsu recounted. After reclaiming the relic, she had been secretly tailed and ambushed by them. Their strike left the general gravely injured. According to the memory he told, knowing death was near, Chu Xiao created the sword Empress Secret Cave and left it behind. Chialsu spun a tale that her final breath ended in his arms, with only her best friend, Hun Yuan Sword Sacrificer, beside. Standing before the entrance of the secret cave, he gave his final solemn declaration. Because I am the heir of Hun Yuan Sword Sacrificer, I alone know the location of the sword Empress Secret Cave and could come here to confirm it. Yunxiao Lan, who was deep in thought listening, burst out, "Impossible." She covered her mouth, repeating the story. Could the legend be true? But little did she know, it was all Chialsu's dog-level nonsense. He grinned slyly, having tricked someone supposedly smart. The best lie is one wrapped in truth. Rumors even claimed Hun Yuan Sword Sacrificer and Chu Xiao had been lovers. Then Yunxiao Lan spoke, "Truly thank you, young master." She clasped her hands, her naive martial spirit fully buying a tabloid tale. "Thanks to you, I now know the sword Empress Secret Cave's location. I don't know how to repay this debt." Meanwhile, the lying rascal just grinned ear to ear, not even hiding it. Then Yunxiao Lan noticed a cross-shaped crack beside the cave's entrance. But these sword traces, Chialsu confirmed. Yes, the missing little sword Empress triggered the cave's mechanism using Moon Maiden sword art and likely entered. Her face paled. "Impossible, how could Sabin know this place?" His firm reply, "Surely the blood cult's doing. Before anything worse happens, we must enter at once." Yunxiao Lan quickly steadied herself, eyes burning with resolve at the dark passage. "Very well, let's go in." Inside, it was so dark even with hands spread, no fingers could be seen, so Chialsu lit a torch and stepped forward. While feeling his way, he halted before a cliff wall below. Holding the light down, he was shocked. The path ahead had become a chasm. "Sword Empress, the way is cut off." Yunxiao Lan corrected, "It's an abyss." Chialsu bent over, peering into the abyss, guessing the cave lay underground. Yunxiao Lan looked down calmly. "Though dangerous, no choice remains, we must jump." So he stomped and leapt from the edge, plunging into the depths. Yunxiao Lan followed, the rushing wind streaming past them. The deeper they went, the darker it grew. He grimaced, "Damn, deeper than I thought and still no bottom." But when he thought it was endless, a river with jagged rocks appeared below. Panic struck, so the bottom was closer than expected. Realizing he'd soon smash on rocks or thrash in unknown waters, Yunxiao Lan raised her hand, summoning power. "Dangerous, young master," she cried. Magic wrapped around him, but Chialsu didn't notice. He was too busy imagining his face on a memorial tablet before ever becoming a hero. Just as he neared the water, Yunxiao Lan's magic lifted him, the still river rippling from the force. Now she held him in her arms, feet gently resting atop the water's surface. She gently asked him, "Young master, are you all right? But you might as well be deaf because this position is way too ambiguous," he screamed silently. Chialsu flailed his arms and legs in embarrassment. "I'm fine, Sword Empress, please put me down." She quickly reminded him, "Careful, I might slip any second now." And then her arms wrapped tightly around his. Yunxiao Lan softly said, "I'll place you down somewhere safe, just lean on me." He mumbled an awkward reply. Because right now his face was pressed against her speakers of nature. His hands accidentally squeezed them together, blood gushed from his nose like a faucet. "Stop it, heart, don't beat like a war drum," he grumbled at himself. Suddenly he realized, no way. A shining light was bursting from that embarrassing spot, and his mushroom had proudly risen. And he could swear it was laughing. "Nope, this cannot be happening." Yunxiao Lan carried Chialsu in her arms when suddenly a radiant glow emitted from his body. Chialsu panicked at the sight. Yunxiao Lan only then noticed something. Her face turned red with shock. Ashamed turning to anger, Yunxiao Lan screamed and hurled Chialsu straight into the water. Chialsu barely had time to react before his head was dunked. He thought bitterly, an overactive little brother is really a problem. Chialsu covered his face in embarrassment and explained, "I'm sorry, Sword Empress. Because the supreme art of the Gongdong sect cultivates pure yang energy, my lower body reacted beyond control." Both Chialsu and Yunxiao Lan were completely flustered, one hiding his face, the other turning away blushing. Yunxiao Lan replied, "I understand, young master, quickly get out of the pond." Saying that, she turned and walked away, leaving Chialsu drowning in shame. He wept inwardly. This is insane. At times like that, having too much vitality is a curse. She also thought helplessly, rumors are already weird enough. Now she'll definitely think poorly of me. Yoon Seol-lan was still blushing, shyly thinking, this is the first time I've ever seen a man's little brother. She sighed, her heart racing uncontrollably. Though still young, this young master was surprisingly healthy. She also cleared his throat and said, thanks to my inner force, my clothes have already dried. Shall we move on? Yoon Seol-lan replied, all right, let's go. The two arrived at a narrow rocky passage, forcing them to squeeze close to pass through. She also sneaked a glance at Yoon Seol-lan, thinking this path is so tight, there's no choice but to stick close together. The closeness made Cheolsu nervous, unable to suppress improper thoughts. He already knew she was beautiful, but he couldn't stop recalling her wet figure, her silhouette faintly visible through the soaked robes, temptation itself. Yoon Seol-lan suddenly spoke, snapping him back. Trouble, young master, there's a problem. Cheolsu calmly replied, yes, ma'am. Before them stretched a broken bridge across the cliff. Seeing this, Yoon Seol-lan concluded their enemies had destroyed the bridge to prevent pursuit. Cheolsu added, if we take the long way around, it will cost us plenty of time. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Yoon Seol-lan shyly suggested, I can use lightness skill to cross to the other side. Though it's a bit awkward, what do you think if you hold me? Hearing that, Cheolsu was a little surprised, thinking to himself, again with the holding, must be her way of forgiving my earlier blunder. Cheolsu secretly rejoiced, well, this is even better, why complain? But outwardly he kept calm and said, given the situation, I suppose we have no choice. Yoon Seol-lan lifted Cheolsu in her arms, ready to unleash her power. She said, then I'll set off. Cheolsu responded, yes, let's go. Yoon Seol-lan leapt across sections as if she were flying through the sky. Resting in her arms, Cheolsu secretly delighted. Who knew exploring hidden caves could be this fun? He glanced down at his shiny legs, remembering the embarrassing moment earlier, thinking he mustn't let an accident happen again. Cheolsu hugged Yoon Seol-lan tighter, pressing his face closer to her chest, feeling ridiculously happy. Time to hum the national anthem for composure. Soon after, Yoon Seol-lan landed on the cliff across. She said, we've arrived. Suddenly, Cheolsu caught a scent of something strange. He wondered, what's that smell? Yoon Seol-lan sniffed curiously too. Cheolsu shocked, judging, could it be the stench of blood? Yoon Seol-lan worriedly said, this isn't something we can take lightly. She also added, if the blood is this much, it seems some ritual might have been performed. Suddenly, Yoon Seol-lan noticed something. She called Cheolsu, young master, look at this. The cut was rough. In her hand was the rope severed from the bridge. Cheolsu was stunned. These traces. Yoon Seol-lan continued, these are traces of blood-steel corpses, just like what I've seen in our sect's records. Cheolsu concluded that this definitely proves the blood sect is involved. Yoon Seol-lan was shocked, thinking they had vanished, but now they appeared once again. Cheolsu grew worried too. If even corpse-controlling arts were being used, it meant they were preparing on a massive scale. The situation is more serious than I thought. We must be even more cautious, Cheolsu said gravely, clenching his fist like a man ready to audition for a martial arts movie. Elsewhere, night had already fallen, and a demon beast was growling at its prey, eyes glowing red, skin a sickly brown. Yu-jin Hwi swung her sword at the demon beast, but failed to injure it. She exclaimed, impressed and annoyed, it's so tough my sword can't pierce through. Yu-jin Hwi shouted, then let's see you handle this strike. She swung her blade straight at the beast's rock-hard head, and it was quickly smashed down, skull first, into the ground. But that wasn't the only demon beast. Waiting for Yu-jin Hwi was a whole pack, and behind them stood a masked man in red. He smirked slyly. Fighting brutally was indeed the trademark style of the Gongdong sect. He spoke while unleashing his power, a red glow bursting forth. Let's see how long you can endure this. Demon beasts leapt from all directions to attack Yu-jin Hwi. She shouted and tried to charge at him, but the beasts jumped in to block her path, going somewhere miss. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Yu-jin Hwi's ankle. It was the demon beast she had just taken down. Even with its head buried in the ground, its hand clung to her leg. Yu-jin Hwi lost balance and fell. She hit her head on the ground with a painful cry. The masked man sneered, his eyes glowing red as he controlled the beasts. So this is the famed heavenly martial body? What a letdown. Finish her, blood-steel corpse. The beasts surrounded Yu-jin Hwi, one snapping its razor-sharp jaws as it lunged at her. She barely managed to block with her sword. The beast's eyes lit blood-red, its teeth clamping tight onto her blade. Yu-jin Hwi thought desperately, the sword is useless. Trembling under the beast's weight, she gritted her teeth, feeling helpless. Am I really going to end here? But if I fall now, I'll never see Chialsu again. The image of Chialsu, hands on his hips like some heroic statue, flashed first in her mind. She recalled her master and the other members of the Gongdong sect too, the faces of those she loved filling her thoughts one by one. Remembering the scene of her comrades being attacked, she blamed herself silently. My juniors, my brothers and sisters, they're still in danger. Yet I stumbled when facing the enemy. Yujin Hwi declared firmly, I no longer want to be a weak and useless senior brother, because I want to protect those important to me with my own strength. Suddenly, a surge of power burst out from Yujin Hwi, making the sword glow with a green light. That power helped her push back the demonic creatures. Yujin Hwi stood up, raising her eyes as it was struck and sent flying into the air. The masked man was shocked. What? How did such power suddenly appear? Yujin Hwi had regained her composure, overflowing with strength. She declared, with this sword I will surely cut you down. The demonic creatures still surrounded her. Yujin Hwi, full of fierce fighting spirit, charged forward. She swung her sword, slashing away the demonic creatures blocking her path. The masked man was astonished. That was sword energy, sharper and stronger than before. He wondered, could martial cultivation truly increase so drastically in such a short time? In a flash, Yujin Hwi had slain the horde of demonic creatures. She raised her sword high. Holding the sword tightly, Yujin Hwi roared, now I will end everything once and for all. From behind, the masked man silently watched Yujin Hwi battling the demons. Seeing her power, he thought to himself, indeed, if she lives, she'll become a great obstacle in the future. The masked man gathered more power, shouting an order to the demons. Attack all at once, I'll sever her limbs in a single strike. The demonic horde suddenly sped up, leaping to surround Yujin Hwi. Without waiting for them to strike, Yujin Hwi dashed forward like lightning. She unleashed sharp sword slashes, cutting through the demons' bodies. She pointed her sword forward, glaring with fury at the enemy before her. The demons were annihilated, lying in heaps on the ground, black smoke rising from their corpses. Yujin Hwi stood tall, radiating a fierce green aura. She shouted, I'll crush your limbs while you're still alive. The masked man muttered, this isn't just a breakthrough, but the ability to freely control sword energy. Impossible, he asked again, could it really be the heavenly martial physique? Yujin Hwi ignored his words, gritting her teeth as she demanded angrily, if you don't want to die in agony, speak now. Did you abduct Lady Seo? The masked man replied vaguely, who knows, while gripping a sharp dagger, its blade glowing red like the aura surrounding him. He stabbed the dagger into his palm and sneered, I've never been kind to those about to die anyway. Suddenly, above appeared the figure of Wang Yang, his eyes blazing amidst a sinister red aura. The masked man looked up and cried out, Blood Demon returns, Blood Cult rules the world, Supreme Blood Lord, grant this lowly one your power. Yujin Hwi was shocked, thinking, the ominous aura suddenly became much stronger. Wang Yang responded to the masked man's plea, his voice echoing as if from another realm. This seat grants you the honor of contributing to this resurrection. The crimson aura gradually merged into the masked man's body. Yujin Hwi silently observed without making a move. The masked man spoke, but now his voice seemed no longer his own. You're really unlucky to run into me at this moment. Yujin Hwi grew uneasy, instinctively sensing another entity had possessed the man. She cautiously asked, who are you? Wang Yang inside the masked man's body didn't rush to answer. He remarked, your talent is both a blessing and a curse. Yujin Hwi stood firm, sword pointed at him. He continued, but see, dying under my hand is an honor too. With that, Wang Yang suddenly vanished before Yujin Hwi's eyes, leaving her stunned. Then out of nowhere he appeared above and shouted, where are you looking? Yujin Hwi reflexively looked up. He landed swiftly, swinging his sword to strike. The sudden attack nearly caught Yujin Hwi off guard, but she managed to dodge in time. Wang Yang in the masked man's body lunged again with sharp slashes, taunting, come on, entertain me. Yujin Hwi refused to be overwhelmed, countering fiercely as the two clashed in a sword duel. But his strength was overwhelming, forcing Yujin Hwi into a tight spot. Blocking each strike, she thought, each blow is heavy and fast, nothing like when he fought the demon earlier. Wang Yang held the advantage and said, I want to savor this longer, but time is short. Seemingly bored of using the sword, Wang Yang swung his fist instead. He suddenly punched Yujin Hwi, giving her no chance to block. The force of the blow sent Yujin Hwi flying back, crashing hard into a stone wall. The attack seemed to affect her internally. Jin Hwi coughed up blood in pain. She collapsed to her knees, body trembling, as Wang Yang and the masked man's body slowly approached. A sinister red aura still radiated from him. He said, "A sapling with the potential to become a great tree must be crushed early." Meanwhile, Yun Xiaolan faced another enemy. She swiftly finished off a demon beast. She also praised her endlessly, truly worthy of being the Sword Empress, absolutely incredible. Yun Xiaolan calmly replied, "It's not over yet." Another horde of demon beasts appeared, leaping toward Chiaosu. He turned back in shock. Before they could harm Chiaosu, Yun Xiaolan rushed in and decapitated them. She snapped angrily, a pack of vile fiends daring to harm the young lord, unforgivable. Yun Xiaolan aimed her sword at the demons, firmly taking her place before Chiaosu. She declared resolutely, "Wait there, I'll personally slaughter every one of you." Elsewhere inside a hidden cave, a voice echoed, "Sword Empress." Someone was observing Yun Xiaolan through blood-red water. Wang Yang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He didn't expect the Sword Empress herself to arrive. How on earth did Yun Xiaolan know the location of the Sword Empress' secret cave? On the water's surface, another face appeared, speaking, "Blood Demon Supreme, all the blood corpses brought into the cave have been destroyed." Hearing this, Wang Yang grew contemplative, clearly scheming something. The other continued, "If this goes on, the plan will face obstacles." Wang Yang frowned with displeasure. "The heavenly mechanism I foresaw is in chaos. Someone keeps twisting fate. Could there be a variable I overlook?" The other swore firmly, "Even if I must sacrifice my life, I'll contribute to the great revival of the Blood Demon Supreme." Wang Yang calmly entrusted him, "There will be many chances to eliminate the heavenly martial body later. I'll send all forces to you. The plan at the Sword Empress cave takes top priority." The man vowed with all his heart, "I offer everything." Wang Yang smirked slyly, "If you pour in all your life and energy, even your pathetic strength might barely stand against the Sword Empress." The man roared, eyes glowing red, vomiting blood. "Blood Demon returns, Blood Sect rules the world. Long life, long life." His voice echoed throughout the cavern, the cave entrance glowing with a strange red light. Back to Yun Xiaolan's group, she cautiously surveyed the area. No sign of the blood corpses remained. "Looks like the Blood Sect's lackeys are about to appear." Chiaosu stayed alert. "We can't drop our guard." Suddenly Yun Xiaolan noticed something. She thought, "That young master senses the enemy's aura ahead, best to strike swiftly and end it." She gripped her weapon tight while Chiaosu stood behind to cover her. A red glow appeared up ahead. The two advanced toward it. Yun Xiaolan glanced back at Chiaosu. He nodded as a signal. The two leapt forward together. Suddenly Yun Xiaolan froze mid-step. She collapsed. Chiaosu rushed toward her in worry. But as he neared, he too faltered. The same strange pull dragged him down. Chiaosu slammed to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. Feeling drained, he muttered weakly, "What is this? Some strange force is pulling us in." Around them, a blazing red circle formed, Chiaosu realized. A barrier drawn with blood. Damn it. His consciousness blurred, his vision dimmed, darkness closing in. When he opened his eyes, everything looked different. His clothes had changed, and a voice spoke, "You've awakened, my lord." "I've waited so long, benefactor." The speaker looked like Yun Xiaolan, but her demeanor was strikingly gentle. Jiak Sawal buted in, "What, benefactor? Li Chiaosu belongs to me." Why Saryon stammered shyly, "Big brother." Xiao Rin also called him, "Young master." Siama and Qingha showed up, daring to sleep in, "You pervy young master." It seemed the target of these beauties was Chiaosu. They surrounded him curiously, and Chiaosu blurted out awkwardly, "What is this? Who the heck are you?" Being swarmed by women, Chiaosu's face turned beet red. He thought, having Xiao Rin and Siama and Qingha at Mount hang with me is understandable, but even Jiak Sa Wal and Wai Sari Yon, whom I haven't seen in ages, are here. Could this be some illusion array? Yun Xiaolan hugged Chiaosu tenderly and said, "Husband, hurry, the time for our combined cultivation has come." He glanced nervously, face flushed. "Combined cultivation, you say?" Jiak Sawal snarled and pulled him over, yelling, "What nonsense are you spouting? He promised to cultivate with me long ago." Chiaosu was tugged back and forth like sticky candy, shouting, "You people, let go already." Siama and Qingha and Xiao Rin bickered while pulling. "I came first, he belongs to me." He frowned furiously, cheeks red like a ripe tomato. Chiaosu suddenly stood up, knocking each one on the head, and cursed, "What the heck is wrong with all of you acting so weird?" The girls stammered in embarrassment, but he awkwardly tried to calm them down. "Everyone, please just settle down a bit." He glanced sideways, troubled, thinking, "Right now feels like a dream future I once wished for." However, Chiaosu looked at the girls before him, realizing he couldn't hide the truth. The sinister intention of whoever created this illusion array was obvious. He clenched his fist, calculating with such a level of mystic arts, even transformation stage experts could be fooled. But this type of trick I've studied before while forming the Guangxiang Danhyul. Having stepped into the mind realm, enlightened from his past life when reaching the mystic stage, Chiaosu released icy energy, shouting, "I'm not the kind of guy who falls for cheap parlor tricks like this." The crowd before him was instantly frozen solid. The ice block shattered into fragments. By then night had already fallen outside. A blood-sect man aimed his sword at Eunuch Hwi lying on the ground. He raised an eyebrow in shock, muttering, "Damn, the sword maiden's speed is insane." She actually barged straight into the illusion array. A flash slammed into the ground. He vanished, his voice echoing, "Consider yourself lucky, celestial body. Next time your life is mine." She immediately collapsed to the ground. Eunuch Hwi gasped, "Damn it, that bastard controlled a demon beast but didn't finish me off. Why leave me alive? For what reason?" She pressed her hand down, straining to get up, deciding first she had to stand. But then she burst into a violent coughing fit. Eunuch Hwi lowered her head, exhausted and panicked. Just one strike and her internal injuries were already this severe. "I must leave here quickly, junior brother. I must save the people of the Gongdong sect." Then she fainted, collapsing on the ground. A group suddenly rushed over, screaming, Eunuch Hwi, wake up now." Jian Young dropped to her knees, shouting in panic, "Wake up quickly." Inside a pitch-black cave, two figures lay unconscious within a blazing red circle. Chiaosu suddenly awoke, eyes snapping wide open. He pushed himself up, cursing nonstop, "Those blood-sect bastards dare use such filthy tricks again." Then he turned to see Yun Xiaolan unconscious, the Sword Maiden. Chiaosu ran to her side, calling repeatedly, Sword Maiden, are you all right?" He panicked, eyes wide open in fear, thinking, still not awake. Indeed, even a master at the transformation realm like the Sword Queen fell victim. This formation was no joke. Chiaosu hurriedly searched inside his robe, silently praying, "I'll need that item to free them from this illusion." He held up the pill and thought, "Previously Jiak Sa Wall came to me disguised as Yon Yuryang. She left behind this spiritual medicine. I'll use it to replenish her chi." He slowly brought the pill to Yun Xiaolan's lips. She suddenly struggled and moaned, "Husband, wait a moment." Chiaosu's face flushed with embarrassment. "What kind of hallucination am I in right now?" Her face burned red, muttering nonstop, "Slow down, too strong." He tightly shut his eyes, repeatedly calming himself, "Stay cool, this is just medical treatment, not a romance novel." The pill was quickly slipped into Yun Xiaolan's mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she slowly opened her dreamy eyes. She sat up, rubbing her forehead and asking, "Is this Chiaosu?" Overjoyed, quickly spoke, "You're awake. You were trapped in an illusionary formation set up by the blood sect. To wake you, I gave you a spiritual medicine." Hearing that, she panicked, immediately worried, "Sir, are you all right?" He looked awkward, stammering an excuse. "Perhaps this formation required a special condition, so I wasn't affected much." Yun Xiaolan stood up, deeply grateful. "Thank you for saving my life. Time is short. We must leave now." She turned and walked away, speaking in astonishment. "The stench of blood grows thicker," Chiaosu quickly added. "The one pulling the strings is about to show up." Then he suddenly froze and shouted, "Over there." Xiuhua Rin and Sabin lay unconscious in a corner. The two of them rushed over in panic. "Miss." Yun Xiaolan turned her face toward her, then quickly turned back to report, "Luckily, the internal injuries aren't too serious." Chiaosu followed up with a grim guess, "It seems the blood sect planned to use their blood for dark sorcery." Sabin slowly opened his eyes, full of confusion. She rejoiced, instantly shouting, "Sabin, you've awakened." Sabin drowsily replied, "Sword Queen." Yun Xiaolan worriedly pressed on, "Sabin, how did you know the location of the Sword Queen's secret cave and even lead everyone here?" She looked blank, suspiciously asking, "Child, me." Sabin shook his head in despair, "I'm sorry, after that duel I can't remember anything." He looked over, puzzled, memory loss. Indeed, these symptoms are identical to maidens possessed by the blood sect. She also turned, urgently reporting, "Sword Queen, when I investigated the unusual loyalty of Hang Mountain sect disciples, I discovered something." Yun Xiaolan instantly turned to ask, "What is it?" He frowned, awkwardly explaining, "The vile blood sect set up their formation right on the dragon vein of Hang Mountain sect to bewitch disciples' minds. They exploited their loyalty to you in order to seize control of their bodies." Hearing this, she clenched her teeth, furiously cursed, "Damn it, those bastards truly deserve heaven's wrath." He helped Xiuhua Rin up while suggesting, "For now, let's bring these two to safety first." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, "Did you ask for my permission?" A blood sect member full of killing intent stepped forward. For you to break through the illusionary formation and reach here, that's far beyond my expectations. Yoon Seol Lan gasped in shock and speculated, you're from the blood sect. She also turned and quietly advised, Sword Queen, I think we shouldn't fight now. Retreating to protect the young Sword Queen's life is the wiser choice. She quickly agreed, yes, it seems that's all we can do. The man smirked, snapping his fingers in anger. Still thinking of running away, are you? Another man leapt down from above, speaking with disdain. Too bad, you won't be leaving this place alive. He frowned and threatened, since you've come this far, prepare to meet death, and that one with the heavenly martial body won't survive either. Hearing this, he froze, eyes widening. Heavenly martial body, what did he just say? Could it be? No way did senior brother already clash with the blood-robed hermit. The blood sect man formed a seal and shouted, excellent, today I'll wipe you all out. Suddenly, a swarm of zombies appeared out of nowhere. She also held Seo Ha-rin tightly, crying out in terror, what kind of circus mess is this? Yoon Seol Lan readied her stance, quickly asking, young master, let me handle these blood zombies. Can you find a way out for everyone? He replied with determination, leave it to me. He turned to Sabin, young Sword Queen, can you still walk? She hurriedly replied, I'm feeling a bit better now. She also saw her carrying Seo Ha-rin and commanded, good, then I'll block the blood zombies. You get everyone out, Sabin respectfully answered, understood. Looking at the horde of zombies before him, he panicked. My martial arts aren't strong enough to take these blood zombies down. She also slashed his own hand with his sword, gritting his teeth. If that's the case. He dashed forward at once. He rushed through the zombies with firm resolve, using his blood aura to lure them away, carving out a bloody path. She also grinned inwardly, with the Heart Sutra of inner strength mastered, I can finally put it to use. Sabin, witnessing this, immediately realized, young Master Li has opened the path, we must seize this chance to escape quickly. The blood sect man suddenly appeared, roaring furiously, where do you think you're going? Such petty tricks won't fool me. She panicked as she looked back, could it be this is the end? Suddenly his hand struck down. Yoon Seol Lan pointed her sword at him, angrily scolding, stay away from my disciple. Those filthy hands of yours aren't worthy to touch my people. She gripped the sword tightly, muttering nonstop, touch the Hang Mountain sect and you'll pay a heavy price. Yoon Seol Lan raised her sword, threatening without pause, I'll make you regret ever daring to violate the Hang Mountain sect. A member of the blood cult sneered, indeed, the Sword Empress is no ordinary woman. Yet nothing to be worried about, those common fools are hardly worth mentioning. She curled her lips in disdain, replying coldly, even losing one arm, I still look more dignified than you lot, now that's hilarious. He stretched out his hand, grinning with satisfaction, with more fresh blood to forge my art, how could I call this misfortune? The corpses wrapped in a red aura slowly struggled back to their feet. The blood cult members shouted in excitement, this battle is only just beginning. The staggering corpses instantly lunged forward. Yoon Seol Lan frowned in shock, remarking, I've never seen such stubborn abominations before. She swung her sword, slashing into them, declaring, I swear I'll wipe you all out. She also turned his head slightly, inwardly marveling, I've heard the Sword Empress is a formidable master, but I didn't expect her swordsmanship to become this refined. Excellent, with this ability she's strong enough to stand against the blood cult. Then he quickly shouted, Sword Empress, please conserve your strength, let me lure the blood zombies here. Yoon Seol Lan gratefully replied, much appreciated, young master. She also dashed forward with his sword, hastily shouting out a warning, now's the time. She swung her sword in response, one strike cutting down the horde. Her eyes widened in amazement as she praised, you are truly remarkable, Sword Empress. She smiled awkwardly and answered, feeling lighter the deeper she went into the sacred cave. Then she also turned serious, suspecting, perhaps the relic left behind by Baek Chu Seol is granting power to her successor. Yoon Seol Lan lowered her head and solemnly explained, to the Hang Mountain sect, the Sword Empress's sacred cave is an extremely holy place. Her eyes blazed with anger as she resolved, thus, those who dare defile this place will never be forgiven. A blood cult member exclaimed in disbelief, Sword Empress, your strength far surpasses what I imagined. He clenched his hand mockingly, very well, I'll give you a chance to shine. She frowned, scoffing with contempt, a little hunting dog dares to bark, pathetic. Come at me if you dare, I'll slice you into ribbons before supper's over. He glared, slamming his hand into the ground as he roared, you'll soon realize just how insignificant you really are. A gigantic hand reached down from above. The blood cult member grabbed his head, his face full of killing intent, growling, this is your chance to witness my true power up close. The two of them froze at the sight while his excited voice boomed, the virgin blood of boys and girls has been fully gathered. Yun Xiao Lan froze, immediately questioning, what the hell are you doing? The man of the blood sect shouted with devotion, for the blood demon supreme, for the rebirth of the blood demon, I willingly offer myself to you. He grabbed the sword and slumped forward. Both of them turned pale. Chiaosu shouted in horror, suicide. The man of the blood sect raised his head, screaming reverently, this is the honor of this humble being, blood demon supreme lord. I am willing to sacrifice my life to contribute to your resurrection. A gloomy voice suddenly echoed, good, I shall grant you a portion of my power. His body instantly swelled up. 2 long horns sprouted from the head of the blood sect man. His hands grew hideous claws. He instantly transformed into a vicious demon. Yun Xiao Lan's eyes widened, screaming in horror. His body was mutating grotesquely, while Chiaosu quickly deduced, this is like some forbidden sorcery defying heaven and earth. The blood sect man laughed wickedly and taunted, why are you trembling like frightened rabbits? Don't hesitate, attack me so I can personally test your abilities. He raised his sword nervously, warning, be careful, sword empress, this one is different from the others. She pressed her lips together and quickly reassured him, it's fine, young master, I can handle this. She gripped the sword tightly, declaring she was ready to face him. Then Yun Xiao Lan suddenly leapt forward. She swung her sword, a storm-like force bursting forth. She slashed fiercely into the barren ground. His disdainful voice echoed, not bad for a first strike, that's quite impressive. The blood sect man appeared behind her and spoke, but to challenge me, you'll need to show your true power. He rammed straight into her. Yun Xiao Lan instantly retreated. She froze, staring at her shattered sword. It had corroded from just grazing his palm. He didn't stop, attacking relentlessly. What are you waiting for, just standing there? Is dodging all you can do? The blood sect man slammed down at the ground. She swiftly evaded. Yun Xiao Lan crashed into the ground, coughing violently. He raised his hand with disdain and declared, from today, the Hang Mountain sect is officially erased. Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out, now is the time, Sword Empress. The blood sect man stiffened, glancing upward at the stalactites. The rocky cliff kept trembling. Then it suddenly dropped straight onto the guy's head. She also clung tightly to the stone pillar, proudly declaring, if inner strength isn't enough to fight, then use the terrain. She seized the chance and charged forward, I'll finish you off. Her sword gleamed with dazzling light. The blade struck directly at the blood cult member. He cheered in delight, shouting, awesome, it hit the target. But then Chiaosu's face turned pale, blurting out in shock. The man blocked the sword with disdain and mocked, not bad, that trick of yours. Chiaosu held onto the pillar in horror. Even a surprise attack from Yun Xiao Lan, already at the transformation realm, had no effect. The blood cult man swung his arm to strike her. He looked down on Yun Xiao Lan with scorn. Sword Queen, how did you know about this hidden cave and even break in here? You even made it through the illusion array to reach this place. Now I see it clearly. So he suddenly turned to Chiaosu and said, turns out you're the variable. Chiaosu panicked, anxiously wondering what was happening. The man looked as if he had seen through everything. The blood cult member raised his hand coldly. Let me end you first. Chiaosu panicked and leapt down. He slammed heavily onto the ground. Chiaosu trembled as he forced himself up, frowning, what the heck is this? The man swung his arm and attacked at once, as if the story was about to roll its credits. Yun Xiao Lan rushed over in alarm, shouting, get back, young master. The man's palm slammed directly onto her back. He was horrified, eyes wide open, screaming, Sword Queen. Chiaosu cried out in worry, Sword Queen. He quickly caught Yun Xiao Lan, are you alright? Chiaosu clenched his teeth, tense in thought. He hadn't expected the wound to worsen so fast. It was clearly poison that rotted blood from within. The blood cult man looked at her with disdain, truly pathetic. Sword Queen, just for a lowly brat you sacrificed yourself to shield him. Yun Xiao Lan responded firmly, shut up, this young master is the benefactor of my Hang Mountain sect. She also asked with concern, Sword Queen, your wound seems serious. She replied shakily, don't worry, young master, I'll circulate my chi to stabilize it and stop things from getting worse right now. I'll do my best to stall him, you hurry outside and summon reinforcements. The man sneered mockingly, what a touching little scene. She also observed Yun Xiao Lan and remarked, with that injury, if the Sword Queen still wanted to oppose him, it was beyond imagination. He looked around while muttering to himself, I must find another way in this situation. The blood sect men glared at them. Don't worry, for all of you will joyfully depart this place. Chiaosu suddenly realized something. He glanced at the hand and thought, wait a minute. Clearly before that guy transformed his body, it felt like he was offering himself to something. The blood sect warrior shouted loudly, I will sacrifice my life to help my master return to the human world. Chiaosu's face turned pale with shock. If that monster carried the power of another being within him. Then there must surely be a kind of spell acting as the medium. He quickly dashed toward the arm. Yunxiao Lan, puzzled, cried out, "Young master, where are you going?" Chiaosu urgently proposed, "Sword Queen, I have a method to deal with him, let me try it. Please hold that monster back, don't let him near me." The blood sect men began to rage. The warrior turned toward Chiaosu and roared, "Things will not go your way." She immediately drew his attention, "Your opponent is me." He hurled himself toward the arm, muttering, "If I can break the spell that serves as his medium and cut off the source of his power, then the Sword Queen can absolutely defeat him." He instantly grabbed the arm, having no other choice in this desperate situation. Jiaosu forcefully yanked it up, then fell backwards, smacking his head on the ground. Yunxiao Lan panicked and shouted, "Young master." She dodged the strike from the blood sect warrior. Yunxiao Lan steadily slid herself backward. She cast a worried glance at Chiaosu, wondering, "Is the young master all right? Why did he suddenly fall down like that?" The blood sect warrior suddenly attacked. "Don't you dare get careless like that." Yunxiao Lan flipped in the air, but since the young master had fallen, his attacks became simpler, far easier to evade. She was startled into thought, could it be that the plan the young master spoke of was already taking effect? She also introduced himself as the predecessor of the Chaos Sword Emperor, Mu Jiao. She remembered his words and thought, if he was truly the predecessor of the Chaos Sword Emperor, then surely he had some scheme. Yunxiao Lan gently landed on the ground. Then she leaped forward like a rocket. "I have no choice but to pour all my strength into buying time for the young master." She also lay still without moving, then suddenly sat up, rubbing his head and asking, "Where on earth am I?" She also looked around and immediately realized, an illusion array, did I get dragged into a formation? A strange sound rang out, catching his attention. Wang Yang stood tall in front of Chiaosu, leaving him stunned as he shouted, "Who the heck are you?" The man suddenly erupted in anger, roaring, "Only I have the right to ask questions here." Chiaosu collapsed to the ground with difficulty, thinking such terrifying demonic power inside a mental world. Wang Yang grinned wickedly and sneered, "You're quite amusing, just a brat, yet you dared to step into this illusion array by yourself." Chiaosu clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking, this formation surpasses the level of that one which imprisoned Sword Heir. Even a master illusionist would struggle to create something this powerful. Wang Yang fixed his gaze on him and exclaimed, "From you, I sense a power that defies the heavens." She also tensed up, shocked as Wang Yang said, "You have gone against destiny itself." He lay flat on the bed, clasping his hands. "The reincarnation grand law I used in my past life was precisely a heaven-defying secret art, one of the blood sect's forbidden techniques." A vision of an immensely powerful extreme emperor appeared. Until now, the only one who ever recognized my heaven-defying nature was the primordial Sword Emperor, meaning this man's strength is at least equal to that level. In the blood sect, there was only one person equal to the Sword Emperor, and that was none other than the blood sacrifice demon god. Chiaosu raised his head to glance at him, realizing he too had reincarnated using the grand law. But why would someone like the blood sacrifice demon god be forced to hide in the shadows? Wang Yang furiously demanded, "Speak, who exactly are you?" He quickly retorted mockingly, "A mere illusionary projection like you isn't worth my words." Wang Yang chuckled darkly, "If one day you face me in reality, do you think you'd have the guts and confidence to survive?" She also studied Wang Yang intently. "It seems you really do have a true body outside. If that's so, then I have a theory." Countless people knelt around a coffin. Unlike me, the blood sacrifice demon god was slain by the primordial Sword Emperor. And even if he reincarnated through the grand law, he may not have fully regained his strength yet. If he's currently sealed somewhere, recovering before he can act, then everything makes perfect sense. She also stood upright, facing him boldly, and jeered, "You're just a cowardly weakling who talks too much." Wang Yang laughed with excitement and said, "Well then, do you dare face me in battle within this illusion?" Chiaosu raised his arms to block, his aura truly terrifying. After all, this opponent was the blood sacrifice demon god, a master of the life and death realm. But since this was a battle of the spirit world, he still had a chance, for he too could wield his past life's power. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes at him, instantly wondering, what is this aura? Slowly, Chiaosu began to transform, donning an entirely different attire. Muttering, "I never wanted to use this." He glared fiercely, Imperial Palace's #1 expert, Eunuch Li Chiaosu. Chiaosu posed flamboyantly and provoked, "Come on then, fight me if you dare, you coward." Wang Yang charged in rage, then froze mid-step. "What the heck, you're neither man nor woman, why do you look so bizarre?" He launched a powerful strike toward him. Chiaosu immediately raised his hand, channeling his energy, and instantly unleashed a counterattack. Wang Yang widened his eyes at Chiaosu. He spoke while gathering power in his palm. "You dare say I'm neither man nor woman? Did your eyes malfunction when you reincarnated? Chiaosu frowned and scolded. I'm clearly a handsome man, and you'll definitely die here with me. Chiaosu suddenly looked down. I can sense it already. That empty void. Wang Yang, brimming with murderous intent, said, Could that be the aura of the Qianghua manual? Are you the lackey of Princess Taping? He coldly replied, You don't need to know what it is. Chiaosu grew irritable. Even if I comfort myself that this is only a spiritual realm, I can't endure it any longer. He stared straight ahead. Damn it, why force me back into this form? Chiaosu immediately released his power. You'd better be mentally prepared to die now. Massive glaciers emerged around him. Wang Yang was dumbfounded, eyes wide open. This kind of sorcery only masters of the mystic realm could pull off. Chiaosu clenched his teeth furiously, muttering, I will annihilate you, filthy blood sect scum. He suddenly became excited, exclaiming, Indeed, you are no ordinary foe. He charged forward fiercely. Come, let's decide life and death in one battle. The two immediately clashed. Wang Yang attacked violently while speaking. Who would have thought such a master hid within the palace without my knowledge? What a surprise. But with just this much, Chiaosu was blasted far away, still not enough to bring me down. He was hurled backward. Chiaosu coughed a few times, thinking, just one strike and my insides feel rotten. Truly worthy of being a blood-born demon god. Wang Yang sneered and asked, Is this your full strength? Chiaosu ground his teeth, calculating, In this spiritual realm, I can freely unleash my pre-sword realm. This guy is just an incomplete form created by sorcery, yet he still has this much power. He continued mocking, Eunuch, daring to block my grand cause, you won't be allowed to run rampant anymore. Chiaosu snapped back in fury. What did you just say, Eunuch? Wang Yang laughed smugly. What's wrong with you? I'm only telling the truth. He roared as he charged forward, terrifyingly loud. Don't talk nonsense. I am a true man, a great hero. Suddenly, a strike landed squarely on Chiaosu's stomach. He clutched his belly in pain, coughing up blood. Wang Yang, with a gleeful look, spoke, Get too excited and you'll expose openings. Chiaosu swiftly grabbed his arm, then swung his hand to counterattack. Underestimating your opponent exposes your weakness. Chiaosu focused and calculated. The longer this drags on, the worse for me. I must retreat to advance, finish it quickly. Wang Yang grew enraged and shouted, Is this guy deliberately pretending to be angry? Chiaosu frowned and shouted, No, I am truly furious. One day I will find you and tear you into 100 pieces. He pressed his hand hard against the man's forehead. The enemy's head instantly turned into solid ice. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected such a terrifyingly strong opponent. But time stood on his side. The ice block immediately shattered. Deep inside a cavern, Yun Xiao Lan leapt high to dodge the strike from a blood sect disciple. She struggled to utter a few words. Yun Xiao Lan carefully observed and muttered, although she didn't know why, the enemy had stopped attacking. The method of young Master Li had worked. She quickly dashed forward, swinging her sword to finish him off. The man instantly collapsed to the ground. Yun Xiao Lan hurried over to Chiaosu. Young Master Li, are you all right? She shook him while shouting loudly, Wake up quickly. Chiaosu grimaced in pain. Yun Xiao Lan judged silently. The young master's internal injuries were grave. They couldn't return to Hang Mountain sect in time. What should she do? Now without any medicine, she had to come up with something fast. Yun Xiao Lan glanced toward a dark corner of the cave. She cautiously thought, perhaps among the relics of Lord Beek Chu Xiao there might be something useful. Yun Xiao Lan carried Chiaosu to a large stone door. She looked up at it and said, surprisingly, there was a blood sect spell carved into the last door. Once the relics were found, it must be purified at all costs. Yun Xiao Lan decisively swung her sword forward. The door instantly creaked open. Inside was an enormously vast space. At the center floated a glowing sword. Seeing it, Yun Xiao Lan exclaimed, The Heart Emperor Sword. On the table lay several books, the one-word mantra, Buddha Light Sword Art, and even the Demon Banishing Wisdom Sword. Every single long-lost demon-banishing scripture was here. She glanced toward a vial of liquid. Carefully lifting it, Yun Xiao Lan recognized it as a vial of Sky Cleanse Crystal Dew, a 1,000-year-old elixir. It was formed from the very essence of heaven and earth. She looked toward Chiaosu. Perhaps the Sky Cleanse Crystal Dew could heal his inner wounds, but he was still coughing blood and couldn't drink medicine in that state. To fully absorb the elixir's effect, there was only one method left. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao Lan drank the vial herself. Then she leaned close to Chiaosu's face. Young Master Li, forgive me. He immediately stirred and uttered a few faint words. Seeing this, Yun Xiao Lan cried out, You're awake. Chiaosu looked confused. Sword Empress. He hastily sat up, asking, What happened to that monster? She began to recount, Young Master Li, after you fell, its strength weakened, and in the end I slew it. Chiaosu let out a relieved breath. That's wonderful. It seems my method worked quite well, but where are we? Yoon Seol Lan glanced around and explained, "This is a treasure cave left by Lord Baek Chu Seol." He immediately grinned and added, "So we've found the legacy of Hang Mountain sect. Congratulations to you." She turned around with a smile and said, "It's all thanks to young master." Yoon Seol Lan looked at the piece of paper in her hand. "I've read the handwritten letter left by our ancestor. Everything young Master Lee said is true. Young Master Lee made a bet with me to go together into the treasure cave. Perhaps it was all predestined by fate." Jialsu was stunned and repeated, "Fate." He took the paper and read aloud, "My final wish. Mujok, I wish to see you even from afar." Yoon Seol Lan glanced softly at Jialsu, thinking, the heir of the mixed origin sword emperor, young Master Lee, and the heir of great Baek Chu Seol. He suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Our two ancestors must surely rest easy now." She smiled quietly to herself. "All this time I never cared for any man. Maybe it was fated that I had to meet him." Yoon Seol Lan suddenly spoke up, "From now on, young Master Lee, can I call you benefactor?" She also blushed and stammered, "Benefactor." Yoon Seol Lan's face also flushed red. "Thanks to young Master Lee, the wish of my sect was fulfilled. Of course I must call you benefactor. To awaken benefactor, even giving you the rare spirit stone elixir, I wouldn't hesitate." He panicked even more. "You'd give me such a precious medicine? That's something great Baek Chu Seo left for future generations. How could I?" She continued, "If not for benefactor, these treasures would have long been stolen by the blood sect." Yoon Seol Lan beamed, "If you take the spirit stone elixir, only then can my heart be at ease." She reached for the sword. "It's time to cleanse all the blood sect's remnants." She also exclaimed, "You've mastered the demon-resisting supreme art already." Yoon Seol Lan gripped the sword firmly and replied, "By the time Benefactor awoke, I had already read the secret manual and learned it. Until now, our Hang Mountain sect didn't even realize we'd been deceived by the Blood sect, nearly losing the ancestral treasure cave. Our Hang Mountain sect will never forget that Gongdong stood with us through calamity." Yoon Seol Lan immediately swung a sharp slash of her sword. She also gawked in astonishment. Vigorous energy spread out in all directions. It gradually engulfed the crimson stains on the door, as if forbidding any trace of blood chi to remain. The Sword Queen's treasure cave was being purified. Seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood why the Blood sect tormented the Hang Mountain sect. It was because they feared the sect's supreme art, untouched by worldly dust. While the two were moving, a voice called from behind, "Sword Queen." They rushed over in panic, asking, "Are you unharmed?" The disciples were preparing to lead Hang Mountain sect disciples toward the Sword Queen's secret cave. Yoon Seol Lan raised her hand and answered, "I'm fine." A maiden pointed toward the two people resting on a rock nearby and reported, "The little Sword Queen and Lady Seo have been carefully looked after." She also stepped forward, supporting Seo Ha-rin's shoulder, and asked, "Junior sister, are you all right?" Yoon Seol Lan also stood before Sabin, hesitantly calling out, "Sabin." Tears streamed down Sabin's face as she sobbed, "Master, what on earth have I done?" Sabin lowered her head, crying bitterly, "Even though I was used by the Blood sect, I still feel so ashamed I can't even lift my head. Before young master and the Gongdong brothers, please allow me to bow in apology." Suddenly, a hand rested gently on her shoulder and pushed lightly upward, making Sabin stop crying and look up. She also spoke softly, "Thank you for apologizing. I know you didn't do it on purpose. We're all safe now." Though his face was full of cuts and scratches, his words seemed to radiate light around him. A true man never fusses over the small mistakes of a woman. Sabin gazed at him blankly, her heart warming with every word from Chialsu. "As long as you're safe, that's enough." After that, Yoon Seol Lan gave Sabin an order, "Little Tan, take Lady Seo back for treatment and await further instructions." She immediately replied, "Yes." Just then, a loud shout rang out, making Chialsu turn his head toward his senior brother. Yujin Hwi rushed forward and embraced Chialsu tightly, anxiously asking, "Junior brother, are you all right?" Chialsu instinctively leaned back a bit, replying awkwardly, "Yes, I'm fine." Inwardly he muttered, "Don't worry so much." Chialsu didn't know where to put his hands, his face turning pale as he thought, "But I think I'm starting to get used to this manly embrace already." Yujin Hwi released him and asked again, "Are you really all right?" Her aura shone so brightly it hurt his eyes, and he thought, "But the dazzling glow of a pretty man, I'm not used to that yet." Seeing the bandages wrapped around Yujin Hwi's head, Chialsu worriedly asked, "Why are you injured, senior brother?" He scratched his own head and explained, When I went to find Lady Seo, I fought the Blood sect in the mountains." Chialsu widened his eyes in shock and muttered, "So the remnants of the Blood sect are still lurking in the mountains after all." Suddenly, the laughter of Wang Yuk rang out, "Ha ha, the Blood sect, huh." Then his brows furrowed, his tone turning heavy, as though demanding a clear explanation. Yun Xiao Lan bowed respectfully and answered, "Yes, Grandmaster, please allow me to recount everything." Then the whole group gathered back at a house. After hearing the full story, Jian Yang spoke, "So that's what happened, your disciples fought with the blood sect because of this." Yun Xiao Lan's voice softened. "Once again, I apologize." She bowed her head lower and lower. "Because we failed to detect the hidden forces plotting within our sect, the Gongdong disciples were gravely injured." Jian Yang nodded in response. "I understand. As long as it wasn't by the will of the Sword Queen or the Hang Mountain sect, that is enough." Wang Yuk sipped his tea, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha, the blood sect rising again. This is no small matter." Yun Xiao Lan said, "It seems they've been plotting within the Hang Mountain sect for a long time. Their plan surely hasn't ended yet." Wang Yuk added, "Perhaps the blood sect's claws have already reached across the 9 provinces and 8 desolations." His face grew serious. Preparations must be made with the Martial Alliance leader to face this situation. 2 weeks later, Chiaosu was standing in the training yard. With each of his movements, streams of pale blue qi flowed slowly around him. Chiaosu kept practicing and secretly rejoiced. "I can feel it now, spiritual energy is filling my body." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. "Thanks to the spirit stone cultivation method, I've reached the peak realm." Finished, Chiaosu drew back his fists and chuckled softly. "At the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament, the day I claim the title of Sword Dragon isn't far off. Ka. Imagining the scene of countless women cheering him on. He blushed, touched his nose, and guessed, "Surely, countless maidens will fall for me." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, interrupting his daydream, making Chiaosu jolt. "Junior brother." Chiaosu turned his head back and saw someone lurking. He softly called, "Ah, senior brother." A flicker of annoyance passed through Chiaosu's heart. Why is it that every time I'm happily daydreaming, he just pops up to ruin the mood? Yujin Hwi slowly walked forward with a forced smile. "Junior, are you training? Congratulations on reaching the Supreme Realm." Haha. Chiaosu cupped his hands and bowed modestly. "Not at all, my achievements are still far beneath senior brothers." She closed her eyes, shook her head, and sighed. "No, I'm still far from good enough." Yujin Hwi's heart sank, thinking, when my junior brother was in danger, all I could do was stand helplessly. Her voice suddenly grew solemn. "Junior, truth is I came because I have something to tell you." Chiaosu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since when did he get so serious? He spoke first. "What is it?" Yujin Hwi's face brightened. "I've decided to wander the martial world alone to train in real combat until the Dragon Phoenix tournament begins." Those words startled Chiaosu so much he exclaimed, "What?" As if to confirm once more, he asked, "Senior brother, you mean you'll train alone until the Dragon Phoenix tournament?" Yujin Hwi nodded. "Yes, I've already reported to Master, now it's your turn to know." A tear clung on her eyelid, but her state was filled with excitement. "Through this journey, I'll bring honor to our sect and become stronger, so I won't shame myself as your senior brother." But Chiaosu worriedly asked, "Senior brother, are you really sure?" Then he suddenly realized, "Wait, am I seriously worrying about a grown man?" Chiaosu shook his head vigorously, comforting himself. "No, it's because he's too naive, easy to trick, that's why I must worry. Besides, he's also my important business partner." Once he cleared his thoughts, he grabbed Yujin Hwi's hands and said, "The martial world is ruthless, at least let me accompany you." She squeezed his hands firmly and refused. "Don't worry, Junior, it's time I stand on my own." She also let out a sigh and reminded, "If you've decided, I understand, but if danger comes, you must send word." Yujin Hwi nodded with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Junior." She shifted her toes to another direction and spoke, "Come on now, it's time already." Yujin Hwi walked while bowing his head, muttering softly, "Soon the cremation ceremony of the former sword maiden will begin." The scene shifted elsewhere. A crowd was standing around a great fire, the atmosphere solemn and heavy. Yun Xiao Lan bowed with clasped hands respectfully, "May you reincarnate into eternal bliss." She also watched and thought to himself, in my past life, Beek Chu Xiao's cremation did not carry this atmosphere. He remembered then so many people had died in the conflict among the righteous sects, truly tragic. Then Chiaosu looked at the people in front of him. Now it was a solemn memorial. He glanced at his own hand and muttered, "Could fate have already changed? Was it me who changed it?" Bits of ash drifted away with the breeze across Chiaosu's hand. A thought arose in his heart. Since I have confirmed the existence of the blood sacrifice demon god, from now on my fate too must change accordingly. Chiaosu clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, "If I want this, I must become even stronger." He looked toward Yun Xiao Lan, her eyes closed and head bowed in silence, then shifted his gaze toward Xiamen Chengha, and finally to Miss Xiao, vowing in his heart to protect the women by his side and to become a true man. The heat from the fire against his face felt like it was stoking the flames in his chest. Watching the ashes scatter around, he muttered, I must reach the level of a peerless master far beyond my past life. In the night, besides the moon and stars above, light also shone from lanterns nearby. At that moment, inside a pavilion, a voice rang out, reporting to Princess Taping. The eunuch reported on the gathering between the Gongdong sect and the Hang Mountain sect, saying the Sword Empress's secret cave had been found and the long-lost supreme techniques and sacred artifacts had been restored to the Hang Mountain sect. In response came a clear, cheerful laugh, making him raise his head in surprise. Yuan Hua's lips curled in a faint smile. How amusing, who would have thought the legacy of the Hang Mountain sect could be reclaimed now? The eunuch bowed respectfully and continued. Moreover, during the process traces of the blood cult were also discovered. Without turning back, Yuan Hua ordered, Is that so? You've worked hard, now step down. The scene shifted to Shanxi, where a sly-looking man sneered at Chiaosu. Well, the young master looks pitiful. Chiaosu snapped back angrily. The gathering caused no shortage of trouble. I only came by for a short while. Just say what you came to say. Dropping his mocking tone, the man grew serious. It's about the matter you entrusted me with, investigating the eunuch Zhang Aihyun for suspicious movements. I've been looking into it for quite a while. Chiaosu stiffened slightly as the man continued, but I've heard he already hanged himself. Before that, he left behind a confession admitting he once kidnapped children, castrated them, and sold them to the palace as eunuchs. His eyes stared blankly into the fire as he murmured, Is that so? Then Chiaosu's expression hardened. Whether in his past life or this one, there was only one other person who truly understood Zhang Aihyun besides himself. In his heart, Chiaosu was certain the emperor had also returned, and so had Princess Taping. It was raining heavily here at that moment. Bodies lay everywhere on the ground, with heart-wrenching cries for help. The mountain bandits were now laughing loudly as they looted belongings. Take whatever you need, and then capture them all for me. At that moment, a voice called to stop, and a figure stepped forward. The leader frowned and looked back. Who is that? The opponent drew a sword to dare loot the provisions of innocent people and even decide their fates. This crime must never be forgiven. She then rushed up and hacked at the mountain bandits. In the blink of an eye, they were all defeated. She sheathed her sword and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she took out a pouch. It was the silver that had been stolen. The people approached and bowed, thanking her. Thank you, sir, you saved our lives. The woman shook her head. It's nothing, go leave this place quickly. Without any objection, they immediately led each other away. Only then did the woman lower her face-covering hat and smile. This person was none other than Yu Jin Hwi and her usual female guise. I wonder if my junior brother has been safe lately. After the contest with the Hangsan sect, a year later in Huizhong County. In the tea house, the patrons were buzzing. At that time, the gentleman suddenly appeared like a blazing comet, having reclaimed the lost sword technique of the Gongdong sect, and together with Yu the gentleman, hunted down the Black Dragon gang. And that wasn't all, he even made the Xiamen family bow their heads, and even acted to save the Hangsan sect from disaster. Really, is that gentleman that formidable? I heard his nickname was something like Gongdong the Dashing Hero. In any case, thanks to that gentleman, our Huizhong County was revived. Just then footsteps sounded. This made everyone look over in curiosity. Seeing Xiao Ha Rin return from Xiao Wan Guang, they couldn't contain their excitement. The young girl smiled at him and asked, Is father still well? He warmly approached and asked back, What brings you all the way here? Ha Rin explained, I had some matters on the way home, so I dropped by. He then inquired after Li Qialsu. Mentioning him made Ha Rin's face involuntarily redden. Senior brother has become even stronger recently. Cut to another scene. Li Qialsu pushed the door open and called, asking if the Hyangmi were there. Ning Walxiang happily ran out to welcome the elder. She then poured tea and offered it to the guest. Li Qialsu read the report and pondered silently. Since senior brother declared his independence on the Jianghu a year ago, I've periodically collected news from everywhere for fear that that foolish man might meet misfortune. As for the emperor, information was still limited, but I believe the day of reunion will come. Moreover, since senior brother left, I felt an unusual emptiness in my heart. Perhaps I've become a little attached. At that moment he exclaimed in surprise. This time he dueled that Soryeon and still won. Is he moving from Sichuan to Henan now? Iljiam Yuhi, who is this person? He keeps showing up where my senior brother has been. A mysterious female swordsman named Iljiam Yuhi. She always appears in the lands Eugene Hwi sets foot in, punishing corrupt bandit factions and heterodox evils, using what she reclaims from thieves to help the poor, and her fame grows louder across the Jianghu. Neng Walhyang beside him speculated, could young Master Yu and Iljiam Yuhi be lovers? Li Qialsu, hearing that, he fell into thought. Indeed, there's something suspicious. It feels as if the future of the sword Saint Yu Jin Hwi has been split between two people. At this point a bold thought crossed his mind. Could senior brother be disguised as a woman? Reading on, he suddenly startled. Hold on. Senior brother befriended the eccentric physician Dang Yongyong. Neng Walhyang looked puzzled. Why does the young master's face look so pale? Is something wrong? Li Qialsu looked up, an air of embarrassment on his face. Well, there is some truth to it. He thought to himself, that eccentric physician Dang Yongyong was the one in my past life who couldn't reattach my severed, and then prescribed the foolish cure of striking the mysterious realm, truly the #1 quack in the land. Cut to another scene. Yu Jin Hwi was now in a bare cave, meditating and cultivating. After some unknown time, she finally regained consciousness, and at last reconstructed her body. At this level, I'm strong enough to protect my junior brother without relying on anyone else. Just then someone cheerfully approached. All done. With just a hint from Dang Yongyong, he broke through to the Hwa Jiang. Truly extraordinary. The woman looks like a child but is actually 50. This is the Dang Yongyong Li Qialsu mentioned, a supreme master of the Hwa Jiang realm and also an eccentric famed physician. Yu Jin Hwi said to her, yes, Sister Dang, please take my pulse. Dang Yongyong did not hesitate and quickly moved forward to take her pulse. After a moment she sighed. Sterility remained unchanged. Hearing this, Yu Jin Hwi's face showed loss. Indeed, she could not overcome her heavenly curse. Dang Yongyong reassured her, don't worry too much. Miss Yu, who uses the title Iljiam Yuhi, once defeated the notorious demon leader in Hunan, was gravely wounded and drifted into the lake's waves. Astonishingly, her body recovered so quickly. So there will surely be a way. After all, I am a skilled physician. Hearing these words, Yu Jin Hwi's expression relaxed slightly. Thank you. Dang Yongyong continued, what do you mean thank you? I only came to study Miss Yu's extraordinary body. By the way, I heard Shaolin Temple will soon host the Dragon Phoenix Gathering, right? If you want to meet the one you secretly admire before it's too late, we must set off at once. Hearing this, Yu Jin Hwi's face immediately flushed red. It's not like that, we're just senior and junior siblings. Dang Yongyong laughed merrily. I know, hurry and depart towards Shaolin Temple. Cut to the Junwo Pavilion side. Li Qialsu, having read the letter, sighed. Senior brother actually befriended the eccentric physician Dang Yongyong. Though merely a quack by reputation, his eye for people is really not bad. Neng Walhyang interjected. Judging by the direction Gongdong's dashing hero and the eccentric physician are heading, their target seems to be Mount Song in Henan, probably to attend the Dragon Phoenix Gathering. Yu Jin Hwi leaned in close to her face, smiling tenderly. Right, thank you for bringing such useful news again. Now the Dragon Phoenix Gathering is near. This trip I'll be gone a long time and may not return to Hwejung County. Please look after it for me, Neng Walhyang. Faced with his gaze, gestures, and words, she nodded repeatedly. Li Qialsu then left the place and returned home. Neng Walhyang sat by the window, watching his retreating figure and pondering. Why does every meeting make my heart ache and yearn even more? Over the past year, his frequent visits have truly filled me with joy. The moments I get to see him are so precious. I only wish to shorten this distance a little more. She thought this, yet in the end sighed. No, how could the pride of the greatest beauty in the land be cast aside so readily? But I really want to go to the Dragon Phoenix Gathering, yet he has entrusted me with watching Hwejung County. If I do this duty well, perhaps he'll reward me with something even sweeter than a caress. The Dragon Phoenix Gathering isn't really a place for someone of my heterodox manner. Sword Queen, that wretched woman, will surely be there this time. Why is he always surrounded by such young, beautiful women? It makes me so jealous I can hardly bear it. Just then a bird flew in from outside. She quickly took the letter from its leg. The Hao clan's messenger pigeon. Has the regular report arrived already? Upon opening and reading the letter, she was startled. Of all times to get news like this, heavens must be smiling on me. As I said yesterday, the matches will be held in the mountains. This Dragon Phoenix contest is only open to our sect's disciples. Consider it training so that when you must rove the Jianghu alone in the future, you can stand on your own. Be cautious on the road. After the master's instructions, Li Qiaosu's group departed together. Disciple requests permission to depart. Shaolin Temple is the foremost orthodox school, the leading mountain in the martial world, where the foremost high monks of the age preside among the 9 sects and 5 houses. It is an ancient monastery of the righteous martial world. Now that mountain is open, welcoming guests from the 4 directions. Cheng Ha, seeing the bustle, exclaimed excitedly, "Look how crowded it is. Surely it's because the Dragon Phoenix Gathering is being held." Li Qiaosu's mouth curved as he mused inwardly. This is a gathering of hot-blooded young talents, so a large crowd is to be expected. At that moment a voice rang out, "Isn't that Gongdung's dashing hero?" "What hero? He should be called the lecherous hero. I heard in every match he tears women's clothes to tease them." Though Li Qiaosu was insulted, he secretly grinned. The slander spat by the crowd bothers me not at all, for the days of being despised will end at this Dragon Phoenix Gathering. Just then Cheng Ha behind him gave him a smack as a reminder. "I told you not to laugh like that, can't you see they're mocking you?" Li Qiaosu was puzzled. What's wrong with a man laughing loudly? "Sister, is my smile that unpleasant?" Xiao Ha Rin smiled and replied, "I like seeing your brother's smile." Hearing this, Li Qiaosu turned to Cheng Ha and said, "See, Ha Rin said so too." Just then they turned their attention to another side. "Don't follow them anymore." At a glance Li Qiaosu recognized the person as Sabin. The young man grabbed her hand teasingly. "Miss Sabin, come on, let's have a meal together." She knew how long Namgung Ching had been longing to meet her. Li Qiaosu frowned. That fellow is the dashing scion Namgung Ching of the Namgung family. He thought to himself ruefully, in his past life the man clung to Sabin like this, and this life was no different. Sabin here pulled her hand back in obvious annoyance. Just then she happened to notice Li Qiaosu and the others. Seeing him, she excitedly ran over. "I already have company, so I must take my leave first." To Li Qiaosu's astonishment, she didn't hesitate and threw her arms around him. "Benefactor, why are you only arriving now?" Namgung Ching's face darkened at the sight. "Benefactor." Cheng Ha was puzzled too, how to explain this. "What's going on?" Li Qiaosu hurriedly pushed her away, shouting, "What on earth are you saying?" Sabin softly chided, "Don't say much and just cooperate." There was no other way to shake off that leech of a fellow. She then loudly declared, "We're a confirmed pair after the last martial exchange. As for that dashing gentleman, I have no time for you, so please go away." Namgung Ching, flustered, replied, "Miss Sabin, why won't you see the sincerity of my heart? I've never let any other woman into my heart. How could you betray me?" Sabin remained stubborn. "On what basis do you decide such things for me?" Namgung Ching, hearing this, turned red with emotion, then composed himself and approached Li Qiaosu. "Seems this is the first time we've seen such a scene, huh? Pleased to meet you, young hero. I am Namgung Ching of the Namgung family. Forgive my bluntness on first meeting, but have the two of you truly confirmed your feelings?" Li Qiaosu scratched his face, a little embarrassed. How should I put this? From Sabin's perspective, treating a prestigious gentleman like Namgung Ching coldly surely isn't easy. Thinking that, he said, "Miss Sabin must have misunderstood. Our relationship isn't that serious." Namgung Ching's face brightened. "If so, will you let me have Miss Sabin, because she and I still have matters to clarify?" Unexpectedly, Li Qiaosu refused. "I'm afraid that won't do." As long as you keep that stern, imposing attitude, the day Miss Sabin truly loves you will never come. It's better to end it here today. Namgung Ching's face immediately darkened. Miss Sabin will never love me. Why is that? Sabin stuck out her tongue at him, huffing, I prefer this gentleman much more than you. You are a benefactor to my sect, while you just make me uncomfortable. Namgung Ching remained stubborn, but the young hero had just said Sabin's feelings were a misunderstanding. Then why stop me? Li Qiaosu's mouth curled, because if you make her suffer, I can't just stand by and cheer you on. Namgung Ching snapped back to his senses, so that's it. Then young hero, duel me at the banquet before the Dragon Phoenix gathering. I'll prove my pure heart to Miss Sabin by defeating you. Li Qiaosu stroked his chin thoughtfully. A duel? Funny enough, I also need someone to wash away the shame of being called the terror of women's dresses, and a fellow like this fits the bill perfectly. You're dead meat brat. Some might politely call him the dashing young master. But if I can beat the pillar son of the Namgung family, the one notorious for flirting across the Jianghu, it would surely do me no small favor. Thinking that, he agreed at once. All right then. But if I win, I hope you'll stop bothering Miss Sabin from now on. Namgung Ching didn't hesitate to agree immediately. Fine, then we'll meet at the banquet. He then turned and walked away. Sabin, only then, a little embarrassed, thanked Li Qiaosu. At that moment, another voice from behind praised, this brother is truly skilled. Li Qiaosu turned and saw T-1E5N Hai and Xiao Ha Rin. T-1E5N Hai looked at him curiously. A duel for Miss Sabin, what's that about, junior brother? Xiao Ha Rin chimed in again, it's rare to meet you, brother, yet you spoiled the mood like this, you're really something. Li Qiaosu inwardly thought, brother, this person is ancient enough to be near the grave, and he calls me brother. T-1E5N Hai cheerfully introducing a bit to his junior brother. This is someone met on travels who has been a constant companion since. The world's foremost medic, Dang Yong Sr. Li Qiaosu hurriedly cupped his hands to her. Pleased to meet you, Senior Dang Yong. Inwardly, he snorted coldly. Dang Yong is the reclusive elder of the Chenji household, head of the Sichuan Dang clan. Why does she shadow my senior brother like a shadow? Dang Yong laughed loudly with excitement. Right, senior brother, shouldn't you quickly explain the current situation? Hearing that, Li Qiaosu snapped to attention. Yes, please don't misunderstand. There's a little quarrel between Miss Sabin and Namgung Ching. I was only inadvertently drawn into it. T-1E5N Hai smiled brightly at this, so that's how it is. She then rushed forward and hugged Li Qiaosu. I missed you so much, junior brother, Li Qiaosu helplessly replied. I too have always wanted to see senior brother again. T-1E5N Hai spoke softly. Junior brother, I've finally reached the Huazhong realm. For now, please keep it secret for me. Li Qiaosu was secretly amazed. Really? Only 17 and already at Huazhong? That's even faster than Sword Saint Yu Jin HWI. T-1E5N Hai continued, over the past year I've improved my sect's martial arts somewhat. Later at the inn I'll show you. Li Qiaosu nodded. Thank you, senior brother, congratulations on your great achievement. Just then Yun Xiao Lan approached. So you're here, Sabin. Long time no see, benefactor. When Sabin saw her, she happily ran over. Yun Xiao Lan now also noticed Dang Yong. Senior Dang, what brings you here? Dang Yong snapped irritably. Who called me senior? I Dang Yong am not Sword Queen's elder sister, okay? Am I right, you brother? T-1E5N Hai for a moment didn't know how to reply. Yun Xiao Lan stepped closer in a gentle voice. You young master seems embarrassed, please stop teasing. Dang Yong turned coldly. Anyway, I'm not an elder sister. Yun Xiao Lan then went over to Li Qiaosu. The benefactor is also attending the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Li Qiaosu nodded. Yes, where is Sword Queen Senior staying currently? Xiao Lan continued. I heard we'll be lodging temporarily at the guest quarters of Shaolin Temple. Li Qiaosu pondered quietly. A sect the size of Hangsen not booking a private inn and staying in the same place small sects like us usually do? That's truly odd. But then again, since last year Hangsen has been busy reorganizing internally, so there must be many matters to discuss with the monks at the temple. Thinking that, he clasped his hands and said, "We also plan to lodge at the Shaolin Temple Guest Hall. It is an immense honor to be staying with Sword Queen Senior." Yoon Seol Lan smiled happily. "No, I am the one honored to be staying with the benefactor." The master and disciple then led each other away. We shall meet the benefactor again atop the mountain. Before long, dusk began to fall. Lee Chialsu and his group had by now reached the registration area. A monk addressed them, "Welcome, travelers, where do you hail from?" Lee Chialsu bowed his head. "I am Lee Chialsu of Gongdong sect. These two are my senior brother and junior sister." The monk sprang up. "So you are Lee the young hero, and you the young hero of Gongdong sect. Please wait a moment." The main hall instructed that when the two young heroes arrive, a report must be sent immediately. Lee Chialsu was likewise surprised. Someone ordered a message sent. Could it be? Soon two other monks approached. "The Grand Elder wishes to see the two young heroes of Gongdong sect." Lee Chialsu glanced at Yu Jin Hwi. "Wonjuk Grand Master wants to meet me and senior brother." Wonjuk the holy monk. "Last life I never once faced him. Because not long after I rose to the pinnacle of power, you yielded the top orthodox position to Sword Saint Yu Jin Hwi, and then retired." They led the two outside a cave. The monk stopped. "Grand Elder, the two young heroes of Gongdong sect have been invited." From inside, a beckoning voice immediately sounded. T-letter 1E5N Hai nervously reached toward Lee Chialsu and reminded, "Junior brother, hold my hand." He sighed inwardly, thinking they really treat me like a child forever. Still, he did not resist and took T-letter 1E5N Hai's hand. The two then entered the cave together. Very quickly, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared before them. The monk seated there spoke up, "I am Wonjuk. Please, young heroes of Gongdong sect, enter." They courteously bowed and were honored to meet Grand Master Wonjuk, a guiding light of the orthodox martial world and a hero of the Jianghu. "I am Yu Jin Hwi of Gongdong sect, and I am Lee Chialsu, junior of you brother." Wonjuk laughed. "Grand Master am I, just an empty title the Jianghu friends slapped on me. I won't accept such praise from distant juniors like you. Now enough ceremony, sit down. This tea I personally brewed and aged for leisure. I hope it suits your palates, young guests." T-letter 1E5N Hai looked puzzled. "May I ask, Master, why have you summoned us?" Wonjuk replied calmly, "To repay a debt I owe Gongdong sect. More than 20 years have passed." He then placed a book on the table. "This is the Mixed Origin 1 Qigong Manual. Only half remains, but it is still priceless." 50 years before Wonjuk stepped into Gongdong sect, the blood massacre had long since ended. Because the demonic forces ravaged and plundered everything, my being able to recover even half of this manual was sheer heaven-sent luck. Lee Chialsu thought to himself, and only now remembered, that the master of the current chief, Jian Yong the Elder, before passing had made an agreement with me. That until Gongdong could stand firmly again, this monk would temporarily safeguard the Mixed Origin 1 Qi Gong Manual. Wonjuk took a sip of tea to sweeten his tone and continued, "In my estimation, Gongdong now has the talent and internal strength to shoulder this supreme art. It is time I let go of the debt I have carried in my heart for so many years." Yu Jin Hwi put the manual away and bowed in thanks. "Many thanks, Grand Master." Lee Chialsu smiled inwardly. "This is truly good news. Even though only half remains, with my senior brother it should be restorable to its entirety. But if it's merely to hand over the Mixed Origin 1 Qigong, then why bring me here to witness it?" Wonjuk did not let him wait long and immediately went on, "Then, you young hero, please step outside for a moment. I have a few private words to speak with Lee young hero." Yu Jin Hwi was astonished. "Private words?" Wonjuk smiled amiably. "Yes, it's about a stir involving the Sword Queen. No need to be on guard with this old monk. I just want to talk with Lee young hero a bit." Yu Jin Hwi had no choice but to rise. "Forgive my rudeness." And before leaving, she couldn't help but softly remind Lee Chialsu, "Junior brother, if anything happens, you must send word to me." Lee Chialsu sighed helplessly. Worrying in advance is a bit much, but that feeling isn't so bad after all. After Yujin Hwi left, Wonjuk spoke. Li Young Hero, the Sword Queen once said your contributions in eradicating the blood cult from Hangsan were immense. Li Qiaosu hurriedly waved his hand, refusing the praise. No, what I did was insignificant. Wonjuk set down his teacup and smiled. So who are you truly? Those words from him left Li Qiaosu stunned. Wonjuk continued, by the power of my clairvoyant eye, I clearly saw within your soul a stream of anti-heavenly destiny qi. So you should explain yourself clearly to this old monk. Li Young Hero, who exactly are you? The Heaven and Earth Society is a mysterious organization of masters who care little for orthodox labels. They hide in the shadows of the Jianghu and rise to oppose the blood cult. I've touched the anti-heavenly, so the monk's vigilance toward me is understandable. After all, one is both the top man of the orthodox and the head of the Heaven and Earth Society. Thinking this, he spoke up, I am the successor of the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor. Wonjuk's brows knit at that, the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor. You bear upon you the aura of anti-heavenly destiny, and yet dare to look down on this old monk so. Li Qiaosu recoiled inwardly in horror. Beginningless, boundless, could this be Wonjuk Grand Master's mental realm? Thanks to his clairvoyant eye, the monk's power to see through the essence of things revealed my past life to him. A kind of lawless mental image, capable of constructing arrays right within the spirit realm to annihilate thoughts in the mind. I never expected to witness the beginningless, boundless here. Wonjuk looked at him gravely. Having seen your true form, you indeed are one who has received anti-heavenly power. Li Qiaosu laughed coldly. You force me to reveal this face, I cannot forgive that. He then unleashed a sheet of ice heart technique, and immediately swung his arm to attack Wonjuk. The monk snorted coldly and raised his hand. Do you think such petty tricks can stop this humble monk? The technique he used to block was the Danji Divine Finger technique. Li Qiaosu's face tightened and he felt a surge of tension. So this is the supreme art of the Buddhist school, the orthodox martial skill once only heard of in legends, now seen with his own eyes. Is this the 9-rank Lotus platform? The monk has reached a realm even higher than my past life. Defeating him won't be easy, but I can't just stand here taking blows either. Thinking that, he swung again to unleash his Yin Ice Annihilation attack. Wonjuk snarled sharply in response, and the two strikes collided, exploding in midair. The shockwave slammed Li Qiaosu down onto the ground, forcing him to retreat. He wiped the blood from his mouth and cursed under his breath, damn it, I haven't even tasted a woman's company yet. That hot-blooded damn monk. Wonjuk then said again, quickly reveal your true identity. Another attack was unleashed toward Li Qiaosu. The young man clenched his teeth tensely. If this keeps up, my soul will scatter to dust. I need to do something. Just then he recalled the words of the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor. All right, then I'll show you my sect's supreme art, the ultimate martial wisdom you'll be taught. The mixed origin void path was the only martial art occupying Li Qiaosu's mind at that moment. Could that mantra really be the mixed origin void path? So the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor had imprinted that mantra directly into my consciousness back then. At that moment, the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor appeared. Now do you understand? I never imagined someone like you would become my successor. Wonjuk was shocked to see him manifest. A terrifying golden radiance surged forth once more. The Sword Emperor merely smiled leisurely. He stepped forward to help Li Qiaosu block an incoming blow and taunted, you foolish successor, look closely and engrave this in your heart. This is the path you must walk in this life. Two streams of yin and yang kai were then released. Both Li Qiaosu and Wonjuk were struck back and spat fresh blood. Only then did he relent. So it is true, you really are the successor of the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor. The old man didn't know what to say. I have been too rude to you. Li Qiaosu gave a cold laugh. Were you planning to brush this off with a few apologetic words? Wonjuk scratched his face awkwardly. Since he had been presumptuous and erred, he ought to show some sincerity in recompense. How about 1 major pill and 3 minor pills? Li Qiaosu mused inwardly. A major pill, it's a supreme elixir that can add a lifeblood level of power, and each minor pill supplements 10 years of inner strength. Quite an impressive gift. But that's still not enough. Since the limit has been crossed, Shaolin must become my mobile treasure trove. With that thought, he began to act. Li Qiaosu pretended to be deeply wounded by the monk's contempt. The body may be healed, but the wound in the heart is something that torments a person for a lifetime, something no amount of gold can cure. Even Senior Dang, the world's top physician, can only shake his head and sigh. In this situation, where am I supposed to find the confidence to walk the Jianghu again? If my inner strength unravels from too much sorrow, I'll just have to report back to my master. What else can I do? Wonjuk sat there listening to him and ended up spitting saliva all over his face. In the end, he could only sigh, "Poor old me really has it rough. What else do you desire, young hero?" Li Qiaosu did not hesitate and immediately stated his terms. "One more major pill, and besides that I want an alliance between my sect and the Shaolin Temple." Wonjuk fell into a pensive silence upon hearing that. An alliance. Li Qiaosu smiled coldly, thinking to himself that if the foremost orthodox Shaolin temple agreed to ally, Gongdong's position would be more solid than ever. Once the alliance succeeds, no one in the martial world would dare look down on Gongdong again. After a moment's thought, Wonjuk agreed. "Very well, this old monk accepts the young hero's request. But the anti-heavenly destiny chi hidden in your soul still makes me uneasy." Li Qiaosu sat down and explained. "The Sword Emperor I once met in the Mindscape told me one thing. To destroy the ill star of anti-heaven, you must use paradox to oppose it." Hearing this, Wonjuk's face crumpled. He then bowed his head, clasped his hands, and chanted Buddha. "You are the chosen successor personally selected by the heaven-merging Sword Emperor. Having seen the mixed origin void path with my own eyes, from now on this old monk will no longer question your past. Young hero, how much do you know about the blood cult?" Li Qiaosu replied sternly, "As far as I know, it is an evil sect led by the supreme master blood world demon. He slaughters the common people in a bid to ascend and dominate the world. His followers are fanatical demon people who disregard all life." Wonjuk nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the blood demon is a monster that has lived over 1,000 years since ancient times, and the blood cult to them is merely a tool. Used to evade the predestined heavenly fate, he employed great anti-heaven techniques to reincarnate across countless lifetimes. Yet even if he could dodge fate, he could not escape heaven's punishment for breaking the way. Each rebirth gnaws away his soul until no humanity remains. And at that point, the blood demon realized that if he could conquer the world and then ascend, the curse and heaven's punishment might be erased. Therefore, to protect the world from the blood demon and stop his endless rebirths, we established a secret society, the Heaven and Earth Society. Now I understand. To end the blood demon's cycle of anti-heaven reincarnation, we too must use anti-heaven methods to oppose him. A soul bearing anti-heavenly chi while also mastering the supreme arts of the immortals. Only one who can fuse these two contradictions within a single body can complete this mission. And that person is you." Upon hearing this, Li Qiaosu was shaken to his core. A wall of supreme transcendence? Yes, this was something I had understood intellectually but never truly realized in my heart. I am walking both the anti-heaven path and the immortal way, and thus I can embrace both contradictions within one form. Using anti with anti, it turns out the one heaven allowed to defy destiny is me. Wonjuk felt moved. "Congratulations, young hero, on reaching enlightenment." Just then another sound came from outside. "Good heavens, it's suffocating. How many more trials must there be?" "It's that stubborn old Lu Shi. I'll just go inside and be done with it." Both Li Qiaosu and Wonjuk were startled by that voice and looked out. Seeing the newly arrived woman, Li Qiaosu felt puzzled. Why is Jiak Sawal here? Not long ago, at Guanhua Pavilion in Huizhang County, Jiak Sawal had been unable to contain her excitement after receiving the letter. Before the Dragon Phoenix gathering, were they really that cautious? It's been ages since the Heaven and Earth Society sent a summons. Heaven's lending me a hand, now I can attend the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Wonjuk praised her with feeling. "Jiak, you're still as hot-blooded as ever," she replied curtly. Li Qiaosu pondered silently. He'd heard the Heaven and Earth Society doesn't distinguish orthodox from heterodox. Anyone capable can join. So Jiak Sawal is here for the society's business. In any case, my plans remain the same. Whether the blood demon is an ancient being or whatever, anyone who threatens my emperor and my world will be dealt with. My ultimate goal is to become a Jianghu hero, build a harem of 3 wives and 4 concubines, and live out the rakish charm of a true hero. So the blood demon must be cut down by my own hands. Along the way, if I can make use of the Heaven and Earth Society, I will exploit it to my heart's content." While he was musing, Jiak Sawal next to him suddenly spoke. "So monk, how did this brat's test go?" Li Qiaosu snorted inwardly, pretending not to know. Does she plan to forever hide her secondary identity? Wonjuk poured tea and invited her. "This young hero passed my test splendidly." Jiak Sawal looked suspicious. Oh, how so? Wonjuk chuckled. I promise to take the test's contents to my grave, even Jiok, you can't know it. Jiok saw Wal's lips curved with interest. You intend to resist me. You may trust the monk, but I don't yet trust you, so now it's my turn to test you personally. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu answered. Speaking of tests, I recall an elder sister I know, Yon Yuryong. Do you know her? Jiok saw Wal immediately flushed and turned her head, claiming not to know. This is the first I've heard that name. Li Qiaosu snorted inwardly, another lie, no wonder you can't be trusted. Jiok saw Wal thought so, but he still sighed and asked, if you don't know, fine, so what's your challenge? Jiok saw Wal immediately softened her expression and asked, kid, do you know who I am? Li Qiaosu's heart brimmed with a hidden question. By Jianghu etiquette, he should offer some flattering words to show recognition. But for someone as used to lying as Jiok Sa Wal, why should he bother flattering her for the sake of it? Thinking that, he answered casually, so what if I don't know? Who are you? Jiok Sa Wal's face twisted. If you don't know, then from now on remember well and never forget. I am the leader of the Heterodox Alliance and Grand Master of the Hao clan, Flame King Jiok Sa Wal. Li Qiaosu immediately clasped his hands in salute. I pay respects to Flame King Senior. I am Li Qiaosu of Gongdong. She continued, all right, my test is very simple. Just hold your gaze steady, don't look away, and stare straight into my eyes for more than a moment. Li Qiaosu thought inwardly, no matter how many times I look, she's stunningly beautiful. Truly a beauty so fierce it nearly assaults you. After fixing her hair, Jiok Sa Wal asked, kid, what do you think of my looks? Be honest, no need to be shy. Li Qiaosu pushed her hand away and said, Senior, you are indeed worthy of the title, the world's #1 beauty, the most beautiful under the heavens. Jiok Sa Wal's eyes lit up. Oh, so how do you feel now? Even if you tell me you fell for me at first sight, I won't blame you, so be honest. Li Qiaosu replied calmly. In my heart, I'm just counting how long until this is over. Because this test is truly boring. Jiok Sa Wal was startled by his words. Boring? You dare say you felt nothing when seeing the #1 beauty Jiok Sa Wal. Li Qiaosu kept a bored expression, as if to say, must I pretend to be tempted just to please Senior? Jiok Sa Wal was hit like she'd been jolted by a shock and froze. Wonjuk now spoke up. One moment has passed, Jiok contestant, so what's the result? Jiok Sa Wal could only blurt out in exasperation, I pass. Wonjuk then filled the empty seat for the human decree master. The heavenly decree master and earth decree master had both acknowledged your status. From now on you are also a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. Li Qiaosu immediately clasped his hands gratefully. Inwardly he mused that the titles in the society follow the 3 decrees, so the human decree master might be someone from the blood cult. Wonjuk placed a few items on the table, except this. Li Qiaosu picked up the object in puzzlement. Why hand him a whistle? But the monk added something surprising. It is the token proving membership. At the Dragon Phoenix gathering, many people will gather. If you are dragged into a suspicious situation, break this whistle. Li Qiaosu did not refuse and promptly put the item away. He then stood up to leave. Jiok Sa Wal, still stung by his words, sat there sulking. Wonjuk advised gently, Jiok contestant, you should calm yourself. This is the first time I've seen you so shaken. She raised her tea and drained it in one go to steady herself. What would a monk like you know, huh? Wonjuk pondered inwardly. Even Jiok contestant, famed as the second beauty of the heterodox, can be moved. What on earth happened between the young hero and Jiok contestant? Who is Jiok Sa Wal? Isn't she a high master of the mysterious realm? She's held the title of the world's #1 beauty for over 40 years and has seen through men's base desires. Yet now, in front of a young man named Li Qiaosu, she lets herself be so shaken. Thinking that, he smiled and said, could it be you're intrigued because it's the first time someone passed your test? Jiok Sa Wal slammed the table in fury. Who would be interested in the worst kind of man, a hypocrite of the orthodox? The tea table was smashed, but Wonjuk remained unperturbed. You'd better be honest with yourself, Jiok contestant. Only then can things follow their natural course. She rose irritably and snapped, I'm leaving. Drink tea or die of thirst, whatever, it's your problem. She walked off muttering curses. That bastard Li Qiaosu, I magnanimously said I wouldn't punish him myself. Boring, you call it boring, how dare you? Yet you're different from other men, so it's not enough to make me feel humiliated. A man who makes me shed tears, I don't understand my own heart anymore. Anyway, I've seen your face. Now that it's come to this, I won't let time be wasted. Wonjuk sat inside the cave, feeling moved. Is it love? Perhaps I should go too. After all, an important guest is about to arrive. Outside, a carriage was approaching. From the embroidery, it looked like someone from the royal family. And sure enough, the arrival was none other than Her Highness the Princess. Yuan Hua came out from inside smiling. finally arrived. Is the old master still well? As Li Qiaosu stepped out, Yu Jin Hwi called out. You were gone too long, I was a bit worried. Everything okay? Li Qiaosu replied. Thanks to instruction from Master Wenjuk, I've had some insight. Yu Jin Hwi hugged him tightly in joy. Your realm has deepened, congratulations. Li Qiaosu inhaled the scent of wildflowers on her and felt intoxicated, but immediately his expression darkened. He quickly pushed her away, mentally scolding, snap out of it, Li Qiaosu, the other party is a man. Senior brother, good news, our sect and the Shaolin Temple have agreed to ally. And Master Wenjuk even promised 2 large pills and 3 small pills for us. Hearing this, Yu Jin Hwi got even more excited. Great, I was worried you might be punished. Li Qiaosu shook his head. No, it's fine, just a little misunderstanding. Yu Jin Hwi then grabbed his hand and pulled him away. It's getting late, let's return to our rooms to rest. The two of them walked hand in hand through the crowd. At that moment a voice whispered in his ear, Li Qiaosu of Gongdong. He glanced back and thought to himself, is this a transmit sound from the East Workshop? The voice sounded again in his ear. Her Highness the Princess wishes to see you. Please go to the Great Hero Temple. Li Qiaosu reflected that it's normal for the royal family to come to the temple to worship. Could the monk have come looking for me? Yu Jin Hwi saw him suddenly freeze and asked, what's wrong, junior brother? Li Qiaosu turned and left, instructing, remember if you left anything behind, you go back to the guest quarters first. Yu Jin Hwi wanted to go along, but was refused by Li Qiaosu. He quickly disappeared into the bustling crowd. A little while later, Li Qiaosu had reached the outer hall, and behind this door was her. A voice soon came from inside. Li Qiaosu of Gongdong enter. Li Qiaosu placed his hand on the door, his heart a tangle of imperial memories. The one who ate, played, and grew up with me since childhood, someone like family. Yes, it used to be like that. Although at that time this body lacked male parts, the time we spent together was truly happy. I thought I finally had a family, something I never had in the modern world before transmigrating to Central Plains. It felt like someone finally stood by me in this lonely life. The door was slowly pushed open. Li Qiaosu stepped forward toward the person in the room. He then knelt and saluted. Gongdong martialist Li Qiaosu paid respects to Her Highness the Princess. Yuan Hua turned and looked at him. Is it really the old master? The girl then rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Old master, I missed you so much. Li Qiaosu, though he had guessed it, couldn't hide his surprise. It's really you, you've truly arrived. He then embraced the girl. Your servant missed you too, he said, his voice full of feeling. After chatting for a bit, he sighed with emotion. Indeed, the rumors spread by Neng Walhyang were quelled by the emperor. Yuan Hua confirmed. Yes, I did it to help shoulder the burden for the old master. Is the old master's life over at Gongdong stable? Is the reclaimed male body healthy, and have the amorous pleasures you've longed for been fulfilled? Li Qiaosu shook his head. He still hadn't shared that joy with anyone. Yuan Hua was surprised. Really, why is that? Li Qiaosu smiled kindly. Partly because I'm not yet of age, and partly because true carnal delight isn't just physical intercourse, but can only be reached when the two souls are entwined. Yuan Hua snapped awake, soul entwining. I see, so that's what it is, just as the old master said. Li Qiaosu continued, Your Highness, I have a question. Why did you perform the great transmutation of life? Fortunately, it succeeded. What if it had failed? Yuan Hua replied, after the old master performed the grand ritual and vanished, I kept waiting for you to return in a new body. Decades passed like that, and then one day disaster suddenly struck. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless lives were lost. Li Qiaosu asked, was it the blood demons? Yuan Hua stammered. At that time I couldn't understand what was happening. Because there was no preparation, we could only wait to die. And because I desperately wanted to see the old master, I performed the grand ritual. That terrible annihilation must never be allowed to happen again. Li Qiaosu hugged the girl comfortingly. The girl was overjoyed and excited. I miss the old master's arms, how gently he always held me. Isn't the old master mine forever? You raised me, a lowly second-grade princess with no value. Sometimes a parent, sometimes an elder brother and master, you are my old master. How could I not love an old master like that? But to confess such overflowing feelings, this current body is still too immature. Seeing her suddenly act strange, Li Qiaosu asked, Your Majesty, is there something you wish to say? The girl hurriedly shook her head. She silently vowed that one day she'd become an extraordinary beauty, sit on the throne and declare, I love you more than anyone in the world. Even in death, I will not leave you. They then went out. Old master, I plan to stay at the Shaolin Temple until the Dragon Phoenix gathering ends. Perhaps I'll enter the main rounds of the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Li Qiaosu nodded, understood. I will also compete in the Dragon Phoenix gathering this time. To present victory to your majesty, I must train my martial arts harder. The princess inwardly wondered, present victory to me. Yes, this is why I overcame annihilation to come here. Before leaving, the girl didn't forget to say, Old master, I have a gift for you. Li Qiaosu looked at the object, unable to hide his surprise. Isn't this the inner pill of the 10,000-year fire fox? Such a precious item. The princess laughed merrily. I'm very much looking forward to the old master's performance. Morning at the square, the crowd buzzed at the arrival of Yun Xiao Lan. Look, it's the Sword Queen Yun. The Sword Queen came too, and disciples of the Hangsen sect as well. Yun Xiao Lan glanced around, pondering inwardly. Yun Master, are you busy? I wanted to see you again but couldn't find you. I want to behold Yun Master's figure just once more. Sabin, walking beside her, noticed something off and asked, Master, are you all right? Yun Xiao Lan startled. It's nothing, let's hurry back to our room to rest. She then quickened her pace. She felt terribly embarrassed, thinking, what is this? Whose rude voice is that? Could this be my own inner voice? Sabin ran up again and asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Yun Xiao Lan didn't answer, still lost in thought. I just want to see Yun Master again. What is this heartfelt feeling after all? Her lewd inner voice spoke up once more. Yun Master's face is truly handsome. I want to look a little longer. Yun Xiao Lan forced herself to calm down. No, I must sober up. Why does this feeling keep swelling? Keep your dignity. I am the head of a sect. But the youthful beauty of that young gentleman transformed into a proper man is utterly intoxicating. If I wait for him to grow and then be defeated by him, even if I later marry. Just then something ahead caught the crowd's attention. Look, it's Nengwal Hyang. She seems to have come to cheer for the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Seeing her approach, Sabin asked, Who are you? Nengwal Hyang smiled and exclaimed, Isn't this the Sword Queen Yun herself? How lucky to meet you here. Yun Xiao Lan felt inwardly annoyed. You always cling to the young master, don't you? The courtesan Nengwal Hyang is so irritating, that look and that youthful beauty too. After a moment she said, I thought you were a stranger, but it's Miss Neng, the top courtesan of Gamsuk. What brings you to the Shaolin temple? Nengwal Hyang replied calmly, I came to offer incense and pray for blessings. She thought privately the Sword Queen only issued one public challenge and already she's so celebrated. How bold. Who is the true fair beauty sister of my brother that I should personally teach her a lesson? Yun Xiao Lan doubted. Offer incense and pray for blessings. Is it really just that? Nengwal Hyang smiled gently. Of course, also because I heard our Li will participate in the Dragon Phoenix gathering, so I wanted to see him show his skill. Yun Xiao Lan's face twitched when she heard her call him Li bro. Nengwal Hyang continued to provoke. Yes, it's bro. Yun Xiao Lan's expression darkened. Miss Neng, what is your relationship with Yun Master? Seeing her demeanor only pleased Nengwal Hyang more. My relation with bro, I truly don't understand why the Sword Queen is curious about such private affairs. Could it be that the Sword Queen, nearing the end of her years, has developed affection for a handsome youth like Li? Having said this, she snorted coldly. Let's see how you'll deny it now. Publicly lazying to confess is no different from issuing a challenge, is it? Moreover, the duel hasn't even been decided yet. How much more awkward is the Sword Queen's situation now? Yun Xiao Lan clenched her fist, thinking, me and Yun Master. Yes, between us it's purely gratitude and obligation. With martial skill reaching the transformational realm, the prestige of being head of the Hangsen sect and the title of Sword Queen have become burdensome nuisances. Sabin at her side was watching the master worriedly. Since the exchange tournament, Master's heart has leaned toward that young gentleman. And now Master is rendered speechless. Perhaps those feelings are genuine. But even so, for a mere courtesan to dare mock my master, I absolutely cannot tolerate it. Thinking that, she stepped forward. My master may not care, but I do, for I too admire Li Qiaosu. So a random courtesan appearing and casually calling the one I admire bro without regard for their relationship is just outrageous. Nengwal Hyang froze at this unexpected turn. What the? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The crowd around was all taken aback. To declare love so openly in broad daylight, truly shameless. Rumor has it that during the last great battle at Hangsen, Li the young hero and Sabin developed feelings. Seems that rumor may have some basis. Isn't it because of that young lady that Li agreed to duel Namgungcheng, the Jade Kilin, this time? Hearing these whispers, Nengwal Hyang was extremely displeased. Li would accept a duel because of the little Sword Queen? That's absurd. After a moment she sighed. Being the pearl of the top Shanxi trade guild, so noble a status yet openly confessing love to a man, aren't you afraid of gossip? Sabin, unexpectedly calm, said this isn't something Miss Neng needs to worry about. So what is their relationship? What I want to ask is the relation between Miss Neng Hyang and Li Qiaosu. Neng Hyang found herself suddenly in a bind. I could say we're lovers, but if I spread false rumors, he'll be disappointed. Those two bratty girls dared team up to tease me, planning a trap that backfired on them. After a moment, she decisively turned and walked away. All right then, let's end this quarrel. I have business to attend to. Yoon Seol Lan and the others saw her leave. Though annoyed, they didn't know what else to do. Sobin then ran after her master and said, "Did I do well, master?" Yoon Seol Lan turned coldly. "Let's hurry back to our room to rest." Her heart was in turmoil. Sobin, surely it's not what I fear, right? A master and disciple loving the same man cannot happen. This must never be allowed. Night fell at Li Qiaosu's place. "You're back, junior brother. I've been waiting. Did you find it?" Li Qiaosu nodded. "Found it." Yujin Hwi breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. While you were away, I met the abbot. He gave the spirit pill along with a pledge of alliance. Since this is the spirit pill you received, distribution will be entrusted to you to handle." Li Qiaosu took the wooden box and smiled. "Then we should gather everyone together." Yujin Hwi had no objection and smiled contentedly. Very quickly, the next morning arrived. Seo Ha Rin pushed the door open and called out, "Did Li Senior call us here?" Cheng Ha and Dang Yong followed in. "What's going on? Are we being sent on another errand?" Li Qiaosu rolled out a small bit of candy. "Senior Dang, have some of this." She looked puzzled. "Candy, do you take me for a child?" Once everyone was seated, Li Qiaosu took out the wooden box. "Thank you all for gathering. This is the spirit pill that Wonjuk Grand Elder bestowed on me. I want to give each of you one." Senior used one before and his martial arts reached the transformational realm, so this minor pill for healing severe wounds is best suited for him. Yujin Hwi had no objections and accepted it with a pleased smile. Li Qiaosu continued and took out another pill. "Cheng Ha, please accept this one. As a noble young lady who likely takes spirit elixirs like everyday food, the small replenishing pill suits you best." Cheng Ha frowned in confusion. "Why hand such a precious thing to an outsider like me? What a foolish gentleman," Li Qiaosu chastised. "What do you mean outsider, saying that about me? What's that supposed to imply? You are my personal maidservant after all. Giving it to you is my responsibility." Cheng Ha's face flamed red as she huffed. "Give me the small pill, you'll regret it later, you foolish young man." Li Qiaosu then turned towards Seo Ha Rin. "First you need to unblock the Ren and Du channels, so accept this great replenishing pill. When you take the medicine, call me. You'll need someone to support your protective chi." Seo Ha Rin's cheeks flushed. "So can I take the great replenishing pill right now?" Li Qiaosu was surprised. "You want to take it right now?" Yujin Hwi jumped up excitedly. "Sister apprentice, men and women mustn't touch each other casually. How could one simply?" He forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost. Seo Ha Rin rose. "Isn't master you also a man?" Xiamen Lady and Senior Dang are outsiders, so they certainly can't be entrusted with something as crucial as he forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost. "Li Senior promised to help me refine and absorb the spirit elixir, so I want to receive the assistance to." He forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost from him. "Will you go with me, Senior?" In her heart she pondered, the great replenishing pill is a treasure of the Shaolin Temple, yet he gave such a priceless gift to me. Now I understand the coldness of the martial world. It's so cruel that even sworn brothers would spill blood over spirit elixirs. And yet he didn't hesitate to hand this treasure to me. I vow to pour all my effort into not betraying his trust. Not as a junior sister, but as a woman. I've come of marriageable age. Thinking that, she clasped his arm and said, "You promised to help me assimilate the spirit elixir, so please help me. Let's go together, Senior." Li Qiaosu looked thoughtfully at the pill box in his hand. Only one great replenishing pill remained. After a moment's thought he decided, "I will present this remaining pill to master. With that settled, everyone go back to your rooms and rest. Sister apprentice, come with me." Yujin Hwi sighed inwardly. His junior once again gave up his share. Just like before, that time he also gave his divine rebirth spring to me. He's always the sort to think of others. So I told myself at least, I must do something for my junior. But things aren't like that anymore. I also want to rely on him as a woman, not as a sect master's disciple, but as a woman. Seo One Guang here watched Yujin Hwi and pondered silently. After a moment she took a candy and offered it. "Master Yu, please have some candy." Yujin Hwi accepted happily. "Thank you, miss." Seo Ha Rin advised that when feeling troubled, a bit of sweetness helps soothe the heart. Cheng Ha suddenly stood and said, "This young miss will take her leave and return to her room. Remember to rest early, sir." After returning to her room, she huffed a disgruntled sigh. How dare he speak the word responsibility to the delicate young miss of the Xiamen family? Yeah, 100 years. No, even 1,000 years later it still won't be your turn. And more importantly, men and women mustn't touch. How could one perform? He forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost. My lips say it's shameful, yet why do I feel so jealous inside? Scene shifts to where the two, Lee Chiaosu and Xiao Rin, are. They had just entered the room when Xiao Rin spoke. Is this the room, brother? Lee Chiaosu, how thoughtful of Shaolin Temple to lend us a practice chamber. Truly very considerate. Xiao Rin took out the elixir and asked, so I just swallow the great replenishing pill and lie down here, right? Li Chiaosu scratched his face. Junior sister, do you really want to receive? He forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost. I only need to guide your vital qi and that will be enough. Xiao Rin said nothing further. She put the pill directly into her mouth. Start now, senior. Immediately afterwards, she began removing her clothes. Li Chiaosu's face flushed scarlet. He hurriedly covered his face, utterly flustered. In her past life, the martial world gossiped that her chest was unmatched, and now it seems the reputation was well-deserved. Xiao Rin looked at him probingly. Do I look awful like this? Li Chiaosu hastily shook his head. Not at all, you are the most beautiful. Xiao Rin then sat down. Now I ask you to perform. He forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost, senior. Li Chiaosu nodded and sat beside her. I understand. He felt inwardly moved, though he very much wanted to advise against it. Seeing her resolve, he could only comply. He forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost. In modern terms, this is a method of massaging meridians combined with internal skill transfer. In a previous life, when I was an Eastern Depot secret agent, I also learned some therapeutic qi techniques. He forcefully broke through his meridians at a deadly cost is a special therapeutic qi technique that requires direct skin-to-skin contact with the body and the target's key acupoints. If he were an ordinary lecher, he would surely have taken advantage of the opportunity. But using therapy as an excuse to molest a woman goes against the erotic art I revere. A true master of the erotic arts must discard distractions, focus entirely on therapy, and bring supreme pleasure to the woman. Thinking this, he climbed onto Xiao Rin. Then I'll begin, junior sister. Having said that, he began to mobilize his vital qi. Xiao Rin let out a small moan of discomfort. His hand was touching her bare skin. She could feel it, a truly powerful current of qi. Li Chiaosu reminded her seriously. I will guide your vital qi and also channel the spiritual energy of the great replenishing pill into your blocked Ren channel. If it hurts, use the 3 yin mind technique to withstand it. With that, he increased his force. Xiao Rin groaned, you're too strong. Li Chiaosu didn't stop and kept applying pressure. Endure it a bit. Almost there, keep going. Although uncomfortable, Xiao Rin could only lie still and endure. The current of qi grew more intense. The acupoints began to crack slightly. After a while, at last the meridians were cleared. At the same moment, Xiao Rin shot up. Her body soaked with sweat, stammering, my body, what's happening to me? Li Chiaosu explained, your Ren channel has been cleared. The impurities accumulated in your body are being expelled. Let me wipe you down, he said. Xiao Rin asked him, so it's done then, senior? Li Chiaosu shook his head. Not yet, he still needed to absorb the remaining spiritual energy. He pressed Xiao Rin down onto the floor once more. Bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon. After who knows how long, everything finally came to an end. By now Xiao Rin had put her clothes back on. Li Chiaosu said to her, let's head out, I'll take you back. I only wiped you briefly, so there are still lots of impurities on you. Remember to bathe thoroughly when you get back. Xiao Rin hugged his arm tightly, thinking to herself, I let him see my grown-up body. I wonder, does he now see me as a woman? You once said my fate is decided by my own hands, didn't you? My fate is you. Scene shifts to Hyang. She walked while recalling the clash with the 2 sword queens, feeling extremely bitter. Those damned bitches. In my 62 years of life, this is the most pathetic I've ever felt. Let you all indulge in your illusions, because in the end, the one who wins Li Chiaosu's heart will be me. Li Chiaosu, you dare wound the pride of the world's greatest beauty. For this grudge alone, this time I will definitely catch you. No one can escape the chi-sensing ability of the foremost villain sect member Jiak Sawal. As the two were walking, a voice suddenly called out from behind, brother. Hyang approached and feigned surprise, exclaiming, brother, is that really you? Brother. Looking at her current act, no one could believe it was just a performance. Xiao Rin, puzzled, asked who she was. Li Chiaosu felt puzzled. What is this? Why is Hyang here? I clearly already passed the trial. Could there still be something to verify? And appearing under a false identity too. Unbelievable, that's Jiak Sawal for you. Thinking so, he spoke, long time no see, didn't expect to meet you here. Ning Walhyang smiled brightly. Yes, brother. I hurried here to offer incense and pray for your blessings. Li Qiaosu indicated Xiao Ha Rin and introduced, this is Xiao Ha Rin of Gongdong, also the junior sister I cherish most. Xiao Ha Rin also spoke up. Pleased to meet you, sister. I am Xiao Ha Rin, Li Senior's junior sister. Ning Walhyang responded warmly, I am Ning Walhyang. In her mind she thought, called the world's greatest beauty, unmatched since old times, surely that is Jiak Sa Wal, as expected in the martial world. Yet Xiao Ha Rin, a newcomer to Gongdong with mediocre martial skill, somehow has fuller breasts than this lady. And she's truly a little sister in age, 40 years younger than me, much younger than this lady, yet those breasts are so ample. I've always believed age is just a number. I've held that belief all along. How can I live so leisurely? Those twin peaches of hers are truly beyond my ability to rival. This feeling of inferiority, it's the first time in my life I've tasted it. Xiao Ha Rin, seeing her silent, hugged Li Qiaosu's arm again. I've long heard of Miss Neng. People say you harbor a one-sided love for my senior brother, right? At that, Ning Walhyang's expression darkened and she grew even more displeased. That brat must be disciplined. The Shaolin Temple is famed as the foremost orthodox peak. Even someone of my stature cannot act rashly here. Thinking so, she gave a cold smile and continued. Oh really? I never expected this young miss to dare behave so lewdly, by daylight, hugging a man's hand with her chest right in the Shaolin Temple courtyard. Xiao Ha Rin, unconcerned, smiled confidently. The displays of affection between my senior and me are none of outsiders' business. Miss Neng needn't worry. A surge of fury rose in Ning Walhyang. How dare this upstart be insolent before an elder? But if I keep arguing here, I'll lose all face. That look, it's the same imperturbable gaze I saw in the Damo cave. No matter how lovely your twin peaches are, you're still just a passing extra. Li Qiaosu finally stepped in. Come on, you two, stop arguing. I introduced you to get acquainted, not to have you quarrel. He couldn't help feeling helpless. Honestly tiring, he just wanted to get back to his room to absorb the 10,000-year fire essence. Jiak Sa Wal, no matter how prettily you put on an act, your deceitful nature doesn't change, so I won't fall for it. With that in mind, he said, although I'd love to chat and enjoy tea with Miss Neng after so many days apart, I'm afraid I'm busy now and can't accompany you. Ning Walhyang showed obvious disappointment. Why is that, brother? Li Qiaosu asked seriously, what exactly did you come to the Shaolin Temple for, Miss Neng? Did you not promise me you'd guard Huizhang County? I didn't expect your promise to me to be as light as a feather. His words made her fall silent. Li Qiaosu pondered inwardly. Before coming to the Dragon Phoenix gathering, I'd asked her a favor, which was to look after Huizhang County, more precisely, to guard the Gongdong sect's mountain gate. The evil sect's deputy leader Jiak Sa Wal can show up anywhere, but the flirtatious Ning Walhyang is a person who shouldn't be here. I thought she was close enough to trust, yet she apparently doesn't trust me that much. Ning Walhyang started to sob and wanted to explain. But before she could speak, Li Qiaosu turned away. All right, I believe Miss Neng has her own troubles. Let's go, junior sister. Ning Walhyang stood there watching his retreating back and sobbed. No, brother. How could you treat me like this? A little later, Li Qiaosu escorted Xiao Ha Rin back to her room, and then returned to his own. As soon as the door closed, he shut his eyes and focused his senses. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. And finally, the moment to absorb the 10,000-year fire essence had come. He quickly took the object out and put it into his mouth, and a fierce surge of vital qi burst around him. I can feel it, the extreme yang energy burning like fire. What is the pinnacle realm? It's the realm of the 9 orthodox sects leaders, the heads of the 6 great clans, those who can claim to be overlords of a region. Controlling the extreme yang energy hidden in the 10,000-year fire essence was as easy as turning the palm of his hand. After he finished absorbing it, he came to his senses, an extremely sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth. This now was true, overwhelming vitality at its peak. You Jade Killen, tomorrow you'll surely meet your end at my hands. At the Moyang clan residence, someone holding a pipe sat by the window and sighed. Tomorrow the Dragon Phoenix gathering opens. Li Qiaosu of the Gongdong sect, has his yam really become that formidable? Yujin Hwi here wants to have a taste as well. This person is the concubine of the Moyang head, Yujin Hwi. Li Qiaosu lightly frowned, his cold gaze cutting through the still air. Why on earth did Miss Neng come to the Shaolin Temple? Back in reality, Jiak Sa Wal froze for a moment, her heart fluttering. That icy look from Master Li was truly the first time she'd ever seen it. My mind is blank now. I don't even know what possessed me to seek out the monk and beg him to let me take shelter in the Buddha's house for a while. Recalling a few days earlier, Master Wonjuk bowed slightly and spoke gently. The Buddha's door is merciful and does not refuse visitors. Feel free to stay until your heart finds peace. This humble monk will pray before the Buddha, hoping the petitioner's wish comes to pass soon. Hearing that, she suddenly blushed, inwardly furious. How embarrassing, I'd die of shame. It's all Li Qiaosu's fault, that bastard. In Jiak Sa-Wal's head rang the cold words he had said the day before. Didn't you promise me you'd guard Huizheng County? I didn't expect that promise meant so little to Miss Neng. She bit her lip, her eyes wavering as she recalled the favor she'd asked. Then she collapsed onto the table, muttering without stop. Right, he had asked her to protect Huizheng County. Thinking about her true identity, Jiak Sa-Wal couldn't help but mock herself. But this lady is the top of the heretical sect, Jiak Sa-Wal. Asking me to worry about that lot is ridiculous. Still, she hadn't entirely abandoned them. She just couldn't admit she had sent a white-faced secret squad in her stead. Doing so would be tantamount to admitting Lang Walhyang and Jiak Sa-Wal are the same person. If her identity were exposed now, in her memory she heard Li Qiaosu's disappointed voice that made her heart tighten. So you've been deceiving me all this time. At the thought, a sinking, indescribable feeling rose in Jiak Sa-Wal. Because of one Huizheng County child he was so cold, perhaps he would never forgive her. But then she slammed the table, insisting it wasn't yet time to win his whole heart, to make him so enamored he couldn't live without her arms. Only then would it be too late to clear everything up. Thinking of that plan, Jiak Sa-Wal nodded slightly, fully convincing herself. So until then, she would use Neng Walhyang's identity to capture Li Qiaosu's heart. In another development, Cheng Ha said urgently, Li Qiao, I heard today at the Dragon Phoenix gathering you'll have a duel with the Jade Kilin. If you've already accepted, you absolutely must not lose. Do you understand? Hearing that tense admonition, Li Qiaosu sighed softly. I know. Then he turned to the person beside him. Pity for you, sister. Xiao Ha Rin hurriedly shook her head, smiling gently but a little embarrassed. It's fine, only Li Master and Miss Xiaoman were supposed to receive invitations to the Dragon Phoenix gathering. The other companion should have been Yu Jin Hwi, not you. Tanjun nodded gratefully. Thank you, sister. After that, Li Qiaosu clapped his hands. All right, let's go. Amid the bustling county market, Sabin stood waiting by the road, occasionally glancing toward the far end of the crowded street. Why is he so late? She sighed softly, recalling vague memories. Li Qiaosu, though she owed him much, still made her uneasy to face. But the more troublesome one to deal with was the charming playboy Namgungcheng. That Namgungcheng always pesters her. Now she has no dignity left to lose. Even if it's to completely stop his pursuit, today she must act as if she has handed her heart to Li Qiao. Just then, from the end of the street, Li Qiaosu waved, Sabin, little mistress. Sabin spun around. Master Li. But the moment her eyes met his, the girl froze for an instant, her heart skipping a beat. What on earth is this? Why does he look even more dashing today than TH letter 1B0 letter 1EDD and GL letter 1EC7? Li Qiaosu smiled politely. Sorry I'm late. At the sound of that very voice, Sabin suddenly snapped back as if waking from a weird daydream. No, what the heck was I thinking? She immediately regained her composure and cleared her throat a few times. You arrived a bit late, let's hurry to the banquet venue. Li Qiaosu then turned to the man beside him, Yu Jin Hwi, who is my senior brother. Sabin's eyes darted away at once. The girl smiled politely, clasped her hands in salute. Honored to meet you again, Yu Jin Hwi. She immediately returned the salute, her expression calm and genteel. I am honored as well. The moment Yu Jin Hwi looked at Sabin, a hostile feeling rose in her. Clearly she has no affection for my junior, yet she pretends to be his lover. How I dislike that. Until I cure this maddening infertility, I can never stand beside my junior as a partner. I know I have no right to meddle in the women around him. But as his senior, not as a woman, I still hate anyone who dares to deceive my precious junior. Cheng Ha clapped lightly, breaking the hush that had formed. Come on, everyone, stop debating in the street, let's move. Sabin didn't hesitate and offered, let me lead the way. A moment later, a man's voice rang out clearly. The guest swordsman of the Gongdong school, Li Qiao, and his companion Yu Jin Hwi. The Sword Queen's retinue and Sword Phoenix Xiaoman heroine have confirmed their invitations. please enter. Hearing that, Sabin immediately bowed her head, many thanks. Upon stepping into the vast hall, the group was met by a scene of raucous bustle. Li Qiaosu's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, aren't those top-tier famed wines over there so crowded? At the same time, murmurs began to spread. The Dragon Phoenix Gathering is said to gather many scions of noble families from the 9-faction First Gang and the 6 great young masters, truly well-deserved. In another corner of the hall, a few young people whispered, "That gentleman, is he the Li Qiao high-up of the Gongdong school from the rumors?" The one beside them lowered his voice, glancing at the little sword attendant miss, and said, "That's definitely him. Sword Phoenix Xiamen Miss is over there too." Another spoke excitedly, "I heard today the Jade Kilin will duel Li Qiao high up of Gongdong. What will the result be? Can't wait." Hearing this, Li Qiaosu couldn't hide his excitement. "Seems everyone is eager. If I beat Namgungcheng in today's duel, my fame will spread across the martial world." Just then the crowd parted as Namgungcheng walked in with an easy air, the corners of his mouth curling into an arrogant smile. "Li Qiao high up, you arrived before me, did you?" He quickly turned. "And you are." "Thanks for the invitation, young Master Namgung." Hearing this, he bowed. "You flatter me." The man squinted, commenting, "A meeting between the flowered young master and the debonair young master, huh?" Hearing the chatter, Li Qiaosu bit his lip. "I am by rights the foremost grandmaster of the corpse sect." Then Namgungcheng turned to Sabin, his smile instantly softening. "Miss, long time no see." The girl looked away. "I have nothing to say to you." Seeing that, he chuckled softly. "In a little while, miss, you'll have something to say to this young master." Just then, a steward stepped onto the stage. His voice boomed through the hall, silencing everyone. "Attention please, the duel between the great young master Namgungcheng and Li Qiaosu of the Gongdong school is about to begin." At those words, the two quickly moved to the center of the hall. Namgungcheng brazenly pointed at Li Qiaosu's face. "Well, per our agreement the other day, the young knight and this young master will compete for the young lady's favor. The victor wins her true affection. Surely you haven't forgotten." At that, Sabin standing beside him immediately flushed with anger. "Who gave you the right to decide my love life for me?" Li Qiaosu now declared clearly, "Not just for the young lady, I absolutely must win this match. Let's accept the duel's result honorably." He slowly drew his sword, not forgetting to promise that if Li Qiaosu here somehow lost, he would be utterly convinced and concede. At that moment, Li Qiaosu let out a thunderous roar. A swordsman lets his blade speak. "Today I'll use Gongdong swordplay to break Namgung's technique." Namgungcheng replied nonchalantly, "Let's see if the Gongdong exorcism is as fearsome as rumored. Please teach me a move or two, young knight." No sooner had he finished speaking than his toes shifted. On the other side, Namgungcheng's body began to move as well, and Li Qiaosu swung his sword in a decisive arc. Seeing that, the crowd grew excited. Back in the fight, Namgungcheng was continuously forced backward. Just as the two clashed, he frowned, his gaze showing doubt. "Wait, this is a bit different from the Gongdong martial art I know, it's too gentle." Across from him, Li Qiaosu kept flinging his sword relentlessly. At that moment, Namgungcheng's body couldn't help but stagger back. He couldn't hide his curiosity and quickly asked, "Li young knight, did you use your full power on that strike?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Li Qiaosu only smiled faintly. "You tell me." Hearing that, Namgungcheng immediately frowned, his debonair look turning to annoyance. "So you're looking down on me, are you?" Seeing this, he sneered and began to feel itchy to act. "Oh, my adorable stepping stone." Then Namgungcheng lunged, his sword tip aiming at Li Qiaosu as his inner power swelled, making the air vibrate. Opposite him, Li Qiaosu knit his brows slightly, silently assessing. The Thuongkung Vo Enhai sword, Namgung clan's peerless technique, compresses the vast sky into a single blade. The invisible aura characteristic of the Thuongkung Vo Enhai blade dazzled him. Ordinary men would be struck down at once. Recently, thanks to the meeting with the monk, I broke through the wall of the Super Supreme Realm. If I revealed my full power, I could easily overpower Namgungcheng, who remains at the Supreme Realm. But the issue is I cannot display full strength now. The contest must be decided by supreme-level ability. With the blood demons eyeing the central plains, I don't want to invite more trouble or make them wary. Thinking so, Li Qiaosu immediately dashed in, intending to launch a counterstrike. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Namgungcheng. Taken aback, Namgungcheng widened his eyes, such a quick dissolution of the Thuongkung Vo Enhai binding. Indeed, earlier he had concealed his true strength to probe him. Nam Gongqing then charged, lifting his sword high into the air. However, Li Qiaosu's blade had already arrived. He let out a hoarse cough. Seizing the moment, he coldly tossed Nam Gongqing backward, and Nam Gongqing's toe scraped across the cold floor. Nam Gongqing suddenly jolted, grinding his teeth in fury, pushed back. "How dare you challenge this young knight? I was confident I'd win. The Sword Queen's level is only first rank. I assumed this young knight's achievement. The one who defeated the Sword Queen was only at that level, that's what I thought. Could he be hiding his true realm?" No sooner had the thought flashed than Nam Gongqing lunged forward to counterattack. In a moment of carelessness, Li Qiaosu successfully landed a slash across his face. Taken by that unexpected strike, Nam Gongqing was furious. "So that's it, this young knight's skill far surpasses my imagination. And besides, my pride won't allow it." Then suddenly he brought his blade down in a decisive strike. Seeing that, Li Qiaosu momentarily froze, his eyes flickering with astonishment. In that instant, Nam Gongqing thrust his sword tip straight into the air. Witnessing that, someone shouted that this overwhelming aura was the Emperor's sword form. Another quickly interjected, "Isn't this the supreme art considered the world's top sword technique?" Back to Nam Gongqing, a thrill unlike any before surged in him. His eyes burned with fighting will. The image of the young lady vanished. Now there was only the resolve to duel this young knight. Opposite him, Li Qiaosu squinted at the scene, a face of both astonishment and bewilderment. "What is this? Has he gone mad? Good thing I took the 10,000-year fire fox's inner pill. My plan to deal with this casually has gone to pieces." Just then Nam Gongqing roared, "Listen well, my brother. Namgung's sword may be defeated, but it shall never break." Hearing that, Li Qiaosu immediately frowned, his cold voice ringing out, "Who are you calling brother?" Recalling a few days earlier, Eugene Hwi had cheerfully instructed, "Junior, I'll show you our school's martial art improvements." While restoring the primordial unified chi technique, I tried altering some moves of the fuck ma sword method. At that, Li Qiaosu fell into thought. Meeting my senior after many days apart to chat, I was greatly surprised to hear of this newly born sword art. The sect's new supreme art in Gongdong was created by a once-in-a-millennium genius. Then suddenly, he lunged forward, swinging invisible blades toward Nam Gongqing. Taken by the unexpected assault, Nam Gongqing briefly stood stunned. Nam Gongqing unconsciously felt fear. What this is? Does Gongdong really have such a martial art? On the stage, two figures dashed at each other like lightning. Sword chi clashed continuously, producing resounding sounds. Someone couldn't help but exclaim at the fierce give and take. Neither side was outclassed. At this moment, Li Qiaosu and Nam Gongqing were still fighting like mad. He once again surged forward, aiming to counterattack, only to see streaks of light appear along Nam Gongqing's blade. He gritted his teeth and poured all his inner power into one final sword strike. "All right, I've managed to parry up to the last sword image." In a flash, Li Qiaosu's figure vanished. Before Nam Gongqing could react, he had already darted to the rear, only to find Li Qiaosu's blade pressed against his throat. He looked at Nam Gongqing with a cold gaze and declared, "I win, Jade Killen." Nam Gongqing froze for a moment, eyes wide with astonishment. While I was busy defending against the sword form, he seized an opening. In that moment, Nam Gongqing's head kept echoing the sound, "I've lost." Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Unexpectedly, Gongdong's fuck ma is so powerful. This is a completely new supreme art I've never seen." The man opposite said in a low voice that someone who can beat the Jade Killen may mean the Dragon Phoenix Gathering's winner this time could belong to Gongdong. Another person immediately added excitedly, "From today on, Gongdong's eccentric hero Li Qiaosu will also have his name cleared." Nam Gongqing bowed slightly. The young knight's martial skill is far more formidable than rumored. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu also bowed in return. That was a very entertaining match. His belt suddenly slipped, causing his trousers to sag dangerously. He couldn't help feeling a bit flustered. Was his belt struck earlier? Before Nam Gongqing could react, the trousers unexpectedly tore apart. Seeing that, he almost froze on the spot. Witnessing that scene, Li Qiaosu's mouth dropped open in shock, and someone unconsciously shouted out, "The trousers." Junha hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. That bad habit has returned again. The surrounding crowd immediately gasped when they realized what had happened, that they were stripping the garments off young Master Namgung. "Didn't Gongdong's eccentric hero only target women?" someone exclaimed. Others sighed, "This bizarre habit of stripping both men and women, isn't this the ultimate one-sword strip?" Li Qiaosu stood on the stage, his face frozen with embarrassment. "Damn it." Nam Gongqing hurriedly shouted, "Wait, fellow martial artists of the orthodox world, listen. The fact that my clothing slipped was just an accidental mishap that can happen anytime during a duel. I ask everyone not to discuss this further. I do not consider torn clothing to be a disgrace. This young master admits defeat and will never court the young lady again. The young lady's heart belongs only to this brother. The man gaped in surprise. He hadn't expected young master Namgung to have this side. The person beside him couldn't help praising that despite being mocked, he accepted defeat and conceded honorably. Immediately after, rounds of applause broke out energetically. Namgung Ching turned to Li Qialsu and cupped his hands in salute. That was a fine match, thank you for allowing me to learn Gongdong's sword art. He nodded in return. Likewise, it was an excellent bout. Li Qialsu muttered inwardly, thanks a lot, brat. Then he turned to the crowd to thank everyone for cheering Yu Jin Hwi, not forgetting to praise his junior and congratulate the victor. Cheng Ha couldn't help but complain that his bad habit really can't be cured. Li Qialsu only shrugged, scratching his cheek with a slightly embarrassed look, damn it. Just then Cheng Ha stepped closer to Sabin. After all, my young master has kept his promise to the young lady. The girl suddenly sighed and he couldn't help feeling a bit bewildered. Hey, I've fought with all my might, so why are you like this? Sabin bowed her head slightly, her voice softer as if feeling guilty. You didn't have to try so hard. At that, the group all turned their curious gazes toward the girl. Sabin continued, although it's a bit embarrassing, actually I used the young knight to escape an awkward situation of my own. But why did you? Hearing that, he quickly replied, because she said she didn't like Namgung Chung. No sooner had he spoken than Sabin froze, her eyes widening as she stared at Li Qialsu. He sighed with a helpless look. As a man, it's only natural to help a woman in need, no need to overthink it. Then the girl sprang to her feet. I have some business to attend to outside for a bit, please excuse me, and thank you so much for today. Immediately after, Sabin dashed off and Li Qialsu stared after her in bewilderment. What was that? Miss Simon, follow after her and see what's wrong, Cheng Ha said angrily. That young master is such an idiot, a total fool. From behind, he still felt a little puzzled. What's wrong with that girl again? Yu Jin Hwi stepped forward to reassure her. Women's hearts are really hard to read, aren't they? Just then a voice rang out from behind. Congratulations on your victory, Gongdong eccentric hero Li Qialsu. He turned around warily. Who are you? He gave a slight chuckle. Haven't I introduced myself? I'm Moyang Wai of the Moyang clan. I've heard you have refined tastes for pleasures of the world. Are you interested in the Cheongdam gathering? Hearing that name, Li Qialsu felt a silent jolt within. Moyang Wai, the great young master of the Moyang clan. In a past life, he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, manipulating even the orthodox schools. He was also the one who plotted assassinations and sought to eliminate Yu Jin Hwi. With that despicable, vicious nature, he incited 4 masters to ambush my senior just as the latter was on his way to contest the title of the world's top fighter. Yu Jin Hwi's gaze fixed tightly on Moyang Wai. Sabin hesitated and stepped closer. Junior, I have a bad feeling. Li Qialsu immediately reassured her. It's all right, senior. He stifled a cold laugh inside, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. The future pillar of the orthodox martial world came personally here. Seems I left an impression hard to forget. After a while, Li Qialsu casually walked over to Moyang Wai. He murmured an intriguing offer. May I ask what the Cheongdam gathering is like? Moyang Wai quickly replied, of course. This banquet is only for men of great mind who also enjoy refined pleasures. Like you, young master, who won today's duel, and moreover with a young knight who has captured Neng Wal Hyang's heart, the top courtesan Gamsuk, won't there be even more elegant entertainments awaiting? Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow, a flicker of caution crossing his mind. More elegant entertainments, huh? From that tone, it's sure to be an improper feast. And it seems the Cheongdam gathering caused a big incident in a past life as well. Yet immediately after, Li Qialsu showed eagerness. Such a splendid gathering I'm always ready for. Moyang Wai replied with satisfaction. Thank you for accepting, young master. Now I'll send an invitation card. The Cheongdam gathering will be held right after the Dragon Phoenix gathering concludes. Please note that you must attend as a male-female pair to participate. Having said that, he casually turned and left, waving his hand behind him. Farewell. After Moyang Wai left, Yu Jin Hwi turned to ask quietly, Junior, are you really okay? Li Qialsu answered promptly without hesitation, yes, senior. Senior, could you spare a little time later? I have something I'd like to ask of you. Meanwhile, Sabin kept scolding inwardly. Li Qialsu really is an idiot. Even knowing she had taken advantage of him, he still risked everything to protect her. While she had only ever caused trouble, did he have to treat her so kindly? The girl miserably buried her head at his feet. Why does he act like he can defeat everyone I detest? This will only keep people hopping. Complex thoughts flashed through Sabin's mind. Besides, Lee the young master is the only one whom their master has feelings for, and he even publicly proposed to master. This fluttering heart must be because I'm angry that some pervert might steal our master away. Just then Jingha poked her head toward the girl. Miss, you don't look well, are you all right? Sabin flinched as soon as she saw her. You didn't have to come find me yourself. Jingha quickly explained, Li Qiaosu asked me to check. If you're not ill, let's head back. A strange wave of emotion rose in Sabin's chest and her eyes widened slightly. He was worried about me. Whenever she thought of Li Qiaosu, her heart fluttered. Her gaze gradually went blank while her resolve quietly hardened. Yet one thing was undeniable. Today's Li Qiaosu was really too cool. When suddenly Jingha's lively call rang out from afar. The thank you feast is starting. Li Qiaosu turned around at once, urging them on. They're here, ladies, come in quickly. Namgung Ching laughed heartily and raised his cup toward Li Qiaosu. Li brother, drink up. He looked embarrassed. Sorry, I'm not used to alcohol. At that the other man chuckled. Tea is fine too. Li Qiaosu frowned at the sudden brotherly intimacy. Why the sudden buddy-buddy vibe? Namgung Chung replied in his mind, isn't it because Li Qiaosu is recognized by the Jade Kilin Namgung Chung as a true man? He couldn't resist probing. Hey, you got an invitation to the Chengdam gathering too. Taken aback, he burst into loud laughter. So Li brother got one too, truly a man of refined taste like you matches me perfectly. Suddenly Li Qiaosu warned, his tone cold and stern, don't go there. Namgung Ching raised an eyebrow, curiosity in his gaze as he looked at him, telling me not to go, huh, so abrupt. He replied coldly, believe it or not, but I have a bad feeling about that place. After a moment's thought he nodded slightly. I understand, it's nothing, no big deal. Next time I host a feast, I'll definitely invite Li brother, be sure to come celebrate with us then. Li Qiaosu hesitated, then forced a nod. All right. He then turned to Yu Jin HWI. Senior, can we speak privately for a moment? Sabin tilted her head and asked, is it about what you were going to say earlier? In that moment, Li Qiaosu fell into thought. About the Chengdam gathering where attendees must be male-female pairs, I've already thought of who will accompany me, Iljiam Yuhi. I'll take Senior with me, in the guise of a woman. The Chengdam gathering in the past life was not simply a drinking party but had twisted into a den of debauchery, corrupt with all kinds of aphrodisiacs. Moreover, the aphrodisiacs that Moyang Wai, the host of the Chengdam gathering, used, were supplied by the 9th Madam, the beloved concubine of the current Moyang clan head. With Hangsan school about to be wiped out by the blood cult, I cannot stand idly by while this trade in drugs continues. After a brief silence, Li Qiaosu turned and asked in a low, serious voice, Senior, about Moyang Wai's invitation, don't you find it suspicious? Yu Jin HWI looked at him and softly said, indeed, it's not just me who thinks so. Li Qiaosu continued slowly, his gaze more serious than ever. Regarding this matter, I have an urgent task I want to ask of you. She nodded slightly, awkwardly. Junior, say it, I'll help with anything. He suddenly asked bluntly, his sharp eyes fixed on Yu Jin HWI. Iljiam Yuhi is you, Senior, isn't she? She widened her eyes in surprise, a wave of panic rising inside. How did Junior know that? Could my female identity have been discovered? Li Qiaosu chuckled. Actually, after Senior began roaming the Jianghu alone, I was worried and did a bit of digging. You deliberately hid your identity and even disguised yourself as a woman. After speaking, he looked confident. See, wasn't I right? Yu Jin HWI blushed and nodded, averting his gaze as if he couldn't look directly. Yes, my false identity as Iljiam Yuhi was on your advice. Receiving the answer, Li Qiaosu nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Senior, this makes things much simpler. The Chengdam gathering is a meeting reeking of shady business. To be invited and then refuse would be truly impolite. I can't bring my little junior sister to such a dubious assembly. Jiaman Miss and Dang Senior are outsiders, so I definitely won't trouble them. Aside from Senior, there's really no one else I can trust to rely on. At that, Yu Jin HY's heart involuntarily beat faster. Junior needs me. Creating the fake Iljiam Yuhi identity was partly for safe travel in the Jianghu, but partly out of my own selfishness. Even if only once, it would be glorious to stand beside my junior openly as his daughter. Without hesitation, she answered bluntly, I'll do it. If it's your request, Junior, I'll do anything. After a moment, Qinghe asked curiously, will Li young master return later? Li Qialsu said seriously, soon there's the Chengdam banquet and I've been invited, everyone should return to the inn first. Sabin, be careful on your way back. The girl naively replied, we don't have to pretend to be lovers anymore. Finishing up, he hurriedly turned and waved. See you all later. Qinghe didn't forget to call out, travel safely. Meanwhile, Yu Jin Hwi felt a twinge of tension. The preparation time seemed tighter than he thought. The scene shifted to a busy street where people streamed by, and Li Qialsu stood stamping his foot, growing impatient. Senior's late, but it's understandable. He must be disguising himself to avoid prying eyes. It probably takes some effort. Just then the sound of footsteps came from afar, and someone hurriedly turned toward a direction. Hey, look, isn't that Iljiam Yuhi? Hearing that, Li Qialsu instinctively turned toward the noise. Across the way, Yu Jin Hwi hurried over. Junior. She smiled brightly, sorry, am I a bit late? The moment he saw Yu Jin Hwi, he was almost frozen. After a while, Li Qialsu regained his composure and put on a bewildered expression. Was there fog just now? Then Li Qialsu felt a pain shoot through him. He flung his gaze about in alarm and shouted, what's wrong with you, brat? The scene cut to the next morning. The crowd stared at the woman before them, Gongdong's top courtesan, Ningwal Hyang, always a delight to behold. Someone nearby watched the graceful figure entering the shrine with curiosity. Ningwal Hyang came to offer incense for me. How lovely to have a heart turned toward a loved one. On the other side, Su Neng, in Ningwal Hyang's form, smirked. Any man with superior bearing would recognize my lady's beauty, yet that idiot Li Qialsu struggles so. I can't let him disappoint me again. I failed to protect Huizhang County before, so this time I must repent properly and pray sincerely. I don't really like this sort of thing, but praying for my brother to win at the Dragon Phoenix gathering is what a lover should do. Suddenly a commotion rose from behind. Yun, female knight of Hangsan School, has arrived. Ningwal Hyang immediately turned to look, her face so shocked she almost spoke aloud. What? Yun Xiao Lan. Footsteps followed right after. Xiao Lan appeared holding a few sprigs of fresh flowers. Seeing this, the woman straightened and gave a slight nod in salute. Isn't she the Yun Knight, the sect leader of Hangsan School famed in the Jianghu? Ningwal Hyang bows. Xiao Lan's face was calm as a still lake. She replied coldly, it's been a while since we last met, you've come to offer incense. Ningwal Hyang gently lifted the flower in her hand, her gaze unusually soft. Yes, for my brother, I couldn't miss today. It seems the Yun female knight also came to offer incense. I wonder what feelings were entrusted to that flower. Alarm rose in Xiao Lan's heart. She glared, I only pray for the Dragon Phoenix gathering's success. Do you have some complaint? With that, the two exchanged sharp, nearly sparking looks. In that moment, Xiao Lan kept telling herself she wouldn't be swayed by that woman's words again. Ningwal Hyang. Ningwal Hyang chuckled softly, her eyes crescent-shaped, thinking what a clever excuse. Does she really think I don't know you're offering incense because of Li Qialsu? After a brief pause, Ningwal Hyang exhaled. Oh ho, truly the sect leader of Hangsan School, her flower is for the Jianghu. So then entrust your heart to my little flower instead. Taken aback by the unexpected offer, Xiao Lan hesitated. Entrust her feelings to that woman's flower. My feelings for the honored benefactor are so profound. Does she reduce them to something casually handed over like that? At that instant, Xiao Lan silently prayed to heaven. Oh, please forgive this petty, jealous little knight. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head to look straight at Ningwal Hyang. No beating around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. Miss Neng. She stared into her opponent's eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade, each word clear and without hesitation. Please stop enchanting my benefactor. Hearing that, Ningwal Hyang gave a light laugh. Enchanting? Ridiculous. The Sword Queen is making a huge misunderstanding. I'm merely fond of them in a pure way. Being told my feelings are enchantment truly hurts my little heart. Moreover, someone with no relation to my brother like the Yun female knight has no right to meddle in my affairs. Faced with the blatant sarcasm, Xiao Lan asked bluntly, you think there's no relation between me and my benefactor, is that what you mean? Hearing this, Ningwal Hyang shrugged and couldn't resist a taunt. Then what kind of relation is it? Could the famed Sword Queen of the righteous Jianghu truly be in love with a junior 30 years her junior? Having said that, she turned away, her eyes fixed on Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan was almost speechless, unable to refute. Seeing Xiao Lan's expression, Ningwal Hyang curled her lips in a cold smile to those of the orthodox sect. Status and face matter as much as life. No sword queen, however talented, would admit to truly loving a much younger junior. At the same time, Xiao Lan fell silent, her eyes dropping for a moment, a mix of discomfort and helplessness welling up. So jealous of Neng Walhyang's youth. She can love as she pleases, yet I'm not without a response. An image of Li Qiaosu suddenly flashed through her mind. He suddenly shouted, "When I come of age, Sword Queen Yun Xiao Lan, I will come challenge you." At that moment her heart skipped a beat. Xiao Lan rushed forward, their lips meeting Li Qiaosu's. The memory kept unfolding. She shyly asked, "May I call you my benefactor?" Back in the present, Xiao Lan looked Neng Walhyang straight in the eye, her gaze calmer and firmer than ever. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Neng, but no matter how I feel, the fact that my benefactor challenged me remains unchanged. And as always, I will accept that challenge." She made sure to stress each word, without the slightest confusion. Having said that, Xiao Lan turned away coldly. "Very well, I'll be going first." And in an instant, the shrine grew empty. Neng Walhyang stared at the altar in bewilderment. A rising unease, no confusion at all, really. Thinking that, she clicked her tongue lightly, a fleeting sadness on her face. The scene shifted outside the shrine. At the same time, Xiao Lan sank into thought. Could the famed sword queen of the righteous Jianghu truly be in love with a junior 30 years her junior? Just that remark from Miss Neng, perhaps I could never refute it. In another development, inside Moyang clan's favored concubine quarters, Yu Akiyuan sat pompously like royalty. After a while, the chamber door slowly opened, and she glanced toward the newcomer. The eldest young master has arrived. At that, Moyang Wai bowed respectfully. "Yes, ninth madam." Yu Akiyuan didn't forget to ask, "Has the young master given the invitation to the Gongdong strange night as I instructed?" He nodded softly, "Yes, madam." Hearing that, she climbed onto Moyang Wai with satisfaction. "Very good, then I shall reward you. Now bring that Gongdong strange knight here to me." He pressed into her bosom. He replied quickly, "Yes, yes, madam." Meanwhile, Yu Akiyuan's mind flashed with schemes about the Gongdong strange knight, no, about Li Qiaosu's twin sword strike. If she could make that man her slave, how would he cry out? With just this move, I could long ago have climbed to the position of sect leader. Maybe I should indulge myself fully. It's all for the blood sect. Right now outside. In the distance, Yu Jin Hwi hurried over. "Sorry, Junior, did you wait long?" Seeing him, Li Qiaosu forced a smile. "Not at all. The night market opened, so I was distracted, browsing and buying a few things and lost track of time." She sighed in relief at that, a relaxed smile spreading across her face. "Is that so? Lucky you, so you didn't have to wait long." At that, his cheeks involuntarily flushed bright red. Li Qiaosu shouted wildly, "Calm down, senior is a man, a man." Yu Jin Hwi looked at him blankly. "Senior, junior, what's wrong with you?" Startled as if waking from a thought, Li Qiaosu hurriedly changed the subject. "It's nothing, let's hurry to the Qingdam gathering." She gently took Li Qiaosu's hand, warmth quickly spreading. Then Moyang Wai quickly spoke up, "Please, Li little hero, come in." He moved slowly forward, pleased to meet the young master again. He spread his arms slightly in invitation. Li Qiaosu turned to introduce, "This is the person accompanying me, Iljiam Yuhi." Moyang Wai glanced at her, unable not to exclaim, "I'd only heard of her, never expected this beauty to have such lovely skin. Please come inside." "Ah yes, this is a meeting where weapons aren't allowed, so please leave your swords in the storage box." Hearing that, Li Qiaosu thought to himself, "We're already here, keeping our weapons would only invite needless suspicion. We must trust senior brother and ourselves." Shortly after, the two followed Moyang Wai further inside. Yu Jin Hwi looked around, a little embarrassed. Men and women can be so openly together here. "It's the first time I've seen such a debauched place." Seeing Yu Jin Hwi's expression, Li Qiaosu frowned slightly. Senior seems rather tense, understandable for a first visit to a place like this. "After 50 years as an eunuch, my sense of smell has become extremely keen. Beneath the perfume and makeup, there's an unpleasant scent. Someone has undoubtedly burned stimulating herbs." His face suddenly tightened. The orgy has already begun. At this moment, the scene centered at the fragrant flower pavilion. Inside, continuous moans rose as groups of men and women happily engaged in intimate play. Witnessing that, Li Qiaosu bashfully covered his ears, though he'd expected it, seeing it was far worse than imagined. Yu Jin Hwi hurriedly squeezed his hand. "Junior, I'll protect you." Hearing that, Li Qiaosu looked at her helplessly. Who's protecting whom? At that moment, Moyang Wai spread his arms to present the lavish surroundings. "How do you find it, little hero? As honored guests, beauties and fine wine have been prepared. You may command as you please. If you've grown bored of women, Midong is also ready to serve." Hearing that, Li Qiaosu cursed inwardly, "Midong, that bastard." Outwardly, he kept a calm face and only nodded. Very well, where is ninth madam? He bent slightly and answered respectfully, Ninth madam waits on the top floor, please follow me. As they climbed the long wooden stairs, Li Qiaosu glanced back. Senior, when I give the signal, immediately use full force to subdue ninth madam. He pondered inwardly. Before coming, he tried to recall every detail about the Qingdam gathering. In his previous life, records of the gathering's early days were almost completely lost in the East Depot. Later, regarding the Qingdam gathering's management, Manhwa used aphrodisiacs to lure numerous women. Even orchestrated bedroom bribes being exposed revealed his insatiable lust. But at that time, the main goal was to get leverage over him, so I didn't investigate further. Now I cannot help but suspect the blood sect's involvement. When refining zombie cores, the blood sect often used special medicinal materials, drastically improving their drug craft. Those medicinal materials could become a huge source of income for them. So now it's impossible to rule out blood sect interference. If the blood demons used ninth madam to also manipulate Manhwa, then Manhwa inciting 4 righteous masters to kill my senior would fit perfectly. From information I had in my previous life, ninth madam knows martial arts only for self-defense and hasn't reached top master level. But if she truly is the blood sect's agent as I suspect, she must have hidden her real capability. Just then Manhwa stopped in his tracks. The group halted before a large door. He lowered his voice, I wish you both a pleasant time. Li Qiaosu glanced into the room, moved forward and spoke calmly yet alertly, is anyone in there? As he stepped in, he immediately sensed a heavy perfume in the air. His brows knit slightly as the scent grew stronger, his body feeling as if burning with yang energy. Just then a bewitching voice rang out, welcome you two. Yu Akyuan appeared suddenly, speaking slowly. I heard Manhwa introduced you two to me. You are Iljiam Yuhi and Li Qiaosu. Yu Akyuan lifted her head to look at them. Gongdong's strange knightly little hero, is it? Li Qiaosu quietly studied her from head to toe, his gaze sharp as if seeking something off. Ninth madam, worse than I imagined, well, fairly ordinary. At that moment Yu Akyuan leisurely poured tea. Then she softened her tone. Manhwa told me Li little hero is abstaining from alcohol. So I've prepared tea as a substitute, please have some little hero. His eyes fixed on the cup. The tea was clear and outwardly harmless. But the sediment at the bottom looked like tea leaves, yet more like traces of aphrodisiacs. Oddly, that would be less troublesome. To counter aphrodisiacs, one must learn special detox methods or use yin-yang coupling to neutralize them. I was once a field agent for the East Depot, so of course I learned techniques to neutralize aphrodisiacs. Senior brother did not. In this mission, refusal wasn't an option, so remove the extraneous potency and leave a little effect so we can act. After a brief silence, Li Qiaosu seriously reminded by thought, Senior, the tea shows signs of being drugged, let me drink it. You refuse. Eugene Hwi looked briefly alarmed. Junior. Li Qiaosu kept a calm facade as if unaware and chuckled. Is it tasty? Miss Jin should be fasting by now, I'll finish the rest. Yu Akyuan slowly assessed them, her gaze like someone admiring a rare painting. Li little hero and Miss Jin are truly outstanding in looks, quite the handsome couple. Hearing that, he replied blandly as if unconcerned, thanks. She gave a soft laugh, her voice silkily wrapping around them. Rumor has it Li little hero once vied for the title of the world's foremost libertine. Naturally, a rake must appreciate beauty. Then suddenly Li Qiaosu slammed the teacup onto the table and croaked with difficulty, pleasure and lovemaking is both the beginning and the end of a rake's life, right? Li Qiaosu began to panic. What's happening? I feel nauseous. This isn't the usual aphrodisiac. Yu Akyuan's eyes burned hotter, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Li little hero speaks sensibly, so how about from now on the three of us, Miss Jin and I and you, share in the pleasures? Over here, Eugene Hwi turned to Li Qiaosu, glaring at him. Junior, the signal went. At the same time, Li Qiaosu's body kept trembling. Seeing this, Eugene Hwi hurriedly rushed to him. Sir. Yu Akyuan laughed delightfully, her eyes flashing cruelty as she watched the prey fall into the trap. So the drug has finally taken effect. Li Qiaosu tried to lift his head, his voice hoarse with anger. What exactly did you put in the tea? She answered nonchalantly, I pondered long over which drug would suit a gentleman, but it was too hard to choose. So I dissolved all the medicines I had into it. His eyes widened as a terrifying guess flashed through his mind. Could it be the water tainted by blood qi before Shaolin Temple purified it was stolen by them? It turns out the fanatical members of the Qingdam gathering are going mad because they drank aphrodisiacs mixed with water tainted by blood qi. This is no longer aphrodisiac but demonic poison. Luckily, the Sword Queen purified the Shaolin Temple, otherwise the entire Central Plains would have erupted into chaos. Thinking this, Li Qiaosu curled his lip, trying to drug a young man to steal his purity. He snarled in anger, compared to an ugly aged face. Your heart is the filthiest thing of all. Li Qiaosu immediately turned to Yu Jin Hwi, Senior now. No sooner had he finished than she darted swiftly toward Yu Akiyuan. Yu Jin Hwi clenched her fist. How dare you mess with my junior brother, you won't be forgiven. Immediately she decisively threw a punch at her. Yu Akiyuan only took a step back, her smile unchanged as if not afraid. Not bad, still some strength left. Then she whipped a length of cloth, which quickly tightened around Yu Jin Hwi's arm. Instantly, she twisted and knocked Yu Jin Hwi's body to the ground. Yu Akiyuan curled her lips and smiled. Why not submissively surrender and drown in pleasure with me? She slowly sat up, her strength scarcely there. Yu Jin Hwi glared at her and shouted, You won't stop me, ninth Yu Akiyuan. Yu Jin Hwi vowed inwardly, I'll make you too ashamed to show that disgusting face in public again. Then she delivered a strike to the hag's ugly face. Blood spurted from Yu Akiyuan's nose at once. Seeing that, Yu Akiyuan flew into a rage, screaming, I indulge widely, even women don't faze me. Let me personally teach you where pleasure truly begins. Suddenly, Yu Akiyuan opened her mouth wide, and a scent shot straight at Yu Jin Hwi's nose. Seeing this, she hastily backed away. Yu Jin Hwi's body reflexively collapsed to the ground. She couldn't help feeling a bit panicked. What is this? Yu Akiyuan laughed maniacally. You've fallen to my staged aphrodisiac. If you don't revel with me before nightfall, your meridians will rupture and you'll die. I'll make sure you can't move an inch. Suddenly, Li Qiaosu shouted, Who allowed you? His body moved instantly like a gust of wind. Li Qiaosu lunged at her and coldly swung a fist at Yu Akiyuan's face. Her body was immediately knocked backward. Li Qiaosu hissed each word through gritted teeth. You're the one who will die, you mad woman. Seeing this, Yu Akiyuan was momentarily astonished. How could this be? At this hour, Li Qiaosu should be sunk in hallucination. Turning back to Li Qiaosu, he sank into recollection. While waiting for Senior, thinking buy whatever's needed, I stopped by the apothecary and bought all kinds of antidotes. As long as I took them and expelled the corrupt qi correctly, I wouldn't be easily felled. Li Qiaosu stepped forward, his gaze icy and fixed on her. Madam Ninth Yu Akiyuan, you abused demonic drugs and disrupted the martial world order. This scene and I are the evidence. Saying this, he roared a resounding shout. This crime deserves punishment. Li Qiaosu suddenly remembered Wenjuk's instruction. If something suspicious happens, blow this whistle. He immediately put the whistle into his mouth, and the whistle let out a single piercing blast that shook the whole space. At the same time, Jiak Sa Wall reverted to her original form, no longer wearing Nengwal Hyang's body. And she narrowed her eyes toward the distance. That sound would make the Heaven and Earth Society appear at once. At the same time, at Nengwal Hyang's villa, a dim column of smoke was seen enveloping the house. Inside, she carefully stuck an incense stick into the censer. At that moment, Nengwal Hyang's face twisted with bitter hatred, and she ground her teeth as she spat each word. Yun Xiao Lan, you shameless bitch, one day I will chop you to pieces. From afar, seeing someone arriving, she immediately reined in her ferocity. The boy hurried up. Miss Nengwal Hyang, you're here. The Grand Tutor had instructed that if they met Miss Nengwal Hyang, they must deliver this letter into her own hands. She frowned slightly, a look of suspicion crossing her face as she took the letter. A letter from the monk to me, is it about the Heaven and Earth Society affair? The voice in the letter sounded like a calm narration, slowly explaining the situation. We have finished dealing with the incident that occurred at the Hangsen faction. However, there is one suspicious point and I have a favor to ask. Just before the mishap at Hangsen, it seems 2 water carts were moved out under the pretext of being used for medicine. Although the quantity was small, we cannot be sure what disaster it might cause. It would be best to thoroughly patrol the taverns where the grand feasts are held. Reading this, Nengwal Hyang flared with rage, clenching her hand with a look of grim hatred. Those damned blood cult bastards. In another development, Li Qiaosu's voice rang out sternly. Mrs. Yu Akiyuan, you distributed dangerous medicines and disrupted the martial world order. I myself suffered from those drugs, and this scene is the evidence. Then he shouted as if pronouncing the final verdict on the culprit. Her crimes deserve punishment. Hearing this, her whole body nearly collapsed to the ground. Then Yu Akiyuan lifted her head and howled in fury, punish her how? Immediately after, Yu Akiyuan suddenly unleashed her force, a piercing scream as her inner power erupted violently. She looked at Li Qiaosu with a mix of provocation and madness, her voice full of arrogance and challenge. If you can, then try. Faced with the terrifying sight, he quickly pivoted on his toe. Let's go, senior brother. Over here, Yu Akiyun continued to wreak havoc, spinning around and smashing everything. And then suddenly, a wooden beam shot straight toward him. Without thinking, Yu Jin Hwi raised his hand to block it. Seeing that, Li Qiaosu spun around angrily. He didn't hesitate and punched her straight in the stomach. Pain immediately shot through her. Yu Akiyun's eyes bulged. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Jin Hwi quickly leaped to another direction. She suddenly swung her leg and her body was knocked backwards and sent sprawling. Not stopping there, Li Qiaosu rushed over, his hands repeatedly striking Yu Akiyun's acupoints. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment as if she couldn't believe what had just happened, her voice trembling. This can't be, I was told his martial skill wasn't that high. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yu Akiyun's heavy body thudded to the ground. Seeing this, he exhaled, I let her live. If handed over to the Heaven and Earth Society for questioning, information will spill out like water. Just then, Yu Jin Hwi suddenly groaned in pain as the poison in his body kicked in, his body trembling. Li Qiaosu quickly turned and looked at him with concern. Senior brother. Senior brother, are you all right? Li Qiaosu's inner thoughts became panicked. Earlier, he had stood too close to where Yu Akiyun was dispersing the aphrodisiac. Even someone as strong as Yu Jin Hwi would have difficulty resisting it. He frantically shook Yu Jin Hwi's body. Senior brother must immediately expel the aphrodisiac. You must not collapse. She gasped heavily, her whole body burning as if on fire, her voice hoarse. My body is so hot. Seeing Yu Jin Hwi's body trembling uncontrollably, Li Qiaosu grew even more worried. Damn it, senior brother's chi is in chaos. It's a miracle he's held on this long. He quickly produced a pill and held it before her. Senior brother, at least take this now. It's a medicine I prepared earlier. She managed to utter, junior brother. Then suddenly Yu Jin Hwi lunged at Li Qiaosu, her hands gripping his body tightly. Startled by the unexpected sight, he blinked in surprise. Senior brother. At that moment, she suddenly wore a woman's expression, a delighted crooked smile. Junior brother, my beloved junior brother. Yu Jin Hwi quickly removed clothing, constantly whispering seductively, you can't escape anymore, senior brother. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu's cheeks flushed bright red. He hurried to stop her. Wait, senior brother. Immediately, Yu Jin Hwi used her body to pin Li Qiaosu down, ordering him sharply to stay still. Suddenly, Yu Jin Hwi removed her outer robe, revealing a firm, smooth bosom. Before such a picturesque scene, his body nearly froze. Li Qiaosu slowly glanced downward, then murmured in disbelief at what he had discovered. Why is there nothing there? Is senior brother really a woman? It wasn't that I never considered senior brother might not be male, but because there was no sign of a moon thing, I only harbored suspicion. At that moment, a chill ran through him. The rumor was wrong. What is this feeling? Disgust or a sense of betrayal? No, it's not those negative emotions. Then what exactly is this? At first, Li Qiaosu didn't much like senior brother. Everyone saw him as a peerless beauty adored by women to the heavens, so I thought he'd obstruct my 10-year rogue hero plan. But the position of junior brother, world's #1 junior brother, was absolutely essential to Li Qiaosu's plan. So I decided to treat him merely as a business partner. Certainly that's how it was. But the moment Yu Jin Hwi turned around, she gave him a radiant smile. At that time, Li Qiaosu's heart pounded violently, like a tidal wave. He couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Why then was there the faint scent of wildflowers? Returning to reality, Li Qiaosu's mind suddenly cleared. He frantically ruffled his hair while repeatedly telling himself, stay sober. Li Qiaosu, both I and senior brother are unwell because of the aphrodisiac. Then he sat up, holding Yu Jin Hwi tightly. Senior brother, please calm down. You must expel the poison from your body as soon as possible. Hearing this, she felt puzzled. Why? I want to be with junior brother. It must go in quickly. Then Yu Jin Hwi gently touched Li Qiaosu's cheek, her voice trembling. Senior brother, you silently scold in your heart. Junior brother really is an idiot. Immediately after, Yu Jin Hwi tenderly caressed Li Qiaosu's soft lips. Faced with the rising emotions, his inner self almost screamed. Damn it, at this rate. Then, Li Qiaosu wrapped his arms around Yu Jin Hwi. So will I. The two shared a deep kiss. At that moment, she let out a soft moan, her body trembling slightly. After leaving Li Qiaosu's lips, Yu Jin Hwi spoke as if pleading. Junior brother, right now, down below. Just then, a loud noise rang out from outside. Xiao Rin suddenly rushed in. Li Qiaosu, is anyone in there? The moment she saw them, he hurriedly disentangled himself from Jin Hwi. Then Li Qiaosu shouted, his voice shaking the space. Yimwang Sr. Opposite him, Jiak Sawal was so astonished she felt faint, and suddenly rushed inside. Li Hyung, you sister, are you both safe? The rare scene before her quickly struck the girl's eyes. She turned back to Jiak Sawal and lowered her voice. What is going on here? Unable to hide her fury, Jiak Sawal shouted, what kind of indecent behavior is this? Seeing this, Li Qiaosu hurriedly explained, Yimwang Sr., the situation is urgent. Please, Sr., help us quickly expel the aphrodisiac. Jin Hwi stepped closer again. Junior brother, look at that young lady. He turned in panic. What? Then suddenly she moved in and pressed a kiss onto Li Qiaosu's lips. Li Qiaosu tried to keep distance from Jin Hwi, pushing her lightly with both hands while speaking awkwardly and pleading, Senior brother, please stop. Seeing that, she turned and shot an annoyed glance at Jiak Sawal. Rage rose in Jin Hwi's heart that was hard to put into words. If that woman hadn't rushed in, we wouldn't have been interrupted. Those feelings, that trembling, those breaths, Jiak Sawal very likely harbors affection for junior brother. A seductive woman of a heterodox sect daring to fancy my junior brother? I am a rock woman, I can never be a wife. But, thinking this, Jin Hwi turned to look at her coldly, a hint of slyness in his heart. If it's about adultery and treachery, I can handle it. Turning back to Jiak Sawal, she stared dumbfounded at the two before her, a sharp pang in her chest. I shouldn't have come, why did I rush here like that? But I couldn't ignore that alarm. If Li Qiaosu had gotten into trouble, it would have been terrible. That's all. It's not that I'm not angry at Li Qiaosu, but the one who actually caused this is someone else. Iljiam Yuhi, she's as beautiful as I am and possesses a formidable transformation realm, truly a shameless fox spirit. Anyone who reaches the transformation realm should be over 30, yet she dared to seduce Li Qiaosu, who is at least 10 years younger than her. Thinking this, Jiak Sawal's rage surged. She ground out each word with accusation, lust, and coarseness. I cannot consider her a chaste virgin. Hearing this, Jin Hwi turned and curled a mocking smile. A virgin, huh? At the same time, Li Qiaosu stared at her, unable to hide some surprise. She used internal skill to step the aphrodisiac out. She realized it herself without being taught. Jin Hwi, unbothered by the criticism, calmly stood and retorted, Senior says lewd and coarse. Are you implying that I am? Yimwang Sr. Jiak Sawal would not be humiliated and immediately replied, although I belong to a heterodox sect, that doesn't mean I don't know proper rights and decorum. Saying this, she raised her voice almost to a shout. How could a martial artist who pursues the righteous path resort to forcing a man in such a despicable way? Immediately after, waves of chi from Jiak Sawal surged straight toward her. Jin Hwi's eyes opened wide. Her body did not flinch in the face of the threat. Jin Hwi simply stood motionless, showing not the slightest change. On the other side, Jiak Sawal continued to shout desperately, her gaze full of resentment directed at her. Jin Hwi calmly rolled her eyes and observed, so this is the Ten Kings talisman technique, truly an extraordinary and exquisite martial art. She gently moved her arm, a thought arising in her mind. With this, I could fill the gaps in my Wonyoung primordial chi practice. After that, Jin Hwi tightened her fist, forming a punch. At the same time, Jiak Sawal's spirit suddenly awakened, and the scene around the room instantly became extremely chaotic. After a while, Jin Hwi leisurely clasped her hands and bowed. Thank you, Yimwang Sr., for your instruction. Because of you I have gained a little insight. Hearing that, Jiak Sawal's eyes widened. She trembled with anger. This crazy woman, was I deliberately holding back my power just to scare you? Yet she dispelled it so quickly. The transformation realm is a level that even once-in-a-century geniuses may never touch in a lifetime. I have no choice but to acknowledge that unique talent. Iljiam Yuhi. At this rate, she will one day reach the mysterious realm like I have. After a brief silence, Jiak Sawal hurriedly defended herself. I didn't mean to teach you. If you're truly a transformation realm master, then you should at least be past the coming-of-age years. Why would you use such a vile method on a youth, a child barely grown like this? Jin Hwi only smiled slightly and slowly explained, Senior, you misunderstand. I am still a long way from the coming-of-age years. When the words finished, Jiak Sawal couldn't help feeling bewildered. What? At that level and still not 30, how could someone become a transformation realm master at such a young age? Jiak Sawal's gaze sharpened as she stared at her, her voice carrying sharp reproach. That's impossible. How dare you lie about your age in front of me? Yujin Hwi tilted her head slightly, looking toward her, voice still calm. If senior truly doubts, since senior knows Dang Yong well, why not ask that senior about me? Hearing this, Jiok Sa-wal glanced at Dang Yong, the great physician. Are her words true? Her voice trembled. The thing is, Yujin Hwi is right. She reached the transformation realm long before turning 30. Jiok Sa-wal was nearly stunned, her gaze flickering at the revelation. Never before has any beauty in the world matched me. This indescribable feeling, could it be that I, the world's top beauty, the strongest of the heterodox, the young master of the evil path? I'm feeling insecure in front of that woman. Born the daughter of a lowly courtesan, I crawled up from the bottom of society, climbed to the top of the heterodox sect, and now hold power, martial skill, wealth, everything. And yet now, in this position, I'm shaken by merely some brat younger than me. Opposite her, Yujin Hwi calmly introduced. A righteous path virgin respectfully presents herself to Wang Sr., recommended by the meritorious elder as the future mate for this young knight. Hearing this, Jiok Sa-wal flew into a rage. A mate? Who do you think you are to proclaim yourself the mate of my young master? At the same time, Li Qiaosu shrank back into a corner, his heart trembling with fright. Two women are at mysterious and transformation realms. What childish games are you playing? Senior brother, honestly, even if you wanted to provoke Jiok Sa-wal, there was no need to invent something like this. Finally, Li Qiaosu cut in with a serious tone. Enough, leave that nonsense for later. For now, clean up the scene. Dang Senior. Dang Yong quickly knelt. Young Master Li is right. The pressing issue is those illicit drugs circulating in Dungbang County, the thousand-year gateway of Shaolin Temple. The urgent task now is to seize those medicines as evidence and report to the martial world. He sighed softly, his gaze turning to the girl. Thinking it over, Dang Yong is also a member of the Heaven and Earth Society and a transformation realm expert, so she must be formidable in combat. The Heaven and Earth Society claims it will only cooperate in eradicating the blood cult, but the range of their influence, spanning righteous, heterodox, and demonic paths, is truly impressive. On the other side, Jiok Sa-wal lowered her head and kept muttering, however, that title of mate, I want that clarified. Seeing this, Li Qiaosu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing we'd prepared that story beforehand. He immediately bowed his head to report, indeed Miss Yu has become a guest of our sect, but the mate matter is likely just a misunderstanding caused by the aphrodisiac. We sincerely apologize for startling Senior Jiok. Please clear up this misunderstanding. No sooner had he finished than Jiok Sa-wal restored a cheerful demeanor and replied promptly without hesitation, I'll let you off this time. Dang great physician, arrest Madame Yu Akiyuan and collect all the drugs as evidence. Dang Yong answered quickly, leave it to me. She stepped closer to Yu Akiyuan. From the aphrodisiac to the bewitching incense, the woman truly had used every trick. Dang Yong, I'm really disappointed in you today. You've become a lackey of the blood cult. Faced with the accusation, she hurriedly defended herself. A lackey of the blood cult? Absurd, I only organized the gathering. But Dang Yong wouldn't let it stand. Anger flared as she angrily produced a needle and berated her. Then Dang Yong frantically plunged the needle into Yu Akiyuan's body. A surge of oppressive chi quickly enveloped her body. At that spectacle, Yu Akiyuan screamed wildly, Stop, don't do this, I told you I didn't want it. Dang Yong's gaze fixed on her face. Those bloodshot whites were the hallmark of the blood cult's blood technique. Did she still intend to keep denying it? Seeing that, Yu Akiyuan lifted her chin defiantly, stared straight at her and sneered, Fine, so what? All I did was provide pleasure. The guests at this banquet were not forced. They came entirely of their own free will. This is the true face of you hypocritical gentlemen of the orthodox schools. At this, Li Qiaosu stepped forward word by word, voice stern. You corrupt human desires by immoral means, turning people into lust-crazed monsters, yet you dare lecture on ethics. What a contradiction. Madam Yu, you're mistaken. Men and women exchanging looks and intimacy is natural. However, when unscrupulous methods intervene, it becomes a problem. If hearts are not in harmony, carnal pleasure has no value. This is Madam Yu's failure. After a while, Yu Akiyuan's body was dragged away by two guards. Shortly after, Li Qiaosu asked curiously, Dang Senior, how do you intend to handle the aftermath? Dang Yong replied without hesitation, if the Heaven and Earth Society collects evidence and reports to the martial world, Moyang clan will certainly be placed under surveillance. Madam Yu and the ringleaders will surely be thrown into prison. If the blood cult's involvement is clearly proven, the martial alliance will share intelligence with the Heaven and Earth Society. As for the young talents who join the Chang'e Society, they will first be stripped of their eligibility to participate in the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Li Qiaosu smirked slightly, a calculating gleam in his eyes. So the number of rivals is dwindling like this. Winning at the Dragon Phoenix gathering will be as easy as turning your hand. See, that's why you have to live properly. At the same time, in a house shrouded by a gloomy atmosphere, from a dark corner a cold voice rang out. So Madame Yu has failed. If that's the case, the plan to corrupt the orthodox martial world by addicting the younger generation will no longer be effective. The next plan of the demonic cult must succeed at all costs. Outside, a snowstorm suddenly appeared, signaling days filled with worry. Somewhere atop a snowy peak, an ancient structure looms in the freezing winter air. A thought arises, nodding that recovery speed has changed dramatically since no longer having to deal with the demon sword technique. Somewhere atop a snowy peak, an ancient structure looms in the freezing winter air. A thought arises, nodding that Gongdong's recovery speed has changed dramatically since he no longer has to touch the demon sword technique. Inside a magnificent palace, a man with long black hair and a muscular build sits in contemplation. He is the heavenly demon, leader of the demonic path. He is thinking about someone, wondering whether that person has matured enough to step in and save Mount Hang from peril. The heavenly demon looks down at his subordinate kneeling below and continues his train of thought. The one he cares about is Le Zhenhui, the chief disciple of the Empty Movement sect who possesses the heavenly martial body. The heavenly demon admits that without Le Zhenhui, restoring the demon sword technique would be extremely far-fetched. The older subordinate Liu Deba is suddenly asked a question. He startles and looks bewildered, not yet understanding what is happening. The heavenly demon gives a slight smirk, fingers toying with a small piece of paper. He wonders whether someone with the heavenly martial body like Liu Zhenhui deserves to stir the boredom that has plagued him for so long. Hearing the word interest from his master, Le Deba cannot help but be terrified, sweat pouring down. He knows well that his master, the heavenly demon, stands atop all demons, the foremost demonic master, a peerless expert capable of dividing the world into three. In Le Deba's mind, the image of the heavenly demon appears formidable. He is a genius among geniuses, the one who personally defeated the previous absolute heavenly demon and alone ascended to the supreme demonic throne. Le Deba grows increasingly fearful, a supreme being who became numb to everything after breaking through to the mysterious realm at 30 years old, yet now someone has piqued his interest. This is truly unimaginable. While bowing, Le Deba accidentally drops the secret paper report he had just presented. It contains information about Le Zhenhui. The heavenly demon says nothing further, merely issues a brief command for his subordinate to spread the word that he will personally wait for that person. The scene shifts to Li Qiaosu. At this moment the group is saying their goodbyes. The two of them begin to set off. Li Qiaosu anxiously asks after his senior's health. Jin Uchdubdia reassures him, saying she used inner energy to dispel the aphrodisiac and tells the junior not to worry. Upon hearing this, Qiaosu feels a little embarrassed. He quickly explains that what happened earlier was only the effect of the aphrodisiac, not genuine feelings. It seems that explanation does little to ease Qiaosu's shame. The image of that unexpected kiss keeps replaying in his head, leaving him deeply embarrassed. He even privately wonders whether he will have to call his senior sister from now on. Qiaosu seems to understand her awkwardness and says he doesn't mind. Hearing this, Jin Hwi only gives a soft hem. Jin Uchdubdia cheerfully boasts to Chpulsa that she has perfected the primordial chaos single chi technique. Chpulsa asks about the primordial chaos single chi technique. Jin Uchdubdia explains that thanks to the high martial skill level of the Red Lady Knight, she had an intuition there, and as for the mantra, the nighttime streets are very quiet. The two of them are still on their way home. Chpulsa says that the primordial chaos technique will now become the method of the primordial single chi school, and he will memorize the mantra. As he speaks, Chpulsa secretly admires. The primordial chaos single chi technique that his senior restored doesn't require profound sun chi or primordial heaven moon chi, making it easier to comprehend. Looking at Jin Hwi's embarrassed expression, Qiaosu thinks to himself that this is what they call the heavenly martial body, the innate talent of a great grandmaster. At this point, Jin Hwi suddenly stops and flustered confesses to Qiaosu, "Junior brother, all this time I've hidden that I'm a woman, I'm sorry." Qiaosu is surprised but quickly replies that it's fine. Chpulsa quickly regains his composure. He thinks to himself that his senior being a woman only makes him a bit flustered, and given the need to build a reputation, hiding her gender was actually sensible. Once she understood, she also asked Jin Hwi whether she planned to tell the others in the sect. The senior, now properly a senior sister, Jin Hwi calmly replied that Master already knew. Jin Hwi explained that because Miss Spumman is an outsider, she couldn't be told the secret, but for another junior sister she would go in person to explain. Cholsa obediently agreed. She also decided to visit that junior sister first, and the two of them set off together. Jin Hwi followed behind, her heart in turmoil. Though she now knew she was female, in her thoughts she still called the one of her dreams junior brother. She told herself she was a stone woman, unable to bear children and therefore could not become his spouse. Yet a bold image of a secret tryst with the one she loved flashed in T letter 1E7NTH letter 1E7YS mind, revealing her struggle between reason and feeling. After some inner conflict, Jin Hwi seemed to make up her mind. She resolved that whatever happened, she still wanted to be beside the junior brother she loved. The scene shifts elsewhere. Under a waning moon, a pavilion lies submerged in the night silence. Inside, Jiok Sa-wal shouted that she had not stayed at Shaolin just to handle logistics for the righteous sect, and swore that one day she would personally bring down the old monk, the supreme god monk. After her anger, Jiok Sa-wal sat down and tried to calm herself. She told herself that logically she understood the need to stop the blood sect's looming disaster, but her heart found it hard to accept. Then she transformed her appearance into Nung Wol Hyung. She secretly thought that the urgent matter now was not dealing with the blood sect, but winning Leech Pulsa Rutquat Us entire heart. At the image of Jin Hwi appearing thoughtful, Wol Hyung inwardly admitted that since meeting her, her world felt as if it had collapsed. At that moment, Wol Hyung suddenly startled when she saw a figure appear outside the door. Wol Hyung quickly regained her composure, smiled, and greeted the guest. "You've come." Yoon Seol Lan greeted her, saying it had been a long time. Miss Neng replied that surely something important must have happened for the heroine Yoon to summon her. Miss Neng bluntly said she would skip pleasantries and go straight to the point, showing her impatience. Wol Hyung then made an offer, asking whether Spul Len had considered the idea of joining forces with her. Seol Lan looked skeptical, reminding Wol Hyung that not long ago she had attacked her for being old, and now she was proposing an alliance. Spul Len found the proposal absurd and hard to believe, unsure of Wol Hyung's intentions. Wol Hyung began to explain. She said that recently when visiting Fong Huy letter 1EC5N Market, she had happened to see young hero Lee walking with the one-sword Yu Jin Hwi. Wol Hyung praised Jin Hwi Rutquat Us beauty as devastatingly gorgeous, on par with Jipuk Sa-wal. Hearing this, Spul Len suddenly flew into a rage and toppled back into her chair. Wol Hyung continued her psychological assault, saying Jin Hwi boasted that Chpulsa regarded her as young hero Lee's destined mate. Hearing that, Spul Len wondered inwardly whether Elder La had introduced the benefactor to her. Seeing Spul Len stunned, Wol Hyung added a challenge. If she didn't believe it, Spul Len could go verify it in person and return. Having said that, Spul Len turned her back and left Wol Hyung alone with a jumble of chaotic thoughts. Without hesitation, Seol Lan immediately darted out of the pavilion. Inside she screamed, "I refuse to believe it," though she sounded more like a melodramatic heroine on payday. On the way, Seol Lan recalled memories between her and the benefactor, quietly affirming that the two had clearly once had feelings for each other. Because of that belief, she tried to reassure herself that Wol Hyung's words must be a misunderstanding, and the benefactor would never betray her feelings. Determined to learn the truth, she sped forward. Suddenly, some words rang out that left Seol Lan stunned at what she had just heard. Quickly regaining her composure, she scanned from above and spotted the target. It really was one-sword Yu Jin Hwi and her benefactor, but they were heading somewhere other than the inn. Below, Jin Hwi seemed to sense she was being watched. She quietly raised her eyes. She immediately recognized who it was, thinking to herself that she hadn't expected to meet the Sword Empress Senior in a place like this. The Sword Empress also realized Jin Hwi had discovered her. She was astonished. She hadn't expected the one-sword wanderer to be a transformation realm expert rather than an overhyped peak prodigy. A voice transmission popped into Jin Hwi's head from Seol Lan, saying she would accept the position of guest disciple at Gongdong sect according to young Master Liu's arrangement. Seol Lan felt both ashamed and angry. She thought it ridiculous that a transformation realm master would hide her age and cling to the benefactor to curry favor. As if reading Xiao Lan's thoughts, Jin Hy's voice rang out in rebuttal. She said she was not faking her age, only a maiden who had just reached 30. Jin Hwi taunted back, asking whether one needed that level to become Master Li's spouse. Xiao Lan fell silent. She couldn't believe Jin Hwi had reached the transformation realm before turning 20. Jealousy surged. Xiao Lan couldn't accept this absurd truth that such a young girl would dare to flirt with her benefactor. In the courtyard below, Jin Hwi and Chialsu halted before a gate. She looked up and called out, saying she eagerly looked forward to their next meeting, Sword Empress Senior. After Jin Hwi and Chialsu departed, Xiao Lan remained frozen on the roof. Now she understood why Ningwal Hyang wanted to ally with her. The scene returned once more to the earlier pavilion. Ningwal Hyang sat there leisurely sipping tea, as if she had foreseen the outcome. As predicted, Xiao Lan returned and entered the room with a determined expression. Ningwal Hyang calmly poured tea and smiled, asking, "Have you seen it, heroine?" Without hesitation, Xiao Lan replied decisively, "Your proposal, I accept." Meanwhile, Chialsu and Jin Hwi had walked a considerable distance. Jin Hwi smiled softly, thinking to herself, "I win." It turned out everything had been part of her plan. Innocent Chialsu, unaware of anything, saw Jin Hwi smile and curiously asked what was so amusing. Jin Hwi only gave a mysterious smile, saying everyone would be very surprised. Under the starlight, Jin Hwi smiled in satisfaction. She placed a hand over her heart and vowed to herself, "Junior brother, I will protect you. Forever only me." In the stillness of midnight, on a pavilion roof, Chialsu told Jin Hwi to wait for him there. Shortly after, Chialsu went to a junior sister's room and knocked on the door. Ha Rin opened the door with platinum hair. Chialsu felt awkward for disturbing her at such a late hour, but he had urgent news to deliver on behalf of his senior brother. Ha Rin smiled shyly and said it was all right. She hadn't been able to sleep either. On the way, they chatted. Chialsu recounted that there had been a bit of trouble at the banquet, but the second senior brother had handled it smoothly. Then Chialsu pointed ahead and told her to look forward. Following his gesture, Ha Rin was astonished to see Jin Hwi standing and waiting in the distance. Under the moonlight, Jin Hwi, with long blue hair and the delicate features of a woman, bashfully asked the junior sister if she recognized him. Ha Rin was utterly shocked. She couldn't believe the Jin Hwi she'd known all this time was actually a woman. Jin Hwi bowed, revealing bandaged legs. She explained that she had been disguised as a man until now to help revive their sect. She apologized remorsefully to the junior sister for hiding this secret. Only then did Ha Rin understand. It turned out that Yu senior brother's obsession and strange attitude toward Li senior brother all stemmed from this secret. Though a little flustered, she thought perhaps things were better this way. She realized the burden Yu senior brother had borne alone for so long. In response, Jin Hwi said she had confided the secret to her out of trust. Ha Rin smiled warmly, assuring him that to her, Yu's senior brother would always be a senior brother, and there was no need to feel guilty. Hearing those sincere words, Jin Hwi couldn't hold back emotion. Her eyes filled with tears. She embraced the junior sister tightly, a hug that served as thanks and relief after days of concealment. In Yu's senior brother's arms, Ha Rin thought to herself that although a formidable rival had just appeared, they were family, and she would not give up her feelings. She realized that now both she and Yu's senior brother had become Li's senior brother's partners. The scene shifted to the next day at a large arena where an important event was drawing a crowd. Two fighters were buzzing that most heirs of the Orthodox schools had been eliminated for being involved in the spring medicine incident. Because of that, Li, the young master of the Gongdong sect, didn't need to fight in the preliminaries and was advanced straight into the main rounds. Suddenly, a large man with a long blade over his shoulder appeared, laughed loudly, and introduced himself as Bai Yu Chan of the Habubai family, politely asking for guidance. The crowd continued to gossip, comparing the apparently huge size difference between the two opponents. Someone doubted whether the thin Gongdong hero, who looked nearly exhausted, could possibly beat the Blade King. Hearing someone call him skin and bone, Chialsu couldn't help but show his displeasure. Then Chialsu took off his outer robe, revealing a surprisingly muscular, rock-solid physique. Chialsu faced his opponent confidently, introducing himself as Li Chialsu of the Gongdong sect. Even so, one spectator sneered that his stick-thin frame couldn't withstand a single blow. The remark made Chiaosu frown in anger. His opponent Bai Yu-chan was full of conceit, claiming that even if Chiaosu used dazzling charisma and some inner refinement, he still couldn't match the physique he was born with. Just as the match was about to begin, a sudden announcement rang out. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. The crowd erupted again. They hadn't expected Her Highness to take an interest in the Dragon Phoenix Association, which showed that the Gongdong hero was indeed very famous. A figure in luxurious, noble yellow robes entered. It was Her Highness the Princess. When the princess took her seat, a burly man with graying beard and hair rose to greet her, expressing the honor of meeting Her Highness. He was the martial world leader, Blade Emperor Yam Dunning. He sensed that the royal family seemed to be paying special attention to this affair. The princess smiled and replied tactfully that the royal house always cares for the common people. From below the arena, Chiaosu also noticed the princess's presence. He vowed to do his best for his lord. As if sensing Chiaosu's gaze, the princess returned a confident smile. He understood she had come to cheer for him. The princess's appearance was a tonic to his spirit, making Chiaosu even more determined to win this match and show her his maturity. The match officially began. Bai Yu-chan immediately charged forward to attack. He leapt into the air, swung his great blade, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. Bai Yu-chan yelled, demanding that Bai Yu-chan show him Nam Kung's true strength. A booming thud rang out as his blade descended, producing a powerful shockwave. However, Chiaosu nimbly dodged the attack and landed lightly behind his opponent. He smirked and said he only used a sword against those who could recognize its true worth, implying Bai Yu-chan was unworthy. Chiaosu's provocative words angered Bai Yu-chan, who ground his teeth. The audience on the stands were stunned by his arrogant declaration. They thought even the Gongdong hero, if he refused to use a sword before a supreme master, would surely fail. In a corner of the stands, Chungha anxiously covered her mouth, not understanding what the idiot Chiaosu was babbling about. Yet Jin Hwi beside her still trusted and reassured her that with the junior's ability, he could definitely win. Contrary to the two worried sectmates, Xiao Lan was extremely excited. She understood the implication of Chiaosu's words and quietly fangirled. My lord is so cool. High above, the princess quietly observed, her thoughts turning to the women her lord had chosen as concubines. The princess thought to herself that among those women, the most outstanding was Jin Hwi. Her temperament now was very different from her previous life. She remembered that after her lord's death in the previous life, the martial world descended into chaos. Jin Hwi then used both the Eastern and Western workshops to contact her. The atmosphere back then was far from pure. The princess recalled a Jin Hwi of the past life, kneeling alone in the main hall, like a monster who did not understand people's hearts. She believed that if Jin Hwi had not been raised by sect master Jian Young but had been nurtured by her demonic outsiders, she would surely have become a killing star, terrorizing the world. Returning to the present, the princess looked down at the arena and affirmed that the biggest variable in this life was Li Chiaosu. She realized that in the previous life there had been no one-sword wandering, and it was also her lord who turned the sword saint into a woman in this life. Shaking off her wandering thoughts, the princess decided to enjoy her lord's performance. On the arena floor, Chiaosu assumed his stance, his whole body radiating intense heat. Bai Yu-chan roared in fury. He couldn't believe Chiaosu dared to face the Bai family's blade techniques empty-handed. He gathered his inner power and lunged forward, determined to use his blade to teach the arrogant fool a lesson. Bai Yu-chan shouted and unleashed an extremely powerful blade technique. The 5 tigers breaking gate blade formed razor-sharp slashes that closed in around Chiaosu. However, Chiaosu remained utterly calm. He extended his hand and used his palm of blazing heat to halt the blade. Bai Yu-chan was terrified beyond belief. He couldn't fathom that his blade had been stopped by a single hand. Chiaosu thought to himself that this was the palm technique he had painstakingly cultivated for so long, an opening as important as any fanfare. Bai Yu-chan panicked as he realized, could this be the legendary empty-hand seizing white technique? She also seized the opening, spun and attacked, leaving Bai Yu-chan no time to react. Bai Yu-chan let out a miserable cry as he lost his balance. Immediately after, the man launched an attack, but Chiaosu quickly leapt up and evaded. He moved with graceful agility, easily dodging Bai Yu-chan's counterattacks. Then he delivered a powerful kick that struck Bai Yu-chan squarely in the face. The kick sent Bai Yu-chan flying, sprawling on the arena floor. He managed to utter a single ahem before losing consciousness. The spectators in the stands erupted in astonishment. No one expected Chiaosu could achieve such a spectacular victory using barehand techniques and profound finger methods. Cheers rang out non-stop. By winning the main bout, Chiaosu would advance directly to the finals. Amid the crowd's cheers, another person quietly stepped onto the arena. A young chivalrous hero in pink approached and praised Chiaosu's impressive martial skill. He introduced himself as Chan Bai Tian of Mount Hua sect, humbly saying he was only nominally known as the Sword Dragon. Lying on the arena floor, Bai Yu Chan suddenly understood the meaning of Chiaosu's words. He admitted it had been a most entertaining duel. Chan Bai Tian clasped his hands and solemnly requested that in the upcoming final, young Master Li please draw his sword and demonstrate it. Chiaosu smiled at his final opponent, Sword Dragon Chan Bai Tian. He drew his sword and declared that Chan Bai Tian's reputation carried far and wide. Today would be the last time. With a keen gaze and confident smile, Chiaosu replied decisively to the challenge. Of course. He stared straight at his opponent, eyes blazing, and proclaimed grandly, "From today onward, I shall become the Sword Dragon." The atmosphere was unbearably tense, signaling a battle that would not be simple. Beneath the stands, Eugene Hwi anxiously shouted, urging his junior disciple to stay calm, as if sensing something odd in the match. Eugene Hwi was deep in thought. He recalled Chan Bai Tian, a master he'd met, and worried when the eunuch suddenly joined the challenge unscheduled, putting him in a bind. The story flashed back to just before the fight. Chan Bai Tian, with an arrogant look, blocked the path of Eugene Hwi, who was hiding his identity under a conical hat. He recognized him as the famed Gongdong sword hero. Chan Bai Tian seized the chance, grabbed Jin Hwi's hand, and tauntingly challenged him, wanting to use the opportunity to test their skills and topple his reputation. Jin Hwi remembered his junior's advice to use a false identity to avoid trouble. He had ignored it before, but now he understood its deeper meaning as trouble came knocking. Back in the present, in the stands, beautiful women screamed and cheered for Li Chiaosu. Everyone believed that with his skill, defeating the Sword Dragon was only a matter of time. The match officially began. Li Chiaosu and Bai Tian faced each other on the arena, the tension so high it foretold a life-or-death battle. Chiaosu calmly observed his opponent. In his mind, he already knew Bai Tian from a previous life. The fate of this man was something he held in the palm of his hand. In Chiaosu's memories, Chan Bai Tian in his past life was an outstanding talent, the future pillar of the Hua Shan sect. He was expected to revive the entire righteous martial world. However, because he could never reach the level his senior had achieved, he gradually grew jealous of Sword Saint Eugene Hwi, falling into the trap of the demonic cult and the Ninth Madam. In the end, Chan Bai Tian betrayed his sect, his hands stained with the blood of fellow disciples who had once fought by his side. The image of him coldly turning his back and walking over countless corpses was terrifying. Later, Chan Bai Tian destroyed his cultivation, went mad, and retreated to repent his sins. Until his death, he could not forgive himself. Back in the present, Chiaosu looked at Chan Bai Tian and wondered whether this time he could turn around his tragic fate like Namgungcheng. Chan Bai Tian spoke up, conceding Chiaosu's talent for winning using only fists, feet, and finger techniques. He also mentioned that Chiaosu's senior, young hero Yu, had once easily defeated him. Chiaosu merely smiled. He knew that was when his senior was making a name in the martial world, and he modestly admitted that compared to him, he was still very inadequate. Chan Bai Tian drew his sword, eyes sharp, asking Chiaosu how his swordsmanship appeared to him, and whether he was worthy to learn the Gongdong sect's sword techniques. Chiaosu calmly replied that Bai Tian was of course qualified. He also drew his sword, standing steady and ready to accept the challenge. Bai Tian confidently declared that since tasting defeat at young hero Yu's hands, he had devoted himself to mastering Hua Shan swordsmanship and today would broaden Chiaosu's horizon. Then Chan Bai Tian rushed forward to attack. He employed the Hua Shan sect's ultimate sword techniques, carrying a deadly scent. Chiaosu recognized this as the pinnacle of illusionary swordsmanship, a style blending the unreal with the real and lethal intent. Those without a focused heart could never discern which moves were phantoms. But for Chiaosu it was different. With the experience and insight from his past life, these illusory moves could not fool him. Chan Bai Tian shouted attack and swung his sword. Illusory blades full of killing intent surged toward Chiaosu like a storm. Sword chi clashed in fiery sparks. Chiaosu not only easily deflected Bai Tian's strikes but also absorbed his sword chi, creating dazzling sparks on the arena floor. Sensing the moment had come, Chiaosu prepared a decisive sword strike. He concentrated all his inner power, confident that with this move the outcome would be decided. Chiaosu poured his inner strength into the sword. A blue light enveloped the blade as he prepared to unleash a powerful move. He launched the one sword subdues demons, a strong stream of blue sword chi spreading across the arena and forming a gigantic bagua formation. The energy from Chiaosu's technique engulfed the entire arena, leaving the audience stunned at this terrifying power. Everyone in the stands froze, mouths agape at Chiaosu's display of strength. They couldn't believe their eyes. As if unscathed, Bai Tian stepped out into the stream of sword chi. He recalled the origin of the move. This was the final technique of the lost subduing demons sword art, Vida subdues demons. Bai Tian's clothes had been blown to dust. He only managed to cover himself, exclaiming in shock that he had nearly been hit. The spectators erupted into chaos. They jeered and called Chiaosu the Gongdong odd hero, unable to believe he'd performed a stripping move mid-fight. Chiaosu was equally flustered and embarrassed. He hadn't expected that this bizarre side effect of the technique would recur. Contrary to Chiaosu's shame, Bai Tian burst into maniacal laughter. He felt no humiliation. Instead, he was wildly exhilarated. He laughed loudly, demanding Chiaosu give him even more pleasurable sensations. The more dramatic the battle, the more he seemed to enjoy it. Chiaosu was stunned by his opponent's reaction. He realized that the man praised as the sword dragon was actually a true mad dragon. He sneered, mocking his own title, Sword Dragon Chan Bai Tian. He wondered who he really was, a sword dragon or a berserker. Chan Bai Tian's flashback began. He had once been a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, expected to elevate Hua Shan's fame to new heights, the most gifted talent ever. However, after being defeated by Yu Jin Hwi in a single bout, he realized his own weakness. It was the first time he tasted bitter defeat. From then on, he lived for one ideal, to find a way to counter that sword move. He abandoned all vain pleasures, drinking, women, and even declined young Master Moyang's party invitations to obsessively temper himself. And today, he finally stood before Yu Jin Hwi's junior disciple, Chiaosu. At last, he had found someone capable of defeating him. Chan Bai Tian believed that even if his clothes were tattered and his body bare, it didn't matter. He had found a worthy rival. At the moment he cast off clothing's hindrance, Chan Bai Tian believed this primal state was the purest form of the sword way. He had reached the realm of the purest sword path, no longer bound by anything, not even the clothes on his body. In this primordial state, Chan Bai Tian surged forward to attack Chiaosu again. Plum blossoms appeared with blazing red sword chi, forming the move Plum Blossom Meteor Flow. Chiaosu struggled to defend, amazed and wondering what insane insight this man had attained. His power had increased dramatically. He realized Chan Bai Tian's sword chi had condensed into a sword core, and he'd broken through from the supreme realm to the super supreme. One slip would mean immediate demonic deviation. Pinned against the wall by Chan Bai Tian's frenzied power, Chiaosu gritted his teeth. With no other choice, to end the fight he had to use his final trump card, the move Shame-Splitting Bone Sever. Without further words, they both lunged at each other simultaneously. No probing strikes remained, only pure intent to kill. The battle had entered a life-or-death stage where a small mistake cost one's life. Chan Bai Tian roared and charged. His red sword chi grew ever sharper and more frenzied. Chiaosu and Chan Bai Tian clashed like madmen. Their sword chi met in fiery impacts, producing ear-piercing sounds and dazzling flashes. Chiaosu gritted his teeth and held firm. Bai Tian's sword core was razor-sharp, not only shredding his garments but tearing flesh as well. During the duel, Chiaosu's clothing was gradually torn away, revealing his muscular body. He, too, ended up as bare as Bai Tian. The audience erupted again. Now even the Gongdong odd hero had no cloth left to cover him. They jeered, calling the match disgustingly indecent. Chiaosu thought to himself that since he'd already stepped into the fight, he'd rather be dubbed a pervert who won than remain a loser like that Chan. He poured in all his current cultivation, even at the risk of overloading. A purple gleam lit his eyes as he readied the final finishing blow. From the stands, Yu Jin Hwi realized Chiaosu was using NGH letter 1 ECBCH La Pure Blood technique in combination. His junior's yin-yang dual chi was being greatly amplified. Chiaosu then unleashed a gigantic streak of purple-black sword chi. Chiaosu shouted sword steel. This was his strongest secret skill, a solid, destructive surge of energy. The purple sword steel barreled straight at Chan Bai Tian, its force seeming capable of crushing anything in its path. Chan Bai Tian was horrified by the attack's power. He tried to defend but seemed powerless against the might of sword steel. A horrific explosion occurred, the arena floor shattered into pieces. The destructive force of sword steel was terrifying. The scene after the strike was desolate. Chan Bai Tian had been blasted out of the ring, lying motionless on the ground. Chiaosu was the only one still standing. Someone loudly announced Chan Bai Tian. He panted heavily after delivering his decisive blow. Chiaosu's friends in the stands erupted in joy, shouting his name. In the end, the victor was Li, the young hero from the Kong Distro Kletter 1ED9NG school. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Li, the young hero, could actually perform sword steel. The rumors about the Gongdong sword hero brothers were indeed true. Yu Jin Hwi hurried to Chiaosu's side, calling out, "Junior." She worried about her junior's condition after the fight. She praised her junior's hard work, quickly took off her cloak and draped it over Chiaosu to cover his naked body. Chiaosu awkwardly thanked his senior. Below, people chatted, nodding that Master Li had won the championship and suggesting they give him a new title fitting the Gongdong odd hero. The proposed name was Strange Dragon. The image of a grotesque dragon arose, hinting at Chiaosu's peculiar fighting style. Chiaosu froze when he heard the title. "Strange Dragon," he murmured, his face full of astonishment and slight embarrassment. He was puzzled, wasn't it supposed to be Sword Dragon? The title Strange Dragon seemed to touch some memory or feeling inside him. From above, the princess smiled in satisfaction. As expected, the one she called Master had won. She signaled to the attendant behind her. Immediately, a guard loudly ordered the ring to summon Li Chiaosu of the Gongdong sect. For Her Highness, the princess wished to personally receive the winner and bestow the prize. The guard instructed Li Chiaosu to tidy his attire and wait for the princess's summons. Both bowed awkwardly. Chiaosu respectfully said that receiving this favor was truly a great honor for him. Chiaosu thought to himself that although he had lost some face during the bout, a win was a win. He comforted himself and accepted the result. Looking at her, he thought inwardly, well then, let's go present the promised glorious victory to the emperor, and tried to sound suitably heroic. After the match, at the camp tents, someone came to Chiaosu's tent and called in. It was Chan Bai Tian, both an opponent and the person Chiaosu had mentored. Chiaosu had just changed his clothes when Chan Bai Tian entered. He apologized for disturbing him and explained he only wanted to drop by to offer congratulations on the victory. Chan Bai Tian clasped his hands and expressed deep gratitude. He said that thanks to Chiaosu he had experienced a great enlightenment and advanced to a new level in martial arts. To him, this was an enormous favor. From now on, he asked permission to address Chiaosu familiarly as Brother Li. Faced with the other's reverence, Chiaosu could only smile wryly. He felt a little awkward and puzzled as to why so many people had begun to idolize him lately. Seeing Chiaosu agree, Chan Bai Tian was overjoyed and bowed again in thanks. Then, the young knight suddenly remembered something. He asked whether Chan Bai Tian's name was on the list of attendees for the Kington gathering, guessing that with his skill, young Master Moyong had surely tried to recruit him. Chan Bai Tian answered evasively, neither denying nor confirming, which left Chiaosu a bit bewildered. Hearing Chiaosu's reply, the young knight seemed to understand the issue. Chan Bai Tian admitted that without that duel, he might still have been lost in confusion. He also did not fail to admire Li Hein's relentless will to train. Chan Bai Tian replied modestly. He believed that one who bears the name swordsman must accept every moment as an opportunity to focus on cultivation. That was the truth that Brother Li and Master Liu had enlightened him to. Chiaosu smiled happily, thinking inwardly that Chan Bai Tian's fate had also taken a positive turn. He promised that if there was an opportunity later they'd sit down and chat, perhaps over tea or something stronger for the nerves. The conversation ended, Chan Bai Tian took his leave happily, hoping they'd have a chance to meet again soon. When Chan Bai Tian left, Chiaosu's face became pensive. He couldn't help wondering about the young knight's strange fighting style and resolved that if there were a next time, he'd give him a memorable match. Putting those thoughts aside, someone outside spoke up, asking Chiaosu if everything was ready because it was time to depart. After straightening his clothes, Chiaosu decided it was time for him to set off as well. Chiaosu and the group made their way toward the palace. He thought to himself that their destination was the county office, the government hall where the magistrate handled official affairs. Chiaosu walked while thinking. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had set foot in this place. It felt both familiar and a little strange. Inside the hall, a servant hurriedly reported to Her Highness the Princess that he had escorted young Master Li to an audience. Immediately after, Chiaosu slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside, his gaze serious. Seated on the throne was Princess Yuan Hua. She brightened with joy and expectation when she saw Chiaosu, saying she'd been waiting for him for a long time. According to protocol, Chiaosu knelt and bowed his head to pay respects. "Your humble subject greets Your Highness the Princess." Princess Yuan Hua hurried down from the throne and helped Chiaosu up. She said that since it was just the two of them, there was no need for excessive formalities, behave naturally. Chiaosu smiled, his eyes full of understanding and affection, and responded with a special form of address only they shared. "Understood, Your Majesty." This address, both formal and intimate, stirred Princess Yuan Hua's heart. She blushed and confessed that she truly missed him. Yuan Hua embraced Chiaosu tightly, confessing that no matter how long they were apart, his image always lingered in her mind. Chiaosu replied, affirming that despite what others said, he would always be a loyal minister to His Majesty. Chiaosu gently told Yuan Hua that, as promised, he had brought the glory of victory back from the Dragon Phoenix Society to present to her. Yuan Hua was moved, leaning into his chest and softly calling, "My lord." Yuan Hua said she had witnessed Chiaosu's outstanding performance with her own eyes. She remarked that it seemed he never neglected his martial training, then mischievously added that even that thing had grown back as before. Hit in a sensitive spot, Chiaosu couldn't help blushing awkwardly. He recalled the embarrassing situation and scolded himself for allowing His Majesty to see him like that. Seeing Chiaosu flustered, Yuan Hua gently took his hand. She affirmed that in her eyes he had never been ugly, because to her he was the only family she had left in the world. Yuan Hua's words deeply moved Chiaosu. He agreed, saying indeed, the emperor is his only kin, across both modern times and this martial world, and he thanked her for her kindness. After that emotional moment, Yuan Hua suddenly remembered something. She said there was a matter she wanted to ask his opinion on. Kyung Ho listened attentively. Yuan Hua unexpectedly asked about the Eastern hero Yu Jin Hwi, whom she suspected was actually a woman. She added that this world seemed to be changing compared to the life they once lived. Shockingly, Yuan Hua herself was also a returnee. Chiaosu was not surprised. He thought to himself that she had always been that sharp. He had long suspected the emperor was also a returnee like him. He recalled that in his previous life there had been no concept of one sword wandering. Chiaosu's thoughts continued. He reasoned that since the emperor held the reins of the state, she must have gathered many important pieces of evidence. And surely she had verified that senior brother Yu Jin Hwi was in fact female. She also confirmed Yuan Hua's deductions were entirely correct. He explained that due to private pains he couldn't voice, his senior brother had long concealed his true gender. Yuan Hua nodded, seeming to understand. Yuan Hua looked at Chiaosu with determination. That someone as fearsome as Yu Jin Hwi could retain humanity, she believed, was due to his influence from Chiaosu. She vowed that as his closest person she would never be negligent or fall behind. Yuan Hua smiled and thanked Chiaosu for clearing up her doubts. He told Her Majesty not to worry too much about his senior brother. The two embraced warmly again. In Chiaosu's arms, Yuan Hua felt peaceful and happy. She nuzzled her head against his chest, thinking that to her he was everything, her sole source of life. Yuan Hua's hand gripped his lapel tightly as Chiaosu sank into his own thoughts. She insisted that ordinary feelings like mere romance couldn't express this true affection, and she would never give him up to anyone. In Yuan Hua's mind, potential romantic rivals appeared one by one. She judged that Jiak Sa-wal was after all just an old woman past her 60s, while Yun Xiao-lan had already reached around her 50s. Others like Jingha and Xiu Ha-rin, or Wai Zorion, even Yu Jin Hwi were not worth her concern. Yet, Yuan Hua frowned. In the end, the woman who worried her most was the blue-haired woman. She was the world's top beauty and spent the most time by his side, truly a formidable rival for Yuan Hua. Seeing Yuan Hua thoughtful, Chiaosu spoke up, "Your Majesty, I still have one question to ask." Yunhai replied, "What do you wish to ask?" Chiaosu began to recount what he had discovered. He said his senior brother's secret was uncovered at the Kington gathering organized by young Master Moyang. The blood sect used that banquet to distribute a corrupt drug. He produced a small purple vial, evidence of the blood sect's plot. He couldn't believe they dared commit such a crime right under Shaolin's nose. Even in his previous life, he never imagined this scenario. She also added with a worried expression that in his previous life, truly no one had enough power to stop the blood demons. Yuan Hua continued, memories of the previous life flooding back. She recounted that after the emperor's passing in that life, she had spent decades preparing to abdicate the throne. She looked into the distance, recalling that brief period of peace. She realized that calm had been bought by his gathering of many rare herbs in life, which had significantly delayed the blood demon's recovery of power. The image of a blood-soaked battlefield littered with corpses rose in Yunhai's mind. She concluded bitterly that by the time she realized the truth, it was already far too late to save anything. Yuan Hua clutched her robe and finally understood. She said she now knew why in the previous life they had collapsed so quickly. Horror flashed across her eyes as she grasped the bitter truth. From the start, they had been hollowed out and corroded from within by the enemy. With steely resolve, Yuan Hua declared that to prevent this tragedy from happening again, she must rapidly mobilize the entire power of the imperial family. She also took Yuan Hua's hand, his gaze resolute. He affirmed his loyalty and pledged that if anything in the palace required his strength, she should order him at any time. Chiaosu's offer surprised and moved Yuan Hua deeply. She hadn't expected him to be willing to support her so unconditionally. Yuan Hua's heart stirred. She softly spoke his name in a swell of emotion. To her, his presence now was an invaluable comfort. She thought to herself that indeed only he always worried for and thought of her so much. She truly wanted to lean on him and snuggle into his arms right now, however. Yuan Hua quickly recovered the solemn bearing of a sovereign. She understood that clearing internal problems and stabilizing the realm were responsibilities she herself must shoulder. She looked Chiaosu directly in the eye and declared firmly that she alone was capable of handling affairs properly, so he needn't worry. Chiaosu bowed his head in obedience, fully respecting her decision. After discussing state matters, Yuan Hua smiled and changed the subject. She said that since he had returned triumphs from the Dragon Phoenix Society to present to her, of course she must bestow a fitting reward. Chiaosu was a bit surprised. He thought that obtaining the 10,000-year fire lyre was reward enough. Curiously, he asked what she intended to grant him. Without further words, Yuan Hua produced a small brocade box. Chiaosu took it and opened it, his face betraying astonishment at what lay inside. Inside the box was an exquisitely crafted gold ring set with an enormous diamond that glittered brilliantly. Yuan Hua herself was completely surprised by the gift. Yuan Hua explained that this was an item that whenever she saw it would remind her of him. She had personally ordered the artisans to make a ring, intending that each of them keep one as a token. Chiaosu realized it wasn't a star diamond ring. He was stunned and blurted out that this reward might be excessively luxurious and generous, Your Majesty. Though unsure why Her Majesty chose a ring, Chiaosu could not refuse a gift carrying such sincerity. He accepted it respectfully, thanked the emperor for the immense gift, and vowed to cherish it as a priceless treasure. Yuan Hua smiled gently and promised she would soon finish handling court affairs. She asked him to be patient a little longer. When the time came, she would wholeheartedly support and assist him. Chiaosu raised his hand and gently stroked Yuan Hua's head. The tender gesture stood in for his gratitude and trust in her. Yuan Hua looked up at Chiaosu with eyes full of affection, her heart brimming with happiness and trust. In that moment, their hearts beat as one. Chiaosu gazed deeply into Yuan Hua's eyes and vowed, "Even if our bodies must be temporarily apart, our hearts will always turn toward each other unchanged, Your Majesty." Hearing that promise, Yuan Hua smiled happily and toyed with the ring. She said, "Therefore, whenever you look at this ring, please remember me, will you?" Chiaosu stood there, his eyes distant as if lost in old memories, where a figure he could never forget lingered. The scene shifts to the past, to peaceful days beside Emperor Yuan Hua. Back then, she was a spoiled child, holding his hand as they walked through the palace, unwilling to step even half a pace away. Chiaosu gently pulled Yuan Hua into his arms, promising the Lord that he would always be by her side and remember every moment. Their decades-long bond was not merely lord and vassal, but a deep affection hard to name. Yuan Hua smiled, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. She told him to wait for her, to wait until she reclaimed the throne at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a promise that haunted him for a lifetime. Afterwards, when they left, Chiaosu carefully put away the ring the emperor had given him. He vowed to protect it jealously, for it was an invaluable memento tied to the person he cherished most. Lost in thought, a shrill voice suddenly cut through his emotions. Chiaosu turned around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. It turned out to be Yong causing a ruckus in the courtyard. She pointed and shouted at Dang Tianji, "Who allowed you to call me sister? What I do is none of your business. How dare you try to stop me?" You wondered why Senior Dang would be working as a waiter at the Gongdong faction, but Jin Hwi only cared that Chiaosu had just visited the princess. Later you still had the same question, and Jin Hwi made up a story. The lady had taken a liking to him earlier, so she wanted to stay with Chiaosu. Seeing the little junior sister being overly mischievous, Dang Tianji could only wail and advise the girl to be a bit more restrained, though his words carried little weight. Exasperated by her stubbornness, Dang Tianji tossed her a manual and shooed her away, half annoyed and half amused. Dang Tianji held the book, his eyes lighting up as he realized it was the precious item the master had just bestowed upon him. It turned out to be a compilation of medical and poison techniques she had long sought. She winked mischievously, pleased that she now had another weapon to torment anyone who dared annoy her. Immediately after, Yong took the chance to throw her arms tightly around Chiaosu, declaring firmly that from now on she would only follow and protect this big brother. Chiaosu was so startled he shouted. The girl's excessive enthusiasm left him no time to react, creating a very comical scene. Watching his family member being snatched away before his eyes, Dang Tianji could only stand there and scream in despair, wishing he could drag her back to punish her. She also broke out in a sweat, privately thinking that if this continued, one day the girl might poison him with her medical arts. Regaining his seriousness, Dang Tianji formally introduced himself as the head of the poison sect, a feared figure in the martial world known as the Soul Toxin. The imposing aura of a senior began to radiate strongly. He warned Chiaosu in a hoarse voice, eyes blazing with killing intent, "If you let my sister shed even a single tear, you'll know what earthly hell is." Faced with such a weighty threat, the eunuch could only tremble and agree, trying to keep from collapsing under the senior's terrifying pressure. After settling personal matters, Dang Tianji turned to business. His face grew grave as he mentioned an important order from the higher-ups. He revealed that the Martial Alliance leader had taken a great interest in him after his performance at the Grand Assembly and ordered him to go at once to the Dingfeng County branch to receive instructions. Chiaosu was stunned. He hadn't expected to fall into the favor of such a powerful figure so quickly. The man everyone feared was the Sword Emperor Lam Dongli, current leader of the Martial Alliance. A legend risen from the bottom with a single blade, he had reached the transformation realm with an aura capable of shaking the heavens. Approaching the magnificent Martial Alliance headquarters, Chiaosu felt both honored and uneasy at the weight of the meeting. He knew that stepping through that door would turn his journey onto an entirely new chapter. Standing before the magnificent main hall of the Martial Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere suddenly grew solemn. The escort announced that the Alliance leader wished to have a private conversation with young hero Li and invited the others to wait in the reception room. Seeing this, Jin Hwi's group anxiously urged their junior to be careful. Though it was a great honor, everyone understood the pressure of facing the head of the orthodox martial world was no small matter. Chiaosu calmly nodded to everyone and followed the guards inside. His gaze showed no wavering, revealing the composure of someone who had weathered many storms. No sooner had he stepped into the grand tower than a hearty laugh rang down from above. "Ha ha ha, so you are the strange dragon Li Chiaosu, the champion of this Long Phoenix tournament?" The powerful voice made the whole room tremble. Before him stood the Martial Alliance leader, Sword Emperor Lam Dongli. With a hulking frame, bushy sideburns, and stylish sunglasses, he exuded the overwhelming presence of a master at the transformation realm. "Glad to see you again," he exclaimed enthusiastically. Chiaosu showed no disrespect. He bowed in proper martial etiquette. "Meeting Sword Emperor is an immense honor for your junior," he replied with humility while maintaining his dignified bearing. The leader waved him to sit at the tea table. A private space for conversation began, where rank seemed momentarily set aside to allow an exchange between two capable men. As he poured tea, Lam Dongli expressed his surprise. He could not have imagined such a young man defeating Sword Dragon, a formidable opponent, to claim glory at the Long Phoenix branch. He laughed loudly, folding his arms with delight. That a late rising star from a seemingly waning sect could turn the tide like this surely had the 9 provinces abuzz. "Isn't that right, strange dragon?" he said, looking at him meaningfully. Chiaosu took a small sip of tea, a trace of puzzlement on his face. He asked Elder Lam, who had given him the odd nickname Strange Dragon, since the name didn't sit well with his ears. Lam Dongli proudly pointed to himself and laughed heartily. He claimed credit for the name and countered, asking if any other name suited the eccentric and uncanny style of his fighting better. But Chiaosu seemed unconvinced. He looked the elder in the eye and put forth his wish. Wouldn't Sword Dragon sound more fitting? He wanted a name tied to the weapon he trusted most. With resolute eyes, Chiaosu affirmed his identity. No matter what the world called him, in his heart he had always been a true swordsman, using the sword to decide fate and protect what mattered. Leader Lam Dongli fell silent for a moment, his gaze behind the shades sharpened. He seemed to be reassessing the young man's will, someone who dared directly oppose his view. Suddenly he burst into laughter again. Very well, young hero speaks rightly. If the champion wishes to change his epithet, I won't refuse, he said generously at the bold proposal. Chiaosu smiled faintly, relieved that the elder took his words lightly. Yet he also understood that such ease surely came with a hefty price. As expected, the leader's expression hardened. He laid down a condition. The cost of that presumptuous name change was that Chiaosu must withstand a full power strike from him. If successful, the title Sword Dragon would officially belong to him. Unflinching, Chiaosu rose, clasped his hands and bowed. Your junior requests to receive one strike. He accepted the challenge not just for the name, but to prove his strength before the mightiest. Lam Dongli laughed, told him not to be too tense, and produced a small wooden box. Before we begin, accept this reward, he generously offered a most precious treasure. The box lid opened to reveal a gleaming black elixir emitting an unusual radiance. Chiaosu gasped upon recognizing it as the Great Pill, a miraculous drug said to boost inner power and heal all wounds, exceedingly rare in the martial world. Knowing its value, Chiaosu thought to himself that he didn't need it immediately. Still, keeping it as an emergency remedy for life-or-death situations seemed a wise choice. The Alliance leader sprang to his feet, his presence soaring. First reward delivered, now for the next prize, he cried excitedly, signaling a thunderous contest about to unfold. The two moved to the rear of the tower where an ancient, solemn grand arena stood. It had been ages since this place was used to host a master and witness a historic moment in the martial world. Shouldering his colossal blade, Lam Dongli led the way into the arena. He told Chiaosu that he was among the few honored to use this place, a subtle affirmation of the respect he held for him. The two faced each other in the wind-swept arena. The space fell utterly silent, only the wind whistling through the mountain crevices. Begin, the leader ordered. Chiaosu tightened his grip on the sword, ready to receive a strike bearing the force of an era. Standing in the arena, he reiterated his promise. As pledged, if you can parry one blade from this seat, I will change your epithet from Strange Hero to Sword Dragon. His pressure thickened the air. Chiaosu did not flinch. He lowered his center of gravity, eyes razor-sharp on his opponent. All right, let's see, he murmured inwardly, bracing himself to face the fiercest strike yet. Dongli curled his lips in a smile, gripping the hilt tightly. He warned he would tune his inner power to match Chiaosu's, so don't complain if the blow is too strong. The light in his eyes behind the shades flared with excitement. Let's see what you're made of, the leader roared, swinging the blade in an arc that tore the air. The attack, carrying a 1,000-weight force, hurtled toward Chiaosu at incredible speed. The arena trembled under the pressure of the great blade. The two opponents formed a stark contrast, a mighty giant on one side and a small young man with iron will facing death on the other. Chiaosu was amazed by the subtlety in the elder's blade technique. It was so illusory that one could not tell which were feints and which were true killing strikes. One small mistake could cost his life. But Chiaosu's gaze deepened. My conviction runs deep too, he told himself. In that life-or-death instant, he summoned all his skills, seeking the single opening in the leader's exquisite strike. The sound of wind-splitting screams roared around them. The blade's radiance engulfed Chiaosu's small figure, creating an utterly magnificent and breath-stealing tableau. Chiaosu tightened his grip on the sword, concentrating all his inner power into a single point to counter. Only one, Chiaosu roared in his mind. He did not retreat, pouring all his strength into dispelling the suffocating pressure from above. An explosion of energy erupted at the point of contact, spreading outward. Blade and sword met in a shower of sparks. The collision's force began to crack the ground beneath them, with bolts of inner power shooting in all directions, creating a chaotic, dramatic spectacle. Dust and smoke blanketed a wide area. A tremendous blast shook even distant mountains, leaving deep fissures across the arena's stone floor. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the two emerged. Lam Dongli stood there, his face showing surprise mixed with admiration. He couldn't believe the young man had held firm. Lam Dongli was stunned, his eyes behind the shades widened in amazement. Silence enveloped him as he beheld the result of that full-force strike. Chiaosu had achieved the impossible. Chiaosu still stood on his feet, though his clothes were torn and blood stained the corners of his mouth. He panted, the sword in his hands trembling from the aftershock, yet his eyes shone with the pride of a victor. A close-up of Chiaosu's dust-smudged, bloodied face. Though heavily injured, his will had overcome the leader's might, proving that the title he longed for was not an empty dream. Lam Dongli sheathed his blade and spoke in awe. He revealed that even the former sword dragon Yu could not withstand this strike, yet the eunuch had managed to counter it, a truly formidable power. Chiaosu exhaled in relief and wiped the blood from his lip. He thought to himself that to earn the prestigious title Sword Dragon, one really must endure life-or-death trials like this, apparently no shortcuts, not even with good looks. Ha ha ha, passed! The alliance leader laughed heartily, the sound dispelling the tense air. He officially congratulated young hero Li on becoming the new Sword Dragon, and teasingly added that his old epithet, Jade Dragon, wasn't bad either. She also clasped his hands in salute, expressing deep gratitude to the leader for the recognition and the costly lesson. A genuine respect had formed between the veteran elder and the talented junior. He chuckled and said it was merely the official title he bestowed. Whether the Jianghu would actually call him Sword Dragon, he couldn't guarantee. Chiaosu looked at the sly old man with a look of speechless exasperation. Suddenly, Lam Dongli produced a secret letter and handed it to Chiaosu with a serious expression. "Ah, I have some intelligence to give you. Want to take a look?" The question made Chiaosu both curious and wary. Chiaosu opened the letter and read, calculating quietly. Matters with the Heaven-Earth Society and the Emperor were tentatively settled, but receiving intelligence now surely meant something unusual was afoot. Chiaosu's eyes widened as each line of the dispatch appeared. His face grew stern at the gravity of the information. A major incident capable of shaking the Jianghu was quietly taking shape, bringing ill omens for a turbulent journey ahead. The arrogant war letter from the demonic cult demanded Gongdong return their lost ultimate technique, and challenged them to meet at Heavenly Mountain to duel their young prodigies. The fierce confrontation between righteousness and evil had been set in motion, opening a stormy new chapter for the new Sword Dragon with fateful reunions to come. Holding the letter, a peculiar smile flickered on Chiaosu's dust-streaked face. An invitation from the demonic cult, he thought. Rather than fear the powerful evil sect, a strange excitement sparked within him at the prospect of facing the leaders of darkness. And as predicted, the image of an old acquaintance flashed in his mind. Bai Tianhua, the enigmatic blonde beauty of the demonic cult with her cold demeanor and enchanting purple eyes. So it's time to meet Bai Tianhua again, is it? At the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, Chiaosu and sect leader Lam Dongli were discussing a taunting letter from the demon cult, which mentioned that the cult now possesses the Gongdong School's secret manual. Chiaosu pondered. He knew that the Great Demon War 50 years ago stemmed from the Gongdong School's destruction, so the theft of their manual was hardly surprising. Scenes from his past life suddenly resurfaced in Chiaosu's mind. The fierce battles of Yu Jin Hwi. In the duel with the Heavenly Demon, his senior brother, once the foremost righteous master, faced their mortal enemy head-on. His senior brother had poured every ounce of strength into reclaiming the Gongdong manual, becoming a living legend in the martial world. Back in the present, Chiaosu realized the demon cult intended to use the manual as bait to lure him into the Heavenly Demon martial trial. Dongli revealed that not only Gongdong, but also Martial Arts Alliance and the Left Dao Alliance had been invited to compete atop Mount Tian. At present, the martial world is dominated by three Xushan realm powerhouses: Heavenly Demon Bai Wuliang, King of Hell Jiak Sa Wall, and the Holy Monk Master Wenju. Bai Wuliang was a martial genius who reached the ultimate realm at a young age, yet he always felt lonely atop his peak of power. The only thing this battle-crazed man yearned for was a worthy opponent so he could give his all in a single fight. A flash of a sword tore through the darkness, symbolizing the overwhelming power of those who stand at the summit. Past life memories showed the terrifying explosion of power between the senior brother and the heavenly demon, a battle that shook heaven and earth. The senior brother had charged alone into the demon cult's lair, boldly facing tens of thousands of cultists who surrounded him. Under his sword, the demon cult's followers fell like wheat, while the heavenly demon calmly observed the slaughter. After a dramatic secret duel, though defeated, the senior brother still retained the dignified bearing of a true gentleman. Out of respect for such a worthy foe, the heavenly demon willingly returned the Gongdong manual to the senior brother after that battle. Back in the present, Lam Dongli advised Chiaosu not to worry too much, since the situation now was very different from before. Chiaosu firmly declared that he and his senior brother would represent the Gongdong school at Mount Tian to settle this grudge. Seeing Chiaosu's resolve, Dongli smiled knowingly behind his sunglasses, as if he had glimpsed the young man's great potential. He promised to bolster reinforcements and spare no effort to support the Kongdong sect on their perilous journey. The scene shifted to Misty Mountains, where dim lanterns flickered in the silent night. This was the headquarters of the Left Dao Alliance, a force not to be underestimated in this power play. Someone knelt in reverent salute, urgently reporting the situation to their supreme leader. In Jiak Sa Wal's grand hall, Hyang Mi, the usually mischievous snake maiden, had become unusually polite as she reported the news with strange deference. Perched on the high throne, Jiak Sa Wal curled a beguiling smile, her eyes lit with amusement when the name Black Snake Long Chiaosu was mentioned, signaling a new scheme about to unfold. Hyang Mi bowed her head in respect to the woman before her, thinking silently, this was the nation's greatest beauty, the Left Dao Alliance's leader, Jiak Sa Wal. Jiak Sa Wal's beauty was truly legendary, a world-shaking charm that left onlookers stunned. She sat on the throne with authority and seduction. Jiak Sa Wal smiled enigmatically, clearly pleased by her subordinates' respect, and she mused that the oddest character of all was the one sword off gallivanting out there. Jiak Sa Wal handed the demon cult's letter to Hyang Mi. They proposed holding the heavenly demon martial trial to select the top young master of the black and white factions, a clear trap but also a grand stage. Jiak Sa Wal ordered Hyang Mi, the left sect's top dragon, to represent the alliance and head to Mount Tian. The mission was not only to scout the demon cult but also to gather intelligence on sword dragon Li Chiaosu. Hearing the name Li Chiaosu, Hyang Mi froze, her eyes fluttered and her heart skipped a beat. That name always stirred indescribable feelings in her. Hyang Mi blushed slightly at the thought of that brother. Memories of Li Chiaosu rushed back, turning the sharp-witted woman shy like an adolescent girl. The memory of their meeting in Gansu appeared vividly. Since their parting, a deep longing had constantly lingered in her heart, yet there had been no chance to reunite. Now the chance had come, but her emotions were in turmoil. Hyang Mi cursed this strange feeling inwardly. Thinking of Li Chiaosu made her irritated, yet deep inside burned an undeniable desire. Her heart pounded wildly. She clutched the letter, face flushed with excitement and embarrassment over the forthcoming mission. This was her chance to meet her dream man. Jiak Sa Wal watched her subordinate's expression and asked, "Will you go?" Hyang Mi fell silent, flustered, trying to contain the surging excitement. "I must set out," Hyang Mi whispered. She was determined to meet him and clarify the damned feelings that had tormented her mind. For a moment she imagined throwing herself into Li Chiaosu's arms, a fierce longing she'd long tried to bury. This damned feeling was truly overwhelming. Hyang Mi quickly regained her composure, bowed respectfully, and proclaimed, "I obey." Jiak Sa Wal nodded with satisfaction, revealing slender, seductive legs beneath her high-slit gray robe. Jiak Sa Wal pondered whether she should disguise herself as a junior to join the fun for extra amusement. A crafty, mischievous gleam flashed in her eyes. At Mount Tian, where there was no Jin Hwi nor Yun Xiao Lan, Jiak Sa Wal believed she could reclaim her youthful charms and win Li Chiaosu's heart. A bold ambition for the Left Dao's deputy leader. The scene shifted to a cup of tea sending up fragrant steam, a peaceful, silent space perfectly opposed to the tense atmosphere at the Left Dao Alliance. Chiaosu sat opposite Master Wonjuk in an ancient shrine. Wonjuk lifted his teacup and asked about his plans for Mount Tian. Chiaosu answered cautiously, saying he had not yet decided. Wonjuk smiled faintly, saying that if it were this incarnation's heavenly demon, he would certainly accept conditions to ensure Kyung Ho's safety. The young monk seemed to know the opponent well. Chiaosu sipped his tea, maintaining a calm expression. He believed that whether the heavenly demon agreed or not mattered little. Sooner or later he would have to go face his fate. Wonjuk silently admired his composure. Suddenly, Wonjuk produced an old manual. "Here, take this." Chiaosu was surprised by the sudden gesture. Chiaosu took the book with a questioning look. It seemed to be a very important gift Wonjuk had prepared for him. It was the Dharma Wheel Saint King's art, a strenuous technique the young monk had self-realized. Even a glance at the illustrations showed Chiaosu this was an extraordinarily profound martial art, far from the young monk's modest words. Wonjuk explained that this technique was his life's work created to counter the blood demon and his minions, a priceless talisman to protect Chiaosu on the stormy journey ahead. Clutching the manual, Chiaosu was stunned to realize he had been handed the nemesis of the blood cult. He looked at the young monk with deep respect, silently awaiting the dark secrets behind this evil force to be revealed. Wonjuk gently set his teacup down. Wonjuk recounted the heavenly demon war 50 years ago, a tragedy that began with the destruction of the Gongdong school. The young monk's eyes took on a grave seriousness. Wonjuk revealed a shocking truth. The real culprit behind that catastrophe was not someone from the demon cult as everyone had assumed, but another, far more mysterious force. Chiaosu froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. If the demon cult wasn't the perpetrator, then who has been pulling the strings of the martial world all this time? It turned out the previous heavenly demon, the one Wonjuk had once slain, was merely a pawn manipulated by the blood cult. He had secretly practiced blood art, a dark technique that turned people into fiends, leaving everything stained in crimson. Chiaosu exclaimed in shock, "Do you mean the blood cult was actually behind the heavenly demon war?" Wonjuk confirmed the harsh truth in a low tone. The demon cult was only a screen hiding their insidious plot. Doubts grew in Chiaosu's mind. He wondered about the current heavenly demon Bai Wuliang. Could he also be practicing blood art and serving as an agent of the blood cult? Wonjuk shook his head gently. The truth was completely opposite to Chiaosu's fears, and he seemed to hold the key to the whole puzzle. In fact, Bai Wuliang was the one who had swept the remnants of the blood cult out of the demon cult, born merely a low-ranking demon. Yet he managed to end the previous heavenly demon with his own strength, a truly formidable figure. Chiaosu began to piece the events together. He realized why the blood cult used the debating assembly to seize control of the righteous sects. They'd lost control of the demon cult to Bai Wuliang, a desperate move by the defeated. Wonjuk slipped his hand into his robe, took out a small object, and told Kyung-ho to take it, apparently the last gift the little monk wanted to give him before entering the tiger's den. It was a jade pendant emitting a faint but pure spiritual aura. Chiaosu felt the latent power in the tiny piece. It was not merely an ordinary ornament. Wonjuk instructed carefully, if danger strikes, crush the jade. He also revealed that the Heaven-Earth Society would quietly watch over and protect him wherever he went, their secret support a huge moral anchor for Chiaosu. Chiaosu clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with resolve. "Understood," he replied, placing absolute trust in this new friend. He was ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. Wonjuk joined his hands in sincere prayer, wishing Chiaosu utmost caution. He warned that even if the current heavenly demon could drive out the blood cult, Mount Tian would still be a treacherous tiger's den. Beneath the full, bright moon, Wonjuk's small figure stood alone atop the high peak. The warning about Mount Tian's tiger's den echoed on, signaling a bloody journey and the blood cult's plots awaiting Chiaosu. This trip would likely yield little good and much peril. The sky was clear blue, and an eagle spread its wings, soaring freely over the rolling mountain peaks. Chiaosu's hand clenched tightly, showing determination after a long journey. Standing before the steps leading up to the sect, he murmured that he had finally returned home. Together with his companions, they began to ascend. Yong exclaimed that this was Gongdong Mountain, where the brothers and seniors cultivated. The road was still long, and they had to keep moving. At last, the group arrived at the main gate of the Gongdong sect. He gently pushed the door open. The door opened to reveal Jianyang standing there, waiting. Chiaosu clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, loudly reporting, "Your disciple has returned, master." Jianyang smiled kindly, happily welcoming his returning disciple. He patted his shoulder lightly, a warm gesture in place of a greeting. Jianyang couldn't hide his pride. He said he had heard that Chiaosu won first place, bringing honor to the sect, and praised him for his hard work. He was truly proud of this disciple. Then he turned to the others, saying they must be tired from the long journey and should rest. the group replied in unison. He also turned to Yong, who was clinging to his sleeve, and told her she could stay. The girl looked a little embarrassed. Yong shyly protested, saying she was still small and didn't deserve to be called a senior. After that, the teacher and students sat down to drink tea, and the atmosphere grew more private. Young began the conversation, saying he had gathered news about the Long Fuang Association from many sources. He teased, recalling that he heard Chiaosu had to compete in the finals while underdressed. Chiaosu could only feel awkward at his master's teasing. He hurriedly explained it was just an unintended accident and sincerely apologized for causing his master worry. But Young just laughed, saying torn clothing wasn't really an accident. The important thing was that he won first place and saved his senior brother, so there was no need to mind such a small thing. Then suddenly his expression grew serious. He said there was another matter far more worthy of concern. Chiaosu was puzzled, not understanding what his master meant. Young explained that after receiving a letter reporting that Chiaosu's senior brother had revealed his true gender, he realized forcing a child to pretend to be male from a young age had been a mistake. He fell silent, listening to his master's words of confession. You recall that in a previous life, senior brother Jin Hwi had to live as a man until the moment she died. Although one could not know his thoughts then, in her eyes he always looked like a soulless doll. Back in the present, Chiaosu now took out a dark blue book. He solemnly handed the book to Young, saying, "Please accept this." Young was surprised, not understanding what it was. He explained it was a martial arts secret manual that his senior brother had created. Young was stunned, speechless. He added that no matter what others said, the senior brother was the chief disciple raised by his own hands, and he would always wait to talk with him. These words moved Young deeply. In his heart, he thought that this disciple named Chiaosu had truly grown to the point he hardly recognized him. Next, he took out a wooden box containing a sparkling great pill, saying, "Please accept the item the monk bestowed." Young asked in astonishment whether it was all right to accept such a precious item. He reassured him that he had already received another pill as a reward, and the other disciples had used spirit pills as well, so the master need not worry. Hearing that, Young could only hold the box, his voice full of gratitude. "Thank you, my child." Suddenly, the room's door burst open. A frantic voice rang from outside, calling loudly for the sect leader and announcing there was news. Both master and disciple startled and turned around. Chiaosu suddenly recognized the familiar voice. A figure leapt into the room from somewhere, vaulting over the bookshelf. The newcomer was a scruffy old man who, while still chewing, excitedly boasted that he'd struggled all the way to the mountain's peak to bring the news. The master asked why he had gone to such trouble to come here. The messenger immediately reported that the heavenly demon had accepted the sword dragon hero's proposal. He chewed and gave a thumbs up as he continued, saying the Lord had promised to use the heavenly demon's name to guarantee absolute safety for the juniors of both the dark and light factions when they visit Mount Heaven. The news stunned Chiaosu. The messenger added that the demonic alliance had also accepted the cult's offer. The Black Serpent Lord Rion and the second disciple of the noble house's masked shadow troop, Hai Feng Yon Sion, were on their way to Gamsuk to rendezvous. The young man muttered that the name Hai Feng Yon Sion sounded somewhat familiar. A hazy image formed in his mind, accompanied by an uneasy feeling. He wondered, could it be? He clutched his head as a headache hit when the memories surged back. Seeing his expression, the master asked worriedly what was wrong. He quickly shook his head and said it was nothing. The master continued, saying that traveling with members of the demonic faction would normally be impossible, but since this was a special case, he advised him to meet them once at their headquarters. The next day, the scene moved to a lush green forest. Chiaosu was now warming up in the woods. He thought it had been a while since Hong Kao left, and in that time his master had also used a great pill to break through to the pinnacle realm. Now he was thinking about the two names he would soon face, Rion and Yon Sion. He recalled that the second disciple of the masked shadow troop Beek Myeon, Hai Feng Yon Sion. It turned out this person's true identity was Jiok Sawal. Realizing the truth, he held his head and muttered that it was already giving him a headache. Soft footsteps sounded on the carpet of dry leaves. Two rosy figures appeared. One spoke up. His skill was as formidable as ever. Chiaosu immediately recognized them. He turned and greeted politely, "A long time no see, Yon." Yon blushed, scolding him for forgetting his promise to call her Jej, older brother. The girl stammered, embarrassed and at a loss for words. Yon Seo unteased, asking why sister Yon was so embarrassed. Why sorry Yon hastily denied it, saying she didn't feel that way at all. Yon Seo-un pressed on, asking if then it would be okay for her to call Lee the hero's senior brother, a question that even made the young man flustered. He folded his arms, thinking to himself whether such behavior was fitting for someone over 60, then grew annoyed at this Zich Su and Gaiet girl. He let out a small sigh. Finally, Waizo Rion gave in and mumbled, "Senior brother. Is that okay now?" He smiled in satisfaction. He gently reached out and ruffled her hair. He said she would have been better behaved if she'd called him that from the start. The unexpected gesture made Waizo Rion's face flush crimson, and she stammered for him to stop ruffling her hair. Then he turned to the other girl and asked if she was indeed the masked Shadow Troop's second disciple, Hai Feng Yon Seo-un. Yon Seo-un's eyes lit up, and she cheerfully confirmed that it was her. Without a hint of embarrassment, she pressed close to him and declared that she had secretly been in love with Hero Lee since the time of the Righteous and Evil contest. The sudden confession left Chialsu dumbfounded. All he could blurt out was, "What?" Seeing Chialsu's stunned expression, Yon Soal with Sawal's soul grinned. A thrill of joy rose within her that was hard to put into words. "I made the right choice dressing as a young star. It seems the rumor that men prefer younger women isn't wrong. Look at him, flustered by my sudden confession, isn't he? I can fully understand why." Not stopping there, Soal suddenly darted to Chialsu and threw herself into his arms. "I will definitely become your woman, Lee Hero." She lifted her head to look at Chialsu with moist eyes. "Will you accept my sincere feelings?" Witnessing that scene, Rion standing beside them was nearly frozen. She stared wide-eyed. How could she do that without a moment's hesitation? Everyone could clearly see she looked like someone in love. Could that be the true meaning of femininity? After a brief silence, Chialsu hastily pushed Soal aside. He looked embarrassed. "Well, thank you." Not finished yet, she continued to tempt him with her rounded bosom. "I'm telling the truth. Your sword technique is so powerful and domineering that people even call it the double-blade lust sword. And I was completely captivated by it." Hearing that, Chialsu could only stand dumbfounded, inwardly groaning, "What's with this flowery way of speaking? At that age, she still behaves like this." To break the strange atmosphere, he quickly turned. "I'll lead the way, follow me." A while later, Chungha appeared carrying a tea tray. Inside the room, the group Chialsu, Yon Soal, and Waisari Yon sat properly. Waisari Yon glanced around. "Is this a guest hall? What a complete transformation." At that, Chungha suddenly slammed the tea bowl onto the table. "The gongdong of your memories is different from the gongdong of today." At the rare sight, Chialsu couldn't help feeling a little bewildered. Chungha actually sided with me for once. Then he spoke gently. "I will soon hear detailed instructions from Master, but the departure date and personnel for the trip to the Sword Demon Sect have been set. First we'll rest at our mountain, Gongdong, for a week. And after that..." No sooner had Chialsu finished than Yon Soal's eyes lit up with joy. "So that means I'll be able to stay beside my beloved Lee Hero for a whole week. Oh, I'm so excited." She immediately stared in disbelief. "What, beloved, you only met him today, how can you say such things?" Seeing the situation getting awkward, Chialsu cleared his throat. "Miss Rion, you and I only met for the first time today. I would appreciate it if you restrained yourself and didn't say things like that." Yon Soal, hearing this, acted pouty. "First meetings, what's wrong with that? I admired you since the righteous versus evil battle, and today, having met you, I pledged my loyalty with a single sword." Over here, Waisari Yon watched intently, feeling embarrassed. But can a woman who is honest with her feelings be this beautiful? Thinking that, she couldn't help but feel sad. Painful thoughts suddenly stirred in Waisari Yon's mind. "Since childhood, I have lived as a man my whole life, only to become the chief of the Black Dragon Gang. The first time I wavered was when I gained an elder brother for the first time in my life. It started from then. For the past 2 years, even though I knew he wouldn't come looking for me, I became curious what it would feel like to be a little sister. And even more, I began thinking about everything related to becoming a woman. That's why Yon Soal came as such a shocking blow to me. A woman more feminine, prettier, and more alluring than I am. What if Chialsu fell for Yon Soal? Of course I know he wouldn't, but still. After a brief silence, Waisari Yon hesitated and spoke. "Lee brother, what Miss Yon is saying isn't important right now. If there are more instructions about the trip to the Heavenly Demon, please continue to advise us." Hearing that, Yon Soal immediately frowned, a flash of displeasure in her eyes as she retorted, "Not important? Why are you the one deciding that, sister?" Tension began to rise. Chialsu hurriedly stepped in. "Enough. The important thing now is information concerning the Heavenly Demon." At this, Waisari Yon snorted coldly. "Miss Yon, are you listening? Please set aside personal romantic matters for a moment." Just then, Jian Young appeared, scanning the room. thank you all for waiting. Now I will begin explaining the trip to the heavenly demon. Jian Young froze, he felt a chill run down his spine. What is this atmosphere? In an instant, the scene shifted to another tone, the cold of frost. You could even see deep footprints pressed into the white snow. Xinjiang, a harsh land ruled by the heavenly demon. Known as the Western region in pre-Tang times, Chialsu's senior brother and he represent the righteous sect, while Sari Yon and Yon Soal represent the demonic side. The group travels together to participate in the heavenly demon martial tournament. At that moment, Chialsu thought that Dang Yong Yong's medical arts were quackery. But since the elder's martial skill had reached the transformation realm, it might help in an emergency. Then suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Yu Jin Hwi instantly went on alert. She rushed forward to shield him. Junior brother, someone is coming from over there, a master. Opposite them, a figure appeared. He did not move. In an instant, the opponent materialized. It was the sword demon. He looked coldly at the group. So these are the rookies of the Righteous and Demonic Alliance. Chialsu slightly frowned as he recognized that fearsome aura, one of the 5 great demonic lieutenants under the heavenly demon, Sword Demon, one of the 5 demons. The Sword Demon sneered, I am the Sword Demon. I have orders from the Lord to lead you to Mount Heaven. At this, she quickly replied in a very grave tone, I am Yu Jin Hwi. He gave a slight cold laugh and continued mockingly, a brat with a rather strong aura compared to the righteous sect and those beside you, surely the black snake dragon and the whiskered phoenix. At that moment, the sword demon's gaze suddenly fixed on Chialsu's face. His expression changed abruptly, eyes wide. The sword demon pointed at him, so you are the strange dragon Chialsu, the one who won the Long Phoenix Gathering. Chialsu immediately replied, I am the sword dragon, not the strange dragon. Hearing that, he gave a derisive chuckle and went on. Strange dragon, news of your oddity has even reached Xinjiang. Even the lust demon of this sect is impressed by the news about you. So how could you be the sword dragon? Hearing that name, he froze for a moment, a sense of puzzlement rising within. The lust demon, why would that peerless master be interested in me? At that moment, Yu Jin Hwi spoke up, warning sternly, Sword demon, I will not tolerate any insult aimed at my junior brother. He let out a faint laugh, I'd love to draw my sword right now, but we can't start a fight here. Then suddenly the ground beneath the group trembled, and immediately a tower appeared as if it had always stood there. The sword demon softly shouted a welcome. The rookies of the Righteous and Demonic Alliance were ushered inside the tower, where flames contrasted with the surrounding frozen snow. At the same time, the sword demon bowed before the heavenly demon, proclaiming its descent. 10,000 demons submit to the divine cult. Long live, long live, long, long live. His followers paid homage to the sect leader. The rookies of the alliance had arrived at the heavenly demon palace, at which Bai Wuliang coldly ordered them to be admitted. No sooner had he finished speaking than the doors were quickly opened, and in an instant Chialsu's group stood before Bai Wuliang. The moment he saw them, he glanced around unconsciously. Bai Wuliang's gaze paused on Chialsu. This one is the strange dragon. Then moved to Sari Yon, and that one is the black snake dragon. And that girl is not Yon Soal. At that thought, he was momentarily stunned. Impossible, Queen of Hell, why are you here? Bai Wuliang couldn't help feeling puzzled. Has she finally gone mad? At the same time, Sa Wal in Yon Soal's form realized something was off and curled a lip slightly. Then Sa Wal used her consciousness to speak. As the name promises, the heavenly demon truly lives up to its reputation. I'd be disappointed if you didn't recognize my power. Bai Wuliang's eyes grew even colder, his breath heavy as he stared at Yon Soal. I hear you're over 60. I didn't summon an old hag disguised as a young star. Surely you're not senile. Touched on her age, she immediately changed expression, her eyes flashing with fury. Without missing a beat, Yon Soal retorted, don't pretend you're any better. Who would have thought someone much younger than me would babble about senility? You're 45 yourself. Your prime is long past. If you're so concerned for me, then request a private audience with the heavenly demon. Contrary to expectations, he did not hesitate to agree. I will do so. Then Bai Wuliang shifted his gaze to the last person, who was Yu Jin Hwi. Seeing this, she immediately went on alert. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She has reached the transformation realm. You've far exceeded my expectations already, Yu Jin Hwi. Chialsu, standing beside her, felt the tremendous pressure from the main hall, sweat rolling lightly down his cheek. The pressure was immense. It seemed the heavenly demon truly lived up to its name. In a past life, the heavenly demon had recognized Yu Jin Hwi as a worthy rival and become obsessed with her. He is a dangerous man. Thinking this, Chialsu quickly turned to her senior sister. Then suddenly Bai Wuliang radiated a dense aura that enveloped the group. A great amount of spiritual power surged toward Jin Hwi. And then a shockwave rolled out. The group hastily shielded themselves with their hands. At the sight, Yon Soal turned to accuse. Heavenly Demon, did you forget your promise to guarantee our safety? Bai Wuliang replied calmly, it was only a test. I meant no harm, so step back. Having done that, he once again looked unconsciously in her direction. Bai Wuliang couldn't help feeling intrigued. Those eyes bore a defiant genius in a fragile world yet held such hollowness. I truly like the look of that monster. Bai Wuliang stared at her, a smirk playing at his lips. Jin Hwi, you and I are cut from the same cloth. Across from him, Jin Hwi's face was unreadable. She only thought to herself, another test, really. Back to Bai Wuliang, he sank into thought. The pinnacle of orthodox demonic arts, the heavenly demon's divine skill, its force reverses heaven's mandate and transcends mere demonic nature. At the same time, Chiaosu hazily judged that, even if it's only a test, the killing intent in the heavenly demon's true energy was real. He turned to her with concern. Senior sister, are you really going to accept the heavenly demon's challenge? Jin Hwi slowly turned her head, quietly making up her mind. If she wanted to protect her junior brother, she had to be able to fight alone against someone like the heavenly demon. Seeing Jin Hwi's back move, he swore under his breath, damn it. Without hesitation, Chiaosu sprinted toward her, gritting his teeth in fury. Are they all obsessed with testing my senior sister like this? Chiaosu's heart nearly screamed in anger. Is my senior sister your lab rat or what? In that moment he reached out, trying to grab Jin Hwi. Chiaosu quickly caught her hand and shouted in a loud voice, hold on. Seeing that, Jin Hwi turned around, a bit bewildered. Junior brother, why? Chiaosu looked at Jin Hwi and curled a smug smile. I should do my part too, shouldn't I? Then Chiaosu proposed, senior sister, let's use a joint assault formation together. At that, Jin Hwi smiled and nodded. Receiving her answer, he also smiled, a rare happy grin. Immediately after, Chiaosu tightened his grip on her hand, silently resolving, all right then, support my senior sister. A massive surge of spiritual power erupted, enveloping both of their bodies. It spread quickly, and shattered by Wuliang's magical formation. Watching that, he gave a faint smile. Interesting, only temporary, but the strange dragon just elevated the formation a level. At first I thought he was ordinary, but it turns out he has insights far beyond his current realm. Strange dragon. Then suddenly an explosion flashed, a deafening sound ringing out. After a while the smoke and dust mostly cleared. The two still stood motionless. Bai Wuliang curled his lips in a cold smile, his voice echoing through the main hall. Strange dragon Li Chiaosu, you're not just an ordinary righteous rookie, are you? He answered quickly, eyes steady without a trace of fear. That's right, I am not merely a rookie, I am the #1 new star of the righteous sect, Sword Dragon Li Chiaosu. Hearing the reply, Bai Wuliang grew even more excited. Seeing this, Chiaosu let out a soft sigh. Is that the heavenly demon's divine sight? Today I've seen it all. On the other side, Bai Wuliang's heart began to waver. I simply cannot read him. As if I'm facing a master strategist. At the same time, Yon Soal grew furious. This damned heavenly demon, if he keeps this up he'll cross the line. Then suddenly she moved her feet, launching herself forward at high speed. Yon Soal nonchalantly snuggled into Chiaosu's arms and teased, Sir Li, I'm so scared. At that sight the group nearly froze. Bai Wuliang angrily snapped, Queen of Hell, have you truly gone mad? She turned to warn, rein in your pressure. If you continue to test him, I'll take it as a declaration of war against me. He frowned slightly and asked, what is that child to you that you personally defend him like this? Hearing that, Yon Soal involuntarily wrapped her arm tightly around him. She bashfully admitted that Yon Soal had fallen for Sword Dragon Li Chiaosu. Bai Wuliang's expression changed instantly, his eyes widening in disgust. Yon Soal added, that's a long story, so don't ask any more about it. After a while he sighed helplessly. The Heavenly Demon Tournament to select the top new star begins in 15 days. From now until then, feel free to stay in the room and explore the sect as you wish. Suddenly some jade amulets were tossed straight toward Chiaosu's group. Bai Wuliang reminded them, if anyone dares block your way, show them the black jade token I gave you. After a while the group quickly stepped outside. Chiaosu looked disappointed. The meeting was finally over. Yon Soal giggled, relieved it was finished. He coldly waved his hand and changed the subject. We're nearly at the midday quarters. Both Miss Yon and my little sister must be exhausted from the long trip, so rest quickly. Why sorry? Yon blinked and asked, did you just call me your little sister? Chiaosu replied matter-of-factly, yes, who else is here but you? Yon Soal pouted beside him, showing displeasure. "Sir Lee, why won't you treat me like your little sister? That's rude." Then suddenly Chiaosu gave her a sharp tug. He coldly tossed Yeon Soul aside. "I'm heading back to my room now." Immediately after, Chiaosu casually reached out toward Yu Jin Hwi. He smiled and suggested, "Shall we go, senior sister?" Later the two walked together under the moonlight. She looked at Chiaosu and laughed. "What a mess today, I'll admit it. We always end up in the strangest places." A few seconds later, they stopped before the door of the room. Yu Jin Hwi suddenly stood motionless like a statue. Seeing that, Chiaosu spoke first, "Then farewell for now, senior sister." Then she unexpectedly pushed him toward the opposite door. Chiaosu blushed unconsciously and called shyly, "Senior sister." Yu Jin Hwi casually parted her robe a little. "Junior brother, it's been a while. Shall we spend some time strengthening our bond?" Senior sister Jin Hwi closed in, face flushed. She said she hadn't seen him in a while and wanted to socialize with Chiaosu a bit. Chiaosu froze, his face as red as a chili. He wondered what kind of socializing his senior sister meant. He stammered and asked what kind of socializing she meant. Jin Hwi leaned close to Chiaosu's ear to explain when the atmosphere suddenly stalled. A messenger burst in unexpectedly, making them both jump. He shouted, "Young hero," cutting through the awkward moment between them. He held out a letter saying the lust demon wanted to see him. Chiaosu took the letter, wondering who would be summoning him at this hour. After reading it, he realized it was a summons from a lust demon, one of the 5 demons famous in the Ming sect. He wondered inwardly why such an important figure would want to meet him. Looking at his senior sister standing there, Chiaosu felt a bit disappointed that their socializing had been interrupted. He turned to tell Jin Hwi he had to go for a moment. She just mumbled her agreement. The senior sister instructed him thoroughly, saying he must return to his room early tonight and not do anything naughty outside. Chiaosu smiled to reassure her, telling her to trust him and wait for his return. Hearing that, Hylan brightened and gave a radiant smile. She waved goodbye and shouted that they must socialize as siblings when he returned. Chiaosu walked off sweating, still unclear about what kind of socializing she meant. Footsteps echoed steadily along the palace corridor. Before Chiaosu stood a magnificent palace under the full moon, exuding an irresistible, eerie charm. He recalled rumors about the 5 demons, martial artists whose skills were second only to the heaven demon. The deeper he went, the more the structure resembled an impregnable fortress. Along the way hung statues of men and women in suggestive poses, emitting subtly lascivious sounds. She also passed screens painted with spring chamber scenes, his face showing clear discomfort. He knew this place was the Ming sect's pleasure palace, a martial school notorious for its depravity. The scale of the place was immense, and every corner reeked of lust. The guide knocked on a blazing red door with a doorknob shaped like a golden lion's head. He opened the door and invited him in to meet the lust demon waiting in the wine pond and flesh grove. The door opened to reveal a hanging garden of meat and a pool filled with fine wine. Chiaosu thought to himself that this was truly the lavish extravagance of a depraved sect. The servant motioned him forward. Chiaosu took a deep breath, ready to face the leader of this place. The sound of water pouring from the wheel in the wine pool trickled in the quiet night. Chiaosu crossed the wooden bridge and moved toward the center of the feast. He stepped onto a stone platform where a beauty had been waiting for some time. It was Na Yeonbai. She sat by the banquet table piled with delicacies, looking at Chiaosu with a languid gaze. Chiaosu stared at the woman before him, but inwardly felt that something was off. She was indeed beautiful, but Chiaosu wondered whether it was accurate to call her a woman in the true sense. In fact, the lust demon was born male, once a martial prodigy of the pleasure palace. With a perfect appearance and exceptional talent, he had once been the brightest star of the sect. By the age of 30, he had tasted every pleasure a man could experience. When he grew bored, the lust demon decided to do something outrageous to seek new thrills. He combined a flawed manuscript of the Kneeling Flower treasure classic with the depraved arts of the pleasure palace to create the celestial sound transformation technique. Finally, after a painful process of rebirth, he truly transformed into the stunning woman he is now. Chiaosu shuddered at the news, unable to believe she dared to castrate herself to cultivate dark arts. Truly a certified madman. Chiaosu sat opposite the lust demon in the lavish banquet space and politely thanked her for the invitation. Na Yeonbai propped her chin and looked at him with suggestive eyes, saying she was honored to meet the famed sword dragon. Chiaosu could only force a smile, secretly assessing her in his mind. He recalled his previous life and how desperately he had wanted to regain his manhood. He had even sneaked to see the lust demon for advice. But back then, it was Na Yeonbai who coldly told him that once it was cut off, there was no way to salvage it. Back in the present, Na Yeonbai poured wine and introduced herself as one of the 5 demons of the Ming sect, proudly bearing the title Lust Demon. She offered him wine, but Chialsu immediately raised his hand to refuse, saying he couldn't drink. She asked in surprise why. Chialsu bluntly replied that alcohol was very harmful to his yang qi and his manly prowess. Hearing that, Na Yonbai could only smile wryly, admitting she had been careless not to consider it. She suggested perhaps tea instead of wine, which might suit him better. She also accepted the cup of tea and, not forgetting his manners, thanked her politely. He smelled the fine tea that had been aged over 30 years, inwardly wondering if it had been laced with aphrodisiacs like Mother Go had done. Na Yonbai propped her elbow and watched Chialsu drink, her face full of expectation. Chialsu praised the tea as delicious. She beamed with delight, saying she had brewed it herself and was satisfied that he liked it. Chialsu set the cup down on the table with a decisive clack, his expression turning serious. He stopped beating around the bush and directly asked why Na Yonbai wanted to see him. Na Yonbai looked at him flirtatiously, saying that even from distant frontiers she had been hearing rumors about the sword dragon making waves in the Central Plains. She said she'd heard he had stolen the hearts of countless daughters of reputable families and that every night he took a different woman to bed. Not only captivating young ladies, she'd even heard that mature beauties like the Sword Empress had been conquered by him. Na Yonbai leaned toward Kyung Ho, eyes full of curiosity. Hearing that, Chialsu broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly thinking the rumors had really gone too far. She said that's exactly why she wanted to see with her own eyes how marvelous this womanizing man really was. Chialsu flatly denied it, telling her not to believe such nonsense because he had never slept with anyone. Holding the teacup, Chialsu calmly asked in return how she found him now that they'd met. Na Yonbai licked her lips with lust and let out a "my heavens," as if completely bewitched. Suddenly, she violently overturned the banquet table, sending bowls, plates, and food flying everywhere. Na Yonbai climbed right onto the table and pressed up against Chialsu in a provocative pose. The items on the floor shattered into pieces. Her hands gently lifted to silence Chialsu. She blushed and confessed that right now, she wanted to belong to him more than ever, then asked what he thought. Na Yonbai brazenly invited him to perform the morning ritual with her right in the middle of this meat grove and wine pool. Chialsu gaped, completely shocked by this excessive boldness. He could hardly believe his ears. She licked her lips with a satisfied smile. Chialsu stood stunned as he realized this woman truly wanted to be with him right there. A decisive sweep of the hand rang out with a dry snap. Chialsu looked the other person straight in the face and bluntly declared he had no interest in any hanky-panky here. Na Yonbai stood dumbfounded, unable to believe she'd just been rejected so curtly. She wondered what she was lacking, while Chialsu thought to himself, please, you're the one who's basically a man. The demon's hand remained on his shoulder, all seductive charm. Chialsu launched into a sermon, saying he wanted harmony between soul and body, not empty carnal pleasure. Na Yonbai's eyes showed genuine shock at the lofty philosophy she'd just heard. Then suddenly she clutched her chest and burst into delighted laughter. The demon's laughter echoed through the banquet hall, glittering with lights. She propped her hand on her forehead, admitting that Dai Long was indeed the most interesting person she'd ever met. Na Yonbai mumbled the line about harmony of the soul to herself, looking very satisfied. She bowed slightly, conceding his view was a bit extreme but perfectly reasonable. The demon broke into loud laughter, surprised someone would enlighten him about desire. She also calmly asked whether he'd passed her test. Na Yonbai nodded approvingly and unexpectedly suggested they become sworn siblings. She extended her hand, officially inviting him to swear an oath of shared fortunes and hardships. She also hesitated over the difference between righteous and unorthodox, but she immediately waved it off. The sincerity in Na Yonbai's eyes made Kyung Ho realize her determination. She also set a condition. He'd agree if she taught him the heavenly yin transformation technique. The martial art that turns a man's body into a woman's was exactly what he was after. Na Yonbai smiled and agreed, treating it as a gift for her new brother. She remained curious why he needed such a heterodox art. The image of his senior sister flashed through Chialsu's mind. He wanted to use it to cure her cold chi afflicting her body. He answered slyly that he merely wanted to understand women better. Then the two raised their cups in oath. The crisp clink of cups marked the establishment of a new alliance. They vowed from then on to cherish each other like blood siblings, living and dying together. She also drained his cup, officially becoming the demon's sworn brother. No sooner had he sipped than he grimaced at the dreadful, bitter taste of the wine. Na Yonbai mentioned the grand banquet hosted by the Grand Princess in 8 days, gathering stars from both the righteous and the unorthodox. At the mention of the name Baek Chunhwa, Kyung Ho couldn't help but startle in surprise. The scene shifted to the quiet night outside the demon sect's window. In the dim hall, heavenly demon Bai Wuliang stood silently, full of authority. He thought privately of Jin Hwi, whom he had once been sure was a monster just like himself. Images of Chialsu and Jin Hwi rose in his mind, recalling a strange contrast. He couldn't understand how Chialsu retained enough humanity to accept and protect others. The heavenly demon decided to continue observing to find an answer to this curiosity. Footsteps sounded. The heavenly demon remarked that the visitor seemed in an unusually good mood today. He turned his face, eyes sharp, as he waited for the newcomer. The one who appeared was Hell King Yon Soal. The heavenly demon asked her the reason for this unexpected visit. She reported that the blood sect had begun stirring in the shadows once more. Memories of the brutal war when the Ming sect was seized by the blood sect resurfaced, hauntingly vivid. Yon Soal asserted her position as leader of the dark righteousness and couldn't resist mocking the heavenly demon's vigilance. Heavenly demon Wuliang coldly affirmed that he himself had slain the traitors and severed all ties with the blood sect. Yon Soal remained doubtful. Were there really no spies left among the 5 demons? But to him, those spies were mere shrimp, not worth his concern. The heavenly demon laughed arrogantly. He even secretly hoped they'd rebel to make his boring life more interesting. Yon Soal looked at him in astonishment, thinking that while masters are eccentric, the heavenly demon was on another level. Bai Wuliang replied with innuendo that her dry, orderly life seemed to be getting a spring breeze. Pressure from the heavenly demon began to weigh down as he brought up her feelings for the heterodox dragon. He saw through her protective actions toward Chialsu during their previous meeting. It was no act. The heavenly demon probed further, questioning whether someone like her could truly feel romantic affection for him. Yon Soal flushed crimson and loudly rejected that ridiculous idea. But Bai Wuliang stepped forward threateningly, saying anyone who saw it would know she was in love. She froze, unable to believe such words had come from the mouth of a supreme heavenly demon. Zawal tried to reassure herself that she had not given her heart to Li Chialsu. Her previous false identities might have felt differently, but this time it was not so. In the shards of memory, the pain of being abandoned by her birth mother returned sharply. Then the dark past when her master tried to humiliate his own disciple came back as well. All those tragedies were blamed on this cursed beauty of hers. She sat collapsed amid the fragments of her past, telling herself that trusting or loving anyone was impossible. Yon Soal tried to justify that protecting Li Chialsu was merely to keep a member of the Celestial Association safe. The heavenly demon saw through that facade, pitying someone who still hadn't recognized the truth in her own heart. He wondered what had made her so stubborn. Bai Wuliang recalled his nearly emotionless life since childhood. To him, even concubines or his own children held no interest. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was masters who could make the blood in him boil. He told her not to use those petty excuses to hide behind any longer. Soal was left speechless, only able to cry out in utter confusion. A terrifying surge of the heavenly demon's true chi erupted, as if to crush all resistance. She shouted that she had no dark designs on Li Chialsu. But before the heavenly demon's overwhelming power, she was completely surrounded by fear. Bai Wuliang coldly said that her words might not be wrong, but her face and heartbeat were betraying those very words. The image of her following the one she loved appeared vividly in her mind. He found it ridiculous that a god-level master could lose his reason over someone so much weaker. The heavenly demon forced her to face the truth with an authoritative voice. Soal trembled, wondering why she couldn't stand firm before him now. An old memory surfaced, Wonjuk advising her to be honest with herself so things could unfold naturally. Soal screamed through her tears, asking how she could do that when she herself was always the one who got hurt. She wondered what was wrong with wearing a mask to protect herself. Bai Wuliang observed that she had completely lost her usual composure. He mocked that a martial elder with 60 years' experience was acting like a child not yet 20. Soal was stunned into silence by that direct criticism. In the shards of her soul, she recalled the moment Chialsu was the only one who treated her like a real person. In the fragments of memory, the image of Li Chialsu appeared warm beside a flustered Yon Soal. Her solitary silhouette stood in the void, remembering his remark that she was like a peony without scent. She had once felt deeply ashamed to stand before him wearing false identities. Memory took her back to the days she silently followed his retreating figure, a concern she couldn't put into words. Even her extreme actions or attempts at provocation were only attempts to get him to notice her. Her sorrowful face appeared in another memory, silently wishing he would be the one to open his heart first. She kneeled before the phantom of him, the first who saw her as a person rather than a treasure or a beautiful monster. Yeon Soal closed her eyes, letting the long-suppressed emotion surge forth. She admitted to herself that the thread of fate had bound them from the first glance. Before the heavenly demon, Yeon Soal reverted to Jeok Sa Wal and radiated a powerful aura, ready to face the truth she had once denied. Bai Wuliang listened coldly. He had achieved his aim of forcing her to reveal her true self. Jeok Sa Wal mustered all her courage and shouted her confession of love for Lee Chialsu through her tears, a resolute, no regrets declaration. Bai Wuliang raised an eyebrow, surprised by the other's attitude. He laughed heartily, not expecting Jeok Sa Wal to blatantly admit her feelings like that. Jeok Sa Wal began to lose patience. She asked directly what the point of this meaningless conversation was. Bai Wuliang said he would keep quiet about her crushing on a runt like Chialsu. He warned her to hide her feelings if she didn't want the very object of her affection to notice. Jeok Sa Wal scoffed, sarcastically asking if someone who doesn't know love at all like him was going to lecture her. Bai Wuliang stood up and uttered words of pity for both her and the man who would one day be her husband. His face hardened. He felt the martial way was being insulted by such petty emotions. The dazzling young woman laughed and shot back, asking how much he valued that martial art thing anyway. She wondered whether, to him, martial arts truly were a person's whole reason for living. Bai Wuliang fell silent, his gaze lowering in thought. Jeok Sa Wal turned and walked away, leaving a final line to end the argument. Watching the blazing red figure recede, Bai Wuliang could only click his tongue and think she was like playing music to a bull. Night fell over the massive building, the silence oddly profound. He sat leaning back on his throne, a look of loneliness on his face amid the splendid palace. Bai Wuliang's eyes half closed, as if sinking into distant memories. In his heart the childish word father echoed. The image of a little blonde girl cradling a bright wreath appeared in his mind. The girl shyly offered the wreath to him, as if entrusting her feelings. A look pleading for attention from the father standing before her. But the Bai Wuliang of the past simply walked on, leaving the child stranded behind. Back in the present, he realized Jeok Sa Wal's words actually contained some truth. He began to question whether the joy he'd been relentlessly chasing in emptiness all this time was truly affection. The Ma cult scene sank into darkness, signaling the hidden turmoil underway. Jeok Sa Wal walked on, annoyed with herself, blaming herself for acting on emotion over Thiern Ma's words. But thanks to that argument, she saw through her true desire. Afterwards, she immediately reverted to Yeon Soal's form. A confident smile bloomed on her lips. She had clearly identified her sole target, Lee Chialsu. Returning to the room, Waizo Ryon was sitting alone among paintings when Yeon Soal came back. Waizo Ryon couldn't help but be surprised. Yeon Soal stepped forward to greet her. Miss Waizo asked if the senior had been waiting for her and received an evasive answer. Waizo Ryo pulled out a letter, entrusting important information to Yeon Soal. She announced that the Heavenly Devil's banquet was about to take place. Taking the opportunity, she asked Yeon to help with an important matter. Ryon grew a bit downcast. Whenever she saw other women surrounding Chialsu, she felt lacking. She felt insecure because she was rough, always sweaty, not delicate like other women. Her hands clenched the hem of her dress, a yearning rising to become more worthy. Ryon saw through that feeling and suggested they both appear very feminine at this banquet. A calculating, ruthless gleam flashed in the dazzling queen's crimson eyes. Hearing the tempting proposal, Miss Ryon immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yeon Soal smiled inwardly. Just as she'd predicted, this girl wouldn't refuse, and then asked about the terms of the arrangement. The smile on Yeon Soal's lips grew broader. Everything seemed to be under control. Having admitted her feelings for Chialsu, her ambition now was to secure the principal wife's position beside him. Yeon Soal stressed that managing concubines was the duty of a true principal wife. She asserted that from now on, anyone intending to become a secondary to her husband would have to pass through her control. Yeon Soal took Miss Waizo's hand and began to outline the next steps of their cooperation. She used sweet words to cajole Miss Waizo to side with her, come what may. Miss Waizo blushed and agreed. She seemed completely convinced by her senior's plan. The handshake marked the formation of a new alliance between the two women. Yeon Soal led Miss Y letter 1EBFN away, looking quite pleased with herself. Under the hazy moonlight, Chialsu strolled back to his resting place at a leisurely pace. His footsteps echoed steadily down the quiet corridor. As soon as he stepped inside, Chiaosu found Jin Hwi waiting with an unhappy expression. The senior sister immediately hurled herself into his arms, but her keen nose sniffed out something off. Jin Hwi could only scratch her head and smile wryly at her sister's embrace. Jin Hwi frowned and questioned him. She detected the strong scent of alcohol on her junior. She also hurriedly explained that he had only gone out drinking and chatting with friends. But the senior sister grew more severe when she also noticed the fragrance of another woman lingering on his clothes. She also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he should be more careful around his sister's nose. Jin Hwi was stunned when Chiaosu told her that Na Yeonbai kept insisting on becoming sworn siblings with him. He tried to explain that he'd done everything he could to refuse but failed. Jin Hwi suspiciously asked whether he really liked that girl more than her. Chiaosu waved his hand, insisting there was no such thing. Of course, the senior sister came first. Seeing his sincere attitude, Jin Hwi loosened her hold and smiled again. To wash away the scent of that woman, she suddenly came up with a bold idea that left Chiaosu speechless. She demanded they bathe together, claiming comrades should do everything together to strengthen their bond. Chiaosu was horrified by this impulsive proposal from his senior sister. He helplessly wondered whether his senior sister had any sense at all about being a woman. At that moment, a murderous aura and terrifying pressure suddenly swept into the room, enveloping it. Jin Hwi startled, realizing something was wrong. A tremendously powerful presence was very near. The two rushed outside and stood frozen at the scene unfolding before them. In the night, a figure hovered in the air, surrounded by a dazzling purple evil aura. It was the heavenly devil Bai Wuliang. He looked down with a cold, proud gaze. He descended leisurely. Each step exuded such overwhelming authority it left onlookers breathless. Bai Wuliang's foot slowly touched the ground. Bai Wuliang stared straight at Chiaosu and announced he wished to ask the Dragon Master a few questions, right here in the dead of night. Bai Wuliang landed exuding an overpowering violet aura. Chiaosu stood beside his sworn sister, told him to withdraw that energy, then asked why he had come out here in the dead of night. The cult leader touched down lightly. No sooner had he landed than he said he had something to ask the Chiaosu. Jin Hwi remained on guard, shielding Chiaosu from behind. Chiaosu jumped, turning into a chibi version of himself, sweating profusely. Wuliang went straight to the point. He'd heard that Chiaosu taught Na Yeonbai about the joy of the heart and filled the emptiness inside her. Chiaosu froze, silently cursing, wondering what tall tales Na Yeonbai had spun to this patriarch. Wuliang fell into thought. It seemed he was genuinely curious about that concept. The story earlier, Na Yeonbai had been sitting alone thinking over what Chiaosu said, the so-called joy of the heart. Suddenly, an extremely strong violet spiritual aura filled the room. Wuliang appeared mysteriously in the middle of her chamber. He asked if she had finished talking with Chiaosu. Na Yeonbai hurriedly knelt to pay respects to the Supreme One. Chiaosu casually told her to sit back up. She kept her composure, asking what business he had to lower himself to this humble place. Wuliang sat opposite her and said he'd heard rumors. She knew all about the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortal. Then the patriarch landed the key question. Could she teach him about that thing called love and feelings? Na Yeonbai replied that someone else was far more versed in that than she was. That person was her sworn brother, Li Chiaosu. Wuliang was a little surprised to hear she had sworn brotherhood with that fellow. She clenched her hands, looking thoroughly pleased with herself, as if she'd just signed off on a minor miracle. Na Yeonbai confessed she had tried every bodily pleasure, but after it all there was only emptiness left. Back in the present, she said it was thanks to him that Na Yeonbai had realized that truth. She said that's why she insisted on swearing brotherhood with him, to seek the joy of the heart. So she had hinted to Wuliang to come ask Chiaosu directly. The scene cuts back to the room where Chiaosu was receiving this uninvited guest. Pouring tea, Chiaosu asked, "So you traveled all the way here at night just to learn about the joy of the heart?" Wuliang propped his chin and asked in return, "So what exactly is that?" Chiaosu began to explain that joy comes in many kinds, with vastly different qualities. He gave examples: better to be a starving person than a well-fed pig. Better to be an ascetic philosopher than a happy fool. He stressed that mere physical pleasure is nothing more than animal instinct. Look at those entwined lovers. If it's only physical contact, it will never fill the emptiness. She also said the reason is that we are human, so our needs must be on a different level. Wuliang recalled his past indulgences. Indeed, he'd felt no spark, just a blank expression. He explained those relationships were purely physical. Sex should be a means to demonstrate feeling, not the ultimate goal. When two people resonate in soul and merge to affirm their love, that is the supreme pleasure satisfying both. Wu Liang froze for a moment after hearing that, then asked, "You mean you're telling me I actually have to love my wives?" She also nodded in agreement, his gaze extremely serious. He added a killer line, "A man who can't manage his household, who abandons wife and children, how can he pacify the world or reach any ultimate realm?" Wu Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully. That remark seemed to resonate. She also looked at the other person, thinking to himself that this concept would be hard to digest for an orphan who'd never known love like Wu Liang. In Chiaosu's memory from his previous life, Grand Princess Baek Chinhua had completely fallen apart because of her father's indifference. She had pushed herself madly for her father's approval, rising to the position of junior cult leader, yet still couldn't obtain the love she longed for. That despair eventually sparked a bloody civil war that ravaged the demon sect. This was the tragic end of her previous life. Baek Chinhua drew her last breath beneath her own father's blade. After that incident, the demon sect suffered such heavy losses that they were forced to close their doors to recuperate. The main beneficiary was the leader of the blood cult. He sneered triumphantly as his engineered plan watched their rivals crumble. Looking back at what had happened, Chiaosu clenched his fist, determined not to let that tragedy repeat. To change the future, he decided that by any means necessary, he must teach this cold, heavenly demon what love is. Baek Wuliang pondered, propping his chin as he considered what he'd just heard from the young man. Chiaosu leaned close to the leader's ear and whispered a plan. "I can show you a much easier way." Seeing the youth so confident, the supreme leader grew curious and listened to what trick he proposed. Wu Liang's expression shifted slightly, as if he'd just discovered something entirely new. Then he burst into hearty laughter, surprised that a brazen fellow like Chiaosu would make so bold a suggestion. Chiaosu smiled smugly and urged him to give it a try. Wu Liang exclaimed, "Interesting," clearly pleased. The leader rose, saying they would meet again after the great heavenly demon ceremony. His step was decisive, but his mood had changed. He turned and left, not forgetting to remark that he hoped their next meeting would be as entertaining as today. That night, beneath the clear moon in the training yard, silence blanketed the array of weapons. Baek Chinhua continued sword training diligently, her strikes tearing through the night while her mind remained restless. "Still not enough," she muttered in frustration, feeling all her efforts had barely made a dent. Compared to her father's looming shadow, she felt there was still an immense distance to cross. Her eyes were heavy with sorrow, the pressure of her own expectations weighing on her small shoulders. In this dog-eat-dog world, from siblings to the 5 demons, everyone was a rival waiting to surpass her. "Why can't I break through the wall of transcendence?" That question haunted her day and night. Even though she had inherited supreme techniques from both sides of her family, she still felt stuck. She could not forget her father's impassive face, neither disappointed nor pleased, as if she did not exist. In her memory, Wu Liang had looked at her coldly and asked a question that stabbed her. "Is that all?" The present Chinhua fell silent. That sorrow remained, smoldering and aching in her heart. She gripped her robe and wondered what she must do to earn even a single caring glance from her father. She bitterly thought that her father had likely brought the prodigy Yu Jinhui into the sect because only such people pleased him. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared on the roof, silently watching her from above. Wu Liang looked down at his daughter, thinking to himself that she still hadn't grown much, still fumbling about like this. He held in his hand a scroll containing an extremely precious martial manual. Chiaosu's words echoed in his mind again. "Start by showing concern for the Grand Princess." Chiaosu said that the talent he'd dismissed as ordinary would actually bloom with just a compliment and some attention. Moryang sprang down, landing right in her training area. Baek Chinhua, her father's sudden call made her start and turn around. Seeing her father appear abruptly in the dead of night, she was stunned and flustered. She hurriedly knelt and bowed, voice trembling, "Daughter pays respect to father." Wu Liang told her to stand, then held out a scroll, motioning for her to accept the gift. It was the heaven-shattering demon banishing technique, the sect's signature manual that her father had painstakingly cultivated himself. "Do with it as you wish, I have no use for it anymore." His words left her utterly dazed, unable to believe her ears. She held the manual with shaking hands, wondering why her father had suddenly taken an interest in her. Tears began to fall as a flicker of hope rose in her heart. Could it be, father truly wants to help me? Wu Liang silently watched his daughter's reaction. His expression remained the same, but the atmosphere had thawed a little. Recalling the conversation, Chiaosu had concluded, Once he saw his daughter improve under his guidance, the fatherly affection would naturally awaken. Baek Woolyang looked at his daughter and said that only when she achieved success would his heart truly feel satisfied. He turned his face away, a touch thoughtful, softly saying this was not some great favor she needed to be grateful for. Before leaving, the sect leader reminded Manhwa to prepare thoroughly, as he would attend the heavenly demon banquet the next day. Receiving genuine attention from her father for the first time, Manhwa couldn't hold back tears and choked out her thanks. After completing his awkward, fatherly duty, Baek Woolyang leapt and vanished into the silent night. She also smiled with satisfaction, recalling his taunt. Could a famed heavenly demon really not teach his own daughter? The Grand Princess's face broke into joy as the wall between father and daughter finally began to crumble. Everything was unfolding exactly as Lee Chialsu had planned. Woolyang smiled mysteriously as the play had only just begun. Chialsu and senior sister Jin Hwi stopped in front of a magnificent tavern. He asked her about the nature of this heavenly demon martial arts gathering. Chialsu explained that it was a contest to find the brightest star of the demon realm, similar to the Righteous Sect's Dragon Phoenix tournament. However, there were essential differences between the two. While the Righteous Sect's tournaments usually follow a formal knockout bracket with clear rules, at the Heavenly Demon Gathering, participants had to survive on their own in the harsh demon realm full of monsters. It tested not only martial skill but also survival ability. Senior sister nodded approvingly at his explanation. Jin Hwi, full of confidence, promised she would protect Chialsu when they entered the demon realm. Chialsu could only smile at her enthusiasm. They walked toward the banquet hall, where a solemn tower shone under the brilliant sunset. Quietly thought of, the young leader of the demon sect. He wondered what the girl nicknamed the devil would actually look like. The festival scene unfolded in color, with rows of lanterns hanging on ancient city walls and a lively atmosphere. Entering the party area, Chialsu and his senior sister were swallowed by a crowd of demon sect fighters chatting loudly under the lantern light. He felt the chill of stepping straight into an enemy den, where every glance carried probing intent and killing intent. Two nearby fighters glared at Chialsu with hatred. He thought to himself he would quickly become a target if he held their gaze any longer. Yet instead of worry, Chialsu felt this was a good sign for his plan. He gave a faint, knowing smile. He calculated that if someone dared cause trouble, he'd have a solid reason to challenge and knock them down immediately to gain prestige. That way, his fame in the Righteous Sect would spread farther. Chialsu began to daydream of being surrounded by dozens of admiring beauties. The sound of hurried footsteps approaching cut through Chialsu's fanciful thoughts. He startled and turned when he heard a woman's voice call his name, young hero Lei, in an intimate tone. Suddenly, Jiak Sawal rushed forward and hugged Chialsu tightly, overjoyed amid falling petals. The red-haired girl burrowed her head into his chest, cooing that she had missed him terribly since their last meeting. Chialsu panicked, trying to push Jiak Sawal away because her bold action was too much in such a public place. He stammered, calling for Yon to help, worried as people around began to stare and point. He wondered if the girl had lost her mind. Suddenly, another hand gently grabbed the hem of his robe from behind. It was Rioni, who shyly called him Big Brother with cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Today, Rioni looked different with light makeup and a cute butterfly hairpin in her short black hair. Stared at, unable to deny that she looked extremely pretty and gentler than usual. He was still surprised, wondering why she suddenly cared about her appearance and had gone to such trouble with makeup. The crowd of fighters began to whisper about Chialsu. They turned green with envy seeing him flanked by two great beauties of the demon sect, calling him the strange dragon, a true charmer. The nearby men were both astonished and admiring, baffled that someone from the Righteous Sect could so easily win over demon realm women. Chialsu gritted his teeth and endured, sweating as he heard malicious rumors that he was a philanderer who changed women every night. In his small form, Chialsu was helpless against the two girls' siege. He screamed inside that he was a star of the Righteous Sect, not the lecherous man they accused him of being. A pair of long legs in elegant black shoes approached. A seductive voice called Chialsu Opa. Na Yunba appeared, alluring in a high-slit purple dress. She smiled and teasingly asked if he'd stolen both of those young women's hearts. She stepped forward and provocatively looped an arm around Chialsu's neck right in front of everyone, declaring confidently that he was her dear Opa. Chialsu could only force an awkward grin, his face darkening because he couldn't explain the bizarre situation. he awkwardly addressed the woman as brother. Na Yonbai turned on her heel and walked away with regal poise, not forgetting to wave goodbye and promise she'd see him again soon. Rumors began to spread through the banquet hall like wildfire that the strange dragon Leech Pulsa and the famous lewd demon had become sworn siblings. Those around him shifted to a tone of deep admiration for Chialsu. They thought he was of the righteous sect but had a temperament uncannily suited to the demon world. Chialsu was furious. He silently wished someone would pick a fight with him already instead of spouting these ridiculous praises. At that moment, an imposing rose-colored figure approached with such dominating presence that the crowd parted. Baek Chinhua herself. The entire banquet fell silent. The crowd began to stir as they recognized the presence of the famed young leader of the demon sect, the illustrious young master. Everyone was astonished to see the young master personally appear at this party, creating a solemn atmosphere. All the fighters simultaneously kneeled in reverent salutation as Baek Chinhua strode by. Far off, Chialsu and the two girls stood silently watching. Baek Chinhua stopped in front of Chpulsa and pointed a finger at his face with disdain. She declared she had once had some hope for a star of the righteous sect, but he turned out to be nothing more than a fool lost in lust. Baek Chinhua sneered, asking if Chialsu had completely taken off the righteous sect's mask of hypocrisy. He stood silent, expression unchanged. Seeing the challenge, Chialsu gave a satisfied smile. He thought to himself this was the opportunity he had long awaited. He straightened his shoulders arrogantly and mocked that the young master's judgment of people did not live up to her famed reputation. Baek Chinhua curled a lip slightly, remarking that this young hero seemed rather confident in himself. She brought up the rumors of Chialsu's promiscuous lifestyle that had spread everywhere to taunt him. Chialsu closed his eyes and listened, while an amusing idea flashed through his mind. He looked the young master straight in the eye and affirmed that if she thought that, he couldn't just stand by and let her judge him freely. He smiled faintly. Everything was going perfectly. Chialsu decided to use a challenge to make his name right there in the banquet hall. The two faced each other, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Jiak Sawal lunged forward to block. The red-haired girl stood in front of Chialsu, glaring at Baek Chinhua with fury. Sowol angrily called Baek Chinhua auntie and asked who she thought she was to bother her oppa. Behind her, Sowol's chubba face appeared in full annoyance. Rion also stepped forward, echoing the demand that the great princess stop harassing Chialsu. Both girls stood up fiercely to protect him. The whole banquet was stunned by the scene. Chialsu stood surrounded by the girls, while Baek Chinhua could hardly believe her ears. Veins bulged on Baek Chinhua's forehead. She couldn't believe she had been insulted as auntie so offensively. Jiak Sawal stuck out her tongue teasingly, declaring that insulting Chialsu was also insulting her. She showed no fear of the young master's authority. Seeing the tension, Sawal gripped the sword hilt tightly, ready to draw it if needed to protect Chialsu. She snarled a challenge, declaring she would personally teach Baek Chinhua a lesson if she dared step forward. The two girls faced each other with no mercy. Baek Chinhua flew into a rage, drew her sword from its scabbard wrapped in a blue electrical aura. She wanted to show everyone the true authority of the sect. Sawal sneered that Baek Chinhua was all talk and no real power. They stared each other down, sparks flying as murderous intent filled the air. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out ordering them to stop. A solemn figure slowly appeared from behind. The two women immediately fell silent, their faces changing as they recognized who had spoken. The atmosphere went deathly quiet. It was the heavenly demon with a cold, commanding gaze. His appearance made everyone present tremble. The nearby fighters went pale with horror at the sect leader's arrival. Princess Baek Chinhua was also stunned into silence. The entire banquet kneeled in unison, shouting a welcome for the supreme presence. Only Chpulsa and the girls remained standing in the center. Bai Wulian called Sawal by her real name, Yon Soal, reminding everyone that today was a day for a ction Chinese letter, not petty quarrels. The heavenly demon turned to Jiak Sawal, asking if she was of sound mind and warning that if she continued to cause trouble, blood would be spilled right here. Sawal huffed, inwardly mocking whether the heavenly demon was trying to protect his own daughter. She seemed unconvinced by the intervention. However, before the heavenly demon's absolute authority, Sowol had to yield and accept stopping out of respect for his word. Baek Chinhua remained kneeling with her sword beside her. Senior sister Jin Uchwdao was astonished, sensing that there seemed to be a telepathic exchange between Chpulsa and the heavenly demon that outsiders could not hear. Baek Chinhua looked up at her father in fear. she quietly called him father while still kneeling in penitence. Bai Wuliang looked down at his daughter. Then, unexpectedly, he turned and introduced Chiaosu to everyone present in the banquet hall. He loudly declared that Chiaosu was his sworn brother, personally acknowledged for his ability by the lust demon herself. The proclamation shook everyone to their core. The heavenly demon admonished his daughter, teaching that a member of the sect should prove themselves with real martial skill, not empty words. Blue petals began to fall around them. Baek Chunhwa stared intently at a glowing energy blossom at her chest, as if receiving a message from her father. She immediately obeyed her father respectfully, was deeply moved to realize her father had finally noticed and guided her. Joy swelled in Baek Chunhwa's heart. She thought privately that her father had finally given sincere advice after so many efforts to earn his recognition. Baek Chunhwa clenched the hilt of her precious sword, her eyes revealing determination. She now knew what she must do next. She also broke out in a cold sweat as he met Baek Chunhwa's sharp gaze. He felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. Baek Chunhwa rose, drew her sword, and formally issued a challenge to Chiaosu in front of her father and the entire gathering. She declared she would use that sword to prove the hypocrisy of the righteous sect youth. The blade in her hand blazed with an electric light. Faced the challenge calmly, he officially accepted the duel with a confident expression. Yet deep down, Chiaosu harbored wildly inappropriate thoughts. He licked his lips and blushed as he imagined an alternative scenario. She also fantasized about conquering Baek Chunhwa and making her his concubine. The image of the proud, great princess kneeling in submission and calling him her husband appeared in his mind, oddly alluring with a hint of absurdity. The atmosphere in the demon cult arena was incredibly lively, all eyes fixed on the center. Perched on the throne, heavenly demon Bai Wuliang leisurely sipped tea, calmly observing everything below. Recalling earlier, the girl Yeon Soal still wore her usual playful expression, showing not a hint of nervousness. Soal didn't forget to tease Chunhwa, mocking the idea of a seasoned master quibbling with someone half a century younger. Witnessing the girl's mischief, the heavenly demon suddenly felt a strange sensation stir within him. He suddenly remembered Chiaosu's words and wondered if this was what people called feeling. A concept the head of the demon cult had never really paid attention to until now. Back in the ring, Chiaosu and Baek Chunhwa stood facing each other, ready for a dramatic duel. On one side was the proud demon cult princess, on the other the strange dragon, unnervingly calm. The surrounding crowd began to buzz with gossip. Some pinned their hopes on the princess, others feared Kyung-ho's strength. Rumors that Chiaosu had once wielded sword Chi imperfectly in the Orthodox tournament made them even more curious. Chiaosu glanced at the disciples dissecting his abilities, his face betraying no change. He silently marveled at how astonishingly fast the demon cult had arranged the arena. Baek Chunhwa coldly ordered him to draw his sword quickly to begin the match. She declared she would defeat him using the demon cult's terrifying signature techniques. The battle officially began as both brought their weapons into ready positions. Chiaosu remained jaunty, motioning with his hand for his opponent to attack first. Not keeping him waiting, Chunhwa immediately unleashed a brilliant purple demonic aura around her. Contempt clearly provoked her temper. The clang of blades rang harshly, sending ripples of inner energy across the arena floor. In the exchange, Chiaosu noticed something unusual about the martial art Chunhwa was using. He recalled the demon cult knowledge he had skimmed through while in the palace. Given her background, she should have trained in milder sword styles. But the power behind these slashes carried a strong trace of the heaven-breaking demon technique, a forbidden art. Chiaosu tightened his grip on the hilt, realizing this timeline had changed far more than in his previous life. He immediately employed primal chaos chi to directly counter that ferocious demonic energy. Two figures intertwined amid sparks of electricity and dazzling gold-purple light. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at the terrifying speed and power of these two youths. Chunhwa gritted her teeth and pushed her strength, striving to overwhelm the young man. But she also stood firm as a rock. Each of his parries was extremely precise. He realized the heavenly demon had truly taken his advice about raising his daughter to heart. Suddenly, Chiaosu sent Chunhwa flying backward. She flinched as she noticed a change in the look in his eyes. Chiaosu roared and unleashed a powerful sword strike to break her attack's momentum. The constant clashes of metal produced blinding halos of light across the arena. Chiaosu deftly slipped through gaps in the opponent's sword chi formation. Each of his steps was utterly steady and calculated. The two swords locked together once more, both entering a tense phase of endurance testing. Chunhwa poured all her strength into pinning Chiaosu's blade, her face set with determination. They slid across the arena floor, leaving long gouges from the immense pressure of their chi. The black sword in Chiaosu's hand suddenly emitted a mystical glow, as if containing a sky full of stars. He decided to finish the match with the next move to settle the outcome. Jin Hwi in the stands was stunned by the force of that sword chi, unable to believe his eyes. Yeon Soal was no less amazed to see Chiaosu reach that realm in the blink of an eye. Chiaosu shouted, "It's over," preparing to deliver the finishing blow to end the duel. A gigantic beam of sword light descended from above, as if trying to tear the space apart. All of it was focused in one direction at Chunhua. Baek Chunhua remained confident. She thought she could easily neutralize this attack. But reality was much harsher. The princess's blade began to show hairline cracks. A dry shattering rang out as the precious sword in hand splintered into 100 pieces. She stood frozen, unable to react as her weapon disintegrated before her eyes. A blinding explosion erupted in the center of the arena, flinging dust and rubble into the air. Chunhua was thrown far by the shockwave, coughing amid the wreckage. Through the choking dust, Chiaosu's silhouette emerged, towering with authority like a god of war. The demon cult arena fell suddenly silent, a hush sweeping over all the spectators. Chiaosu calmly stepped forward, pressing the cold tip of his sword to the throat of the opponent slumped on the floor. He asked her coldly if there was anything left she needed to prove. Chunhua's face flushed red with rage and humiliation at her crushing defeat. Chiaosu thought to himself that she probably found it hard to accept being beaten by a so-called hypocrite. Tension thickened the air as everyone held their breath waiting for the princess's reaction. However, Chunhua stared at herself and wondered why her clothes were still intact. She also noticed something amiss. Her expression had turned eerily frightening. The princess suddenly shouted, "Li Chiaosu, why didn't you tear my clothes?" This bizarre question left Chiaosu completely frozen, unable to process what he just heard. He immediately retorted that he had fought with everything he had. What nonsense was she spouting? Below, the crowd began to join in the jeering, calling Chiaosu a shameless liar. It turned out there was a rumor that the strange dragon always tore his opponent's clothes to humiliate the defeated. The rumor went further, painting him as lustful, often forcing women to become his concubines after defeating them. The cultists asserted confidently that Chunhua's intact clothing proved he had held back for her. Chiaosu broke out in a cold sweat, utterly speechless at the crowd's wildly imaginative fantasies. Chunhua insisted he was mocking her because the heavenly demon was watching from above. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, swearing she would never forget today's humiliation. The princess swore up and down that she would drag all of his power to the upcoming festival. She proclaimed loudly before the entire cult, "The strong survive, the weak must perish." Chunhua's unyielding spirit sent the disciples below into an uproar, shouting their fervent support. She also could only sigh. He hadn't expected them to value magnanimity even less than defeat. He silently sheathed his sword, deciding not to bother arguing with these strange people any longer. Still, he declared he was ready to accept any challenge from anyone at any time. The crowd's cheers swelled once more, echoing throughout the arena. From above, a slow but powerful round of applause resounded, breaking the air. Heavenly Demon Baek Woolyang had risen, expressing his satisfaction with this duel that exceeded expectations. The cult leader admitted that tonight's spectacle had indeed been worthwhile. He offered special praise for his young daughter's rapid progress. The heavenly demon commended her for elevating the heaven-breaking demon technique to such heights in a short time. But he also pointed out that her sword simply could no longer keep up with her martial skill. Heavenly Demon Baek Woolyang slowly left the stands, leaving a message that he had high hopes for their performance at the upcoming martial assembly. While respectfully replied to her father, breathed a quiet sigh of relief that this troublesome match had finally ended smoothly. Yet in a corner of the arena, Jin Hwi stood with a worried look. She sensed a new danger slowly emerging. Senior sister began to worry that at this rate, even an arrogant person like Princess Baek Chunhua might develop feelings for her junior brother. In contrast to senior sister's gloom, Jiok Sawal was ecstatic, cheering nonstop in delight at Jin Hwi's victory. Jin Hwi narrowed her eyes, watching Yeon Soal closely, the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared with the proud title of Flame Phoenix. She privately judged her a highly suspicious character for suddenly appearing and clinging to her junior like a shadow. More suspicious still, Yeon Soal brazenly used mind transmission to secretly converse directly with the heavenly demon right in the arena. Even in the imposing presence of the supreme cult leader, she maintained an unruffled, utterly confident demeanor without a hint of fear. Seeing the terrifying red spiritual energy surrounding Yeon Soal, senior sister was certain she was hiding tremendous power and wondered what her true identity might be. Jinwi was standing and watching from afar, her gaze pensive as she looked toward Yeon Soal and the girl with her, quietly repeating the name Phoenix Yoon Soal in her head with full suspicion. Jinwee's eyes sharpened, though she knew she might never become Cheolsu's wife. As a senior, she couldn't just stand by and watch this unfold. On the other side, Yoon Soal was no pushover either. She crossed her arms confidently, silently vowing not to let anyone hide their identity to get close to her man. A covert confrontation was brewing. The rapid footsteps on the stones signaled an inevitable clash. Both were advancing toward each other with their own calculations. Jinwee paused slightly when she saw Yoon Soal step forward to approach her first. The atmosphere suddenly grew oppressively tense, even though neither had spoken. Yoon Soal put on a fake smile, covering her mouth and asking innocently what had brought this senior sister here. A syrupy greeting straight out of the underworld's etiquette handbook. Not wanting to beat around the bush, Jinwee suggested they find a quiet place to talk privately. She wanted to get to the bottom of the long-held suspicions. Yoon Soal continued to play the petite little sister, asking in a concerned tone whether senior sister was really all right, though her eyes showed not a hint of worry. Finally, they stopped under a lonely tree. It was time for the masks to come off. Yoon Soal casually twirled her hair and asked whether calling her out so suddenly was really about something important, still trying to keep the upper hand with a frightening calm. Looked straight into her opponent's eyes and unleashed the decisive question, "Are you truly the real?" A direct strike at her rival's identity. Yoon Soal showed no flinch, confidently asserting she was indeed the second disciple of the Second Lord, sneering as if it were the silliest question on earth. But Jinwee immediately shut down that lie. She insisted a master at the pinnacle of greatness would never hold secret talks with the heavenly devil. The secret had been exposed. Yoon Soal's face drained of color. She was stunned. She hadn't expected her secret meeting to be spotted by her senior sister. The innocent mask began to crack. Meanwhile, Soal quietly worried, wondering whether the other had noticed that she, too, had been dealing with the heavenly devil. Both held secrets they did not want revealed. Yoon Soal quickly regained her composure, walked on casually, and quoted a wandering swordsman's maxim about hiding 30% of one's power. She was merely playing her part, after all. Jinwee glared, her face flushing with anger. She didn't believe that explanation and felt offended on behalf of her junior brother. She bluntly declared she couldn't accept a suspicious woman like pretending to be in love just to be beside her junior brother, a stern warning from a righteous senior sister. The atmosphere between them now exploded like gunpowder. Thunder struck the ears, the pressure radiating from both made the space feel as if it might shatter. Neither would yield an inch. Was genuinely furious, cursing the other for daring to challenge her. She wasn't to be underestimated and had prepped counterblows using secrets she'd collected. Earlier, Yoon Soal had spent long hours in the reading room investigating Jinwee at her husband's request. She was a seasoned detective with a pile of classified documents. Public reports recorded Jinwee at the peak of the transcendent realm, but Yoon Soal always doubted the true level she had reached. Those pages hid many oddities. She discovered that after training with Jin Pisian, every trace of Jinwee had suddenly vanished from the world, a disappearance engineered to cover a leap in power. And from then on, the name One Sword Play began to spread through the underworld. The image of a mysterious female swordswoman with overwhelming power became a terror to many enemies. Yes, that was Jinwee. Yoon Soal dug deeper and deeper into the tiniest clues until she reached the ultimate truth about her senior sister's identity. A very strong trump card was now in her hand. Back in the present, Yoon Soal flashed a bright smile and asked her senior not to dismiss the feelings she had for the junior brother. She was preparing to launch a decisive counterattack. She insisted that even as a senior, Jinwee had no right to judge another person's heart as she pleased. The words were as sharp as a scalpel, striking directly at the senior's ego. Yoon Soal stepped close, her warm breath brushing the other's face, and whispered that she wasn't the only one hiding her identity here, a veiled threat. Then she delivered the final blow. Wasn't she the One Sword Play, that famed wandering beauty swordswoman of the underworld? Jinwee's greatest secret was exposed to the light. Jinwee went utterly silent. She couldn't have imagined Yoon Soal knew about the past and the secret title she'd painstakingly hidden for so long. The situation had completely reversed. Yoon Soal gloated, signaling for silence with a threatening look. She knew she had leverage over one of the top masters, and the thrill showed on her face. She mocked that they were both in the same position, concealing themselves to get close to a young hero. So on what grounds did the senior have to lecture her? Bitter irony. Broke into a cold sweat, her palms damp with fear. If this secret leaked, her reputation and status would collapse, and most importantly, her junior brother's trust in her. Yeon Soal pressed harder, asking how the junior brother would react if he learned the senior he revered was a professional deceiver. She was savoring this moment of victory. But Jinwi suddenly lifted her head, her eyes no longer showing the earlier fear. She uttered an oddly suggestive apology that stunned Yeon Soal. The psychological battle was far from over. In a strangely calm voice, the senior revealed that her junior had actually known she was a woman for a long time, a truth Yeon Soal hadn't accounted for in her plan. Now it was Yeon Soal's turn to be shocked. She gasped in disbelief at what she had just heard. All her calculations suddenly became meaningless. A deep blue radiance surrounded Jinwi as she regained her confidence. She stood tall in the garden like a goddess, ready for any further provocation. In the senior's mind came the moment she revealed her true identity to Lee Chialsu, and instead of hatred, he accepted her with the warmest, brightest smile that was her source of strength. Amid falling petals, Jinwi smiled gently but resolutely. She declared that whatever her identity, she would never waver or back down from anyone's threats. Yeon Soal stood open-mouthed, her eyes blank with disbelief at this harsh truth. The counterattack was so unexpected it psychologically knocked her out. She staggered, clutching her head in utter confusion. How could someone who hated lies like Lee Chialsu so easily overlook Jinwi's earth-shattering secret? The question tormented her. Walked away, still haunted by the opponent's title Phoenix. Her suspicions had not been eased. She turned back and issued a cold warning. Whatever Yeon Soal's true identity, if she had no intention of revealing her true motives, she had better not dare come near Jinwi's junior brother. Leaving behind a blunt ultimatum. She would not let anyone harm or exploit her younger brother. Stood there, head down, her red hair hiding her eyes. Anger boiled inside her at being publicly put in her place like that. She ground her teeth, her face contorted with rage. She had never felt so humiliated. Surrounded by a blaze of fury, Yeon Soal vowed that if the other thought a few threats would make her back down, they were sorely mistaken. She would never give up that easily. No way. Meanwhile, sunset descended over the distant mountain peaks, signaling the end of a turbulent day, though this was likely only the beginning of much bigger trouble. The banquet had ended and the crowd was dispersing. Chialsu stood in the courtyard, anxiously scanning for a familiar figure, wondering where his senior sister had disappeared to. Hearing someone call from behind, the junior turned and saw Jinwi approaching. A look of relief washed over Chialsu's face. Chialsu playfully scolded his junior for walking alone among the den of the demon sect. Jinwi could only scratch her head and apologize, explaining she had been busy discussing a few matters with Miss Yeon. At the mention of Yeon Soal's name, Chialsu remained a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected his senior sister to be so strongly impressed by that girl. Jinwi kept a serious expression, asserting that her instincts told her the red-headed woman was definitely hiding something shady. Vigilance is never wasted. Chialsu nodded in agreement, quietly admiring his senior sister's keen senses. The Heavenly Devil Martial Tournament was about to begin. Staying alert now was crucial. Jinwi's gaze softened as she looked at her junior. All the tension from the earlier confrontation seemed to melt away with her by his side. She suddenly grew unusually excited, praising herself for having the right intuition. Her face brightened noticeably. Then, without warning, she lunged in and hugged Chialsu tightly, leaving the poor junior blushing furiously and uttering a surprised cry. This senior sister was truly unpredictable. After that intimate moment, Jinwi grabbed Chialsu's hand and pulled him along, suggesting they return to their room to rest. The junior obediently complied, his face still flushed. The silhouette of the pagoda stood tall against a sky reddened by sunset, a peaceful scene that nevertheless concealed plots ready to explode. Cut to a dark, mysterious space. A cloaked figure holding a torch walked along a red carpet leading deep into the palace. At the end of the path loomed grotesque statues. By the flickering flame, the cloaked figure's face was revealed, stern and calculating. This was Sword Demon, approaching an important rendezvous. He used the torch to light a large candle, commencing a ritual or a sinister meeting. The wavering light cast dancing shadows across the walls. From the darkness, a colossal entity wreathed in raging flames began to take form. Its presence carried an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. It was the Corpse Demon King, a monster with blazing red eyes and jagged teeth, grinning wickedly at Sword Demon. The entity's pressure sent chills down one's spine. He greeted Sword Demon after a long separation. His voice echoed as if returned from the dead, full of challenge and arrogance. Sword Demon reported that by order he had secretly repaired the mechanisms in the heavenly devil tomb within the demon realm. An invasion plan was gradually taking shape. He even sneered that the fledgling lot outside would never detect it, let alone infiltrate this place, an overconfidence in the subtlety of their traps. The Demon King looked pleased, his gaze shifting back to where Sword Demon stood. The alliance between these two ruthless figures promised a bloody future. He revealed that the maturation of the little demon queen sleeping in the heavenly devil tomb was nearly complete. An image of a young girl curled within a cocoon of blazing red energy rose, eerily enchanting. She would become the strongest corpse demon ever, one that even the current heavenly devil would struggle to face. A true weapon of destruction was stirring. Sword Demon looked at the Demon King and reiterated the promise to make him the next heavenly devil. Ambition for power was the only bond keeping him in this dangerous game. As deputy leader of the Blood Sect and the worldly representative of the Supreme, the Corpse Demon King vowed to fulfill that promise. He laughed triumphantly, a smile full of evil. He demanded that Sword Demon keep his promise to join the Blood Sect. In return, he guaranteed he would lift him to the pinnacle of glory, making him the ruler of the demon realm. He reiterated his solemn vow once more in Sword Demon's presence. The dark plots were sealed with an unbreakable pact, and a storm was truly brewing. No umbrella would help. The Heavenly Demon Martial Festival had finally arrived, and the atmosphere in the Valley of 10,000 Demons was more lively than ever. Li Chialsu and Jin Hwi entered the massive crowd heading toward the ceremonial stage, and Saryun was amazed by the grand scale of the event. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, causing Kyung Ho to turn around. It turned out to be Saryun, who wore a gorgeous purple cheongsam embroidered with dragons, making Kyung Ho freeze for a few seconds. However, Saryun seemed uncomfortable, perhaps because the outfit was too tight, and Chialsu kindly asked if she was alright. At that moment, Yeon Soal suddenly appeared with her usual teary expression, shouting for Chialsu to pay attention to her. Chialsu only gave a cold, min response and immediately turned away. He ignored Yeon Soal standing there in shock after being neglected and urged everyone to keep moving. Saryun glanced at her once before silently following behind. Chialsu thought to himself that after his senior sister's warning, he had to keep his distance from Yeon Soal, and this long conflict should end here. At that moment, the Grand Princess Baek Chunhwa also appeared with a rough-looking man beside her. Chialsu greeted her first, but she only snorted coldly and walked past him arrogantly. In truth, he never expected her to greet him warmly anyway. What Chialsu truly cared about was the man beside her, Mak Diwon, the son of the infamous Sword Demon. In Chialsu's memory, the Sword Demon was a seasoned yet cruel man and the greatest enemy of his sect. In his previous life, after the Heavenly Demon was defeated by his senior sister Jin Hwi, the Sword Demon took advantage of the situation to stir up a civil war within the demon cult. He sent his son Mak Diwon to assist Baek Chunhwa and create a bloody conflict from within. Remembering the note that the divine monk had given him before, Chialsu became even more suspicious. It stated that one of the 5 great demon leaders was a traitor who had secretly allied with the blood cult. If the Sword Demon's real purpose for attacking the Empty Cave sect instead of the Kunlun sect was to eliminate the successor of the Hunyuan Boundless Blade, then it was very likely that he was the traitor mentioned by the divine monk. Chialsu narrowed his eyes at Mak Diwon, as their intentions were becoming clearer. Seeing Chialsu deep in thought, Jin Hwi held his hand and told him to be careful in the upcoming round. She revealed a gentle smile, as if her worries had eased somewhat with Chialsu beside her. Chialsu smiled back and promised to protect his senior sister well, because he knew the blood cult's targets were definitely geniuses like him and Jin Hwi. The terrain of the Valley of 10,000 Demons with its thick fog was the perfect place for them to carry out assassinations. But Chialsu was not afraid. He even hoped to meet the leaders of the blood cult soon and see what they looked like. When the opening time arrived, all the martial students gathered at the large square below the ceremonial stage. The heavenly demon Baek Maryang stood above, his majestic voice echoing through the valley as he explained the rules. Jars of white liquor that had already been poured were placed on the tables of each participant. The rules were simple. Whoever passed through the 5 demonic gates at the valley exit first would be the winner. This was not only a martial competition but also a test of each person's survival skills, and the martial students began raising their opening drinks. Prove your strength within the mist of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. the heavenly demon declared loudly. The entire square erupted with loud cheers, and the atmosphere burned with fighting spirit. Only Chiaosu noticed something strange. He looked at the cup of wine and thought, is there sleeping medicine in this wine? Even knowing there was a trap, Chiaosu calmly drank the entire cup of wine. Very well, the game begins. Sleepiness struck instantly, the cup slipped from his hand and everything fell into darkness. When Chiaosu woke up, he found himself alone inside a gloomy cave. The sound of dripping water gradually cleared his mind, and Chiaosu slowly opened his eyes to examine his surroundings. Just as he expected, they had scattered the martial artists randomly. It was a strangely fair beginning. Purple mist covered the entire area, carrying a dense demonic aura. Without using internal energy to protect themselves, even breathing became difficult. Without hesitation, Chiaosu immediately activated the royal wheel sacred energy, and brilliant blue lightning erupted around his body, preparing him for every challenge ahead. Chiaosu silently thanked the divine monk for passing down the royal wheel sacred energy, a powerful technique that countered demonic arts. Thanks to it, he could purify the poisonous mist, making it much easier to sense the energy around him, and he quickly moved through the valley. He knew his senior sister had reached the supreme realm, so there was no need to worry about her. As for Yeon Soal, her true nature was the capable Jiak Sawal, so she could definitely take care of herself. Chiaosu's top priority now was finding Wai Soryeon, and after focusing his senses, he quickly located her. Chiaosu landed right before Wai Soryeon, shocking her. Junior sister, so you are here. Soryeon stuttered and asked why he appeared here, but Chiaosu simply answered, why else? I came to find you. Though her heart was slightly shaken, Soryeon still acted tough and said they were opponents in the tournament and should not travel together. Chiaosu could not help calling her a fool, asking how she could wander alone in such a dangerous valley of 10,000 demons and what she would do if something happened. Hearing that, Soryeon questioned why he cared now when he had avoided her earlier. Chiaosu honestly explained, I was avoiding Yeon Soal, not you. He added that the woman named Yeon had many suspicious points, leaving Soryeon wide-eyed in surprise. Then he gave a bright smile and suggested they find the 5 demonic gates together first, extending his hand as a trustworthy invitation. Soryeon looked at Chiaosu's back and wondered how many secrets this man was still hiding before quietly nodding in agreement. But before they could go far, a pack of vicious monsters rushed out from the darkness, baring their fangs and claws as they attacked them. Chiaosu and Wai Soryeon worked together perfectly, their sharp sword strikes cutting through the monsters instantly, as their strength far surpassed these weak creatures. Chiaosu swung a powerful slash, sending away the monsters attempting to attack from behind, his movements decisive and overwhelming. Soryeon was no less impressive, fighting while keeping an eye on Chiaosu to support him. Be careful, senior brother. A pack of demonic wolves with glowing red eyes charged forward with fierce howls, but before Chiaosu, they were nothing more than practice targets, and he looked at them as if they were already dead. Ha! A shout echoed as Chiaosu turned and unleashed the final strike, while the sword in his hand shone with suppressing energy. Monster blood scattered everywhere, and the entire wolf pack collapsed after a single move. Chiaosu sheathed his sword, his expression remaining calm as if nothing had happened. After the battle, Chiaosu began recreating the map of the Valley of 10,000 Demons in his mind, wondering whether he should search for the gates or continue protecting his junior sister. Suddenly, Chiaosu stopped as he sensed a strange energy devouring the shockwaves from his sacred energy. What is that? He looked toward the distant gray stone wall where the demonic aura seemed unusually concentrated, while the blue lightning from his sacred energy continued dancing around his body. Chiaosu suspected it might be one of the 5 demonic gates and turned to ask Soryeon if she wanted to investigate with him. I think something over there is very suspicious. Since they had to find the exit anyway, Soryeon nodded and followed behind, completely trusting Chiaosu's instincts. The deeper they went, the more they encountered tangled vines and enormous roots woven together like a spider's web, making Soryeon feel this place looked more like a dead end than a path. She asked once again to be sure, but Chiaosu simply smiled and said they would know once they entered, then drew his sword to destroy the obstacle. A brilliant golden sword strike split through the air, cutting apart the ancient vines that were as hard as stone, and the force of the slash shook the surrounding ground. Fragments scattered everywhere, and the final layer of disguise was finally removed, leaving Wai Soryeon frozen in shock at what appeared before her. It was a secret entrance with a large stone sign hanging above it, and the words carved on it made anyone shudder. Heavenly Demon's Tomb. Soryeon could not believe her eyes, wondering why the Heavenly Demon's Tomb was located in such a remote place, while Chialsu seemed rather excited by the discovery. So this is why the demonic aura here is so strong. Even knowing countless dangers were hidden inside, Chialsu decided to seize this opportunity, because a massive treasure or a shocking secret awaited him ahead. He turned back to Soryeon and asked for her opinion. No one can ignore a place like this. I plan to go inside and take a look. What about you? Looking at the confident Chialsu, Soryeon's heart suddenly beat rapidly, and a strange feeling arose within her that she could not explain. She recalled how Chialsu had searched for her first and secretly wondered if he considered her the weakest one who needed protection. He came to find me first. Was it because I was the weakest? Normally, with the pride of a genius, she would feel insulted and directly scold the other person, but this time was different, as she did not feel annoyed at all. Why am I not bothered by his concern? Soryeon remained lost in her thoughts while staring at Chialsu's back, realizing she had completely trusted this man. Why do I feel so comfortable when he is beside me? Then, casting aside all her pride, she stepped forward and tightly grabbed Chialsu's sleeve, her arm trembling with nervousness. W8. Chialsu turned around, slightly surprised by his junior sister's sudden action, and quietly waited for her to continue. What is it? With a blushing face, Soryeon gently raised her eyes and sincerely asked, if I say, I want to go with you, would you allow me to follow you? The entrance to the Heavenly Demon's Tomb stood open, waiting for them. Elsewhere, senior sister Jin Hwi was charging through the monster horde, with blood splattering everywhere. Jin Hwi was extremely anxious because the overwhelming demonic energy made finding Chialsu even harder. Earlier, Jin Hwi had deliberately left a scent on Chialsu to track him in case they got separated. But now all traces had completely vanished, as if he had been swallowed by the earth. While confused, Jin Hwi suddenly noticed someone secretly approaching from behind. In this demon realm, anyone could be an enemy, and she could not let her guard down for even a second. Deciding to strike first and gain the advantage, Jin Hwi engaged in battle with Sowal. The sound of clashing metal echoed sharply as Sowal wore a provocative smile on her face. The collision was so powerful that it created a bright shockwave, illuminating the dark surroundings. Both were pushed backward after the clash, keeping their distance to assess each other's strength. Sowal gritted her teeth, realizing the person before her was no ordinary opponent. In contrast, Jin Hwi calmly greeted her as if they had simply met on the street. Jin Hwi blamed herself, knowing she should have protected Chialsu instead of letting her younger brother get lost in this hellish place. Seeing Jin Hwi's expression, Sowal felt that this woman was somewhat abnormal, and provoking her further would only make her more dangerous. Jin Hwi silently listened to see what trick Sowal was planning next inside this dark cave. Unexpectedly, Sowal proposed that they search for Chialsu together, her eyes sparkling like a true fangirl. The sudden proposal from a former enemy left Jin Hwi frozen in surprise for a few seconds. She sighed in relief, as meeting another familiar person seemed to calm her heated mind slightly. After thinking carefully, keeping Sowal within her sight was safer than letting her wander behind her. Thus, a fragile alliance was formed as the two beauties began searching for the lost younger brother. Switching to Chialsu and Soryeon, the two were moving through a cave with traces of human excavation. Soryeon suddenly pointed ahead, seemingly having discovered something very strange. Before them appeared a vast underground lake emitting a mysterious blue light that covered the entire cave. The path had ended, and there was no sign of the Heavenly Demon Tomb, as the rumors claimed. She also activated his golden eyes and sensed the holy energy violently clashing with the demonic energy around them. To force the tomb to reveal itself, he decided to unleash an extremely powerful attack directly into the lake. Brilliant golden energy exploded underwater, causing the ground to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. Soryeon stepped back in defense, shocked and unable to understand what terrible event was happening. From beneath the lake emerged a gigantic crimson serpent monster, opening its blood-red mouth threateningly. She also immediately confirmed that the tomb was truly located beneath this lake. The monster roared as dozens of small snake heads emerged from its body and whipped violently toward the two. The two quickly jumped onto the steep cliff walls to avoid the attack coming from beneath the lake. Soryeon accidentally slipped on the slippery cliff, and a dry cracking sound was heard. She frowned in pain from a leg cramp as the situation became extremely unfavorable. Unfamiliar with fighting at such heights, Soryeon started struggling against the swarm of snake heads surrounding her. Seeing his companion in danger, Chiaosu immediately rushed to rescue her like an arrow. He swung his sword and cut down the snake heads that were about to attack Soryeon. Chiaosu caught her in time with a Princess Carrie and asked her a concerned question. Soryeon blushed in embarrassment and blamed herself for being useless at such a critical moment. Chiaosu placed her on a small rock to rest while he focused on dealing with the monster. However, the rock was unstable, and Soryeon lost her balance again and nearly fell. Chiaosu quickly grabbed her leg to prevent her from falling into the snake-filled lake below. Soryeon quickly caught the silver flower hairpin that had fallen during the battle. She looked at the accessory and softly murmured that such delicate feminine things might not suit her. Returning to the battle, the giant serpent monster continued its furious attacks with dozens of small snake heads surrounding them. Soryeon stomped hard and used the monster's body itself as a foothold to charge forward. Her eyes turned cold and determined as the sword in her hand was ready to strike the target. With a beautiful curved slash, snake blood scattered as she mercilessly severed the small heads. She shouted to signal Chiaosu, telling him to quickly end this meaningless battle. Chiaosu showed a confident smile, fully trusting Soryeon's perfect teamwork. Both of them charged toward the serpent monster at the same time with astonishing speed and power. While Soryeon moved in to restrain it, Chiaosu began gathering spiritual energy for the final strike. The serpent monster seemed to sense the danger as its giant eye flashed with a crimson light filled with hatred. Chiaosu's entire body was covered by a surge of spiritual energy. The monster roared in agony as it saw Chiaosu's spiritual energy completely suppress its demonic energy. Both jumped high above the serpent's head at the same time, coordinating as if they had practiced before. Soryeon put all her strength into a supporting slash to create an opening for Chiaosu's final attack. Her powerful strike split the serpent's head in two, and blood poured out like rain. Chiaosu stepped on the serpent's body for momentum, preparing to unleash his strongest technique. He let out a loud roar, pouring all his power into the golden glowing tip of his sword. The demon-subduing technique was unleashed, and a gigantic beam of light completely burned away the monster's main head. The serpent monster only managed one final roar before turning into dust under the terrifying power. The battle ended as the two stood on the rock watching the serpent's corpse slowly sink into the deep blue lake. Chiaosu turned to ask whether Soryeon had suffered any injuries or problems after the previous battle. The silver flower hairpin that had fallen earlier now lay alone on the dusty ground. Soryeon looked at the accessory with sorrowful eyes, as if she had many unspoken thoughts. Chiaosu noticed something unusual and asked whether it was a precious item to her. She gently shook her head in denial and urged him to continue, because all their efforts would be wasted if they failed to find the tomb. Chiaosu nodded and told Soryeon to hold tightly onto him as they prepared to dive down. He held her tightly, and the two made a spectacular jump straight into the bottom of the lake. They sank deep underwater, creating a white splash within the dark cave. At the lake's bottom, a portal glowing with blue light appeared, leading them deeper into the secret center. After struggling underwater for a while, Chiaosu finally stepped onto the stone floor of the chamber inside. Looking around the ancient chamber, Chiaosu wondered whether this was truly the heavenly demon's tomb, while Soryeon was still underwater. Seeing Soryeon appear exhausted, Chiaosu worriedly asked if she had gotten another leg cramp. He lifted her up to carry her out of the cold water, but this action made her extremely flustered. Soryeon blushed deeply as her soaked clothes clung tightly to her body, making her feel very embarrassed. She struggled to get down, afraid this messy appearance would make Chiaosu see her as too masculine. Soryeon became insecure and explained that she had been raised like a boy, so she knew nothing about being elegant or feminine. Chiaosu silently looked into her eyes and asked why she was certain that he did not see her as a woman. His sincere question left Soryeon frozen as her heart began beating wildly with emotion. But immediately afterward, she suddenly noticed something unusual below Chiaosu and stared at it. A terrifying silence filled the room as both realized Chiaosu's untimely natural reaction. Chiaosu panicked and sweated as he tried to explain it was just a misunderstanding, while Soryeon shouted for him to let go immediately. Soryeon unleashed a powerful shove that sent Chiaosu flying, and the ground beneath him cracked from the sudden force of her panicked attack. She shouted, "You pervert," with a red face filled with embarrassment and anger, ending the awkward yet funny situation right after entering the tomb. Soryeon wrung out her soaked clothes after they had escaped the water trap. She also scratched his head and explained that using that movement technique had a certain embarrassing side effect. He looked into her eyes and added, "Besides, you looked very beautiful just now." Why Soryeon froze, her face instantly turning bright red. She became flustered, her mind spinning from his unexpected compliment. Soryeon quickly covered her face, afraid she would fall too deeply into these feelings. She pretended to stay cold and scolded Chialsu, saying all men only cared about women's bodies. Chialsu paused silently, his eyes suddenly becoming unusually serious. He stated that accepting to be her older brother was because he truly wanted to have her. She also clarified that having her meant he would take responsibility for her entire life. His straightforward confession left Soryeon standing there in complete shock. The image of Lee Chialsu, the man who completely changed her world, appeared in her mind. But she was worried because someone like him would surely have countless other women around him. Seeing her remain silent, Chialsu finally asked if something was wrong. Soryeon smiled gently and told him that if he made such a promise, he had to keep it properly. The two continued deeper inside and arrived before a narrow stone passage. Being extremely cautious, Chialsu picked up a stone beneath his feet to test for traps. He threw the stone forward with force to activate the mechanism. As soon as the stone touched the ground, the bright red symbols on the walls lit up together. Instantly, countless arrows shot wildly from both sides of the walls toward the passage. Chialsu picked up an arrow to examine it after the trap finished firing. He realized these arrows were not rusted, and even the poison on their tips remained fresh. Reaching the end of the corridor, they encountered a gigantic stone gate blocking their path. Chialsu gestured for Soryeon to step back while he found a way to open the door. He activated his fire inner energy, and scorching heat began spreading across the stone floor. The extreme heat melted the stone gears and shattered them completely. The door opened, revealing a room filled with red evil energy surrounding a huge stone platform. Soryeon wondered whether the platform in the center was actually a stone coffin. Chialsu confirmed that the coffin was continuously absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. When the coffin lid began to move, Chialsu immediately drew his sword and prepared himself. He focused completely, ready to face whatever was about to come out from inside. The heavy stone lid slid aside, revealing a space filled with pitch-black demonic energy. Both held their breath and watched the figure slowly rising from inside. A small figure gradually appeared through the coffin's hazy mist. It was a silver-haired little girl with glowing red eyes who looked at Chialsu and called out, "Father." Chialsu froze, his face going blank at the sudden title. He immediately denied it in panic, saying he was still a virgin. The little girl began releasing overwhelming demonic energy, causing the entire room to shake violently. Soryeon sensed the terrifying killing intent and quickly warned Chialsu. Chialsu gritted his teeth, trying to remember which generation's heavenly demon of the demon cult this was. The little girl fully stepped out of the coffin, her red eyes seeming to devour everything. Seeing the traps and blood formation around them, Chialsu realized she was the legendary Bikri Jiak. Chialsu was shocked to discover that the Blood Church had stolen the previous heavenly demon's corpse to create a zombie. He confirmed that this girl was the legendary white-handed demon queen Bikri Jiak. Jiak was once a member of the Crescent Moon Demon Palace and had mastered the greatest cold techniques. She also feared that a master turned into a zombie would become far stronger and could kill him if he was careless. Sweat poured down Chialsu's forehead as he faced an enormous unexpected variable. He held his breath and tried to stay calm to handle this desperate situation. The silver-haired girl suddenly rushed forward and hugged Chialsu, leaving him completely stunned. She looked up at him innocently and said that father's eyes looked very strange. Chialsu could not believe the harmlessness displayed before him at this moment. Why Soryeon watched from behind and realized the child truly saw Chialsu as her father. Chialsu checked the girl's pulse and was shocked to find it still beating clearly. He wondered how this was possible when Bikri Jiak had been destroyed 2 generations ago. It turned out that the heavenly demon from 2 generations ago was merely a servant of the blood demon who had arranged everything. They did not kill her but turned her into a living zombie, the Blood Church's ultimate weapon. She also smiled faintly, realizing he had stolen the enemy's grand plan. The little girl suddenly asked innocently, "Father, where is mother?" The little girl looked around the stone room, searching for the mother from her innocent imagination. Her eyes lit up when she saw Wai Soryeon standing nearby. Without hesitation, she ran over, hugged Soryeon's leg tightly, and called out, "Mother, mother." Soryeon was so shocked that her face turned red, while the girl kept urging mother to hurry and hug father. Seeing them standing frozen, the girl tilted her head and asked if her parents had just argued. To calm her down, Chialsu had no choice but to put his arm around Soryeon's shoulder and claim they were still deeply in in love. Soryeon was extremely flustered and silently cursed what the hell Chialsu was trying to do. Chialsu signaled her to temporarily act along with him to keep this dangerous child under control. The two forced smiles and acted as a happy married couple before their unwilling daughter. The girl was overjoyed seeing her parents get along, and the evil energy around her gradually calmed down. She also decided they had to take the girl out of this eerie tomb immediately. The scene shifted to a dark cave filled with evil spirits and the aura of death. The Blood Church leader was kneeling down, passionately praying for the rebirth of Blood Demon. Beneath him was a bubbling blood pool, releasing a horrifying heat. Blood Demon slowly rose from the blood pool, his muscular body overflowing with majesty. He frowned after realizing the heavenly fate had changed, preventing him from seeing the future. Jiangshi Demon Lord panicked upon hearing that his master's prophecy had been nullified. Trembling, he asked if it was because they had lost the heavenly demon zombie in the tomb. Blood Demon confirmed in a deep voice that the connection to the vessel he had painstakingly created had been severed. This loss seriously threatened the Blood Church's entire plan for domination. Jiangshi Demon Lord bowed repeatedly and begged for forgiveness, ready to accept any punishment. Blood Demon was furious because the successor of the primordial Infinity Sword had become an uncontrollable variable. However, he spared him for now and ordered the leader to personally resolve the consequences. After speaking, Blood Demon submerged himself once again into the deep crimson blood pool. He swam through the sea of blood, planning to carry out his backup plan earlier than expected if his servant failed. A sinister smile appeared on Blood Demon's face, signaling a storm about to strike Kyung-ho. Blood Demon revealed a cruel smile, secretly vowing to make the arrogant successor of the primordial sword Emperor kneel before him. Outside, Xiao Lan and Sabin were swiftly crossing the forest together. Sabin exclaimed excitedly as the gate of the Gongdong sect appeared before her eyes. Xiao Lan smiled and nodded, confirming they had arrived at the right place. She blushed as she thought this was Chialsu's home and wondered if he would be bothered by it. Sabin cleared her throat to regain her composure. Arriving at the main gate, she called out to ask if anyone was inside. The sect gate slowly opened, releasing a dazzling beam of light. Ha-Rin and Yong-Yong stepped out to welcome the guests. Ha-Rin smiled brightly and warmly greeted Xiao Lan's group. She enthusiastically invited everyone inside the sect to rest. The small Yong-Yong looked at Xiao Lan and asked if she would call her older sister again this time. Xiao Lan smiled, patted her head, and urged everyone to meet the sect leader Jian-Young waiting inside. The scenery inside the Gongdong sect was peaceful, with lotus ponds and schools of koi swimming around. The group leisurely walked through the stone corridors while admiring the beautiful scenery. Seeing the sect's tranquility, the image of Chialsu appeared in Xiao Lan's mind, making her feel a little empty. She briefly worried about Chialsu as she thought of the hidden dangers from the demonic cult. Meanwhile, Bikri GX suddenly became excited, her eyes shining as if she had found something interesting. The three suddenly found themselves standing in a vast spiritual realm filled with water. Chialsu turned to Soryeon and admitted he was still not used to being called father. He smiled and asked Soryeon whether she liked being called mother. Why Soryeon clasped her hands shyly and admitted she had always wished for a younger sister like that. Chialsu scratched his head, secretly thinking that even the usually rough Soryeon could be gentle sometimes. Bikri Jiak looked around and exclaimed that they had reached a dead end. The little girl turned back and asked her father and mother what their family should do next. She also smiled, patted Jiak's head, and invited her to play a diving game with them. The little girl happily agreed, her eyes narrowing with joy. The three dived together into the clear waters of the spiritual realm. A mysterious blue light suddenly emerged from the depths of the water. After a while, they finally returned to the shore. GX spread her arms and laughed loudly because the diving game was so fun. Before them lay a giant red dragon, and GX admired it in amazement. The dragon serpent remained lying there without moving. Despite the danger, GX innocently ran toward the dragon to befriend it. Why Soryeon shouted in panic, telling her not to approach that terrifying creature. GX touched the dragon's head, and bursts of energy lightning immediately erupted. Her body glowed within a dark red demonic aura, and her eyes suddenly became cold. Suddenly, an unknown force sent the little girl flying away. Soryeon rushed over and embraced Jiak to protect her from the dragon's ferocity. Jiak looked at Soryeon with unfamiliar eyes and demanded that she release this one immediately. She also watched from afar and realized the heavenly demon's memories inside her were gradually awakening. Soryeon ignored the change and continued holding Jiak gently while comforting her. Under her protection, GX slowly calmed down, her eyes returning to innocence and drooping from exhaustion. She also felt uneasy because GX's personality had suddenly changed. He recalled that the blood cult had intended to refine her into a third heavenly demon corpse, but his group had intercepted and taken her away. She also worried that if the blood cult leader discovered this, he would send his strongest experts to reclaim this precious item. According to intelligence from the Heaven and Earth Society, the blood cult possessed experts between Supreme Master and Transcendent Supreme Master, called Cult Masters. Leading these cult masters were envoys with divine realm strength, who were extremely powerful. She also judged that he could barely handle an envoy, but facing a mystic realm expert would be impossible for him. To survive the coming crisis, he needed enough strength to endure until the Heaven and Earth Society's reinforcements arrived. Soryeon looked at Chialsu with concern and asked what he was planning to do. Looking at the sleeping Jiak, Chialsu revealed once again that her true identity was the third-generation heavenly demon. Why Soryeon was shocked to learn that this little child was actually such a formidable expert. Chialsu confirmed that the blood cult had surely noticed her disappearance and they must prepare for battle immediately. He took out a blazing red inner core and asked Soryeon to guard him while he attempted a risky breakthrough. Soryeon stared at the inner core in his hand in astonishment. Bikri Jiak lay quietly on the ground as Chialsu prepared to enter an extreme cultivation state. Chialsu sat in meditation as the demonic energy from the inner core began spreading around him. He was determined to break through his current realm even though his hands were covered in blood from the immense energy pressure. If the enemy was a deputy cult leader level expert, everyone here would have no chance of survival. She also looked at Soryeon's back and secretly hoped he would find a way to escape rather than die fighting. She also hesitated no longer and swallowed the blazing red inner core. The Gongdong sect's internal art was perfected through reverse blood flow and shared a similar aura with demonic arts, so this was a gamble he had to win. She also gritted his teeth and tried to absorb the violent demonic energy as if it were internal energy. This process was extremely dangerous, and a tiny mistake could cause him to suffer a cultivation backlash instantly. At that moment, Bikri Jiak suddenly opened her eyes, her red pupils staring blankly into the air. She softly called for her father after sensing the terrifying energy coming from Chialsu. Jiak broke free from Soryeon's embrace and insisted on reaching Chialsu despite the danger. Soryeon realized in panic that the white-handed demon empress had awakened, and feared the child was drawn by the inner core's demonic energy. Despite Soryeon's attempts to stop her, the child still rushed toward Chialsu while calling out desperately. Jiak ran quickly through the energy mist surrounding her father. Soryeon shouted for her to stop, fearing her life would be in danger. Chialsu was also shocked when he saw Jiak charge into his energy vortex. Both were engulfed in a dazzling blue-white light when their powers collided. They were then swept away by massive force. Soryeon could only despairingly call out Chialsu's name in the silent forest night. The cave where they stayed violently trembled under the pressure of the realm breakthrough. At the blood cult's base, Jiangxi was furious because the plan had been ruined. He became enraged upon learning that the heavenly demon front had fallen, and Xinhua had been drawn into the blood cults. Jiangxi declared that the demonic cult civil war was only a matter of time. He assigned a subordinate to handle the zombie demon lord and warned that no more mistakes were allowed. If the matter could not be resolved properly, he feared he would have to seek help from the blood tier demon lord and lose his achievement. A hand clenched tightly in fury, showing the determination to let no one stand in the way. Jiangxi roared with hatred, swearing to personally kill the little brats who dared to take his possession. In a room filled with maps, the blood cult subordinate sighed in relief after reporting the situation. He reported the Ninth Lady's defeat and the unbelievable theft of the heavenly demon corpse. Beneath the guard's feet, darkness covered the cold floor. A figure slowly emerged from beneath the ground. He trembled while awaiting orders from the highest representative of the blood cult. Blood tier demon venerable stood tall, his blood-red hair and muscular bare chest freezing the surroundings. His sharp eyes commanded the entire army to prepare an attack on the demon cults to clear the path for the Supreme One. He declared that if the corpse retrieval failed, they would immediately launch a full assault, and the subordinate could only bow and obey. Blood tier demon venerable turned around and stared at the wall map with a sinister scheme. A cruel sneer appeared on his lips as it was time to reclaim what belonged to him in the demon cult. The image of heavenly demon Bai Wuliang, the enemy he hated the most, appeared in his mind. Blood Tear Demon Venerable gritted his teeth and swore to make his enemy repay twice the old grudges. In another place, Chiaosu was floating in a pure white space while being tightly held by Jiak. Wise Orion rushed toward them in panic as they collapsed after the violent shockwave. Both Chiaosu and Jiak were unconscious, lying motionless on the cold ground. Suddenly, a crimson energy vortex erupted from Chiaosu's body, leaving Waizo Rion shocked. The terrifying demonic energy spread around, and she could only gasp before the pressure pushed her back. A massive energy explosion threw Waizo Rion away, causing her to groan in pain. Lying helplessly on the ground, Waizo Rion blamed herself for everything that happened. A hand covered with bulging veins stretched through a space filled with red lightning, trying to grasp something. She struggled to stand, her vision fading from exhaustion. She also remained there with his eyes closed, as if trapped in an endless dream. Wise Orion held Chiaosu and Jiak in her arms, tears falling from helplessness. Chiaosu's face looked strangely peaceful, despite his body undergoing a terrifying transformation. At this moment, Chiaosu's soul awakened in a mystical space filled with sparkling nebulas. He frowned and groaned, his mind still dizzy after the spiritual consciousness collision. Looking around the star-filled room, Chiaosu wondered if this was his own spiritual consciousness space. At that moment, a voice echoed, confirming that this was the transcendent realm barrier. Chiaosu looked at his glowing hands, still unable to understand what was happening. He recalled trying to absorb the demonic energy of the black-horned blood serpent and using an evil technique before passing out. Chiaosu gritted his teeth, knowing he had nearly fallen into a demonic deviation. He stared in shock at the magnificent galaxy around him, unable to understand how he had arrived here. The voice reassured him not to worry about his physical body outside. From the light, Bikri Jiak appeared as a beautiful young girl with blazing red eyes and long white hair. Chiaosu immediately recognized her as the White-Hand Demon Empress, the soul that had been hiding all this time. She smiled proudly and introduced her powerful identity within the demon cult. She also realized she had recovered part of her strength after absorbing the blood serpent's energy. He was secretly amazed by how quickly her consciousness had recovered. Bikri Jiak explained that their colliding demonic energies had created this harmony. She smiled cunningly and praised the intelligence of her fake father. She also did not want to waste words and coldly demanded she reveal why she approached him. Bikri Jiak only sneered, her eyes shining as if plotting something interesting. Bikri Jiak in her spirit maiden form floated within the colorful spiritual consciousness space. She warned Chiaosu that although he had not suffered demonic deviation yet, failing to control this massive demonic energy would make it inevitable. Outside, Chiaosu was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his mind against the overwhelming demonic energy. Seeing the chance, Bikri Jiak offered an attractive deal in exchange for her help. She promised to show him a shortcut to becoming a peerless master and reaching the peak of martial arts. In return, Chiaosu had to help remove the restrictions sealing her original physical body in the outside world. Chiaosu's gaze turned cold, as he would not easily trust the offer of a great demon like her. He questioned her, saying she had pushed him into danger and now wanted to use martial arts as bait for cooperation. Bikri Jiak was surprised by the young man's firmness and tried to speak, but he interrupted her. She also showed a confident smile and declared his position. Here, he was her master. Bikri Jiak opened her mouth in shock, unable to believe the other side's arrogance. He reminded her that their positions had changed and the one who needed to beg was her, not him. Her face turned red with anger, but she also calmly stated he could break through the transcendent realm without any help. In this spiritual consciousness space, he was not merely an ordinary master, but the one who held the power over life and death. She also began releasing a terrifying spiritual pressure, forcing Bikri Jiak to hold her head in agony. She collapsed to her knees, unable to resist the spiritual power crushing her soul. Chiaosu's sharp gaze made her tremble as she realized she had greatly underestimated this man. The growing pressure made Bikri Jiak feel tiny and weak before the mighty Chiaosu. She screamed in terror, realizing he was not the ordinary person she had believed him to be. Chiaosu sneered, declaring that here he could freely use power far beyond a normal realm. Bikri Jiak was frozen halfway inside spiritual crystals, completely losing her ability to resist. He walked closer, looked at her like a victor, and mockingly asked, "What now?" She also asked who was the one truly holding power in this space. Despite being suppressed, Bikri Jiak still argued stubbornly and mocked him as a eunuch trying to practice a supreme evil technique. Her face turned bright red with shame, fearing he would do something disgraceful to her soul. Chiaosu looked at her seriously and declared he was the master she must call father without exception. He criticized her for reacting too slowly when she had nearly become a weapon of the blood cult. Chiaosu exposed the blood cult scheme, believing they would never leave her free without a way to control her. Her mind regressing into a child was actually part of an extremely sophisticated spiritual control plan. They placed a restriction on her soul, forcing her to obey the first person who cared for her after awakening. In Bikri Jiak's mind appeared the image of herself bound by blazing red demonic energy chains. She also explained that even after recovering her consciousness, breaking this restriction would be extremely difficult. From his perspective, gaining a heavenly demon-level servant was an enormous advantage. Bikri Jiak blushed deeply and struggled to finally utter the humiliating title for a demon empress. She also pretended not to hear it and deliberately teased her into repeating it again. She shouted in frustration while Chiaosu calmly stated he would remove the restriction if she obeyed him. He clenched his glowing fist, ready for the important breakthrough that was about to come. Suddenly the ice shattered and Bikri Jiak was freed. Bikri Jiak immediately knelt down. The two looked at each other and finally reached a silent agreement to coexist. Chiaosu became serious and declared he must break through the transcendent realm right now to face the threat of the blood cult. Bikri Jiak wondered why someone with such powerful spiritual space still desired more strength, and Chiaosu calmly explained that his physical body outside still lacked the necessary enlightenment to advance his realm. He added that because he had accidentally brought her with him, he felt they would soon be relentlessly hunted by their enemies, and Bikri Jiak listened thoughtfully. Chiaosu respectfully clasped his hands and lowered his voice, asking the demon empress to guide him toward breaking through the transcendent realm. Bikri Jiak fell silent for a moment, her blazing red eyes staring at him as if judging the young man's determination. Suddenly, she completely changed her attitude, sweetly calling him father and saying he should not be so formal, claiming that as his daughter, she could never refuse something like guiding his martial arts. With a bright smile and a playful wink among floating flowers and hearts, Bikri Jiak proudly told father to fully trust his daughter. She also faced the demon empress in the pitch-black mental world, both preparing for a real battle here. Jiak moved slightly, her black dress flowing through the darkness as the air grew heavy. She gave a challenging smile, signaling Chiaosu to begin the sparring session. As she finished speaking, Jiak unleashed the 100 Ice Divine Art, a technique from the Ice Palace equal in power to the Sunflower Manual of the Imperial family. Chiaosu drew his sword as it shone with golden light, wondering whether the ancestral demon art suited him better than the heavenly demon divine art. While attacking, Jiak questioned why he still sought to comprehend the transformation realm despite his mind reaching the mysterious realm. Chiaosu swung his sword fiercely with blazing flames, admitting the demon empress was truly extraordinary. He sneered and called her my obedient daughter, a clear psychological strike against her arrogance. Dark purple demonic energy surrounded the demon empress, its pressure shaking the mental world. Jiak's figure instantly disappeared. She suddenly appeared beside Chiaosu, whispering provocatively close enough for him to see her victorious smile. Energy sparks exploded upon their clash, and Jiak's attack speed forced Chiaosu into a difficult defense. She praised his reflexes but coldly stated that the gap in their strength was still enormous. Chiaosu gritted his teeth as the sword in his hand trembled under the pressure of relentless strikes. Their figures crossed through the air like streaks of light as the battle reached an incredible speed. During the fight, Chiaosu noticed the Sunflower Manual strangely resonating with Jiak's inner energy. Jiak moved like a ghost, her smile becoming increasingly eerie within the purple mist. Chiaosu shouted, thinking he never wanted to deal with that terrifying martial art again. He swung a wide slash, blowing away the cold energy surrounding him. Jiak stepped back, admitting this father's senses were truly terrifying. Chiaosu stared at his glowing fists, realizing his right arm alone could not handle such a massive amount of inner energy. Jiak spread her arms as countless sparkling ice crystals appeared, turning the surroundings into a frozen prison. The entire mental world was completely frozen, and Chiaosu was shocked that her demon art had reached its ultimate level. She gathered all her demonic energy into her palm, preparing a strike that would wipe everything away. Countless sharp ice spikes shot toward Chiaosu, forcing him to keep moving through the icy rain to dodge. Chiaosu leaped high with momentum, his thunderous shout showing his full focus on this counterattack. He descended like a shooting star, his sword drawing a brilliant arc that tore through the space. The impact of his landing created a massive shockwave, yet the demon empress calmly watched from afar. Chiaosu leaped once more, raising his sword high and gathering energy at its shining tip. His face showed extreme determination as he unleashed his decisive attack. GX stood still, her glowing red eyes fixed on Chiaosu as she awaited the collision. A tremendous energy explosion erupted the moment his attack struck her barrier. However, Kyung-ho was shocked to realize that all of his efforts had been completely nullified. Jiak caught his sword blade with 2 fingers and smiled lightly, saying this was far from enough. She explained that if he kept trying to forcibly destroy the reality she had created, then he would never be able to comprehend anything new. Jiak continued explaining that he could not yet organize and refine everything he had learned. Chiaosu bit his lip, realizing the old method of martial training could not help him truly enter the harmony realm. He began deep contemplation, understanding that he needed to approach the fundamental principles of martial arts. The image of the Mount Hua sect appeared in his mind, with the unyielding plum blossom as its essence. Next was the Wudang sect, whose principle lay in the balanced cycle of the supreme ultimate. Finally came the demon cult, with its proud and unyielding path of defying heaven. Chiaosu asked himself what the true foundation of the Gongdong sect was, as a freezing energy surrounded him to test his will. He realized the key was the reversal of positions, also known as yin-yang reversal, as his master's image appeared in his mind. The primordial sword would appear when the 2 harmony divine art reached the highest level, allowing one to realize the primordial infinite Tao. However, Chiaosu had never used this supreme mantra before and looked within at the surging inner power. He remembered when the old master of the Gongdong sect wished to pass him the position of sect leader, but Chiaosu never desired it. He had always kept his distance from the 2 harmony divine art out of fear of losing control, but times had changed and he could no longer avoid it. To achieve absolute spiritual power, Chiaosu was willing to sacrifice everything, and a dazzling spiritual aura erupted from his body. Standing opposite him, Jiak was surprised to see the flow of true energy inside his body changing strangely. If the core principle of the Gongdong sect was yin-yang reversal, could he go even beyond that? Chiaosu wondered if he could reverse even the external forces affecting him at will, as a loud explosion rang out when he activated his art. Jiak could not help but admire this sudden transformation, realizing he was doing something extremely reckless yet magnificent. This was no longer merely shifting power, but completely revering all ordinary rules according to Chiaosu's own will. Perfect balance appeared between black and white, front and back, left and right, as the supreme ultimate vortex slowly rotated. It was the thin boundary between acceptance and complete rejection, and Chiaosu stood before the gate of a new realm. He tightly gripped his sword hilt, feeling everything around him fade away, leaving only absolute concentration. He focused his entire mind on his heart, where the surging inner energy pulsed as brilliant blue lightning spread through his body. Chiaosu stood silently, yet the pressure around him was terrifying, with his aura forming a protective armor. His eyes suddenly opened wide, emitting a dazzling white light as the final moment of breakthrough arrived. A massive pillar of light descended from the sky, shattering the entire frozen mental world into countless fragments. Jiak covered her face in shock, unable to believe the terrifying power Chiaosu had just unleashed. Chiaosu smiled confidently within the light, having found his own path free from all restrictions. A shocking explosion erupted in the sky as energy lightning crashed down, announcing the birth of a second-stage transformation realm master. Jiak screamed in fear as the force threw her away, and the mental barrier she created completely collapsed. Returning to reality, Chiaosu stood quietly in the room with his sword sheathed, feeling new power flowing through his veins. He clenched his fist and felt the purity of his inner energy, proudly realizing he had reached the second step of the transformation realm. His eyes slowly returned to normal, but deep within remained the coldness of one who had crossed the line between life and death. However, his joy vanished when he saw Waizo Rion collapsed on the ground, supported by the demon empress. He rushed over in shock and asked whether she was trying to separate him and Jiak. It turned out Waizo Rion had forcefully interfered with the violently resonating demonic energy to protect him, placing herself in great danger. Jiak warned that she would suffer energy deviation and lose her sanity, while Wise Rion trembled as blood flowed from her lips. She also panicked and held her, unable to understand why she would do something so reckless as he checked her pulse and found it chaotic. Seeing her slightly move, he desperately called her name, Hopping, she still retained her final trace of consciousness. Wise Orion whispered weakly with cloudy eyes at Chiolsu, saying she had to stay by his side and protect him no matter the cost. Chiolsu was speechless before her blind yet touching loyalty, and could only hold his injured companion tightly. He gritted his teeth and regretted letting things go this far, thinking he would have been more careful if he had known his breakthrough would cause this. Wise Orion collapsed into his arms with broken breaths, and he thought he could never ignore such a situation.